204 of Nicaragua, in contrast, highlighted the state of emergency, played up Cruz and the Coordinadora, who were not the major opposition, and dismissed the election as a sham, ignoring or trivializing even their own reporting about manipulation by U.S. officials. The major media stuck to the administration's cruise control setting. A New York Times editorial of November 7, 1984 was headed "Nobody won in Nicaragua. Only the naive believe that Sunday's election in Nicaragua was democratic or legitimizing proof of the Sandinistas' popularity. The Sandinistas made it easy to dismiss their election as a sham. Their decisive act was to break off negotiations with Arturo Cruz, an opposition Democrat whose candidacy could have produced a more credible contest. He sought delay until January but was denied time to deliver a truce from the U.S. armed Contra rebels. In the distorted account, the Sandinistas scorned Cruz not only as a Democrat but as a peacemaker. A Washington editorial of November 26 was even more contemptuous. The Sandinistas produced a big turnout easy in Central America, where the democratic tradition is weak and the power of official suggestion is strong. They also produced a big victory. That too was easy. The major opposition didn't run, and while the minor opposition had a fling in the media, the Sandinistas alone control mass organizations and used them to bring in a landslide, although it was not one of those 99.93% Soviet jobs. The Post added, the main reason the major opposition did not run was that the Sandinistas cheated with mob violence, logistical harassment, and on and off censorship. It is true, as some have charged, that certain American officials quietly encouraged some in the Nicaraguan opposition not to take part, although it's not at all clear that this kept the Nicaraguan opposition from joining the elections. The Sandinistas are tough customers with a Marxist-Leninist streak, and the opposition had reason to doubt their good faith. Still, this American dabbling created a damaging suspicion of American maneuver, which remains part of the post-election scene. Making a meek call for a political solution, the editorial contrasted Nicaragua with El Salvador. Politically underdeveloped countries consumed by externally fueled civil wars need to negotiate as well as vote. El Salvador's elected government is now talking with the armed left elements, which shunned the last elections. Managua is talking with its political opposition but has yet to match President Duarte and address its armed opposition. The Post editorial is a lesson in double standards and double speak. Does anyone recall hearing that it was easy in Central America to produce a big turnout during the Salvadoran elections? To the contrary, the turnout, proportionately smaller than Nicaragua's, was taken as a triumph of ballots over bullets, not the bullets of the government and its death squad offspring responsible for most Salvadoran murders, but the bullets of the PMLN who shunned the elections. During the 1982 Salvadoran election, television news was bursting with pictures of long lines of voters, without the background information that the lines were a predictable result of an inadequate number of polling sites. In the Post editorial, the Nicaraguan government is referred to simply as Managua while the Salvadoran is called El Salvador's elected government, the ballots, bullets, and MiGs 205. FDR-FMLN is atomized into armed left elements while the Contras are credentialed as the armed opposition. The portrayed the Sandinistas as a kind of Marxist-Leninist mafia, tough customers cheating with mob violence. U.S. officials, on the other hand, quietly encouraged. The main result of their dabbling was to create a damaging suspicion of American maneuver sounding much more benign than bribery and political extortion, not to mention Contra kidnapping and killing. In his report of the Nicaraguan election results, buried on page 12 of the New York Times, Stephen Kinzer presented a distorted assessment under the headline "Sandinistas hold their SID first election." It was a sharp contrast to New York Times coverage of the 1982 Salvadoran election, with, for example, two March 29 front-page stories, headlined, "Salvadorans Jam Polling Stations, Rebels Close Some Votes Cast Amid Gunfire and Rural Voters Hike for Miles to Be Heard," as well as an inside story titled, "For First Time Since 32 Crackdown, Democracy is Trying for a Comeback." Where El Salvador was made to seem like Beirut because of the FMLN, Nicaragua was made to appear temporarily at peace thanks to the Contras. Kinzer wrote, although Nicaragua is torn by civil strife, there were no reported S/C clashes today. The Nicaraguan Democratic Force, the largest of the pro-American guerrilla groups fighting to depose the Sandinistas, had called a one-day ceasefire. The government established nearly 4,000 voting places, observed Kinzer, and lines were generally short. There was little visible enthusiasm, though in the capital there was a marked contrast between the poorer sections and the better areas. Although there was movement and interest in the voting in some slums, the large houses in comfortable neighborhoods were closed, and people who answered their doors said they considered the election not worth their participation. This is a remarkable passage. The Times must assume the reader either doesn't realize that the overwhelming majority of Nicaraguans are poor or thinks the votes of wealthier Nicaraguans are more important. In contrast to the United States, where the largest party is the party of non-voters and turnout is skewed toward those with higher incomes, in Nicaragua voter turnout was high, with abstentions skewed toward the wealthier minority of the population. The widespread enthusiasm found among Nicaragua's poor majority signified a marked redistribution of the political franchise to those historically most marginalized. Kinzer quoted a disproportionate mix of Sandinista supporters and opponents. Supporter Sebastian Guevara, 20, a health worker from Granada, said Mr. Cruz is a traitor because he wants us to negotiate with the killers who are murdering our people. That's in a passage headed Some Support for Cruz, mostly quoting and reinforcing Cruz's views about the election being a farce. In an earlier section, we read that Mr. Correa, like many older people who spoke in interviews, expressed nostalgia for the days when there were only two parties, the Liberals and the Conservatives, instead of the 7 that appeared on the ballot today. The article neglected to mention that the Liberal Party was the Somoza's domain. Some voters recalled previous elections, when candidates would slaughter animals and give steaks away to voters. Kinzer made a multi-party polity. 206. Cal system and an end to traditional vote buying sound sinister. The insidious main message was nailed home in the article's ending. This election was like Somoza elections, minus the stakes, but not the fear. In the dusty town square at Masatip, 25 miles south of the capital, 84-year-old Andres Aguirre brushed aside offers of help as he deliberately made his way to the poll. His eyes seemed to twinkle as he stroked his full beard. "TVE always voted because it is always required," he said. Of course, the law says one thing, but after a while one realizes that voting is part of patriotism, and patriotism leads to long life. In the New York Times, Death Squad environment of El Salvador is projected onto Nicaragua. A companion piece reported that the Nicaraguan election spelled heightened tensions between Washington and Managua and undermined efforts for regional peace. 8 paragraphs into the article is the news: if the regional peace talks collapse and the negotiations between the United States and Nicaragua fail to make progress. Administration officials said, the chances of some kind of American military intervention in Nicaragua would increase if President Reagan is re-elected on Tuesday. The article ended with an all-too-typical press contortion to achieve objectivity at the expense of truth regarding U.S. policy. Some administration officials have reported that the administration, while publicly calling for free elections in Nicaragua, argued in private that major opposition candidates should not take part to ensure that the elections would appear to be unrepresentative. This contention has been denied by other officials. Since the New York Times 2.nd other papers had already documented such manipulation, the passage was a big step backward into the shadows obscuring U.S. intervention. Pluralist opposition voices. A year and a half later, I asked some opposition leaders to comment on the election and the U.S. role in it. Mauricio Diaz, the presidential candidate and Secretary General of the Popular Social Christian Party, PPSC, told me, for us the 1984 elections represented a challenge. The challenge of democratization, that it was possible to initiate the construction of a Western-style, democratic electoral system within a revolutionary process. Obviously, the natural intermediaries of the United States received a mistaken slogan. The slogan of not participating in the elections was an erroneous measure, whose costs have been paid by the individual political organizations. In spite of the limitations of the electoral process, it was universally recognized as legitimate. Those countries who sought to delegitimize, to question, to stigmatize, or to accuse it of fraud were isolated. The elections threw up a new political framework in the national political context. The elections demonstrated that the FSLN is not the vanguard of the whole Nicaraguan people, as they claimed. It is interesting that as a result of the electoral ballots, bullets, and MiGs 207 process, the FSLN was obliged to give a turn of the wheel that meant the recognition of a duly instituted pluralism, of a National Assembly as representation or expression of the Nicaraguan will. And that assembly now has a mandate to make a constitution, which for us should be democratic or it won't be useful to the Sandinistas or the opposition. In this sense, the U.S. position of pressuring the organizations closest to its policies is an error that has forced President Reagan to assume ever more radical attitudes upon not finding duly legitimized interlocutors within the rules of the game of the revolutionary process. The coordinator's position was a simple one: all or nothing, the power or nothing. We believe that you can't, with integrity, ask that a recently installed government, which leaves behind almost a half-century of dictatorship without any civil practice on the part of the people, with very little political culture, that suddenly, from night to morning, we should arrive at Costa Rican-style democracy. I think that's infantile. And that, in any case, the organizations that believe it's possible to create a democratic system in Nicaragua should also act to create the conditions for it. To nourish and enrich the public political debate. Not to assume a death house attitude, by locking oneself up in one's organization and waiting for the gringos to resolve matters. I've always maintained that in Nicaragua the true freedom fighters are the political parties that are trying to endow this country with a democratic political constitution, and not those famous freedom fighters, who, in the hypothetical case that they triumph, I don't believe it would be to restore democracy in Nicaragua. We have terrible experiences like Mr. Pinochet in Chile, where it was supposed that he would assume power transitionally while creating conditions for returning power to civilians. I asked Diaz to elaborate further on the impact of U.S. policy on the development of pluralism in Nicaragua. He said, "It is illogical to think that a democratic regime in Nicaragua will be achieved through aggression. There's a wise saying that the peasants have, the Yanquis owe it to the Sandinistas, they charge the Sandinistas and the people pay." What do they mean by this? That while the North American administration is taking drastic, aggressive measures against Nicaragua, the Sandinista government takes other measures, e.g. the state of emergency, whose fundamental effects are felt by the people. The United States would have done better by Nicaragua if the $100 million in 1986 had gone for the municipal elections rather than the Contras. Nicaragua is a bleeding country in which the quota of lives given in the defense of the nation's sovereignty is too high. Rafael Cordova Rivas of the Democratic Conservative Party, PCD, also believes it was an error on the part of the United States and an error on the part of rightist groups and classes in Nicaragua not to have participated in the election. The election was an open trench, he who wanted to fill it could fill it. We filled it. We've proved through our positions taken in the Assembly that we still hold to conservative principles. We live under constant pressure from the U.S. Embassy to get the PCD to take a Reaganite position. Up to now they haven't achieved that, nor do I believe. 208. They'll achieve. Eduardo Coronado, then Vice President of the Independent Liberal Party *, noted two objections to a U.S. policy that has sought a military solution to the Nicaraguan and Central American crisis. First, for a practical reason. The more aid the United States gives the Contras, the more aid the Soviet Union gives to the FSLN. As the world powers put up the money and the arms, we put up the dead, which is no business for any country. Second, politically, in the sense that we are anti-interventionists, we believe that we should resolve our own problems. Any foreign inheritance, whether right or left, takes away our independence and creativity for driving forward or forging our own revolution. In the view promoted by the United States, said Coronado, our revolution is seen as polarized between two approaches. The approach of the counter-revolution supported by the United States and the approach of the FSLN and the other left parties supported by the Soviet Union or Cuba. We consider it an erroneous view because here within the political spectrum you must account for the civic opposition parties. As civic opposition parties we are placed outside the drama that Nicaragua is being submitted to. We're made marginal to the drama Nicaragua is living. In spite of that, we're the ones who, in the flesh, suffer the sudden attacks of the counter-revolution and the security measures taken by the FSLN to defend itself, which takes away space for our political development. We believe the military solution won't solve anything, besides being a long painful war it would lead to a dictatorship, or totalitarianism of the right or left. It would oblige a radicalization of this process. It would dash the hope of an original revolution for Latin America. We see that there must be reciprocal concessions. There can be no peaceful solution without eliminating factors that interrupt an internal understanding, elements such as the war and the state of emergency. These two disturbing elements should be eliminated at the same time. The war and the state of emergency, both sides must cease at the same time. Having eliminated those two interrupting factors, negotiations can take place for the total dismantling of the counter-revolution, for the democratization of Nicaragua under just terms for all parties without falling into the political hegemony of a single party. Rather, the formation of a system in which all political parties have an equal opportunity to direct the destiny of the country in accord with its political calling. The non-abstentionist opposition parties are neither a monolithic bloc nor a rubber stamp for the FSLN. They harshly criticized the FSLN during the election and they continue to do so today. They represent a broad spectrum of political, economic, and social beliefs whether on church-state relations, agrarian reform, the roles of private and state enterprise, women's rights, or relations with the Soviet Union. The parties to the right of the FSLN, outside the Coordinadora, generally affirm the principles embraced by the Government of National Reconstruction in 1979 and in situ. Later in 1986, Coronado and 4 other PLI delegates in the National Assembly broke ranks with PLI President Virgilio Godoy and voted with the Assembly majority to approve Nicaragua's new constitution. In November 1987, a majority of PLI members voted to elect Coronado party leader. The party is divided into factions led by Coronado and Godoy. Ballots, bullets, and MiGs 209. Tionalized by the Constitution, political pluralism, a mixed economy and known alignment. But they have different visions of how these principles should be carried out. They want the chance to test their principles, programs, and popular appeal without the pressures of war. The MiGs are coming. The MiGs are coming. Nicaragua was in the news on election night in the United States, but the story was not Nicaragua's election. The story was Soviet MiGs. As reported by CBS Evening News on November 6, 1984, the Soviet freighter Bakuriani was on its way to Nicaragua with MiG-21 fighters aboard according to administration officials citing satellite surveillance. Robert McFarlane was later identified as the lead leaker. The sham election story was succeeded quickly by the security threat story. The CIA terrorist manuals were ancient history. U.S. officials told Moscow that delivery of MiGs to Nicaragua would not be tolerated, portraying the vintage 1950s MiGs as if they were intended for use in a Soviet blitz. The administration warned that it would take military action to destroy MiGs and MiG facilities. Senator Christopher Dodd and other prominent liberal Democrats agreed. A U.S. warship appeared off the Nicaraguan port of Corinto where the Soviet freighter docked. This was no idle threat of gunboat diplomacy. Corinto had been rocketed and mined in the last year. The Nicaraguan government reiterated its sovereign right to import jet fighter aircraft for defensive purposes, but insisted that no MiGs were being delivered. 3 weeks earlier, Daniel Ortega had told Newsweek, "We have been making gestures to different countries, including Western countries, in a search for interceptor planes." Nicaragua is the only country in the area that doesn't possess this type of plane. And yet Nicaragua is the one country that needs it. Referring to the Contadora peace proposal which Nicaragua agreed to sign in September only to have Washington pressure its allies into withdrawing their initial approval, discussed in Chapter 13, Ortega noted, the Contadora proposal contemplates a freeze on the introduction of armaments into Central America 29 days after the plan is signed. Thus that problem would be overcome, because then negotiations would address the issue of how to find a balance within the armed forces of the region. At the same time, the best thing would be that the Central American countries that have this type of airplane get rid of them, so that those of us that don't have them won't be forced into seeking them. Happy face, as the State Department-sponsored Jacobson report pointed out, all too many U.S. claims about Soviet bloc military aid to Nicaragua proved open to question. In May 1983, the White House announced that reconnaissance photos proved the Soviet ships Novovolensk and Politosk carried heavy military equipment. American reporters present at the unloading saw only field kitchens from East Germany, and 12,000 tons of fertilizer. President Reagan later declared that the ship Ulyanov was loaded with weaponry, yet a respected conservative British observer saw no signs. 210 of offensive weaponry or armored vehicles, only 200 transport vehicles, 80 jeeps, 5 ambulances, and assorted civilian equipment. By November 9, U.S. officials were acknowledging that they were almost certain no jet fighters were aboard the Soviet freighter. However, they continued to warn of military action in response to delivery of such aircraft. Officials said they would not rule out airstrikes, sabotage, or other military action to disable Soviet MiG fighters if they were delivered to Nicaragua. They reiterated that the administration had no plans to invade Nicaragua. Inside Nicaragua, there was widespread fear that the MiG scare was a pretext for imminent U.S. invasion. On the morning of November 3, the day before Nicaraguans went to the polls, a U.S. State Route 71 Blackbird spy plane flew over the country, purposely creating a sonic boom to rattle nerves below. It was the first in a series of provocative self-announced spy flights. The U.S. Air Force State Route 71 is reportedly the world's fastest, technically most advanced spy plane, capable of seeing more from a greater distance than any other aircraft. It can survey 100,000 square miles from 15 miles up in only 1 hour. Difficult to detect by radar, it can also track SAM surface-to-air missiles at a distance of up to 100 miles. The Blackbird can reach speeds of up to Mach 4, or 2,600 miles per hour. No country has ever succeeded in shooting one down. It has a pair of cameras that automatically produce 1,800 overlapping photos of up to 1,600 miles of terrain, and a camera that can produce pictures with a ground resolution of 12 inches. Complementing the U.S. fleet of espionage satellites, the Blackbird, with its cloud-penetrating infrared sensors, can provide speedy battlefield intelligence. Reporter Mark Cooper described the impact of Blackbird sonic booms over Nicaragua. A few days after Ronald Reagan was re-elected president, was sitting at breakfast with a group of Nicaraguan and Argentine cultural workers. The discussion this morning was the same as every morning that week: would there be an invasion? I was arguing that direct American military intervention would be politically difficult, illogical. Others at the table rebutted that rationality had little to do with U.S. policy. And then at exactly 9:25 a.m., somewhere between the eggs and plantains, and the pros and cons, the sky bellowed, the windows rattled, and our table shook as a supersonic boom reverberated off the lush hills of the Nicaraguan countryside. For the third morning in a row, and for the fifth time in 10 days, at precisely the same hour, a U.S. State Route 71 Blackbird spy plane had broken the sound barrier over Nicaraguan national airspace. You could almost touch the tension and the indignation in the kitchen. The morning newspaper reports of State Department denials of invasion plans had been abruptly and rudely contradicted by the Pentagon's booming overflight. 25-year-old militia member Maria Esther was visibly shaken. "I wish Reagan would just get it over with and send in the Marines. We are ready to fight them," she pronounced in near-perfect English, a product of an adolescence spent in San Francisco. "This is the worst it has ever been. Worse even than last year after Grenada. Last night in my neighborhood we were making plans on where to hide ballots, bullets, and MiGs 211. Our children. Imagine being forced into a duel in which the number of steps taken before turning to shoot are not predetermined and the rules are that your adversary will shoot first with vastly superior firepower. As you walk you are assaulted and wounded by the adversary's proxies with the expectation you will surrender or die, or at least be severely disabled before the final duel. Most of the time, you hope the ultimate duel, a full invasion, will never come. But there are moments when you feel that it's so inevitable, why not get it over with? You want the opportunity to win peace and recover. When the Blackbird flew over that morning, Maria Esther and her compatriots were 4 years into that cruel duel. The MiG warnings and Blackbird spy flights were not the only post-election trumpets of war jarring Nicaragua. The Washington-based Center for Defense Information summarized other danger signs. Units of the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Air Assault Division, which would spearhead any U.S. invasion force, were involved in quick-thrust combat exercises at Fort Stewart in Georgia. With Honduras and El Salvador, the United States was conducting the King's Guard naval exercise, moved up several weeks from its originally scheduled date, in the Gulf of Fonseca. The battleship Iowa and 24 other ships were oil naval maneuvers in the Caribbean. 2 Pacific-based aircraft carriers and 2 Atlantic-based carriers were apparently close enough to reach Central America in a matter of days. Happy face, U.S. officials denied plans for a military strike against Nicaragua. A year ago, the New York Times reported, just before the invasion of Grenada, spokesman for the Reagan administration said United States warships had been sent to the Caribbean as a precaution in case Americans on Grenada were endangered by the overthrow of the government there. At the same time, they denied reports that an invasion of Grenada was imminent. Registered trademark Nicaragua wasn't taking any chances. The army and militia went on full alert. Tanks were again deployed defensively around Managua. Agriculture Minister Jamie Wheelock told 12,000 students about to leave as volunteers in the coffee harvest that they were needed more for defense of the capital. It's better that the coffee falls instead of our country, Wheelock explained. Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto told reporter Mark Cooper, "If you ask is a U.S. invasion possible, I answer that it hardly seems possible that such a man as Reagan should be re-elected, yet he has been. If we lived in a different country, we could sit back and ask if the invasion was really coming. But living in Nicaragua we don't have that luxury. We must prepare for the worst." As fall turned to winter, there was no direct U.S. invasion. The Nicaraguans did not pave the way with a coup, as in Grenada. They mobilized rapidly. Inside the United States, opponents of U.S. policy rang loud public alarm bells and promised nationwide nonviolent civil disobedience should the administration escalate. The Reagan administration knew it had 4 more years to try and overthrow the Nicaraguan government without U.S. ground troops, and to smooth the way for their possible deployment. In the end, the MiG scare achieved much for the administration. It established a remarkable bipartisan pretext for future military action, giving the United States 212. The country waging war on Nicaragua, the right to limit how Nicaragua could defend itself and, if Nicaragua crossed that line, to escalate the war under the guise of protecting U.S. national security. Nicaragua continued to go without the jet fighters necessary to intercept Contra aircraft and disrupt Contra air supply, much less challenge U.S. spy flights or potential Honduran, Salvadoran, or U.S. bombers. Washington was able to study Nicaraguan forces and the Nicaraguan people in a state of full alert, facilitating improvements in U.S. military strategy, including the psychological operations component. The Nicaraguan economy was damaged further by the disruption of the coffee harvest. The mass media promoted impression of Nicaragua immediately following its election was one of militarization, not democratization. In the face of escalating U.S. aggression, election period moves to ease the state of emergency were reversed, heightening political tensions within Nicaragua and providing an excuse for Arturo Cruz and other coordinadora leaders to publicly embrace the Contras. Obscured by the MiG scare, was a reality acknowledged even by U.S. military and intelligence analysts. In the words of a classified CIA report, Nicaragua's overall military buildup is primarily defense-oriented and much of the recent effort has been directed to improving counterinsurgency capabilities. This included the newly acquired Soviet-built Mi-24 helicopter gunships, which Nicaragua used with great effect against the Contras until the United States supplied them with red-eye ground-to-air missiles. Cold War ghosts. Once again, the administration proved that image was more important than reality in its campaign against Nicaragua. Nicaragua's military buildup was projected anew through Cold War lenses that filtered out the hot war with the Contras and the threat of U.S. escalation. The Nicaraguans seem intent on militarizing their society and accumulating a level of weapons and armed capability that is entirely outside the standpoint of any conceivable defensive mission, asserted Secretary of State Shultz. A senior White House official compared the flow of Soviet bloc weapons to Nicaragua to the military buildup in Cuba that preceded the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, The New York Times reported. He said that while there was no plan to block arms shipments to Nicaragua at sea, we're not going to rule out any contingency there. Any contingency hardly narrows the scope of Nicaragua's conceivable defensive mission. The Reagan administration has published numerous reports on the alleged Soviet-Cuban military buildup in Nicaragua. Like the 1981 White Paper on El Salvador, they fail to make their case even when using the most distorted evidence, but they leave lasting threatening impressions. A 1984 State and Defense Department report warned, a new military airfield at Punta Huet, when completed, will have the longest runway in Central America, 3,200 meters, and will be capable of ballots, bullets, and MiGs 213. Receiving any aircraft in the Soviet inventory. The report claimed, a basis has been laid for the receipt of modern jet fighters and for accommodating large military planes, such as heavy transport planes and Soviet backfire bombers. A glossy 1985 State and Defense Department booklet, The Soviet-Cuban Connection in Central America and the Caribbean, devotes a whole page to grainy photos of President Daniel Ortega on official visits to the Soviet Union, East Germany, and Poland. Photos of Ortega with Western leaders don't pass U.S. censorship. The booklet includes a chart with the Pentagon's estimates of Soviet bloc military deliveries to Nicaragua. Registered trademark, the chart conveniently measures in tons, weighing heavily such unmighty weapons as the T-55 tank. Yet even the distorted picture cannot hide the fact that the first jump in Soviet aid came in 1982, after Contra attacks intensified and the doors of Western arms suppliers slammed shut under U.S. pressure. In 1986, administration officials claimed that Nicaragua had received more than $500 million in Soviet military aid since 1981. The interesting point about that figure is how small it is, when compared with U.S. military aid to other Central American countries in the same period, and considering that, unlike U.S. allies, Nicaragua's armed forces had to be, in the Carter administration's words, entirely rebuilt. In 1985, the United States provided $136.3 million in military assistance for El Salvador and $67.4 million for Honduras, not counting assistance provided through military maneuvers or the CIA. In addition, a large part of security assistance is provided through the more benign-sounding economic support funds, of which El Salvador was authorized $285 million and Honduras $147.5 million in 1985. Between 1980 and 1984, the U.S. provided over $2.3 billion in security assistance to Central America, and the figure has since multiplied. Registered trademark using a formula that counted like costs of military construction, exercises, troops stationed in the area, and maintaining ground, air, and naval forces assigned to the region, as well as military and economic support funds. Analysts Joshua Cohen and Joel Rogers concluded that the actual cost of U.S. military programs in Central America and the Caribbean for 1985 was roughly $9.50 billion. Registered trademark as of early 1985. The Nicaraguan Air Force included no supersonic fighters or fighter bombers and a total of 31 less advanced fighters, trainers, transport, and support craft, not including helicopters. By comparison, Honduras had 32 to 50 supersonic fighters and fighter bombers and 48 armed and unarmed trainers, transport, and support craft. El Salvador had 53 supersonic fighters and fighter bombers and 64 other aircraft, not including helicopters. Registered trademark comparisons with U.S. air power are ludicrous. Nicaragua has less aircraft than a single U.S. aircraft carrier such as the America, with its 85 jet fighters and other aircraft. And Nicaragua has virtually no navy. As for the Punta Huet airfield, Washington is inventing a threat, just as it did with the Point Salinas airport in Grenada. Punta Huet was begun under Somoza, with U.S. technical assistance, in order to provide the Nicaraguan Air Force with a base apart from the civilian international airport in Managua. The need for such a project was underscored by the CIA-backed bombing of the Managua airport in 1983. U.S. officials raised the concern that Punta Huet would give Soviet Bear 214 reconnaissance planes the kind of U.S. Pacific Coast surveillance capability they have for the East Coast by operating out of Cuba. Nicaragua has said repeatedly it has no intention of offering military bases to the Soviet Union. In any case, Soviet aircraft already patrol off the U.S. West Coast from bases within their own territory on the Kamchatka Peninsula across from Alaska. Hypothetical Soviet submarines and backfire bombers operating out of hypothetical Soviet bases in Nicaragua are presented as plausible threats to Central America, the Panama Canal, Caribbean sea lanes and the United States itself. Registered trademark 1 scenario assumes Nicaraguan or Cuban-based attacks on U.S. shipping in the event of conventional war with the Soviet Union in Europe or the Middle East, for example. Weinberger is always saying 40 to 50% of NATO sea lift goes out of Gulf ports, a U.S. ambassador in Central America told me. It would take a lot of air wings to take Cuba out, maybe 7 or 8, another 5 for Nicaragua. The Pentagon doesn't want to waste air wings in our own backyard. Registered trademark Pentagon planners assume the Nicaraguans are ready to waste their population and country as a platform for Soviet weapons. They pretend to believe that prolonged World War IL-style conventional war is plausible in the nuclear age, when, in fact, nuclear weapons are fully integrated into Pentagon war doctrine from battlefield backpack nuclear weapons on up the escalation ladder. If the Soviet Union was going to madly attempt a nuclear first strike against the United States, it would hardly advertise it by launching a fleet of bombers from Nicaragua, or from Cuba where the largest foreign military base is the U.S. base at Guantanamo. Talk of Nicaragua becoming another Cuba distorts reality in both countries. As former U.S. diplomat W. Ain Smith points out, the frightening Soviet military buildup in Central America and the Caribbean is mostly an illusion. There are no nuclear missile submarines operating out of Cuban bases, none. Nor has a single backfire bomber ever even landed in Cuba. Several Soviet Bear long-range reconnaissance aircraft are deployed to Cuba. They do not, however, as Drive Gene Kirkpatrick stated, overfly American territory from Cuban bases. One can understand the indignation with which the North American Air Defense Command says that is not so. Former National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy sees Central America more clearly than he did Vietnam. The realities of relative strength make it totally clear that no one is going to make war on us from Central America. There is something genuinely zany in thinking about the area in those terms. The idea of a Nicaraguan invasion of its neighbors is also zany. In the wake of the MiG scare, Miguel Descoto wrote, "I am astonished that senior officials of the Reagan administration accuse Nicaragua of obtaining arms in order to attack Honduras and El Salvador. Besides all the bad things they say about us, do they think we are insane? For us to attack our neighbors would be to serve ourselves up to our enemies on a silver platter. It would give the Reagan administration precisely the pretext it has been looking for to try to intervene against us by direct military means." As the New York Times reported in March 1985, senior administration OFFI. Ballots, bullets, and MiGs 215. Chales in speeches and in public reports, have frequently said Nicaragua intends to attack its neighbors. But State and Defense Department officials say unofficially that they do not believe Nicaragua has any such intention. Nicaragua, Descoto wrote, has to obtain defensive arms for one simple reason. The Reagan administration is trying to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. They have mined our ports. They have bombed our airport, attacked our oil storage facilities, blown up vital bridges and highways. They have recruited, trained, and armed more than 10,000 mercenaries and directed them in an illegal covert war against us. These CIA-supported mercenaries have been staging hit-and-run raids against us from Honduran territory for over 3 years. There have been more than 1,000 raids in that time period. We have exercised restraint because we do not want a war with Honduras or the United States. It is sheer hypocrisy for the Reagan administration to effectively close off Western sources of arms and then denounce us for obtaining them from other sources. What do they expect us to do? Deny ourselves the means for self-defense at the same time they are waging war against us. Happy face, Wayne Smith states the all-too-often obscured obvious point: supporting the Contras is certainly no way to limit the size and nature of the Nicaraguan armed forces. The Sandinistas would hardly accept arms reductions at a time when their ports are being mined by the most powerful nation in the world, and that nation is also supporting a force of guerrillas determined to overthrow them. The reaction of any sensible government to such circumstances would be to strengthen its military forces. Policy tilts. The MiG scare came amid a post-election joust over Nicaragua policy between longer-term rollbackers, mainly in the State Department, and shorter-term rollbackers, mainly in the CIA and NSC staff. All wanted to prompt renewed congressional support for the Contras. The State Department sought to keep Nicaragua policy on the two-track path of military assault with diplomatic maneuvers. Some CIA, NSC, and Pentagon officials were ready to escalate, at least by breaking diplomatic relations with Nicaragua and providing the Contras with more direct military support. Some of those who want us to adopt a harder line have long wished that MiGs/D would be delivered because they know that would tilt the policy in their direction, said one administration official. The next best thing to the delivery of MiGs was the possibility that they might arrive any day. On November 28, 1984, Secretary of Defense Weinberger gave a much-publicized address to the National Press Club putting forth 6 tests for the commitment of U.S. military force, dubbed the 6 Commandments. The United States should not commit forces to combat overseas unless it is vital to the national interest. If we decide it is necessary to put combat troops into a given situation, we should do. 216. So wholeheartedly, and with the clear intention of winning, political and military. Objectives should be clearly defined, the relationship between our objectives and the forces we have committed, their size, composition and disposition, must be continually reassessed and adjusted if necessary. Before the United States commits combat forces abroad, there must be some reasonable assurance we will have the support of the American people and their elected representatives in Congress. The commitment of U.S. forces should be a last resort. Weinberger's concern about winning was not new. During his 1981 confirmation hearings, Weinberger reflected on the lessons of the Vietnam War and asserted that the United States should not commit troops to a war that is not vital for our national security to enter, and we should never enter a war that we do not intend to win or in which we do not expend every single effort of every weapon and every facility that we have to win. Once we entered Vietnam, it became a war that we should have won. Registered trademark. The gist of Weinberger's message was that the political will to win must be strong and sustainable, and U.S. forces should avoid the danger of a gradualist, incremental approach, which almost always means the use of insufficient force. In response to a question at the National Press Club, Weinberger refused to rule out an attack on Nicaragua, saying he would let his text speak for itself. Clearly, the political will for a direct invasion of Nicaragua among the people and Congress was lacking. The administration would continue to support the Contras, on and off the books, pursue its regional build-up and intensify the public diplomacy campaign to narrow the gap between the will for a military solution within the administration and among the people. 10. I'm a Contra too. I guess in a way they are counter-revolutionary, and God bless them for being that way. And I guess that makes them Contras, and so it makes me a Contra, too. President Reagan, March 1986. The idea is to slowly demonize the Sandinista government in order to turn it into a real enemy and threat in the minds of the American people, thereby eroding their resistance to U.S. support for the Contras and, perhaps, to a future U.S. military intervention in the region. J. U.S. Government Official, 1985. Our assessment was that if there was not something done, beginning with the Boland cut-off of funds in '84, and then the proscriptions later on in the year, that within 6 to 10 months the Nicaraguan resistance would cease to be. Oliver North, Iran-Contra hearings, July 9, 1987. Before his metamorphosis from coordinator a candidate to Contra leader, Arturo Cruz painted a nightmarish portrait of FDN triumph. In June 1984, Cruz told Reggie Norton of the Washington office on Latin America that he had been talking with the Key Biscayne Mafia, the Contra leadership, and they had threatened that when they returned to power they would hold a series of Nuremberg trials and Cruz would be among the first to be tried. The first persons they would hang from the trees would be the Sandinista arrepentidos, former Sandinistas who were now sorry for their temporary Sandinista association. A year earlier, Cruz called Somocista FDN leaders civic cadavers. He warned of the responsibility facing 217. 218. People with good credentials in the FDN's political directorate. He referred to Calero and Robelo to control events and prevent revenge in the unlikely event of an FDN victory. Carrying perhaps an even greater responsibility, Cruz wrote in Foreign Affairs, those who sustain the forces inimical to the Sandinistas must not ignore the fact that idealistic young boys and girls constitute the revolution's rank and file. Therefore, those who aid insurrection in my country, whose disenchantment with the revolution's course and concern for the security of their own country I do not dispute, should be aware of the risk they take of bearing a historical responsibility for contributing, albeit indirectly and unintentionally, to a possible mass execution of the flower of our youth. Cruz urged that a line of distinction should be drawn, now more than ever, between Contras and armed dissidents. Notably, Eden Pastora's promise was never realized, and Cruz, ignoring his own warning, went to work with the FDN Guardia he once deplored. 3 days after the Nicaraguan election, Oliver North wrote a top-secret memo to his boss Robert McFarlane. On November 6, 1984, North and Calero had discussed longer-range planning for a Calero-Cruz coalition and the requirements for military cooperation with the Misura in the seizure of Puerto Cabezas. With another person, whose name is deleted in the declassified memo. North reviewed the prospects for a liberation government in which Cruz and Calero would share authority. Cruz publicly announced his support for U.S. aid to the Contras on January 3, 1985. Fay spoke of a commonality of purpose with the FDN in March. Cruz endorsed the unity document of the Nicaraguan resistance concerning national dialogue issued in San Jose, Costa Rica. Among the signatories were Adolfo Calero, Alfonso Robelo, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Jr., Alfonso Callejas, Stedman Faguez, and Fernando El Negro Chamorro. The so-called San Jose Declaration was an ultimatum for the Nicaraguan government's surrender, couched in the well-coached public relations rhetoric of free elections and democracy. North and several other Americans helped draft the document in a Miami hotel room. Eden Pastora and Alfredo Caesar refused to sign and, instead, launched the opposition bloc of the South, BOS. In April, it was reported that Cruz, an important figure in the Reagan administration's efforts to win congressional support for anti-Sandinista guerrillas, secretly received money from the Central Intelligence Agency, according to U.S. government officials. Cruz was receiving CIA funding by spring 1984. Speaking at Harvard Law School, Cruz acknowledged receiving the money as a retainer for academic work from a foundation linked to the CIA. While admitting that the Contras committed damnable atrocities against civilians, Cruz accused the Sandinistas of dictatorial rule. "I don't have to apologize for the Contras," he asserted. The National Strategy Information Center, NSIC, an intelligence lobby and think tank co-founded by William Casey, paid Cruz $40,000 for 6 months as a research fellow. The NSIC, which receives U.S. government money, funded Cruz at the behest of Oliver North and NSC official Vincent Canestraro registered trademark. I'm a Contra too. 219. In June 1985, Arturo Cruz became one of 3 directors, with Adolfo Calero and Alfonso Robelo, together known as the AAA, of the new Contra political front, the United Nicaraguan Opposition, UNO. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Jr. served as information director. By August, Cruz and Robelo were frustrated with their figurehead roles. In a For Your Eyes Only memo to North, alias BG for Blood and Guts, aide Robert Owen transmitted Robello's views. To quote Robello, "TM tired of the lack of equivalency in the AAA Cruz and I were integrated into the FDN to clean their face." Robello is finding it extremely difficult to work with Calero as he believes Calero looks on him and Cruz as appendages, not equals. Robello made it clear he was not threatening to quit, yet. But he also wanted the message conveyed that things must change and he expects Calero to be more accommodating, or at least to make a pretense of it. Cruz's threats to resign carried into the fall. Renewed talk of a serious split emerged in April and May 1986, but again U.S. officials were able to patch up UNO with the promise of reform. More and more, declared Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Elliot Abrams, the opposition today looks like what the Nicaraguan people want their government to look like tomorrow. At the time, Cruz, Robello, and Calero were all on the secret U.S. payroll managed by North. Cruz received $7,000 monthly, Robello $10,000, and Calero about $12,500 a month. Some 40 UNO staff members and consultants reportedly earned upwards of $36,000 a year. On February 21, 1987, Cruz acknowledged at a sparsely attended lecture sponsored by CAUSA USA that the Contra cause was floundering because we haven't been perceived as politically legitimate. When I asked him what he thought the prospects were for achieving political legitimacy, he responded pessimistically, "The Bay of Pigs of Nicaragua would be a political Bay of Pigs, not a military Bay of Pigs. The real issue isn't personalities like Calero, but whether this is a genuine liberation movement or a vanguard-based conquest of power. If reforms are not carried out, the prospects for success are very remote." Cruz quit the Contra Directorate on March 9. His highly public resignation letter said that UNO has clearly defined itself not as a pluralist structure in the service of a goal equally pluralistic, but rather as an instrument of a small, exclusive circle. He dismissed Contra political leaders as right-wing hack politicians. The Key Biscayne Mafia had prevailed. The strong men. Edgar Chamorro also thought that moderates could succeed when he joined the FDN. He too quit, with greater revulsion than Cruz at Contra practices. Chamorro characterized Cruz as a respected moderate with a history of working for business and banking elites. But he could never control the Guardia. No moderate could. The administration saw Cruz like a Duarte type, he told me. They are just using 220 people's different traits to sell the package to you Americans, to Congress. It's a very artificial thing. So Cruz is the same. Chamorro is less kind in his view of the Contra's other political leaders. Alfonso Robello, the millionaire agro-industrialist who served on the first National Reconstruction Government junta, is an opportunist, Chamorro said. He's now an opportunist with the Contras, he's an ambitious guy. He just wants power. Calero is much more a Somoza-style guy, Chamorro told me. He believes he has to be a dictator. I've had many conflicts with Calero because he's not a democratic individual, in the sense that he won't debate things, he's not interested in democratic process. He's interested in pleasing the United States, he sees himself as another Somoza, but this time a good one. They believe the country was good as it was, basically. That the labor laws were good, that the educational system was good. Everything was fine. The only thing was that there was too much corruption. Somoza, for them, was just a greedy real estate agent that loved land and wanted to corrupt. Once in a while there was a little crime. I don't find Calero a moderate. He and Bermudez would make a strong Pinochet case or Guatemala kind of government. Aristides Sanchez is one of the fellows close to Calero, said Chamorro. I know him very closely. He was the landlord of Leon, very rich. His father worked for Somoza for many years. He's a fellow who just sees this as going to get those Sandinistas out of Nicaragua, to get back all his property and his control. Men like him or Bermudez, they have no scruples, no remorse. If he's a communist, they say, then he deserves everything bad. They laugh at people who they have had to kill, or be cruel to. They make a joke of it. I can't find the word for you, you have to be cruel or hard. They'll celebrate it and even make it light. I have seen that in Americans also who are in wars. Their psychology is to come to the celebration of the use of force as a way to accept it. They have to glorify it. But in the Contras I saw an element of even laughing with it. I have seen it with some other people. It's a defense with some of these criminal characters, to feel that they can do it. I asked Chamorro if he meant it was a self-defense mechanism. Yes, but they have no doubts, he replied. They haven't even the slightest. They have no remorse. It's a mixture of getting even and also this time we're going to give you the Sandinistas what you gave us. A tough critic of the Sandinistas, Chamorro still noted an important difference between the Sandinistas and the Guardia. The National Guard in Nicaragua don't relate to people the same way. They are oppressors. They are used to looking down on people. To exploit people. To get things out of them. The Sandinistas came with a different philosophy, a different approach to people, much more humane. In the sense that they were going to give them what they had been working for. It's a different relationship. That for me is very fundamental. That doesn't mean that they couldn't ruin themselves if they become too autocratic. Since the beginning, the main Contra AME has been led by National Guardsmen. A March 1986 report by the Congressional Arms Control and Foreign Policy Caucus found ex-Guard officers in 12 of 13 positions of THIRD-FDN military high command. Colonel Enrique Bermudez is the Supreme Commander. At 221. The time of the report, Lieutenant Walter Tono Calderon, who reportedly commanded troops in Somoza's Palace Guard, served as Commander of Tactical Operations, or Theater Commander. Lieutenant Harley Venado, the Deer, Pichardo was Commander of Personnel, G1. The Commander of Intelligence, G2, was Lieutenant Rodolfo Invisible Ample. Lieutenant Luis Mike Lima Moreno was Commander of Operations, G3. Captain Armando L. Policia Lopez, one of Bermudez's closest associates, was Commander of Logistics, G4. His nom de guerre, the policeman, dates to the Somoza era when he commanded units of Managua's repressive Metropolitan Police, a branch of the National Guard. The commander of airdrops was Captain Juan Gom.Ez, a close personal associate of Somoza's and for years his personal pilot. Captain Justiniano Tino Perez, who served under Somoza's son in command of the Guardia's elite training school and was spirited out of Nicaragua by an American operative as the Sandinistas took power, was the liaison with Mosquito forces. Major Ricardo Chino Lau was in charge of special operations. The FDN claims that Lau left the FDN in 1983, but he continued to serve as commander of counterintelligence until 1985. He then reportedly commanded a small unit that carries out special counterintelligence missions in Honduras for Bermudez, such as execution of suspected Sandinista informers. Lau's unit was said to include Lieutenant El Policito Lopez, the son of Armando Lopez, also known as El Bestia, the Beast. Lau's replacement as commander of counterintelligence was Major Donald El Toro, the Beau, Torres. The only FDN high command member reported not to have served in the Guard was Carlos El Pajarito, Little Bird, Gilan, commander of special operations for Nicaragua. According to the Congressional Caucus report, Gilan's father was a Guard officer but he himself was in Mexico studying medicine during the revolution. According to the Nicaraguan government, however, Gilan joined the National Guard as a private in 1976. Chamorro believes that the Contra political leaders will promise to control the National Guard. But they will keep killing people that are not like them, with death squads or the army. It's not a revolutionary group. It's a mercenary group. They're not interested in changing or in educating people to control their own destinies. I never remember Calero talking about education for poor people or the needy or building schools or hospitals. All they talk about is making the economy work again according to the American way of economic development. Let's invest in this farm and get money out of it. Let's make money out of this country. Let's keep exploiting. They come from a background that sees life like an opportunity to make money. and THIRD are also not independent. They are very subservient to the United States. This concept of servitude is very strong in people like Calero, like in the 20s. The independent guy becomes persona non grata for Washington. Chamorro's views are echoed partly in a candid, confidential memo to Oliver North from Robert Owen. In the March 17, 1986 memo, Owen described the FDN/UNO political situation this way. I put it as FDN/UNO because the FDN is now driving UNO, not the other way around. UNO is a creation of the US government to garner support from Congress. 222. When it was founded a year ago, the hope was it would become a viable organization. In fact, almost everything it has accomplished is because the hand of the USG has been there directing and manipulating. No doubt the hope was Cruz and Robelo would turn into strong leaders to somewhat counterbalance the strength of Calero and the FDN. Both Cruz and Robelo have been disappointments. Calero, on the other hand, has used his strength and will and the FDN to further consolidate his hold on the resistance and to gain control of UNO. Perhaps UNO is the correct acronym, for there is only one leader in the democratic resistance, Adolfo Calero. As long as the USG understands this, one must look at what the FDN political structure represents. Calero is the strong man and the only one who counts in the FDN, what he says is law. Under him is his strong man, or enforcer, Aristides Sanchez. Bermudez is in the inner circle, but he is not 100% trusted, because he is seen as a potential rival for power. Also within the inner circle is Mario Calero, Adolfo's brother. Off to the side, but still part of the group and acting more like temple guards are Bosco Matamoros, loyally devoted Washington rep, and Oscar Montes, the financial accountant. Both of these people are intensely loyal and will do whatever Adolfo says. The next ring down consists of the Tefel brothers, Jaime Morales, Statahen, etc. None of these people can stand Robelo or Cruz. At every turn they will undermine them and do all in their power to see they are not given any power, thus the strength remains with Calero. Should USG officials think any different than the above, they are not looking at the facts. If members of the USG think they control Calero, they also have another thing coming. The question should be asked, can and does Calero manipulate the USG? On several occasions, the answer is yes. Two examples are Mario Calero and Bosco. For well over a year, USG officials have wanted to remove these two, yet they remain. Why? Because Calero won't budge, they are part of his security, to threaten them is to threaten him. I write the above only to point out the facts as I see them. Perhaps a strongman is the only thing Nicaraguans understand, perhaps Adolfo Calero is the man to lead Nicaragua back to democracy. He is a creation of the USG and so he is the horse we choose to ride. I have no problem with this, as long as we know and understand his shortcomings. The best way to point these out are to take a close look at who he keeps around him, only those who he intimately trusts. Unfortunately, they are not first-rate people, in fact they are liars and greed and power motivated. They are not the people to rebuild a new Nicaragua. In fact, the FDN has done a good job of keeping competent people out of the organization. If it hasn't, then Nicaragua is lost forever with the type of leadership that has emerged. UNO is a name only. There is more and more fluff being added, but there is no substance. The reality as I see it is there are few of the so-called leaders of the movement who really care about the boys in the field. This has become a business to many of them. There is still a balai the Marines are going to have to invade, so let's get set so we will automatically be the ones put into power. If the $100 million is approved and things go on as they have these last 5 years, it will be like pouring money down a sinkhole. The agency has done a shitty job in the past, there is no evidence they are going to change, especially as they are going to have the same people running it as far as I know. State Department is no better. Without significant changes, things will not get better, they will get worse. The heavy hand of the gringo is needed, Owens caps. 223. Holding body and soul together. The heavy hand of the gringo was not stayed by the Boland Amendment. Reagan administration officials anticipated a possible cut-off of Contra funding in the wake of the mining scandal, just as they had earlier anticipated a 1983-84 shortfall with Operation Elephant Herd. In a 1983 interview preceding the approval of $24 million for the Contras, Adolfo Calero asserted that covered U.S. aid would not end even if Congress voted to halt it. It would not be cut off. It would come from some other place. It would be washed some way or another. Registered trademark by the time Congress voted against new funds for the Contras in May 1984, President Reagan had verbally approved a fallback program to be run out of the National Security Council with the guidance and cooperation of high officials in the CIA, Pentagon, State Department, and Justice Department, as well as the White House. Oliver North became the chief action officer, charged with holding the Contras together in body and soul. In North's words, to keep them together as a viable political opposition, to keep them alive in the field, to bridge the time between the time when we would have no money and the time when the Congress would vote again, to keep the effort alive because the President committed publicly to go back, in his words, again, and again, and again to support the Nicaraguan resistance. The stakes were high. If the Contras were not assisted after the Boland cut-off, said North, within 6 to 10 months the Nicaraguan resistance would cease to be. They would be annihilated in the field. In February 1984, North drafted a national security decision directive recommending immediate efforts to obtain additional funding of $10 to $15 million from foreign or domestic sources to make up for the fact that the current $24 million appropriation will sustain operations only through June 1984. Happy face, McFarlane struck that draft language from the document, but pursued a similar course with Reagan's verbal authorization. McFarlane also tried, without success, to have Israel take over management of the Contra program in addition to providing weapons, advisors, and funding. CIA Director Casey Hand carried a secret eyes-only memorandum to McFarlane on March 27, in view of possible difficulties in obtaining supplemental appropriations to carry out the Nicaraguan Covert Action Project through the remainder of this year. I am in full agreement that you should explore funding alternatives with Israel and perhaps others, e.g. Saudi Arabia. I believe your thought of putting one of your staff in touch with the appropriate deleted official should promptly be pursued. You will recall that the Nicaraguan project runs out of funds in mid-May. Although additional monies are indeed required to continue the project in the current fiscal year, equipment and materiel made available from other sources might in part substitute for some funding. We are therefore currently exploring two such alternatives. One of these alternatives, which are blacked out in the declassified memorandum, refers to Israel. The other refers to South Africa, whose officials already had been approached and the initial reaction had been favorable. 224. Casey added, finally, after examining legalities, you might consider finding an appropriate private U.S. citizen to establish a foundation that unreadable be recipient of non-governmental funds which could be dispersed to deleted and FDN. Casey had personally discussed support for the Contras with a South African official in January. Since then he had received at least one affirmative cable from a CIA official in South Africa. According to CLA documents, the South Africa approach was widely discussed in the administration. An April 9 CIA cable noted, SEC State has been briefed on the initiative and approved. Schultz has denied this. Between April 10 and 13, Dewey Claridge traveled to South Africa to discuss Nicaragua and other still classified Latin America-related topics, but after arriving he was told by CIA Deputy Director John McMahon to hold off on Contra discussions because of the furor over the mining of Nicaragua's harbors. Administration officials were having second thoughts about the political risks of a South Africa Contra link. Schultz's first documented opposition to obtaining aid from South Africa is reportedly dated April 18. Current furor over here over the Nicaraguan project urges that we postpone taking South Africa up on their offer of assistance, Claridge wrote in a May 11 CIA cable. Please express to a South African official my deep regret that we must do this, at least for the time being, and I fully realize that he cannot crank up assistance on a moment's notice. should we decide to go forward in the future. Claridge, the CIA station chief and his deputies in Honduras, and other U.S. officials assured the Contras, and their Honduran sponsors, they would not be abandoned. Edgar Chamorro recalled for the World Court a spring 1984 visit to Honduras by NSC aide Christopher Lehman, who told us that President Reagan was unable at that time to publicly express the full extent of his commitment to us because of the upcoming presidential elections in the United States. But, Mr. Lehman told us, as soon as the elections were over, President Reagan would publicly endorse our effort to remove the Sandinistas from power and see to it that we received all the support that was necessary for the purpose. We received a similar assurance of continued United States government support, notwithstanding the refusal of the Congress to appropriate more funds, from Lt. Col. Oliver North. Thus, the Contras learned administration respect for democracy and civilian majority rule. The Washington Post reported in June that FDN leaders, speaking privately, insist they have received assurances the U.S. money will continue to flow despite reluctance in Congress. The Post added, some reports have said that the United States has requested that Israel and possibly Saudi Arabia contribute support to get around the congressional restriction, and rebel leaders said they already had set up a support channel through Israel. The Post too is on target then, as were numerous press accounts before and after, but Congress showed a dogged willingness to disbelieve the mounting evidence of Boland Amendment contravention and to suspend disbelief when it came to administration denials. Before the Post account, FDN Commander Bimi Yudaz said on NBC News, "We have received some weapons from the weapons that the Israeli government took from the PLO in Lebanon." According to NBC, Israel had armed a quarter of the I'm a Contra 225 Contra Army at Washington's urging. Earlier reports of this arrangement had appeared in the press in 1983. Registered trademark by the end of September 1984, Israel had reportedly given the Contras nearly $5 million more in aid, including cash and Eastern Bloc and Chinese-made weapons. In 1985, Israel supplied surface-to-air missiles along with rifles, grenades, ammunition, and other weapons. Israel also supplied military advisors. According to an NSC document, there were more than 30 Israeli advisors in Honduras by the end of 1983. While their total number has remained a well-guarded secret over the years, the Israeli advisors were reportedly paid $6,500 to $10,000 a month. In 1985 and 1986, Israeli arms were shipped to El Salvador's Ilopango Air Base by the CIA proprietary Southern Air Transport for delivery to the Contras. Partnership with apartheid. South Africa's Contras support also went forward. Several months after Claridge's trip to South Africa, Sayfair Freighters, USA, Inc. was incorporated. The parent company, Sayfair Freighters of South Africa, transferred 3 Lockheed L-LU aircraft to the U.S.-based Sayfair, which in turn leased them to Southern Air Transport. According to Claridge, the South Africans were reluctant to deal with the Contras directly, so he suggested they provide aid through a third country. David Duncan, a Miami-based arms dealer, said that South Africa sold arms to the Contras, provided 15 to 20 trainers stationed in Honduras and financed a $72 million military-owned industrial complex, port facility, and hospital in Honduras. The funds were reportedly laundered through a Liechtenstein holding company. A February 1985 intelligence report stated that Pretoria shipped 200,000 pounds of weapons through Costa Rica to Eden Pastora. As North recorded it in his notes, Claridge told him on January 5 there were 200 tons of arms en route from South Africa to CR. After a meeting with CIA officials in Central America, North noted that the South African arms should be transferred to the FDN, move S/A delivery from RD to FDN. Happy face, South African support for the Contras appears to have been part of a larger deal involving U.S. military assistance to Saudi Arabia, Saudi oil deliveries to South Africa, in violation of an international boycott, and Saudi and South African assistance to the Angolan UNITA and the Contras. Saudi pipeline. A major source of third country cash for the Contras was the misogynist monarchy of Saudi Arabia. Since the early 1970s, the Saudi kingdom has secretly contributed billions of dollars to movements and governments in at least a dozen countries to further US and Western objectives. It takes King Fahd about 10 seconds to sign a check, said William Quant. 226. A former NSC Middle East specialist. It takes Congress weeks to debate the smallest issue of this sort. If you can get somebody else to pay for it, it's nice and convenient. A former diplomat explained, they have been terrific in lots of places. Anytime we needed them to pay for something, we always turned to the Saudis. We viewed them as this great milk cow. Happy face, the Saudis paid Morocco to train the South African-backed UNITA forces of Jonas Savimbi, trying to overthrow the government of Angola, while the Clark Amendment banned such aid by the United States. This Boland-like amendment was in effect from 1976 until July 1985, when Congress repealed it and put the United States openly on the side of the apartheid regime in 1977. The Saudis financed an airlift of Moroccan troops to Zaire to prop up the Mobutu dictatorship. The Saudis also helped Washington fund the Afghan rebels at a joint cost of over $500 million a year. Other areas of U.S. Saudi cooperation have included Yemen, Somalia, Pakistan, and the Sudan. Saudi Arabia also leads the Middle East Council and the World Anti-Communist League. The Saudis reportedly undertook 3 operations at Casey's personal request. In early 1985, Casey arranged with Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Prince Bandar, for the Saudis to deposit $3 million in a Swiss account to finance the assassination of Sheikh Fahd Lala, leader of the Hezbollah, Party of God, in Beirut. The CIA fingered him for the bombings of U.S. facilities in Beirut. It wasn't assassination, argued CIA legal counsel Stanley Sporkin, it was preemptive self-defense. The Saudis contracted a veteran of the British Special Air Services to arrange the hit. On March 8, a car loaded with explosives blew up near Fahd Lala's high-rise residence, killing 80 and wounding 200 bystanders and neighbors. Fahd Lala escaped injury. His followers hung a Made in USA banner in front of a blown-out building. To better cover their tracks, the Saudis led Fahd Lala to some of the hired assassins, who didn't know the Saudis were the paymasters, much less of the U.S. role. At Casey's request, the Saudis also backed anti-Qaddafi forces in Chad and contributed $2 million to assist in a secret operation to block the Italian Communist Party's democratic ascent. For Washington, Saudi funding of covert action was a perfect use of petrodollars. For the Saudis, it nurtured an alliance that delivered billions of dollars in military supplies, also bought with petrodollars, including a 1981 purchase of AWACS radar planes. The key Pentagon official shepherding that controversial AWACS sale through Congress was General Richard Secord. By most accounts, including their own, North and Secord met during this AWACS sale, which North assisted as a low-level NSC staffer. Some reports claim they actually met over a decade earlier, during covert operations in Laos. In May 1984, McFarlane met with Prince Bandar after official and unofficial emissaries including a Secord assistant, 2 chief executives of U.S. corporations and the CIA's Middle East Division chief received negative replies regarding Contra support, thus creating a trail of deniability to cover administration tracks. Secord himself became involved in a 1985 solicitation. Happy face, McFarlane claimed that he did not technically solicit funds, but has acknowledged, in rather tortured language, that it 227 was unmistakable in his Bandar's own mind that my concern and my view of this impending loss would represent a significant setback for the president, and if anyone with any gumption could manage without being led or asked, then a contribution would have been welcome. At a White House meeting on June 22, McFarlane gave Bandar an index card with a Contra account number. The Saudis agreed to contribute $8 million in monthly installments. At a June 25 National Security Planning Group meeting attended by Reagan, Bush, Schultz, Weinberger, Casey, Meese, and McFarlane, the Saudi contribution was apparently not discussed, but the general topic of third country funding was. Schultz conveyed the view of White House Chief of Staff James Baker that for the United States to act as a conduit for third country Contra funding would constitute an impeachable offense. The next day, Casey and CIA legal counsel Stanley Sporkin discussed the legality of third country funding with Attorney General William French Smith and Justice Department officials. Smith stated that he saw no legal concern if the U.S. government discussed this matter with other nations so long as it was made clear that they would be using their own funds to support the Contras and no U.S. appropriated funds would be used for this purpose. Smith added that any nation agreeing to supply aid could not look to the United States to repay that commitment in the future. Casey said he would inform the intelligence committees if third country funding was pursued. He apparently did not. Soon after the June 22 meeting, McFarlane telephoned Bandar using a pre-arranged code. "My friend did not get his cigarettes, and he's a heavy smoker." On July 6, the first million was laundered through a Swiss bank corporation account and deposited in account 54148 at the Miami branch of the BAC International Bank of the Cayman Islands. McFarlane informed Reagan of the Saudi contribution by placing a note card in his morning briefing book. "The president was pleased and grateful," said McFarlane. McFarlane personally told Bush of the Saudi contribution and may have told Baker and Meese. Without naming Saudi Arabia, he told Schultz and Weinberger that the Contra funding problem had been resolved in February 1985, with the Boland cut-off in effect. McFarlane met Bandar to prepare for an upcoming visit from King Fahd, and they again discussed the Contras. Reagan met privately with Fahd on February 11. The Saudis agreed to raise their Contra tribute. "My friend," North wrote Calero, "next week, a sum in excess of $20 million will be deposited in the usual account. It should allow us to bridge the gap between now and when the vote is taken and the funds are turned on again. The money," North said, "should be used to redeploy and hide Contra forces from an expected Sandinista offensive, outfit and train the forces and volunteers, and develop a regular air resupply operation. This new money," he continued, "will provide great flexibility we have not enjoyed to date. I would urge you to make use of some of it for my British friend Special Air Services veteran David Walker and his services. 228. For special operations. I can produce him at the end of this month. Please do not in any way make anyone aware of the deposit. Too much is becoming known by too many people. We need to make sure this new financing does not become known. The Congress must believe that there continues to be an urgent need for funding. Warm regards, Steel Hammer." North's italics. McFarlane said he did not inform Schultz of the new Saudi funding, but Weinberger and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman John Vesey Jr. learned of the contribution from other sources. In a March 15 meeting with Deputy CIA Director McMahon, Weinberger mentioned that Saudi Arabia had earmarked $25 million for the Contras. North reviewed Contra funding and operations in a top-secret April 11 memo to McFarlane. From July 1984 through February 1985, the FDN received $1 million per month for a total of $8 million. From February 22 to April 9, 1985, an additional $6.5 has been received for a grand total of $24.5 million. Of this, $17,145,594 has been expended for arms, munitions, combat operations, and support activities. An itemized ledger of FDN expenditures and outlays for July 1984 to February 1985 was attached in the spring and summer of 1985. North tried to facilitate a Contra donation from a Saudi prince. The prince turned out to be an Iranian con man, later convicted of bank fraud in Philadelphia. The FBI questioned North about his fundraising with the prince in July 1985. As the FBI agent left the interview with North on July 18, North introduced him to Adolfo Calero, the George Washington of Nicaragua. North was contacted by Kevin Katk, a maintenance engineer for Macy's department store in Bay Shore, New York and amateur spy. Katk founded the Freeport, New York-based National Freedom Institute on North's advice and was in regular contact with North and Raymond Burghard, NSC Director for Latin American Affairs. * Registered trademark. According to the FBI report, Katk said he represented a Saudi prince interested in giving $14 million to the Contras from oil sale profits. North advised Katk that inasmuch as U.S. public law forbid expenditures of government funds to aid Nicaraguan insurgents 5/CL, it was inadvisable for a member of the NSC, North, to meet with the prince directly. North advised Katk that Richard Miller would contact Katk to meet the prince. The FBI identified Miller as the president of International Business Communications, who has been doing confidential contract and consultant work for NSC and U.S. Department of State for the approximate past 3 years. Miller's work concerns the funneling of private funds to Nicaraguan freedom fighters who oppose the Sandinista government. According to the FBI report, information regarding the prince's expressed interest in donating to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters was discussed by North personally with President Ronald Reagan and National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane S/CL as recently as June, 1985. The prince also proposed assistance in freeing American hostages in Lebanon. North followed up on this with the help of a drug enforcement agent assigned to him for hostage release efforts. The FBI report was conveniently lost until Senate investigations in 1987. $229 from dictators. U.S. is considering having Asians aid Nicaragua rebels, stated the New York Times headline of March 6, 1985. A Democratic congressional aide was quoted, "I think they are convinced they are not going to get the $14 million, and they are trying to figure out some way of getting money to the Contras. They are not going to get it through third countries or through humanitarian aid. Congress will see through that in a minute." Congress kept looking away. By then the administration had already begun soliciting contraband from Asian dictators with the help of retired General John Singlaub. In November 1984, Singlaub met in Washington with representatives of Taiwan and South Korea, regimes he was close to through his military and World Anti-Communist League activities. "I was very specific," said Singlaub, in stating that the Contras needed bullets and guns and anti-aircraft missiles. He suggested 3 options for providing the funds: 1. Contributing directly to the Contras bank account, 2. Giving money to Singlaub for arms purchases, and 3. Colluding in a scheme whereby the proceeds from overcharges in purchases of U.S. weapons in the United States or through a third country such as Israel would be diverted to the Contras. Singlaub made a follow-up visit to Taiwan and South Korea in January 1985. In a secret February 6 memo, North informed McFarlane that the FDN is in urgent need of near-term financing, approximately $2 million. Regarding this matter, he told McFarlane that as a consequence of Jen Singlaub's recent trip, both the Taiwan representative, and the South Korean representative, indicated to Deleted that they want to help in a big way. Deleted, CIA, has withheld the dissemination of these offers and contacted me privately to ensure that they will not become common knowledge. Singlaub will be here to see me tomorrow. With your permission, I will ask time to approach Deleted at the Taiwan Interests section and Deleted at the South Korean embassy, urging that they proceed with their offer. The next day, Singlaub told North that the 2 countries wanted a signal of approval from a recognized administration spokesman. The signals were arranged. In the summer of 1985, Gaston Sigger Jr., then an NSC aide and, since March 1986, Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, was asked by North to contact Taiwan's U.S. representative to facilitate a Contra donation. In August, North met the Taiwanese official at the Hay Adams Hotel in Washington, resulting in a fall donation of $1 million. Later that fall, North directed Sigger to ask Taiwan for more money, and they came through with another $1 million in early 1986. Sigger also arranged for North to meet an official of South Korea in the summer of 1985. This wasn't Sigger's first involvement in Contra solicitation. In November 1984, he had arranged a meeting between North and the senior military representative of the People's Republic of China at the Cosmos Club in Washington. North informed the FBI beforehand and asked for surveillance so that there would be no misunderstanding about the meeting's purpose. The director of the FBI was aware of that meeting, said North. This was not some deep, dark secret. As North recounted it, he and the Chinese official had a long philosophical 230 discussion over lunch about Soviet hegemony, the kinds of things that I thought would be attractive and of concern to him, and I made him aware that there was a purchase underway through Richard Secord, that these things SA-7 surface-to-air missiles were desperately needed. And he then facilitated that. The Sultan of Brunei was recommended as a likely contra-donor in a December 1984 letter to North from Edie Fraser of the public relations firm, Miner and Fraser. Fraser said that the Sultan had donated $500,000 to Nancy Reagan's anti-drug campaign, and it has been recommended that he might kick in $1 million. For the refugees for Central America. The Sultan was tapped a year and a half later by the State Department. State also asked Singapore for Contra assistance, but Singapore didn't manufacture the desired long-range communications equipment. In December 1985, Congress had changed the law to permit solicitation of third countries for humanitarian aid. As Schultz put it later at a May 16, 1986 National Security Planning Group meeting, it would be easier to get money for the Contras from a third country than it would from Congress. In August 1986, traveling under the alias M.R. Kenilworth, Assistant Secretary of State Elliot Abrams solicited funds from a Brunei official while walking in a London park. He gave him a card with a bank account number provided by North. But an unplanned diversion occurred. North or his secretary, Fawn Hall, transposed two numbers for the Lake Resources account at Credit Suisse Bank in Geneva. Brunei transferred $10 million into the wrong account, and the mix-up wasn't resolved in time to redirect the money before the Iran-Contra scandal broke in the fantasy North spun for the Iran-Contra committees. Other countries were eager to contribute toward the fight for democracy when the U.S. Congress would not. In reality, as Adolfo Calero acknowledged, the FDN tried unsuccessfully to raise money from other countries when Congress cut off funds. I realize, said Calero, if the United States didn't wink an eye to other countries we wouldn't get anything. Officials from other countries told me this. North and Company. To outwit the gullible congressional watchdogs. President Reagan authorized the NSC staff to add extensive operational activities to its better-known planning and coordination role. In January 1983, the President had signed National Security Decision Directive No. 77, authorizing the NSC to coordinate the interagency program known as Project Democracy. It combined public diplomacy with an extra-secret covert operations arm. The post-Boland Nicaragua operation came under the Project Democracy rubric. North took on functions normally performed by a CIA official and, in John Poindexter's words, became the switching point that made the whole system work. Happy face, the retooled Contra support system depended upon the complicity of the National Security Council, composed of President Reagan, Vice President Bush. 231. Secretary of State George Shultz, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, statutory members, and CIA Director William Casey, a de facto member, as well as the complicity of numerous government officials outside the NSC staff, including Vice Presidential National Security Advisor Donald Gregg, Vice Presidential Aide Colonel Sam Watson, CIA Deputy Director for Clandestine Operations Claire George, European Division and Counterterrorism Unit Chief Dwayne Dewey Claridge, Claridge's successor, S. As CIA Latin American Division Chief, unidentified, CIA Central America Task Force Chief Alan Pearce, formerly Station Chief in Saudi Arabia, CIA Station Chiefs Joe Fernandez, alias Tomas Castillo, in Costa Rica, and John Mallet, alias George, in Honduras, the late Joint Chiefs of Staff Aide Admiral Arthur Morrow, Generals Paul Gorman and John Galvin of the Southern Command, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Nestor Sanchez, various officials of the Special Operations Division and Intelligence Support Activity. U.S. Military Attaché to El Salvador Colonel James Steele, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Elliot Abrams, State Department Office of Public Diplomacy Directors Otto Reich and Robert Kagan and Assistant Director Jonathan Miller, Ambassadors Louis Tams in Costa Rica, Thomas Pickering and Edwin Corr in El Salvador, and John Negroponte and John Perch in Honduras, White House Office of Public Liaison Directors Faith Whittlesey and Linda Chavez, FBI Director William Webster, FBI Executive Assistant Director Oliver Buck Revell, Attorney General Edwin Meese, Assistant Attorney General Lowell Jensen, and others. In Marine LT. Colonel Oliver North, the President found a player who could be trusted to carry the contraball over, under and around congressional obstacles. As two associates heard him tell it, if it weren't for those liberals in Congress, we wouldn't be doing half of what we do illegally. I'm not in the habit of questioning my superiors, North told the Iran-Contra committees. I saluted smartly and charged up the hill. That's what lieutenant colonels are supposed to do. Like his boss Admiral John Poindexter, North saw himself as a soldier serving his commander-in-chief, more like an aide to a military junta than to an elected president. This lieutenant colonel, North said, is not going to challenge a decision of the commander-in-chief. And if the commander-in-chief tells this lieutenant colonel to go stand in the Kummer and sit on his head, I will do so. Part of North's mission was to shield his superiors, especially the president. That is the part of any subordinate, said North. Every centurion had a group of shields out in front of him, 100 of them. Happy face, North epitomized the Reaganite view that revolutions were Soviet-Cuban plots. Reb. Michael Barnes first met North in 1983 when North was White House liaison to the Kissinger Commission. I remember him doing a briefing for the commission, in which he said, and I quote, "Fidel Castro is responsible for 90% of the problems in Central America." Well, anybody who knows anything about Central America knows that's laughable. NBC News anchor Tom Brokaw was briefed by North in April 1985. Pointing to the usual grainy surveillance photos, North called Nicaragua a major asset of the Soviet bloc. Describing a military camp, North told Brokaw, the interesting thing. 232. Here is the baseball diamond. Nicaraguans don't play baseball. Cubans play baseball. I looked to see if he were kidding. He was not, said Brokaw. North matched Kissinger as a sportsologist. In 1970, Kissinger rushed into White House Chief of Staff Bob Haldeman's office with a file of classified reconnaissance photos. It's a Cuban seaport, Haldeman, and these pictures show the Cubans are building soccer fields. These soccer fields could mean war. Bob. Haldeman asked why. Cubans play baseball, Russians play soccer, Kissinger replied. In reality, Nicaraguans and Cubans play both baseball and soccer. The stories would be funny, if not for the fact that reporters protected North's cover and used him as a major background source for news no less disinforming than the baseball claim, and far more harmful. Time magazine reporter David Halavy met with North an average of once a week. All he tried, through me, to get the American public informed, and he did a very good job in trying to do it. Happy face, North was assigned in August 1981 to the NSC staff, then headed by Richard Allen, to assist in the preparation of briefing materials on the sale of AWACS and other military equipment to Saudi Arabia. He then became a member of the Defense Policies Group, specializing in counterterrorism. When foreign policy novice William Clark became National Security Advisor, North played an increasing role in crisis management. North's 3-year tour of duty with the NSC was extended at the request of McFarlane, who took over as National Security Advisor in October 1983, the same month North was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. North was an increasingly trusted can-do officer, famous for his long hours and red tape cutting. In June 1983, he became Deputy Director of Political Military Affairs under Donald Fortier. Fortier died of cancer in August 1986, and then replaced Roger Fontaine as the NSC principal on the Central America rig chaired by Assistant Secretary of State Langhorne Motley. Elliott Abrams succeeded Motley in 1985. Poindexter, who moved up from Deputy National Security Advisor in December 1985, would have recommended that North be promoted to the third-rank title of Special Assistant to the President. But, he explained, there was more flexibility with the lower title, more deniability, in other words. The Iran-Contra affair was not North's first mystery. His official biography states he served in Vietnam as an infantry platoon commander from December 3, 1968 to August 21, 1969, and then in AG-3 Operations Billet at Headquarters Battalion, 3rd Division, until November 23, 1969. According to the bio, First Lieutenant North was then assigned to the Basic School, Quantico, Virginia from November 29, 1969 to February 2, 1973. However, while testifying as a character witness at the New York securities fraud trial of NSC aide Thomas Reed, North said he was on active duty in Vietnam from 1968 through the early part of 1970, and then again in 1971. He said, "I was an infantry platoon and company commander in the Special Operations Force, team commander." Marine records show no such outfit, but North reportedly performed covert missions under the joint CIA-Pentagon Special Operations Group headed by General Singlaub during December 1974 and January 1975. North, most recently a company commander in Okinawa, Japan, was hospitalized voluntarily for 3 weeks at Bethesda Naval Hospital for emotional problems. Some sources claim he was Hospi 233. Tailized before that, in August. North was reportedly found by a superior officer running around naked, babbling incoherently, waving a pistol and threatening suicide. After North was discharged from Bethesda and found fit for duty, the record of his hospitalization was removed from his medical and personnel files. Cutouts, Owen, Hull, and Singlaub. Like previous covert operations, the Nicaragua operation relied upon a network of intermediaries, or cutouts, and nominally private commercial enterprises, known as proprietaries, used to conceal U.S. government involvement. Robert Owen was a key North cutout. Owen and North first met in 1983 when Owen was working for Senator Dan Quayle, RN. Before that, Owen had worked briefly for the U.S. program in Thailand for Cambodian, Vietnamese, and Laotian refugees. An expatriate Indiana constituent living in Costa Rica, John Hull, visited Quayle's office along with 2 other Americans and a Nicaraguan who had just come in from the jungles of Nicaragua contra Luis Rivas. North was one of the people Owen took them to see. In August, Owen went to Costa Rica on a round-trip ticket paid for by Hull, a longtime CIA asset. Owen went to work for the public relations firm Gray & Company which, in April 1984, was asked to represent the Contras. Assigned to pursue the matter, Owen went to see North and then worked with Senior Vice President Neil Livingstone to develop proposals for Contra support. The first proposal, Owen explained, was one on setting up proprietary companies which could be used to purchase goods overseas and provide assistance to the Contras. Another one was using a non-profit organization to provide assistance through raising funds here in the United States to provide humanitarian and non-lethal assistance. After further discussion with North, Owen traveled to Costa Rica and Honduras in late May and early June to assess Contra needs. In a July 2 letter referring to weapons as toys and firecrackers, Owen told North that $1 million to $1.5 million a month was needed. In August, Owen met with North, Singlaub, and Calero while in Dallas for the Republican convention. They discussed Contra An's requirements. In late October, Owen arranged to leave Gray & Company and work for the FDN at $2,500 a month plus expenses. Gray & Company decided not to take on the Contra account, but Neil Livingstone, who is affiliated with the American Security Council, put a non-profit organization he started, called the Institute on Terrorism and Subnational Conflict, at the Contra's disposal. Owen's code name was the Courier or DC. North used a variety of code names, such as Steel Hammer, B.G., Blood and Guts, Mr. Green and Mr. Good. Calero was codenamed Sparkplug. Secord was Cop. Owen acted as North's liaison to the Contras, passing letters and weapons lists, delivering maps and reconnaissance photos. North got them from the CIA and Pentagon, facilitating the development of an airstrip in Costa Rica and cashing travelers' checks to pay Contras salaries. When Owen got married on October 19, 1985, North gave him $1,000. 234. In travelers' checks as a present. The checks came from the slush fund North kept, upon Casey's advice, in his office safe to pay Contra leaders and miscellaneous expenses. According to CIA Station Chief in Costa Rica Joe Fernandez, CIA Central America Task Force Chief Alan Fears at one time was so impressed with Mr. Owen that he was being considered as a possible applicant for the clandestine service. The man has all the attributes that we want in our officers. The Ode to Ollie North that Owen read at the close of his Iran-Contra testimony was penned by John Hull, a crucial U.S. cutout before and after the Boland cutoff. In a letter to Owen in November 1983, Hull noted that B.G. Blood and Guts was going to have McFarlane as his new boss. He hoped this would make North more powerful as we need more like him. Hull, the son of a military intelligence officer, moved to Costa Rica in the early 1960s and became the millionaire owner of extensive properties, including a 1,500-acre ranch in northern Costa Rica near the Nicaraguan border. On the ranch, where he raises cattle and grows oranges, Hull pays his workers 60 cents an hour and relishes his role as El Patron. Registered trademark. Congressional sources say Hull has worked for the CIA since at least the early 1970s. Hull has called himself a coordinator between the Contras and the U.S. government. In 1982, he rented a Contra safe house in San Jose at CIA request. Hull helped plan the 1983 bombing attack on Managua's International Airport and assisted Pastora's forces until he and the CIA broke with Pastora in 1984. The United States used Hull's ranch, with its 6 landing strips, to deliver supplies to the Contras before and after the Boland cutoff. Contra sources have said that Station Chief Joe Fernandez told them Hull was the CIA's representative in northern Costa Rica. Hull's property served as a Contra base camp and a meeting ground for competing factions on the Southern Front. Registered trademark degree. In another twist on Contra diversions, Hull received a $375,000 loan in 1984 from the U.S. government's Overseas Private Investment Corporation, OPIC, to manufacture axe and wheelbarrow handles from local timber. OPIC did not follow normal procedure in evaluating the loan's collateral or assuring its use. The U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica, under Ambassador Curtin Windsor Jr., had strongly urged approval of the loan to strengthen U.S. relations with Costa Rica. In late 1985 and 1986, Owen sought without success to get another $400,000 loan from OPIC for Hull. In January 1986, an OPIC memorandum reported that John Hull has done nothing to get the business started or pay off the OPIC loan. Registered trademark. OPIC referred the case to the Justice Department. Hull and Owen tried to avoid media attention. Retired General John Singlaub did all he could to exploit it. By his own account, Singlaub was in touch with North shortly after North joined the NSC staff, but their first substantive meeting was a 1984 Singlaub briefing on the findings of a Pentagon panel on Central America. The panel, which Singlaub chaired at the request of Undersecretary of Defense Fred Ickel, recommended an increased emphasis on small unit operations and psychological warfare. As panel member Harry Aderholt put it, the U.S. military is a firepower, high-tech, 235 outfit, and that's not what's needed. That's what our army likes to do, they like to never see M, just shoot M. Registered trademark. In January 1984, Singlaub offered to help Calero by raising money and providing retired military advisors. Singlaub's World Anti-Communist League chapter, the United States Council for World Freedom, discussed in Chapter 4, established the Institute for Regional and International Studies, IRIS, a tax-exempt educational organization to recruit people with skills in intelligence and psychological warfare ready to train the Contras and the Salvadoran police and military. IRIS Director Alexander M.S. McCall is a veteran of Singlaub's Vietnam-era Special Operations Group and the military affairs editor of Soldier of Fortune. Singlaub was optimistic about Contra prospects. Given the tools, he told the Iran-Contra committees, this band of brave warriors can seize and shut down the first Soviet base on continental American soil. The Contras, he said, compared favorably with other U.S.-backed forces, they were better motivated and had geography on their side. What's more, Singlaub claimed, with no indictment of the other forces intended, they had a better record on human rights registered trademark. In August 1985, he was reported as favoring the use of more former Somoza guardsmen by the FDN registered trademark. Singlaub also worried that the Soviets wanted to build a canal through Nicaragua, threatening the U.S. with not just a second Cuba but a second canal. Singlaub, like North and others in the administration, saw congressional opponents as communist fellow travelers. There are some hardcore left-wing members of Congress like Michael Barnes and Boland and Ron Dellums and quite a few others that have always supported the communist organizations around the world. Singlaub believes that Congress has a role in foreign policy, the role of advice and consent through appropriations, unless it interferes with U.S. sovereignty and the ability of the president to carry out security. Then the president can act unilaterally. Singlaub channeled $5.3 million worth of East Bloc weapons to the Contras in 1985 through the Washington-based arms brokerage, Geomilitic, for which he was a consultant. On at least 2 occasions between July and December 1985, Singlaub discussed Geomilitica's Contra arms shipments with Casey. As Singlaub recalled, these conversations were probably at a social event and not in Casey's office because he and I agreed that I would not mention the subject of support for the Nicaraguan freedom fighters to him. He threatened to throw me out of his office if I did. Registered trademark. Thus, Casey's deniability was maintained. As Singlaub earlier told CBS's 60 Minutes, Casey has indicated approval, and has been encouraging. He introduces me to the people that need to have the detailed information. So, he's been cooperative and sees me when I come into town on short notice. Registered trademark. In December 1985, Casey met with Geomilitic President Barbara Studley, a Contra supporter who formerly hosted a radio talk show in Miami. They discussed a 3-way diversion proposal, which Singlaub had reviewed earlier, with the objective to create a conduit for maintaining a continuous flow of Soviet weapons and technology, to be utilized by the United States in its support of freedom fighters in Nicaragua, Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, Ethiopia, etc. The problem, with each passing year, Congress has become increasingly unpredictable and uncooperative. 236. TIV regarding the President's desire to support the cause of the freedom fighters. To meet the objective without needing the consent or awareness of the Department of State or Congress, the proposal suggested a 3-way trade. The United States would provide credit toward Israel's purchase of U.S. high technology, Israel would provide military equipment to China to upgrade China's armed forces, and China would provide Soviet-compatible arms which would be laundered through a foreign trading company and dispersed to insurgents per U.S. instructions. Registered trademark. Casey, Israel, and China were said to be receptive to the proposal. In addition to Casey, the plan was reportedly briefed to Alexander Haig and Richard Allen. They deny it. The unsigned proposal was later found in North's safe. Singlaub told the Iran-Contra committees that he didn't like that particular plan because one of the countries involved, China, was one that I did not feel we ought to be enhancing their military capability. As Singlaub began to receive increasing notice in the news media, he and North discussed the pros and cons of heightened visibility. On the negative side, Singlaub's association with North could create problems. On the positive side, the visibility was useful for fundraising and also boosted Contra morale. Moreover, said Singlaub, it served as sort of a lightning rod if the press was following me and asking me questions about this aid, and I was working clearly within the Boland Amendment and every other law that I thought existed, then that would take the heat off of those who were trying to be more covered in their actions. This lightning rod role was no less important than Singlaub's role in brokering arms sales, soliciting third country funding or raising donations through the World Anti-Communist League network. Before the Saudi contribution was known, Singh Laub was credited along with Calero in raising $15 million to $25 million for the Contras behind that smokescreen. Singh Laub had actually raised $279,612 in 1985 and $259,173 in 1986, according to figures reported by the Iran-Contra committees. Private Aid Auxiliary. Singh Laub is the most visible leader of a right-wing network of retired military officers, mercenaries, missionaries, fundraisers, and lobbyists. The network has not been a private substitute for government, but an auxiliary arm of the executive branch. Congress partly sanctioned this auxiliary when, in October 1984, it passed the Denton Amendment, named for Senator Jeremiah Denton, R.L., authorizing the Pentagon to use ships and planes on a space-available basis to transport non-lethal private aid. In February 1985, former Justice Department Attorney John Lofa sent Congress a report detailing his suspicions that Casey and Singh Laub, using the World Anti-Communist League, had resurrected an old private conduit system for laundering money to freedom fighters. The old conduit was THI Crusade for Freedom, a public 237 charity established by retired General Lucius Clay that provided private support for the National Committee for a Free Europe, now Radio Free Europe, and the American Committee for Liberation, now Radio Liberty. The two committees home to Nazis and Nazi collaborators who, as Loftus noted, migrated to WACL were secretly laundering government money to Eastern European insurgents at the direction of the NSC and the State Department's clandestine Office of Policy Coordination. Private citizen Ronald Reagan was an apparently unwitting celebrity fundraiser for the Crusade for Freedom when in 1982, President Reagan first introduced the public version of Project Democracy, now institutionalized in the National Endowment for Democracy. He called for a crusade for freedom. According to a 1985 report of the Congressional Arms Control and Foreign Policy Caucus, close to 20 privately incorporated U.S. groups have reportedly sent, or plan soon to send, aid, supplies, or cash contributions to Nicaraguan refugees in Honduras and to the Contras themselves. The driving forces behind the major groups are a small group of about a half a dozen men, most of whom have military or paramilitary backgrounds or mercenary experience, while many of the groups work closely together. They have different stated purposes. Some openly admit their aid is for military purposes, most groups call their aid humanitarian, but either privately or publicly acknowledge that some of it, e.g. medical supplies and food, ends up at Contra camps. These groups also have conceded that their humanitarian aid to refugees, which include families of the Contras, may indirectly aid the Contras by freeing up the Contra accounts to purchase weapons and pay combatants. The Contra Auxiliary includes the World Anti-Communist League and its U.S. Council for World Freedom, the American Security Council, Council for Inter-American Security and Western Goals discussed earlier, also see Chapter 15. Among the other key groups in the auxiliary are the following: the Florida-based Air Commandos Association, led by retired Brigadier General Harry Heine Aderholt, is a group of approximately 1,600 past and present members of the U.S. Special Forces. Aderholt, Soldier of Fortune's Unkonfunktionswarfare editor, coordinated the joint CLA-Pentagon aid program to provide humanitarian relief to the Hmong Secret Army in Laos and served as Chief of Covert Air Operations in Singh Laub's Special Operations Group. When established in 1968, the Air Commandos distributed supplies, donated primarily by World Medical Relief, to the Hmong and other paramilitary forces in Laos and Thailand. In addition to distributing aid to the Mosquito Indians and Contra families in Honduras, Air Commandos has assisted the Salvadoran Army and worked with the Guatemalan Army's counterinsurgency civic action program, which has forcibly resettled Guatemalan Indians into so-called development poles, known as strategic hamlets during the Vietnam War. Soldier of Fortune, circulation about 200,000, was founded in 1975 by the Colorado-based Omega Group headed by retired Lt. Col. Robert K. Brown, a veteran of the Phoenix program and special operations in Laos and ex-mercenary in white-ruled Rhodesia. Brown sports a t-shirt boasting, "I was killing when killing wasn't cool." Soldier of Fortune, SOF, runs articles on counterinsurgency warfare, glamorizes training and combat missions by SOA personnel, advertises weapons and 238 mercenary services and encourages donations to its affiliated El Salvador/Nicaragua Defense Fund, which printed and distributed some 500 copies of the CIA Contra Manual, and Refugee Relief International, which provides medical training and supplies to El Salvador and the Contras. Refugee Relief is led by Thomas Riesinger, the Assistant Director of SOF for Special Projects. Board members include Singlaub, Aderholt, and SOF Military Affairs Editor Alexander McCall. In March 1988, a Texas jury ordered Soldier of Fortune to pay $9.4 million in damages to the family of a woman killed by a hitman her husband hired through a classified ad in the magazine. SOF is appealing the verdict. The CIA Contra Manual is mild compared to some of the murder and sabotage manuals SOF promotes, with such titles as How to Kill Vols. IV, Hitman, learn how a pro makes a living at this craft without landing behind bars, techniques of harassment and elementary field interrogation. The last manual includes explicit instructions for psychological and physical torture. Under a section titled, The Cookout, the manual advises: ignite a piece of C4 explosive in front of your subject and use it to boil water in a small pot, pour a little of the boiling water on his genitals for effect, if you wish. Now, take a similar amount of the same explosive and tape it over the subject's eye, leaving one eye unobstructed to see that you are holding a lighted match within a few inches of the material on his eye. Begin your questions. If the subject panics or refuses to answer, hold the flame to his nipple to let him know you're serious. No one wants to be blinded by fire. Civilian Materiel Assistance, CMA, formerly Civilian Military Assistance, based in Memphis, Tennessee, was founded in 1983 by Tom Posey, a former Marine corporal, John Bircher and Ku Klux Klansman, along with fellow members of the Alabama National Guard. Posey appeared in Newsweek in front of a banner with the slogan "Kill 'em all, let God sort 'em out." Happy face. On an approved U.S. Treasury application to become a firearms dealer, Posey wrote, "I plan to buy weapons and ammo to send to El Salvador." Registered trademark CMA has chapters in most states and recruits heavily through state National Guards and gun shows. It has provided men, training, arms, and other supplies to the Contras. "We like to think of ourselves as missionary mercenaries," explained Posey. Two CMA mercenaries, Dana Parker and Jim Powell, were killed on September 1, 1984 when their CIA-supplied helicopter was shot down over Nicaragua. Parker and Powell, as well as two of the three Cessnas supplied by the Pentagon to the CIA for the Contras under Operation Elephant Herd, were part of an air-ground attack on a northern Nicaraguan military school near Santa Clara. The bombing raid killed one woman and 3 children. CMA has also reportedly aided the United Lao National Liberation Front, a right-wing Laotian organization based in California and headed by Vang Pao, the exile leader of the CIA's secret army. According to a longtime associate of Vang Pao, CMA tried to recruit Lao pilots for the Contra War degree. The Virginia-based National Defense Council was founded in 1978 by Andy Messing, a close friend of North's and member of Singlaub's Pentagon Advisory. 239. Panel, who has said that going to war is his favorite pastime. Singlaub, Aderholt, and the late Edward Lansdale have served on the board. The Defense Council organizes fact-finding tours to Central America for members of Congress, and the Air Commandos Association distributes Defense Council aid to Guatemala's Civic Action Program. Brigade 2506, made up largely of Bay of Pigs veterans, has sent personnel and supplies to the Contras in Central America and provided a warm sanctuary in Miami. Brigade 2506 has close ties to the Dade County Republican Party, formerly headed by George Bush's son, Jeb. The kind of freedom fighting the brigade supports is evident in its choice of Chilean dictator Pinochet for its first Freedom Award in 1975. Brigade members have undertaken terrorist attacks against Cuba and, in 1976, former brigade leaders joined in creating a terrorist alliance called the Congress of United Revolutionary Organizations, CORU. CORU has worked with the Chilean military and European fascist movements in political assassinations around the world, including the 1976 Washington car bombing that killed Orlando Letelier, Chile's ambassador to the United States under Allende, and his Institute for Policy Studies colleague Ronnie Carpin Moffat Degree Brigade 2506 member Felipe Vidal, a reported CIA operative, hoped to provide a permanent paramilitary infrastructure for an international anti-communist brigade, based first in Costa Rica where he worked closely with John Hull and CMA. As Vidal explained it, Nicaragua is a strategic point from which to begin attacking Castro. During the 1970s, the form of our struggle was terrorism against Castro in Mexico, France, Barbados, and the United States. Once Reagan got into power, there was no need for these organizations because the U.S. government's policy coincided with the Cuban communities. Actually, Cuban exile terrorist organizations still operate. But many of their members found employment in the Contra War, among them Luis Posada, Felix Rodriguez, and Rafael Quintero, discussed later. The Virginia-based Christian Broadcasting Network, CBN, was founded by the Reverend Pat Robertson, a 1988 Republican presidential candidate. CBN's 700 Club, a pillar of televangelism, reaches 30 million homes. Its relief organization, Operation Blessing, has supported the Contras. In distributing aid to the Contras and other Central America projects, CBN has worked with the Air Commandos, Refugee Relief International, World Medical Relief, Friends of the Americas, Knights of Malta and other groups. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta, SMOM, known as the Knights of Malta, is an elite, international Vatican order dating back to the Crusades. SMOM has the unique status of a nation-state with no territory, but with its own constitution, diplomats, and passports, and the benefit of shipping internationally through diplomatic pouch without customs inspection. Every year, in a Rome ritual on St. John's Day, knights and dames of Malta dressed in scarlet uniforms and black capes, brandishing swords and waving flags emblazoned with the 8-pointed Maltese cross, swear allegiance to the defense of the Holy Mother Church. The late William Casey was a knight, as was former CIA Director John McCone and the legendary chief of the pre-CIA Office of Strategic Services, OSS. 240. General William Wild Bill Donovan. In July 1944, Pope Pius XII decorated Donovan with the Grand Cross of the Order of St. Sylvester, the oldest of papal knighthoods, an award given to only 100 other men in history, who by feat of arms, or writings, or outstanding deeds, have spread the fightly, and have safeguarded and championed the Church. Donovan's knighthood personifies the often close links between the Church and the CIA, OSS, in combating communism, real and imagined from intervention in the 1948 Italian elections to contemporary Latin America. In 1948, the SMOM gave a high award of honor to General Reinhard Gehlen, Hitler's chief of intelligence for the Soviet front, who folded his operation into the Cold War Crusades. The American Knights are led by J. Peter Grace, who once called food stamps basically a Puerto Rican program, chairman of the multinational W.R. Grace and Company and the American Institute for Free Labor Development, IFLD, and appointed by Reagan to head the private sector survey of cost control in the federal government. Peter Grace assisted the U.S. Project Paperclip, which brought some 900 Nazi scientists to the United States, including war criminal Otto Ambros, a chemist, poison gas expert and director of the L.G. Farben Company, which used Auschwitz concentration camp inmates as slave labor for the Nazi war machine. Other U.S. knights and dames include former Secretary of State Alexander Haig, former Treasury Secretary William Simon, former National Security Advisor William Clark, former Director of the U.S. Information Agency Frank Shakespeare, Senator Jeremiah Denton, Attorney Prescott Bush Jr., brother of George Bush, William F. and James Buckley, the late Clare Boothe Luce, Chrysler chairman Lee Iacocca and former mayor of New York Robert Wagner, who served as a Carter emissary to the Vatican to discuss Nicaragua. The Grand Protector and spiritual advisor to the Knights has traditionally been the Archbishop of New York, from the time of Francis Cardinal Spellman through John J. O'Connor. Registered trademark active before in support of the U.S. war in Vietnam. The Knights distribute assistance to the Contras and through military-run civic action programs in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Roberto Alejas, whose plantation was used to train forces for the Bay of Pigs invasion, is a leader of the Knights in Honduras and Guatemala. Knights of Malta has distributed millions of dollars worth of medical and other supplies donated by Americares, an organization led by Robert Macaulay, which also did humanitarian work in Vietnam. A June 1985 Americares fact sheet boasted of the Shoeshine Boys Foundation, so named because resident children in Americares' Saigon rescue mission helped raise money for their welfare by shining the shoes of American G.I.S. Former National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski is Americares' honorary chairman. Peter Grace chairs the Advisory Commission, which includes William Simon, retired General Richard Stilwell and Prescott Bush. Prodemca, Friends of the Democratic Center in Central America, is an administration-backed effort to win bipartisan support for its Central America policy, which has been funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, NED. Prodemca was a major conduit of NED funding for La Prensa and the so-called Nicaraguan Center for Democratic Studies, and has lobbied heavily for Contra aid. 241. Prodemca's president is Penn Kemble, a leader in the neoconservative Coalition for a Democratic Majority, and members include Jean Kirkpatrick, Peter Grace, William Simon, IFLD Director William Doherty, Boston University President and Kissinger Committee member John Silber and Institute for Religion and Democracy founder Michael Novak. In March 1986, Prodemca ran an ad in the New York Times and other papers: "We support military assistance to the Nicaraguans fighting for democracy." Among the signers were Carter officials Brzezinski, former Deputy National Security Advisor David Aaron and former Assistant Secretary of State Richard Holbrooke. Citizens for America, CFA, was established in August 1983 by Rite Aid drugstore heir and Reagan friend Lou Lehrman. Donors include Nelson Bunker Hunt and Joseph Coors of Coors Beer and numerous right-wing causes. "We are the president's grassroots lobby," said CFA's Tracy Howell. CFA has lobbied heavily for Contra aid. In June 1985, it sponsored the meeting between Adolfo Calero, UNITA's Jonas Savimbi and leaders of U.S.-backed forces in Afghanistan and Laos that led to the founding of Democracy International. The Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church has assisted the Contras largely through its affiliates, CAUSAT and the Nicaraguan Freedom Fund. Adolfo Calero, Stedman Fagoth, Pedro Chamorro, and other Contra leaders said that the Unification Church sometimes paid their bills for strategy meetings and fundraising events and helped them build state-level political support in the United States. CAUSAT, discussed in Chapter 4, has aided the Contras since at least 1981 with supplies, cash, and propaganda. It cooperates closely with right-wing organizations such as WACL, Western Goals, and the Council for Inter-American Security. Thomas Dowling, a member of CAUSA USA's Board of Advisors who posed as a Catholic priest in 1985 testimony defending the Contras before Congress, received $2,500 in travelers' checks from North Slush Fund. Another Unification Church affiliate, the Collegiate Association for the Research of Principles, CARP, is active on college campuses and has a record of physically harassing opponents of U.S. policy in Central America and providing surveillance information to the FBI. In 1985, the Unification Church-owned Washington Times established the Nicaraguan Freedom Fund to raise funds for the Contras. Moon's deputy, Colonel Bo Hai Pak, pledged $100,000 to the fund, which was headed up by William Simon and Michael Novak. Board members included Charlton Heston and Midge Decter, head of the Committee for a Free World. Elliot Abrams is Decter's son-in-law. Commentaries: Norman Podhoretz is her husband. Jean Kirkpatrick pledged $20,000 to the fund and donated another $2,500 she received for her cat's appearance in the Ralston Purina calendar. The Nicaraguan Freedom Fund reported raising $350,000 in 6 months and distributed it through AmeriCares. Friends of the Americas, FOA, was founded in 1984 by Louisiana State Representative Woody Jenkins and his wife Diane Jenkins, a former Assistant Attorney General. The Baton Rouge-based FOA provides aid to Mosquito Indians and Contra families in Honduras, including shoe boxes for liberty packed with personal supplies. FOA material was transported to Honduras by Air National Guard units in Louisiana and Mississippi even before the Denton Amendment. In 1985, 242. President Reagan awarded Diane Jenkins the first annual Ronald Reagan Humanitarian Award at the Nicaraguan Refugee Fund dinner in Washington. The Nicaraguan Refugee Fund was founded in September 1984. Its chairman, True Davis, said he was recruited to that post by Somoza's longtime ambassador to the United States, Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa in April 1985. The fund sponsored a $250 to $500 a plate fundraising dinner at the Marriott Hotel Ballroom. The dinner committee included Joseph Coors, Jean Kirkpatrick, Peter Grace, Penn Kemble, Ellen Garwood, and Nelson Bunker Hunt. President Reagan addressed the nearly 700 guests. While the world was turning away, you were helping. People like you are America at its best. Pat Robertson gave the invocation. The Nicaraguan Refugee Fund was the successor to a CIA-FDN front called the Human Development Foundation, a Panamanian corporation with a Miami address, which in July 1984 took out newspaper ads soliciting contributions. The victims of communist-dominated Nicaragua need your help. According to Edgar Chamorro, the ads brought in a few checks totaling $750 and an envelope full of dead cockroaches. The following September, the New York reported Contra claims that millions of dollars from private individuals, corporations, and foreign governments including Israel, Argentina, Venezuela, Guatemala and Taiwan had been channeled through the foundation. The Nicaraguan Refugee Fund dinner, keynoted by Reagan, raised $219,525. After expenses were deducted, however, the Contra refugees received only $3,000. Various consultants reaped the bulk of the money. The public relations firm Minor & Fraser, employer of former Somoza diplomat Alvaro Rizzo, was paid $50,000. Carl Spitz Channel was another consultant, discussed later. Public diplomacy. The whole treatment of Nicaragua in the U.S. is a public relations opportunity, an adman's treatment. That's what a U.S. ambassador in Central America told me in April 1986. Registered trademark. The administration's domestic propaganda lobby operation transgressed laws regulating the activities of tax-exempt organizations and prohibiting unauthorized government propaganda and political lobbying, CIA influence in domestic politics and the participation of active-duty military officers in partisan political activities, Hatch Act. Reagan's own 1981 Executive Order 12333 prohibited the CIA from undertaking operations intended to influence United States political processes, public opinion, politics, or media. Nonetheless, the CIA regularly instructed Contra leaders in all of the above, including how to tailor their lobby pitch to sway specific congresspeople. As Edgar Chamorro told the World Court, I attended meetings at which CIA officials told us that we could change the votes of many members of the Congress if we knew how to sell our case and place them in a position of looking soft on communism. They told us exactly what to say and which members to say it to. 243. They also instructed us to contact certain prominent individuals in the home districts of various members of Congress as a means of bringing pressure on these members to change their votes. Chamorro recalled for me how CIA personnel would contact the Contras before politicians came through Honduras and tell us who was coming, who was who, what to say, what not to say, how to treat them. They would brief us if he was a liberal or non-liberal. That kind of thing. Make distinctions. Sometimes they would try not to mix liberals with conservatives. Be careful when you are in a group of liberals, you talk to them like you talk to a reporter. You know how far you can go. So there was some manipulation of how much you would talk. An April 1982 national security document, discussed earlier, had warned, "We continue to have serious difficulties with U.S. public and congressional opinion, which jeopardizes our ability to stay the course." It recommended a concerted public information effort. Following the January 1983 National Security Directive No. 77, the public diplomacy effort would be overseen by a special planning group including the National Security Advisor, Secretaries of State and Defense, and Directors of Aid and the U.S. Information Agency, USLA. The CIA retained a Miami-based public relations firm, Woody Kepner Associates, with a 6-month contract beginning in February 1983 and extended through mid-1985 for a total of $1.8 million. Kepner rented the FDN an office suite at the David William Hotel in Coral Gables, Florida, produced slick promotional materials and arranged speaking tours and media appearances for Contra representatives to Edgar Chamorro. The contract typified CIA-FDN relations. Although I signed the contract as FDN Public Relations Director, it was nearly impossible for me to evaluate Kepner's work, or to get him to respond to our demands. He responded only to the C.I.A.'s suggestions. Of course, I must admit, it was not my money. According to Chamorro, Woody Kepner helped edit and publish a CIA-sponsored book by former La Prensa editorial page editor Umberto Belli, Nicaragua, Christians Under Fire, published by the ostensibly independent Puebla Institute. The Puebla Institute grew and took on other projects. One was human rights work, which is neither thorough nor accurate, but which is used alongside the work of more established and reputable human rights organizations in order to counter their criticisms of the human rights abuses. One of the charges slapped on Nicaragua was anti-Semitism, although it was discredited by many sources, including U.S. Ambassador Tony Quainton, who cabled Washington in July 1983. The evidence fails to demonstrate that the Sandinistas have followed a policy of anti-Semitism or have persecuted Jews because of their religion. Undeterred by the evidence, the administration pretended that Somoza associates who happened to be Jewish sought exile because of anti-Semitism. Edgar Chamorro recalled a meeting with 3 CIA officers in the spring of 1983 to discuss ways of promoting the Contras inside the United States. One propaganda idea was to target American Jews by portraying the Sandinistas as anti-Semitic. According to Chamorro, the CIA officers said that the media was controlled by Jews, and if we could show that Jews were being persecuted it would help. 244. The real anti-Semitism emanated from Washington. In 1985, Congress asked the General Accounting Office, GAO, to determine whether the CIA had violated the prohibition against political activity in the United States. On September 6, when investigators interviewed the FDN's Washington spokesperson, Bosco Matamoros, he stated that he is not engaged in any lobbying activities, and that his salary and expenses are paid from private funds. 8 days later, Matamoros registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, declaring that he was a lobbyist and had received aid from the U.S. government. He cited payments of $2,500 per month dating back as far as June 1981. The public diplomacy effort involved a network of right-wing donors, organizations, lobbyists, and public relations (PR) specialists working in conjunction with the National Endowment for Democracy (NSC), CIA, and 2 special offices, the White House Office of Public Liaison and the State Department Office of Public Diplomacy. In May 1983, the White House Office of Public Liaison, headed by Faith Ryan Whittlesey, the former ambassador to Switzerland, established the Outreach Working Group on Central America. The Outreach Group was a vehicle for packaging PR themes, networking and briefing administration supporters, and encouraging them to rally their constituencies behind administration policy. A rare article on the public diplomacy effort noted, White House officials scoffed when a reporter asked whether they might be running a ministry of propaganda. On May 20, 1983, NSC official Walter Raymond Jr., a propaganda expert and former senior CIA officer, informed National Security Advisor William Clark that the Faith Whittlesey effort was off to a good start and discussed the establishment of a coalition for a democratic Central America. In a section headed Private Funding Effort, Raymond wrote, "I have provided Jeff Davis with a list of funding programs that require private sector support." Roy Godson reported that he met early this week with a group of private donors that Charlie Wick, chief of the USIA and top fundraiser for the 1980 Reagan campaign, brought to the Citroen 2 months ago. The group made their first commitment of $400,000, which includes support to Freedom House, a pro-INF intermediate-range nuclear forces group in Holland, Accuracy in Media, and a European-based labor program. These are useful steps forward. More to follow. Registered trademark on August 9, Raymond further informed Clark about private sector support for Central American program. The objective was to move out into the middle sector of the American public and draw them into the support column. A number of proposals to market the issue, all endorsing the creation of a bipartisan coalition, were under discussion among government officials such as Casey, Whittlesey, Wick, and Kirkpatrick, and conservative public relations specialists, lobbyists, and donors, e.g. the Richard Mellon Scaife Group. Raymond and Godson recommended funding via Freedom House or some other structure that has credibility in the political center. Wick, via publisher Rupert Murdoch, may be able to draw down added funds for this effort. Roy Godson, a Georgetown University professor, was a member of the 1980 CIA transition team and has been a paid consultant to the USIA, the NSC, and the 245 President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. He is Washington Director of the National Strategy Information Center, which provided funding to Arturo Cruz. Godson has also been a paid advisor to the CIA-connected U.S. Youth Council, the parent of the International Youth Year Commission, which is assumed to be the INTI. Youth COMM named on the flow chart of North supervised Contra support entities published in the Tower Board report. Godson solicited donations for North and the Nicaragua operation, at least once using the Heritage Foundation as a conduit. Whittlesey returned to Switzerland as ambassador in May 1985, she served there from 1981 to 1983, and turned the embassy into a Contra propaganda outpost. Journalist Diana Johnstone described the Whittlesey Embassy as a de facto branch office of the World Anti-Communist League and its protégés the Contras. War at home. Complementing and then superseding the outreach group was the State Department Office of Public Diplomacy for Latin America and the Caribbean, S/LPD, directed by the Cuban-born Otto Reich, a former aide official and instructor at the U.S. Army School of the Americas. Though based at State, the Office of Public Diplomacy was an interagency office, including personnel from Defense, Aid, and USIA, operating under the direction of the NSC, Raymond and North. "If you look at it as a whole," said a senior U.S. official, the Office of Public Diplomacy was carrying out a huge psychological operation of the kind the military conducts to influence a population in denied or enemy territory. The Office of Public Diplomacy worked to destroy positive images of Nicaragua, cultivate negative images, discredit administration critics and reverse public and congressional opposition. In Reich's words, attacking the president was no longer cost-free. Happy face, part of the strategy was for administration officials to refuse to appear in public forums with well-versed opponents. In a noted case in May 1986, Harvard University's John F. Kennedy School of Government buckled to administration pressure and withdrew an invitation to Robert White, the former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador, now with the International Center for Development Policy, to respond to a speech on democracy in Central America by Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams. Abrams' press secretary explained that Secretary Abrams doesn't object to sharing a platform with critics, and even suggested to Harvard officials which members of the faculty could serve in that capacity. But White was not a serious critic, the press secretary said, he's become something of a crank. In the administration version of democratic pluralism, White, a liberal with years of experience in the Foreign Service, was outside the bounds of debate, not to mention leftist critics. Reich acted as a quasi-government censor, monitoring and pressuring the news media to toe the administration line and accusing critical reporters of being agents of Nicaraguan disinformation. Following a November 1984 National Public Radio, NPR, report about the slaughter of civilians in a farming cooperative by Contras. 246. Reich protested the biased coverage to top editors and producers of NPR, which he called Little Havana on the Potomac, a label that by Reich's standard would apply to anyone left of the New York Times. As NPR foreign affairs correspondent Bill Buzenberg recounted, Reich bragged that he had made similar visits to other unnamed newspapers and major television networks. Reich said he had gotten others to change some of their reporters in the field because of a perceived bias, and that their coverage was much better as a result. Whatever the direct impact of Reich's visit, NPR later made Linda Chavez, Whittlesey's successor as director of the White House Office of Public Liaison and before that the reactionary staff director of the United States Commission on Civil Rights, a regular commentator, another victory for right-wing propaganda masquerading as editorial balance. The Office of Public Diplomacy also romanced the press by selectively leaking classified information all too often accepted as fact by reporters. It produced reams of disinformation in the form of publications, such as the Soviet-Cuban Connection in Central America and the Caribbean, sometimes produced jointly with the Defense Department, spiced with declassified information and surveillance photos. In its first year alone, S/LPD took credit for sending material to 239 editorial writers in 150 cities and arranging 1,500 speaking engagements. The Congressional Iran-Contra report said public diplomacy meant public relations lobbying, all at taxpayers' expense. Beginning in 1983, the Office of Public Diplomacy worked closely with the pro-Contra lobby. Citizens for America, CFA. S/LPD also issued contracts to private firms and individuals, including a small, secret contract with Arturo Cruz. The most important contractual relationship was with Richard Miller, Frank Gomez, and International Business Communications, IBC. Richard Miller, Director of Broadcast Services for the 1980 Reagan campaign, formed the public relations firm IBC upon leaving his post as aide director of public affairs in 1984. Miller began working with Frank Gomez, formerly Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs and Director of USIA's Foreign Press Centers. Gomez received a contract to assist S/LPD immediately upon leaving his government post in February 1984. The contract was renewed in May and assumed within a few months by IBC, functioning by then as a Miller-Gomez partnership. These sole-source Gomez/IBC contracts totaled more than $441,000 through September 1986. IBC prepared briefing books, newspaper OPEDs and other materials, arranged interviews, press conferences, and speaking tours for Contra leaders and pro-Contra Nicaraguan exiles, and prepared a computerized mailing list of some 3,300 groups and individuals in a position to influence the debate over Central America. The October 1984 contract also required IBC to analyze guerrilla documents captured in El Salvador and identify support groups in the United States. In September 1984, IBC was hired to represent the FDN Front Group, the Nicaraguan Development Council, a secret sponsor of the Nicaraguan Refugee Fund dinner. The Office of Public Diplomacy engaged in so-called white propaganda. S/LPD Deputy Director Jonathan Miller, no relation to Richard, described white propaganda operations in a confidential eyes-only memorandum to White House Communications Director Patrick Buchanan. Among the examples given were, a March 247. 1985 Wall Street Journal op-ed. Piece written with the secret assistance of S/LPD staff, op-ed. Pieces for the New York Times and Washington Post written by an S/LPD consultant for the signatures of opposition leaders Alfonso Rubelo Cid, Adolfo Calero Sic and Arturo Cruz, and a series of meetings and interviews with print and broadcast media for Alfonso Rubelo arranged through an S/LPD cutout. I will not attempt in the future to keep you posted on all activities, Miller told Buchanan, since we have too many balls in the air at any one time and since the work of our operation is ensured by our offices keeping a low profile. Miller asked that as you formulate ideas and plans of attack, you give us a heads up since our office has been crafted to handle the concerns that you have in getting the President's program for the freedom fighters enacted. In 1986, Reich became ambassador to Venezuela and was replaced by Robert Kagan. Walter Raymond prepared a secret memorandum for Poindexter to send to Casey, assuring him that the departure of Otto Reich has not resulted in any reduction of effort. Although the independent office was folded into Elliott Abrams' bureau, the White House has sent a clear tasker to the community that this limited reorganization in no way reflected a diminution of activities. On the contrary, the same interagency responsibilities are being exercised, and the group reports directly to the NSC. In reality, the reorganization also means that Elliott Abrams plays a strong public diplomacy role, and in this way we have harnessed one of the best public diplomacy assets that we have in the government. Raymond noted that he chaired a weekly Central American public diplomacy meeting with participants from the NSC, the CIA's Central American Task Force, State, USIA, Aid, Defense, and the White House Press and Public Liaison Offices. This group takes its policy guidance from the Central American RIG and pursues an energetic political and informational agenda. In mid-1987, Raymond became an assistant director of the USIA. A 1987 Gao investigation of the Office of Public Diplomacy concluded that it engaged in prohibited, covert propaganda activities designed to influence the media and the public to support the administration's Latin American policies. The use of appropriated funds for these activities constitutes a violation of a restriction on the State Department annual appropriations prohibiting the use of federal funds for publicity or propaganda purposes not authorized by the Congress. By then the propaganda lobby operation had scored dramatic success in winning renewed congressional support for the Contras. It had also merged with the underground NSC program of Contra military support through the fundraising partnership of Richard Miller and Carl Channel. Channeling contributions. Carl Spitz Channel made his first mark in right-wing fundraising as finance director for the National Conservative Political Action Committee, NCPAC. In 1982. 248. He formed a succession of entities, including the lobby organization, Sentinel, the tax-exempt Educational National Endowment for the Preservation of Liberty, NEPL, the American Conservative Trust, ACT, a Political Action Committee, PAC, the tax-exempt American Conservative Foundation, and another PAC, the Anti-Terrorism American Committee. In 1986, Channel took over the McCarthyite Western Goals Foundation. Chanel's direct involvement in the Contra cause began in January 1985 when PR consultant Edie Fraser asked him to help organize the Nicaraguan Refugee Fund dinner. Channel recruited San Francisco fundraising consultant Daniel Conrad, who later became the number 2 person in Chanel's lobby fundraising empire. On March 4, following a conversation with Channel and Conrad, Fraser provided material on the dinner to Oliver North with a handwritten note, "Ollie, very IMP, 2 people want to give major contributions, i.e. 300,000 and up, if they might have one quiet minute with the president." The 2-part pitch by North and Channel became a key source of money for the Contras. On June 27, Channel and Miller organized their first WT'd House briefing for a group of donors, with North as principal speaker. Similar group briefings took place on October 17 and November 21, 1985 and January 30 and March 27, 1986. As described in the Iran-Contra report, the White House briefings were meticulously planned by NEPL, IBC, North, and White House personnel. Internal White House memorandums show that North was the switching point for arranging and coordinating the briefings with White House liaison, White House counsel, and White House security. Among those participating in the briefings, besides North, were Pat Buchanan, Elliott Abrams, political assistant to the President Mitch Daniels and Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of the Office of Public Liaison Linda Chavez. After the briefings, donors would be taken across the street to the Hay Adams Hotel for a reception and dinner often attended by government officials and Contra leaders, where donors were directly solicited by the private fundraisers. The January 30 briefing included a presidential drop-by arranged by NEPL/IBC consultant David Fisher. Fisher was Reagan's top personal assistant on the campaign trail and then in the White House from January 1981 until April 1985. Between December 1985 and February 1987, Fisher and his partner Martin Ardiano were paid $662,400 by NEPL/IBC for consulting services, including arranging donor meetings with the president. Registered trademark. An account of a typical North briefing was provided by donor William O'Boyle. North described the military and political situation in Nicaragua. He had photographs of an airport in Nicaragua that had been recently built. One of the uses for which the airport was intended was to recover the Russian backfire bombers after they made a nuclear attack on the United States. He described the refugee problem. We could look forward in the next few years to millions of refugees flooding across our borders. He showed photographs which indicated that the Nicaraguan government officials were indicated D/C in smuggling dope. He also told an anecdote about some Nicaraguan agents that were recently caught with dope and money and so forth. And 249. Disguised as American agents. North's dramatic fairy tales helped raise millions of dollars for the Contras. Conrad described the North pitch as preparation for the call to the altar. North met privately with Channel, Miller, and star donors such as Ellen Garwood and Nelson Bunker Hunt. He even took his family in the spring of 1986 on a plane chartered by NEPL to spend the weekend at donor Barbara Newington's estate in Connecticut. Channel and Miller were also there. Newington merited 2 private meetings with President Reagan. NEPL's Funds for Guns program was called the Toys Project. Donor E. Thomas Claggett contributed $20,000 after a personal meeting with Channel and North. "I wasn't interested in it going for chocolate bars or soda pops," he said. "I wanted something to kill the commies." Direct military support for the troops, guns and ammunition. Certainly nobody ever told me it was going to buy toys. 12 contributors accounted for just over 90% of NEPL's 1985 and 1986 contributions. Garwood was the largest donor, with $2,518,135 in 1986, nearly $2 million of which went to toys. During 1985–86, Newington gave $2,866,025 and Hunt gave $484,500. The president obviously knows why. He has been meeting with several select people to thank them for their support for democracy in Central America, North told Poindexter in May 1986. Happy face. Reagan claimed to have thought the donations were for political advertising. But Poindexter has testified, "There wasn't any question in my mind that the president was aware that he was thanking Contra contributors." In the White House during this period of time that we were encouraging private support, we really didn't distinguish between how the money was going to be spent. David Fisher arranged presidential photo opportunities or meetings with at least 7 major contributors in 1986. At least 5 of the 6 contributors who donated more than $300,000 to NEPL were invited to meet with Reagan. NEPL raised over $10 million on behalf of the Contras, of which more than $1.2 million went for political advertising and lobbying. Over $1.7 million was laundered through IBC and IC. Inc. To the Contra-related Lake Resources account, IC Incorporated was a Cayman Islands corporation established by Miller and Gomez to receive profits expected from marketing the oil of the prince, who turned out to be a con artist. In May 1986, 1.c's name was changed to Intel Cooperation Incorporated. About $1 million was laundered through IBC and IC. Inc. into accounts controlled by Calero, and nearly $500,000 was distributed at North's request to other persons and entities engaged in Contra-related activities. The rest went to NEPL/IBC fees, salaries, commissions and expenses. Miller and Gomez took a 10% commission on payments funneled to the Contras through their companies. In a November 1985 notebook entry, North wrote under the heading R. Miller, "On hand and acted on, deleted. 180K moved to COP 4 deleted. Look for Calero sent. Deleted 48K eligible to COP. IBC 10%. COP was code for Richard Secord, manager of the Pro-Contra Enterprise. 11. The Enterprise and other fronts. We were in some measure trying to recreate the CIA's Air America, on a smaller scale, of course. Richard Secord, Iran-Contra hearings, May 8, 1987. I felt that this Nicaragua was a very important issue, that is, showing the Russians that we can deal with this phenomenon, but we didn't choose the right instrument to do it. Succinctly put, where I went wrong was not having the guts to stand up and tell the president that. To tell you the truth, probably the reason I didn't is because if I had done that, Bill Casey, Jeane Kirkpatrick, and Cap Weinberger would have said I was some kind of commie. 2. Robert McFarlane, Iran-Contra Hearings, May 14, 1987. The core of the pseudo-private Project Democracy Contra support operation was the Enterprise, a conglomerate of proprietary corporations run by Richard Secord and Albert Hakim. The Enterprise, Secord's term, was shielded by the more visible private auxiliaries and fueled by laundered donations and diversions. At CIA Director Casey's direction, the Enterprise was to be an off-the-shelf, self-sustaining, stand-alone entity that could carry out operations in Nicaragua, Iran, or anywhere in the world independent of congressional appropriations. As North recounted, Casey wanted something you can pull off the shelf and use on a moment's notice. The formal CIA apparatus was subject to congressional review, however inadequate, the Enterprise was not. 251. 252. In Hakim's words, whoever designed this structure, had a situation that they could have their cake and eat it too. Whichever SID they wanted to have, a private organization, it was private, when they didn't want it to be a private organization, it wasn't. Using the discreet financial services of former IRS lawyer Willard Zucker's Company to Services Fiduciaries, CFS, Hakim established a network of collecting, treasury and operating companies. A portion of the funds went to a reserves account for building up the enterprise as a self-sustaining entity. Between April and September 1985, the enterprise expanded rapidly with the establishment of Lake Resources, which took over from Energy Resources as the main collecting company, Gulf Marketing, Udall Research, Dalmy Incorporated, and Alban Values. TOICO was established in April 1986. The treasury companies held funds for specialized operating companies for different regions, Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East. Alban Values was the Central American Treasury Company, channeling funds into two operating companies, TOICO, which, in the now familiar vernacular, purchased Contra arms and made payments to Contra leaders, and Udall, which brought and operated aircraft and built an airstrip in Costa Rica. The idea, explained Hakim, was that each collecting company would serve as the sole receiver of funds for the enterprise for a period of time. When the first collecting company became too visible, it could be cast aside and the next company would be taken off the shelf and brought into use. Exposure of any one company would not bring down the compartmentalized network. Yellow fruit seeds. The enterprise pursued activities similar to those described in a draft plan delivered in late July 1983 to Business Security International, BSI, the cover company for the Pentagon Special Operations Division's Yellow Fruit Unit, discussed in Chapter 7, by Colonel James Longhofer and Rudy Enders, head of the CIA's Office of Special Activities in the International Activities Division. Retired Army Intelligence Officer William Golden told congressional investigators that he last saw the plan in BSI's safe. Golden, currently a civilian employee at the Fort Huachuca, Arizona Army Intelligence Base, was Assistant Army Attaché in Managua from December 1981 until July 1983, where he provided military intelligence to the CIA and Defense Intelligence Agency and helped coordinate activities with the Honduran military and the Contras. In July 1983, Golden became FLI Operations Officer and Financial Manager for BSI and ended up as a whistleblower in the Yellow Fruit scandal. In his deposition for the Iran-Contra committees, Golden said the document he saw at BSI was a contingency plan that would be implemented in the event that funding for the Contras was cut off for any reason. He believes that a draft presidential finding was included. The plan, he said, didn't mention the Boland Amendment per se, but that is what was talked about in the office. Everybody was worried. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 253. About the Boland Amendment. It was going to cut off funds for the Contras and we would all be out of a job, and how are we going to get around this thing? According to Golden and journalist Stephen Emerson, the Contra support plan had three key components. 1. Contra weapons were to be funneled through inflated sales of equipment to other countries, including Honduras, Guatemala, Brazil, and Argentina. 2. Offshore bank accounts would be established. 3. Yellow fruit agents would assist in building airstrips in Costa Rica on John Hull's ranch and other sites. Golden said he believes implementation of the plan was attempted. At least the mechanisms were being put in place to do that, because they started surveying the airfield. I believe that a bank account was established or was in the process of being established when I left there to support that operation. Several weeks after seeing the plan, Golden signed a dozen bank signature cards related to yellow fruit projects. He assumed that the bank accounts were never established because of BSF's demise, until CBS News contacted him regarding their report, first confirmed by the Pentagon and later retracted, that he was a signatory to a Credit Suisse account along with Richard Secord and Oliver North. Golden verified he was a signatory to an account with a bank official. According to news reports, $2.5 million was withdrawn from the account on a single day in 1985, of that, $75,000 was reportedly used to charter the Danish freighter area to deliver arms to the Contras. The Enterprise Secord Wilson orbits. According to North, Casey recommended Secord as the person to assist us outside the government to comply S/C with the Boland proscriptions. Secord, said Casey, was a person who had a background in covert operations, a man of integrity, a West Point graduate, a man who got things done, and who had been poorly treated. Air Force Major General Richard Secord was on the fast track in 1981 as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Near East, Africa, and South Asia when he was linked to Edwin Wilson, the ex-CIA operative later convicted of selling arms to Libya. Secord was introduced to Wilson in 1974 by CIA officers Theodore Shackley and Thomas Kleins. At the time, Secord was an Air Force colonel serving as the Pentagon's desk officer for Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, then as executive assistant to the head of the Defense Security Assistance Agency. Shackley was chief of the CIA's Far East Division, before that he was head of the Western Hemisphere Division, and Kleins was in the CIA's International Communism branch. Their paths had crisscrossed since the 1960s, when Secord was directing air operations for the secret war in Laos and Shackley was CIA station chief and Kleins his deputy, first in Laos and then South Vietnam. Before going to Laos, Kleins was Wilson's case officer in Special Operations. Wilson was assigned to the CIA's Special Operations Division in 1964, after CIA work as an undercover labor organizer. 254. Whose main job was to fight left-wing unions in Europe, Latin America, and Vietnam. At one point, he carried payoffs to Corsican mobsters hired by the CIA to oust communist dock workers from the port at Marseilles, France. Special Operations set Wilson up as head of a new CIA proprietary maritime consulting. As author Peter Moss explained, Wilson's job was to bring in cargoes wherever the CIA wanted its participation untraceable. He sent incendiary, crowd dispersion and harassment devices to Chile, Brazil, and Venezuela. Arms to the Dominican Republic. Advanced communications gear to Morocco. Weapons of all kinds to Angola. A whole range of high-tech electronics equipment to Iran. More arms for a CIA-backed coup in Indonesia. Military parts and supplies to Taiwan and the Philippines. Logistical support for the so-called secret war the CIA began to wage in Laos. He also arranged for boats flotillas of them, if required, such as the ones used in continuing raids against Cuba. Registered trademark Kleins and Shackley served during the early 1960s as chief and deputy chief of the Miami station, which under the code name JMA Ave ran Operation Mongoose against Cuba. Operation Mongoose included sabotage raids and plots to assassinate Fidel Castro employing Cuban exiles and mafia gangsters. Among the Mongoose saboteurs and would-be assassins were future Contra operatives Fehx Rodriguez, Luis Posada, and Rafael Chi Quintero. Wilson added other business to the CIA assignments, making money for himself and enhancing his cover. Wilson delivered, the CIA did minimal auditing. In 1971, Wilson left the CIA to join Task Force 157, a super-secret arm of the Office of Naval Intelligence with a need for proprietaries. In 1976, Wilson's contract was terminated and Task Force 157 was disbanded under a cloud of impropriety. An ex-CIA operative named Frank Turpil interested Wilson in Libya. Turpil's sales company, Intercontinental Technology, had been purchased in 1975 by Stanford Technology Corporation, a California-based electronics and security firm founded in 1974 by the Iranian bomb Albert Hakim to sell surveillance equipment to the Shah. Turpil and Wilson used Stanford Technology as a base for Libyan transactions, at least through 1976, reportedly without Hakim's knowledge. Hakim and Secord met in Tehran when Secord was chief of the Air Force Military Assistance Group, 1975 to 1978. According to the Iran-Contra report, CIA files disclose that in August of 1976, CIA officer Ted Shackley tried to arrange for Secord to assist Hakim in his efforts to obtain security contracts with the Iranian government in return for Hakim providing intelligence for the CIA. Under Shackley's proposal, Kleins was supposed to introduce Hakim to Secord. Shackley's proposal was rebuffed by a CIA official, in part because Hakim had taken advantage of the Iranians by selling them unneeded over-sophisticated equipment at exorbitant prices. Hakim testified that Wilson introduced him to Kleins and Shackley and that Wilson set up this arrangement on the understanding that he, Wilson, would receive a share of any profits made by Hakim. By 1980, if not before, Hakim was a CIA asset. Secord said he gave Hakim's name to the U.S. intelligence people for vetting and possible use in the operation to rescue the American hostages being held in Iran. He was contacted by the intelligence people, was vetted, and did volunteer his services as did several. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 255. Others. Hakim procured jeeps, vans, and other vehicles. Major Oliver North, then based at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, reportedly led a secret group of Marines to the mountains of eastern Turkey in April 1980 to back up the hostage rescue mission. Secord served as Deputy Task Force Commander and Air Commander of a second hostage rescue mission in April-November 1980 that was never carried out. In 1976, Wilson contacted Rafael Quintero, a former colleague from Task Force 157, to arrange the assassination of a Gaddafi enemy. Before hearing the actual assignment, Quintero checked Wilson out with Kleins, who said Wilson still pulled 100%. Assuming the job was an authorized hit, Quintero recruited two Cubans, Rafael and Raúl Villaverde. They backed out after hearing more about the Wilson-Turpil Libyan operation. As far as they were concerned, Gaddafi was in the communist camp and they didn't kill or communists. Kleins and Shackley tried at first to shield Wilson as his Libyan activities came under investigation, but in the end they couldn't protect even their own careers under George Bush's successor as CIA director, Admiral Stansfield Turner. Shackley, who was widely expected to be appointed CIA director in a second Ford administration, was demoted from his post as Associate Deputy Director of Operations and made Deputy Head of the National Intelligence Tasking Center. Kleins was removed as head of the CIA's Office of Training, but end-run Turner to become the CIA's Pentagon liaison. In 1978, Kleins made plans to quit the CIA and Wilson, who had been lending Kleins money for many years, helped him set up an oil drilling equipment company. Kleins brought in Quintero, for whom he arranged a $135,000 loan from Wilson. Kleins also set up a security firm, Systems Services International. Shackley quit the CIA in 1979 and became a consultant to Kleins companies, and later, Hakim's Stanford Technology. As noted earlier, Somoza was one of Kleins' security clients. Secord stayed friendly with Wilson while serving as head of the Air Force International Programs Office, 1978 to 1981, which directed all Air Force security assistance programs and foreign military sales. Wilson bought Secord out of a bad real estate investment and gave him regular use of his private plane. In 1979, Wilson loaned Kleins $500,000 to set up a company to exploit the billions of dollars in arms sales destined for Egypt after the Camp David Accords. Kleins reportedly had three silent American partners, Secord, Shackley, and Eric von Marbod, then deputy director of the Defense Security Assistance Agency. Kleins' Egyptian-American Transport Services Company, EATSCO, cashed in on U.S. arms sales to Egypt, with von Marbod's authorization. Kleins cut off contact with Wilson when his indictment became public in April 1980. In 1981, as the press coverage on Wilson intensified, Tom Kleins suddenly appeared in the office of Wilson's Geneva lawyer, Edward Coughlin, to pay back the $500,000 that had been advanced to him and three other unnamed U.S. citizens, and to sever on paper any business connection he had with Wilson. As the net tightened around Wilson, von Marbod resigned abruptly from the Air Force in December 1981. EATSCO, meanwhile, was investigated for massive abuse in billing the Pentagon. Secord was removed from his Pentagon post as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, pending a polygraph test. But he was summarily reinstated by Deputy Secretary of Defense. 256. Frank Carlucci, a former Deputy Director of the CIA. In February 1982, Wilson prosecutor Larry Barcella was visited by Michael Ledeen, then a State Department expert on terrorism. Ledeen said that he had heard disquieting rumors about an investigation of Shackley and von Marbod. Especially von Marbod. He was a man of impeccable honor, practically his idol. Any billing abuses that were being questioned might have gone for a covert operation. Ledeen later became involved in the covert sale of U.S. arms to Iran, an operation that some suspect was arranged by the Reagan transition team even before Reagan's inauguration, discussed in Chapter 15. Eric von Marbod became a consultant for Sears World Trade, a subsidiary of Sears Roebuck, that brokered aerospace technology, electronics, helicopters, and other equipment for foreign customers. The president of Sears World Trade was Frank Carlucci, who would later replace Poindexter as National Security Advisor and then succeed Weinberger as Secretary of Defense. In June 1982, Barcella lured Wilson with ironic bait from his refuge in Tripoli to the Dominican Republic, where he was put on a plane to the United States. William Clark's NSC, Wilson was told, had decided to take up his recommendation that he set up fronts to mount covert military actions against communist guerrillas in Central America. Wilson's briefcase was later found to contain a comprehensive 40-page proposal for the covert Central American operation, featuring a 1,500-man Special Mobile Airborne Reaction Force called SMARF. Registered trademark after the Iran-Contra scandal broke, Wilson, then serving a 52-year sentence at the federal prison in Marion, Illinois, told Newsweek, "If I wasn't in jail, I'd have headed up this operation." Kleins claimed that the three unnamed American partners in EATSCO didn't really exist. On January 6, 1984, he pleaded guilty to EATSCO's bilking the Pentagon of some $8 million. Under a plea bargain, Kleins paid a corporate fine of $10,000 on behalf of his company, Systems Services International, part owner of EATSCO, and was ordered to pay another $100,000 within 30 days to set civil claims. The Iran-Contra committees turned up a mysterious receipt, dated February 6, 1984, for a $33,000 check payable to Kleins from Secord. Secord associate Glenn Robinette delivered the check to Kleins' bank. Secord claimed it was a loan, and not a partner's share of the $100,000 fine. Although Secord's ties to Wilson and EATSCO never led to an indictment, his reputation suffered and he retired from the Air Force in May 1983. That was what Casey meant when he said Secord was poorly treated. The Justice Department closed the conflict of interest and bribery investigation of Secord and Kleins in January 1986. Secord went into the international security business with Aberd Hakim. He became president of the Stanford Technology Trading Group International, a Virginia-based company owned 50/50ths with Hakim. In July 1983, Secord also began working for his old Pentagon office as a $242 a day consultant from January 1984 to August 1986. He was a member of the Special Operations Policy Advisory Group, SOPAG. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 257. Air Central America. North enlisted Secord to help run the Contra program in the summer of 1984. It was not Secord's first involvement with Contra supply nor his first covered assignment since retiring from the Air Force. Secord reportedly managed a 1982 operation in which Israel shipped weapons captured in the Lebanon invasion to a CIA arms depot in San Antonio, Texas for shipment. To the Contras in April 1984, Secord was tapped to head a new anti-terrorism task force established by a national security directive signed by Reagan. The task force was responsible for helping to plan a commando rescue mission to free hostages being held in Beirut. A possibly related, unexplained entry in North's notebooks, dated April 27, 1984 reads, "Team to Israel $54 million worth of arms. McFarlane talked to Israeli official can't produce $, similar to Secord arrangement, 65 lift vans, $750K. Happy face." Sometime after meeting with North about the Nicaragua operation, Secord met with Adolfo Calero in North's office. At a follow-up meeting with Calero, Secord, who was inexperienced in Latin America, brought along Rafael Quintero as an advisor. "Quintero," said Secord, "is a man for whom I have a lot of respect. Trust." He met Quintero years earlier through Tom Kleins, another very close associate. From CIA days. By late 1984, the Enterprise had arranged the first of 4 Contra arms deals, through July 1985, totaling nearly $9 million plus a $2 million profit, financed by the Saudi money in Calero's account. Registered trademark during 1984 and 1985, the Contras were also supplied via Honduras with $2 million worth of rifles, grenades, and ammunition through RM Equipment, a firm led by Ronald Martin and retired Lt. Col. James McCoy. McCoy was the last U.S. military attaché during the Somoza regime and a friend of Calero. The first 2 Enterprise deals involved a Canadian arms dealer, Transworld Armament. Then Tom Kleins was brought in. Kleins used Defex, a Portuguese arms dealer, to buy arms from Poland and Western Europe. Guatemala provided false end-user certificates to mask the Contra shipments. Quintero coordinated the arms deliveries and liaison with the Contras in Central America. To arrange air shipment for the arms, the Enterprise hired retired Air Force Lt. Col. Richard Gadd, former liaison between the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Special Operations Command at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Gadd retired in fall 1982 to set up a private air transport system available for clandestine U.S. government operations including Nicaragua. He was contracted by the Special Operations Division, which was used, along with the Army's Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, T6 aid the Contras both before and after the Boland cutoff. See Chapter 7. Gadd provided on-demand transport service to Yellow Fruit, ISA, and Sea Spray, including operations such as the Queen's Hunter Reconnaissance Project. Gadd set up several interlinked proprietaries, Eagle Aviation Services and Technology, East, American National Management Corporation, ANMC, Airmatch, and a short-lived company called Sumerco that flew logistical operations for the Grenada invasion. ANMC and East received millions of dollars in government air transport contracts, including a December 1983 contract from the Special Opera. 258. Shan's command to provide air logistics services in the Caribbean, a February 1984 contract from a Special Forces unit to plan and provide special services to transport personnel and special equipment during training exercises and plan special mobilization procedures for rapid response low visibility operations, and a 1984 contract to provide transportation and logistical support for the Army Delta Force during the Los Angeles Olympics. Gadd was also contracted to keep flight crews and 3 types of aircraft available for sensitive short-notice missions, including the Lockheed Hercules LU, a large cargo plane that can land on short runways in the clandestine world of air transit. GAD worked closely with the CIA-sponsored Southern Air Transport. Southern Air is a spin-off of Air America, the best known of the CIA airlines that secretly supported wars from China, Burma, and Tibet to the Bay of Pigs and the Dominican Republic to Indonesia, Laos and Vietnam. Air America's motto was anything, anywhere, anytime. As Air America chronicler Christopher Robbins put it, its civilian status allowed it to operate without the bureaucracy and red tape that surrounded the military, cross international borders with a minimum of fuss, and break the rules whenever a mission demanded it. Happy face, in the early days, before its workforce grew into the thousands. Air America relied on Air Force pilots. The pilots would disappear from the military in a complex process known as sheep dipping after seeming to go through all the legal and official motions of resigning from the services. The pilots' records would be pulled from the Air Force personnel files and transferred to a special AF intelligence file. The man would become, to all outward appearances, a civilian. At the same time, his ghostly paper existence within the intelligence file would continue to pursue his Air Force career. When his contemporaries were promoted, he would be promoted, and so on. Happy face, whether or not LT. COL. Richard Gadd actually had a clandestine file still with the Air Force. He was following the path of sheep-dipped personnel who had gone before him into civilian-covered operations. Southern Air Transport was a small Miami-based company when the CIA bought it in I-960 and transformed it into its Caribbean and Latin American air arm. Another proprietary, Intermountain Aviation, was formed in 1961 to provide specialized support for guerrilla operations. Intermountain was used in 1965 to secretly violate Washington's stated embargo policy and sell B-26 bombers to Portugal for use against independence movements in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. Like the Enterprise would later, the CIA's proprietary network turned a profit padded by hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts with the U.S. Air Force and aid. The CIA General Counsel had ruled in 1958 that income of proprietaries, including profits, need not be considered miscellaneous receipts to be covered into the Treasury but may be used for proper corporate or company purposes. Critics warned about a backdoor process where profits were being used to provide secret funding for covered operations. The CIA air empire was franchised in the 1970s as it came under increasing scrutiny. Southern Air was sold on December 31, 1973 to the man who had fronted for the CIA as nominal company owner. The current chairman of Southern Air is James Bastian, the longtime attorney for Air America. Intermountain's assets were eventually acquired by the Oregon-based Evergreen Helicopters in March 1975. A. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 259. Former Intermountain officer managed the Investair Leasing Corporation whose plane was used in the 1983 bombing of the Managua Airport. Southern Air flew military supplies to the Contras when the CIA was still officially running the operation. In 1985, GAD arranged for Southern Air to transport the Enterprise arms shipments from Portugal to Central America. GAD and Southern Air established Amalgamated Commercial Enterprises, ACE, a front company registered in Panama, to hold title to aircraft acquired by the Enterprise and serviced by Southern Air. Aircraft were among the big-ticket items that private benefactors were asked to pay for. On June 18, 1985, for example, Reagan Kitchen Cabinet member Joseph Coors met with Casey in the old Executive Office building to ask him how he could help the Contras. Casey told Coors he couldn't answer, but arranged an immediate meeting with North. North told Coors that the Contras needed a MAL aircraft costing $65,000 and gave him the Lake Resources account number at Credit Suisse. Later, North showed Coors a picture of the plane said to be bought with Coors money in May 1986. Secord felt the airlift operation was not functioning well, especially on the southern front. GAD was phased out and replaced as operational manager by Air Force Colonel Robert Dutton. Dutton, another heir to the sheep-dipping tradition, began working for Secord right after his retirement on May 1, 1986 as Assistant Director of the Air Force Office of Special Plans. Dutton brought 20 years' experience in Air Force Special Operations to the Enterprise. He had served under Sklar in the Air Force Military Assistance Group in Iran and in the Second Iran Hostage Rescue Mission. Dutton later told the Iran-Contra committees that based upon his past experience with special operations, he assumed the Nicaragua operation was authorized by the president. He didn't see how they could have done what they did without presidential authority. When Dutton insisted that the Nicaragua operation was like other government-run operations he had participated in, Chief Senate Counsel Arthur Lyman asked him to acknowledge that the others didn't involve private people. Dutton rightly replied that the others did involve private people. Pressed, he would only say that the others may not have involved private individuals to the extent this one did registered trademark. The others may not have used private personnel as extensively because, with the exception of the Clark Amendment for Angola, they weren't operating under a Boland-type prohibition. In any case, virtually all the key private people were ostensibly retired military and CIA officers such as Secord, Dutton, Gadd, Kleins, Quintero, Rodriguez, and Singlaub, or CIA agents and assets like Hull and Hakim. In a case about which less is known, one of Casey's two special assistants, Ben Wickham Jr., reportedly told associates in early 1985 that he was resigning to raise money for the private network supervised by North. Wickham served as CIA station chief in Nicaragua from 1982 to 1984. In 1987, he was reported back at work at the CIA. 260. Just say uncle. A mere 6 months after the Boland cutoff, Congress re-enlisted in the war on Nicaragua under the fraudulent banner of humanitarian aid. The administration's propaganda lobby operation paid off, with dividends to the enterprise. North told Poindexter in January 1985 that with adequate support the resistance could be in Managua by the end of 1985. Psychological warfare escalated as the administration requested $14 million in new military aid for the Contras who Reagan called our brothers. Meanwhile, Washington tightened the economic vice on Nicaragua. Secretary Shultz sent the president of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, a January 30 letter warning that the United States might curtail contributions to the bank if it looked favorably upon a proposed $58 million agricultural loan to provide credits to small and medium-sized farmers in Nicaragua. Acknowledging that the loan would be used to support and expand the production of coffee, cotton, grain, sugar, and other crops, Shultz wrote IDB President Antonio Ortiz Mena, "As you are aware, money is fungible. Monies received from the bank would relieve financial pressures on the gone government of Nicaragua and free up other monies that could be used to help consolidate the Marxist regime and finance Nicaragua's aggression against its neighbors." An IDB official said, "We read Shultz's letter as a threat. Even during the time of Allende when Washington blockaded Chile economically, there was never such a communication from the Secretary of State." Dropping the pretense that U.S. opposition to the Nicaragua loan was based on non-political economic criteria as stipulated in the IDB Charter, a U.S. official said that it shouldn't come as a great surprise to anybody that we favor loans to friendly countries and discourage them to unfriendly countries. Nicaraguan farmers lost out as Washington blocked the IDB loan. In a February 21 news conference, Reagan acknowledged that his objective was to remove the Sandinista government in the sense of its present structure, in which it is a communist totalitarian state and it is not a government chosen by the people. So you wonder sometimes about those who make such claims as to its legitimacy. Asked if that was not advocating overthrow, Reagan dissembled, "Not if the present government would turn around and say all right if they'd say uncle, or all right, and say to the freedom fighters come back into the revolutionary government and let's straighten this out and institute the goals the Sandinistas supposedly betrayed." Some reporters helped Reagan maintain the illusion that remove did not mean overthrow. Said Connie Chung of NBC News, "Reagan wants to remove the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, not oust them." Business Week, on the other hand, acknowledged that Reagan had stripped the camouflage from U.S. support for the Contras and called on Congress to reject renewed aid as equivalent to a declaration of war against Nicaragua. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 261. The day after Reagan's remarks about removing the Nicaraguan government, Shultz told the Commonwealth Club of San Francisco, "Those who would cut off these freedom fighters from the rest of the democratic world are, in effect, consigning Nicaragua to the endless darkness of communist tyranny. And they are leading the United States down a path of greater danger. We may find later, when we can no longer avoid acting, that the stakes will be higher and the costs greater. A senior State Department official, perhaps Schultz himself speaking on background, remarked, "He is saying that the United States should follow a middle ground between passivity and invasion, and this can be done by aiding the Contras." General Paul Gorman, the retiring head of the Southern Command, May 1983 to February 1985, claimed before the Senate Armed Services Committee that Central American countries, while publicly calling for diplomatic measures, had unofficially said the Nicaraguan government must change, and if that means they must be removed, then so be it. Yet Gorman acknowledged, "I don't see any immediate prospect that these guys in blue camouflage suits in the hills are going to march into Managua. It seems to me that the whole resistance movement has got another year or more of slogging to go before that were ever in prospect." Reagan's rhetoric reached new heights on March 1. He said the Contras are the moral equal of our founding fathers and the brave men and women of the French resistance. Later that month, reporter Joel Brinkley spelled out administration intentions on the front page of the New York Times. Renewed aid to the Contras would bring additional measures such as trade sanctions, economic boycotts and reduced diplomatic relations. Moreover, administration officials were making a point of telling members of Congress that the first Boland Amendment had expired and, with renewal of aid, there would be no legal prohibition to seeking the overthrow of the Nicaraguan government. A senior intelligence official said the White House is bent on overthrowing them, and that's why they're making such a point of saying they are not constrained by law. Another senior administration official was more coy, "The president has spoken on this very clearly, but I wouldn't say a military overthrow is the best possible way of changing the government. It would be better if Daniel Ortega packed his bags and moved to Havana." Apparently unworried that Congress might start behaving less willingly gullible, a senior State Department official said the idea that the rebels had been armed and equipped initially so they could intercept arms shipments was ludicrous. As for the current rationale of pressuring the Sandinistas to negotiate, administration officials explained that the ultimate aim of the pressure, and the only acceptable outcome in Nicaragua, is a change of government in Managua. The only Contadora agreement that would be acceptable in Washington, is one in which the Sandinista government renounced its Marxist ideals, invalidated the recent elections and turned the country into a pluralistic democracy with leaders acceptable to the Reagan administration. Officials expressed a next best hope that the pressure, with the war's rising economic and political costs, would cause the Nicaraguan government to disintegrate. 262. Trojan horses. North and Donald Fortier, the NSC Director of Political Military Affairs, wrote a secret March 22 memorandum to McFarlane with the interagency/private auxiliary plan for winning the requested $14 million in military aid. A sample of items on the lengthy, confidential chronological event checklist illustrates the scope of the propaganda lobby effort. Assign U.S. intelligence agencies to research, report, and clear for public release Sandinista military actions violating Geneva Convention/civilized standards of warfare. Responsibility, NSC, North, Raymond. Nicaraguan internal opposition and resistance announce unity on goals and principles B/D, March 2, San Jose, completed. Responsibility, State/LPD, Miller, NSC, North. Request that Zbigniew Brzezinski write a geopolitical paper which points out geopolitical consequences of communist domination of Nicaragua, paper due March 20. Responsibility, NSC, Menges. Brief presidential meeting with Lou Lehrman and other leaders of the influence groups working on MX and resistance funding. Responsibility, NSC, Raymond, North. Brief OAS members in Washington and abroad on second-term goals in Central America. Explore possible OAS action against Nicaragua. Responsibility, OAS, Mindoro, NSC, Menges, State/LPD, Reich. Prepare a Dear Colleagues letter for signature by a responsible Democrat which counsels against negotiating with the FSLN. Responsibility, NSC, Lehman. Results due on public opinion survey to see what turns Americans against Sandinistas, March 20. Responsibility, NSC, Hinckley. Joaquim Maitre, currently Dean of the Boston University College of Communications, congressional meetings, speeches, and op-ed pieces. Responsibility, State/LPD, Kuykendall. Prepare document on Nicaraguan narcotics involvement. Responsibility, Justice, Mullen. VP Vice President Bush in Honduras, meeting with Pres Suazo, March 16. Responsibility, VP, Hughes. Production and distribution of La Prensa, chronology of FSLN harassment. Responsibility, State/LPD, Reich. Pedro Joaquin 5, CL Chamorro, Editor La Prensa, U.S. Media/Speaking Tour, March 25 to April 3. Responsibility, State/LPD, Miller/Gomez. Request Bernard Nietzschman to update prior paper on suppression of Indians by FSLN, to be published and distributed by April 1. Responsibility, State/LPD, Blacken. 25 Central American spokesmen arrive in Miami for briefing before departing to visit the Enterprise and other fronts. 263 congressional districts, along with national television commercial campaign in 45 media markets. Responsibility, CFA Citizens for America, Abramofo. Targeted telephone campaign begins in 120 congressional districts. Responsibility, CFA, Abramofo. Nicaraguan Refugee Fund, NRF, dinner, Washington, D.C., President as guest of honor, April 15. Responsibility, State/LPD, Miller, NSC, Raymond. AAA Calero, Cruz, Robello, available to Washington Press. Responsibility, State/LPD, Gomez. North and Fortier informed McFarlane of military operations and political action, timed to influence the vote, including special operations against highly visible military targets in Nicaragua and various efforts designed to support significantly increased military operations immediately after the vote. On the Spitz Channel front, North and Fortier told McFarlane, next week the networks auction their airtime for 15, 30, and 60-second commercials during prime viewing hours. U.S. interest groups are prepared to commit nearly $2 million for commercial airtime and the production of various advertising media. In early April, with the congressional votes still lacking to win a straight-out vote on military aid, the administration concocted a peace plan ploy, following up on the Contra ultimatum issued in San Jose. Humanitarian aid would go to the Contras during a 60-day ceasefire period. If at the end of 60 days, June 1, the Nicaraguan government had not reached a peace settlement with the Contras, the assistance would revert to military aid. Nicaragua rightly called the proposal a public relations maneuver. Less diplomatically, House Speaker Tip O'Neill called it a dirty trick. The administration claimed Latin American support for the plan, but that too was trickery. Colombian President Belisario Betancur explained that when he called the proposal for a ceasefire and negotiations a positive step, he wasn't informed it was linked to the renewal of Contra funding, which he and other Contadora leaders opposed. Betancur said the Contra aid linkage made it no longer a peace proposal, but a preparation for war. Meanwhile, the administration was secretly sabotaging actual peace talks between Mosquito leader Brooklyn Rivera and the Nicaraguan government. As North later wrote in a secret May 31 memo to McFarlane, after nearly 2 months of careful coordination with Rivera, he agreed on Saturday to break off his discussions with the Sandinistas and announced the end of the Indian/FSLN dialogue from Bogotá. Congress was essentially told to go along with Reagan on Contra funding, or the administration would go around Congress. As Reagan put it, "We're not going to quit and walk away from them, no matter what happens." North wrote up a fallback plan for the Nicaraguan resistance. He told McFarlane in March 1985, "Secrecy for the plan is paramount." It required that present donors, chiefly Saudi Arabia, continue their relationship with the resistance beyond the current funding figure, the current funding relationship, is sufficient to purchase arms and munitions between now and October if additional monies are provided for non-military supplies, e.g. food, clothing, medical items, etc. The fallback plan envisioned the administration bypassing Congress with a 264 presidential appeal to the public for humanitarian aid. Send your check or money order to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, Box 1776, Gettysburg, PA. McFarlane rejected the presidential speech idea, but he approved the already initiated creation of a tax-exempt Nicaraguan Freedom Fund, Inc. The Nicaraguan Freedom Fund was subsequently launched by the Washington Times and endorsed by Reagan, described in Chapter 10. Casey met with McFarlane on March 22 and, according to a CIA record of the meeting, expressed some concern, based on his conversation with Poindexter earlier in the day, that the administration was going to be content to seek authorization for non-lethal aid to the Contras, relying on third countries to supply either arms or funds for arms. Casey worried that continuing this way would leave Congress off the hook and congressional opponents would attempt to discover and punish third countries supporting the Contras. McFarlane noted that was a good point, and he felt that rather than have another meeting on this subject he would take the issue to the president and let him decide. The president apparently decided to go with public humanitarian aid and secret arms funding. Later that year, Congress allowed third country support for humanitarian aid. Word leaked in mid-April that the administration had sent Congressional Appropriations Committees a top-secret document revealing plans to expand the Contra force to put more pressure on Nicaragua. This was presented as the only alternative to an expensive containment strategy which could raise the cost of U.S. military and economic aid programs in Central America from $1.2 billion to $4 to $5 billion a year, administration figures. The document said the administration had, for the present, ruled out direct application of U.S. military force, but warned that this course must realistically be recognized as an eventual option, given our stakes in the region, if other policy alternatives fail. Leading Democratic supporters of Contra aid, such as Senator Sam Nunn, DGA, and House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Dante Fascell, DFL, promoted the plan to launder Contra funds through a humanitarian aid account. Amid this congressional brokering, the New York Times illustrated how humanitarian assistance can indirectly support guerrilla fighters with an account of a $7.5 million aid program approved by Congress in June 1984 to provide medical and food aid for Mosquito refugees in Honduras near the Contra base camp at Rus Rus, as well as road building and other construction. Auxiliary groups like Friends of the Americas were also active in the area. Representatives Barnes and Hamilton proposed an alternative aid package, with $10 million for Nicaraguan refugees to be distributed through the International Red Cross or UN High Commissioner for Refugees and $4 million to defray peacekeeping costs in the event of a successful Contadora peace plan. Reagan attacked the aid proposal in his April 20 radio address as a shameful surrender that would hasten the consolidation of Nicaragua as a communist terrorist arsenal. On April 23, the Senate approved $14 million in military and paramilitary aid linked to a non-binding Reagan pledge to use the funds for non-military purposes. The House voted it down. The next day, the House voted down other aid alternatives as liberals and conservatives unexpectedly combined to kill the BAME's Hamel. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 265-ton compromise. As William Leo Grande observed, the press headlined the votes as a total defeat for Reagan's Nicaragua policy because all the aid proposals had failed. In fact, the votes indicated that the administration's position was stronger than anyone had anticipated. Happy face, red herring. The House votes left a vacuum, not a policy decision. A group led by conservative Democrat Dave McCurdy of Oklahoma began meeting to draft a new bill. Opportunity quickly knocked in the form of Ortega's trip to Moscow. Ortega had traveled to Moscow before, so the Nicaraguans were shocked by the unprecedented outcry in the United States. Nicaragua's ambassador to the United States, Carlos Tunnerman, recalled how the trip was presented as a mortal sin. President Ortega, the foreign minister, myself and others have explained to dozens of congresspeople what produced the trip. How it wasn't scheduled to coincide with the vote. The trip was not exclusively to Moscow. It encompassed 5 socialist countries and 7 Western European countries. It was a trip that could not have been changed simply because of a congressional vote. It was vital to us because we had a shortage of oil. Nicaragua could no longer count on Mexico to supply oil, and it was anticipating U.S. sanctions that would require immediate alternative outlets for Nicaraguan imports and exports. U.S. politicians and commentators screamed insult and outrage over the Moscow trip and pretended that if Ortega hadn't taken such an ill-timed trip, the House no votes on Contra aid would have stood. On May 1, Reagan cited the trip as one reason for declaring a national emergency because of Nicaragua's unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States, and slapping Nicaragua with the economic embargo that had been waiting in the wings. Although the embargo hurt Nicaragua economically and disrupted a natural trading partner relationship, Alejandro Martínez Cuenca, the Minister of Foreign Trade and Commerce, believes it backfired against the United States. No country joined in the embargo, it was condemned in international forums, and Nicaragua was able to shift its primary export market to Western Europe and build upon its policy of diversifying international economic relations, a policy of not putting all your eggs in one single basket. The embargo had wide support in Congress. Neoliberal Rep. Stephen Solars, D. New York, called it an appropriate approach and opportunistically equated Nicaragua with South Africa. "I don't see how you can support sanctions against Nicaragua and not against South Africa," said Solars. "In both instances, you have governments deeply committed to policies we are opposed to. In South Africa it is apartheid, and in Nicaragua it is repression at home and revolution abroad. There's a movement on our side to accommodate the lust members feel to strike out against communism," said Rep. Bill Alexander, DAR. The chief deputy whip. Schultz played to the mix of anti-communist lust and fear of another Viet. 266. Nam, claiming on May 23 that without Contra aid we will be faced with an agonizing choice about the use of American combat troops. Brinkmanship. The option of U.S. combat troops was the subject of 2 New York Times articles in early June. U.S. military is termed prepared for any move against Nicaragua, and an invasion is openly discussed. The first stage of the U.S. military buildup in Central America had been completed with a vigorous tempo of war games, construction of staging areas and listening posts, the creation of an elaborate intelligence network, and a major effort to fortify Allied armies. The Southern Command had even stored 100% of its estimated oil requirements. As part of a continuing effort to draw Costa Rica deeper into the war, Green Berets were training the Costa Rican Civil Guard in counterinsurgency skills at a new camp near the Nicaraguan border. Talk of the invasion option had become commonplace in official circles, the New York T/MCS reported. The apparent consensus was that the United States could quickly and easily rout the Sandinistas. As one intelligence official put it, an invasion of Nicaragua was undesirable from a propaganda point of view, but, if necessary, it would be like falling off a log. Intelligence sources said major Nicaraguan installations are lightly defended. With minimal risk, American pilots could destroy the small Nicaraguan Air Force, radar, artillery, tanks, supply depots, and command centers. Colonel William Comey Jr., then Southcom Director of Operations and later commander of the Joint Task Force in Honduras, reportedly estimated it would take the United States 2 weeks to gain control of 60% of the Nicaraguan population. In the most likely scenario, the United States would install a Contra government and army. The Sandinistas would be up in the hills, but that would be a problem for the new Nicaraguan government, explained one U.S. officer. "It wouldn't be our problem. We'd probably have a program like El Salvador, advisors and assistants, but no Americans involved in the fighting." The officer downplayed the threat of prolonged guerrilla war, asserting that the Sandinistas have lost the support of people in the mountains. "They'll get their heads chopped off up there." Senator Richard Lugar, RN, then chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said he thought the United States would break diplomatic relations with Nicaragua, "but I don't know how soon. We might recognize a government in exile." With the Second Cuba, he said, we might be invited by Nicaragua's neighbors to invade as we were invited in the East Caribbean to invade Grenada. Contrary to the impression left by the Times articles, there was no consensus behind the falling off a log rhetoric. The administration had, as suspected, secretly studied what it would take to invade Nicaragua. As was reported a year later, however, the Joint Chiefs urged caution, arguing that it would take 125,000 U.S. troops and that casualties would number between 3,000 and 4,000 in the first few. The Enterprise and other fronts 267 days and sharply questioning whether American public opinion would back such an effort. Unlike Grenada, Nicaragua would not be a quick-hit victory. The administration remained divided over the invasion option. One 1984 study, drawing on scenarios developed by military analysts and consultants, estimated that after more than 4 months of relatively high-intensity warfare, an occupation force of U.S. and CONDECA troops would be needed to confront sabotage and insurgency for the remainder of a 5-year period. Assuming, perhaps unrealistically, that the opposition to the American occupation diminishes dramatically over time, and that the internal resistance is effectively prevented from receiving support from outside the country, and that Contra and CONDECA troops carry the burden of pacification after the initial occupation, U.S. casualties would total between 2,392 and 4,783 dead, with 9,300 to 18,600 wounded. Nicaraguan casualties would be far higher. The total economic cost to the United States would be nearly $10.7 billion, including equipment losses, operating costs, and economic assistance. While some officials were cautious, others were itching for an opportunity to invade. There were these guys in the White House who were just dying for an excuse to send in the 82nd Airborne, said a former senior official. The line they had was that with 125,000 troops and 4,000 to 5,000 casualties, we could occupy the country in 4 to 6 weeks. In a 1984 dinner discussion with reporters, McFarlane had railed against the Pentagon's unwillingness to use power in Central America. They want the weapons, he declared in substance, but they don't want to use them. For example, McFarlane and other officials from various departments had urged a naval blockade of Nicaragua, a subject of constant study since early in the administration. But the Pentagon brass consistently argued that a blockade would tie down too many assets needed elsewhere. In the words of former Army Chief of Staff General Edward Meyer, the civilians in the State Department have always been more willing to employ force than the military. Military men know that once a war starts, it's hard to stop. They are not sure that the civilians who ordered it are going to be around when the chips are picked up. According to past and present policymakers, the Reagan administration has been on the brink of war, i.e. direct invasion in Central America from its first year in office. They say the question of whether U.S. combat troops will be sent remains to be settled. Humanitarian aid. On June 12, 1985, the House reinvigorated the war on Nicaragua by approving $27 million in humanitarian aid. The Senate had approved $38 million on June 7. Ortega's trip to Moscow became the convenient excuse for the pro-Contra compromise promised weeks in advance. Ortega's visit was a red herring, Rep. McCurdy acknowledged. I'm trying to go to Moscow in October myself. 268. By 1985, the Reaganite propaganda lobby operation had succeeded in demonizing Nicaragua to the extent that even most policy critics mouthed the administration's diluted rhetoric. Senator Mark Hatfield, ROR, chided his colleagues, "In the debate in April we had a hate and everybody said, I hate the Sandinistas more than you do, I just hate them differente." 6 weeks before Congress voted to renew aid to the Contras, Newsweek ran a gruesome series of photos titled "Execution in the Jungle." The victim dug his own grave, scooping the dirt out with his hands. He crossed himself. Then a Contra executioner knelt and rammed a K-bar knife into his throat. A second enforcer stabbed at his jugular, then his abdomen. When the corpse was finally still, the Contras threw dirt over the shallow grave and walked away. The photos were taken by Frank Wall, a conservative student sympathizer traveling with the Contras House Speaker Tip O'Neill advised Reagan to look at the Newsweek photographs if he wanted a good reason to vote against Contra aid. "I saw that picture," Reagan replied, "and I'm told that after it was taken, the so-called victim got up and walked away." Happy face, the execution in the jungle fit the continued pattern of Contra terror. Publicly, the administration covered up the Contra trail of blood, but internal documents acknowledged the human rights problem, as illustrated by a secret briefing paper for Elliott Abrams to use for the September 1985 Chiefs of Mission Conference attended by key U.S. officials involved in Central America. The armed Nicaraguan resistance is a potent force but still a long way from success. Public support is growing but is still tenuous. They must understand the absolute necessity of fighting a clean war. Happy face, considering the training provided in the CIA Contra Manual, for example, it's no wonder the Contras didn't fight a clean war. The Boland prohibition against using funds to support military or paramilitary activities in Nicaragua remained in effect through October 18, 1986, when the $100 million aid legislation supplanted it. Funds of $27 million were authorized only for humanitarian aid, food, clothing, medicine, and other humanitarian assistance, and it does not include the provision of weapons, weapons systems, ammunition, or other equipment, vehicles or material which can be used to inflict serious bodily harm or death. There was also a loophole allowing the exchange of intelligence information with the Contras. Humanitarian aid was Orwellian doublespeak and everyone knew it. In the words of Congressional Quarterly, it was difficult for members to oppose something labeled humanitarian aid for the Contras, even though everyone understood that the money would be used to keep a military force fighting in the field. In adopting the humanitarian aid label, the U.S. government debased a term well established in international law and practice. 11 non-governmental voluntary organizations, including Lutheran World Relief, American Friends Service Committee and Oxfam America, issued a statement explaining that under the Geneva Conventions combatants have no claim to humanitarian aid. Governmental or non-governmental providers of genuine humanitarian assistance must be recognized as neutral parties to the conflict. Humanitarian aid must be offered impartially and provided strictly to non-combatants on the basis of need. Providing humanitarian. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 269. Assistance to a military force is a contradiction in terms. On August 29, 1985, President Reagan signed an executive order creating the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office, NHAO, for the purpose of disbursing the $27 million to UNO. Ambassador Robert Du Ending was named director. Abrams was responsible for day-to-day policy guidance. After a conversation with North in September, Dumling wrote in his notes, "War costs $2 mil/mo. North thinks that $1.25 mil can come from NHAO." Happy face, in October, UNO leaders Calero, Cruz, and Robello signed a letter to Dumling requesting that he retain Robert Owen's Institute for Democracy, Education and Assistance, IDEA. IDEA was a non-profit front group established by Owen in January 1985. Dumling agreed to the Owen contract in November after additional pressure from North. The IDEA NHAO contract for $50,675 stipulated that Owen shall not during the term of this grant perform any service which is related to the acquisition, transportation, repair, storage, or use of weapons, weapons systems, ammunition or other equipment, vehicles, or material which can be used to inflict serious bodily harm or death. Owen not only facilitated lethal aid for the Contras during this period, he did so employing NHAO planes at North's direction. Dumling himself acknowledged twice ordering planes to shuttle weapons in mixed loads for the Contras in early 1986 at the direction of Elliott Abrams. Registered trademark Enterprise airlift operative Richard Gadd also enjoyed NHAO largesse. His Airmatch Corporation received at least $487,000 in classified NHAO contracts to deliver non-lethal aid after the reported intervention of Abrams. Registered trademark Airmatch subcontracted with Southern Air Transport to deliver humanitarian supplies to Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador, where the planes were reloaded with arms and ammunition for drops to the Contras before returning to the United States. A June 1986 GA report revealed that millions of dollars in humanitarian aid had been traced to offshore bank accounts, e.g. Cayman Islands, Bahamas, and to the Honduran armed forces, raising questions about illegal diversion of funds and payoffs. Registered trademark. Later that month, several alienated Contra military officers described corruption among the top Contra leaders. "They have clean boots and dirty hands," was a common complaint. "I think the entire leadership is corrupt," said Gerardo Chaco Martinez, former commander of the Jeane Kirkpatrick Task Force. Former Task Force Commander Marion Gordon Blandon said he was carried on the Contra payroll at $400 a month for 2 years, during which he wasn't paid. A former Contra intelligence officer, Alberto Suhr, recalled seeing a receipt for 5,000 rifles at $600 apiece. The rifles were actually purchased for $60 each. He described other methods of fraud, such as billing for higher cost grades of rice, beans, and com, while actually buying lower cost grades. Currency exchange was another profit maker. As Suhr explained it, dollars were changed to Honduran lempiras BX the black market rate, then about 2.60 to 2.65 to the dollar, while accounting was done at the official rate, then about 2 to the dollar, at which Washington was billed for supplies, creating a 30% profit on each transaction, amounting to nearly $1 million graft for every $3 million in U.S. aid. Registered trademark. The GA reported that as of September 4, 1986, NHAO disbursed $26.80 mil. 270. Lion. According to receipts, about $9.8 million was paid to U.S. suppliers and $17 million was spent in Central America. The GAO could not verify the bulk of the expenditures. Regarding payments to Central American brokers, it found, for example, that of the total amount of about $3 million deposited to one broker account as of May 10, 1986, only $150,000 could be traced to Central America, none of which was paid to suppliers shown on the invoices and receipts received by NHAO. Instead, most of the funds were transferred from the account to other bank accounts in the United States and other countries. Thus, from the broker's bank records, we could not determine whether the funds reached the intended suppliers in the region. The GAO confirmed that currency was exchanged at rates higher than the in-country official exchange rate, up to 31% higher. Registered trademark. Among the known humanitarian expenses were color televisions, volleyball uniforms, and living room sets. Registered trademark. Enterprise liftoff. On April 1, 1985, Owen wrote a memo to North, alias the Hammer, filling him in on discussions concerning the development of a new Southern Front. Owen described a meeting arranged by Arturo Cruz Jr. with Contra leaders Leonel Poveda, Guillermo Mendieta, and Alejandro Martinez. They say they represent El Negro Chamorro's camp, which now consists of some 43 men under the command of José Rabello, Shepin, and another camp which is under the command of the Cubans and Caleros people. They would be a Southern Front alternative to Eden Pastora. Owen reported that some of Pastora's field commanders are ready to join any side which will provide them with food and medicines. They have not been resupplied in at least 8 months. In an April 9 update to the memo, Owen added, Sparkplug Calero has decided to go with El Negro Chamorro as the military commander of the South. There will be a political/military council which will have supervisory capacity over Chamorro, made up of Chamorro, Donald Lacayo, Indalecio Pastora, Picasso, who is married to Calero's wife's sister, Poveda, and possibly others. The concern about Chamorro, continued Owen, is that he drinks a fair amount and may surround himself with people who are in the war not only to fight, but to make money. People who are questionable because of past indiscretions include, José Rabello, Shepin, potential involvement with drug running and the sales of goods provided by U.S. government. Carlos Coronel, talks with all sides, potentially too much with the Sandinistas and is making dollar on the side. Leonel Poveda, rumored to have been involved with the sale of goods and pocketing certain commissions. Sebastian Gonzalez, Watchin, now involved in drug running out of Panama. Whatever structure is established for the South, tight control must be kept on the money and resources. In the past it has been too easy to sell goods and too many people have learned how to make a good living off the war. Registered trademark. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 271. On July 1, North, Calero, Bermudez, Secord, Kleins and Quintero met all night in the Miami Airport Hotel. The meeting, Secord recalled, commenced on a pretty hard note, with Colonel North being worried about and critical of the Contras, because he had been receiving reports that the limited funds they had might be getting wasted, squandered, or even worse, some people might be lining their pockets. North specifically mentioned Adolfo Calero's brother, Mario, who handled Contra purchasing out of New Orleans. The meeting then turned to a review of military problems. It was agreed that airlift was the most urgent concern. The Contras had a few old aircraft operating out of Honduras, but when the CIA pulled back under Boland there were few people trained in logistics, maintenance, and communications, what Secord called the sinews of war. The Contra task forces inside Nicaragua were dependent on the resupply of consumables, beans and bullets from air. You either had to develop an airdrop capability or they were going to be forced from the field, said Secord. It was tacit admission of the lack of a real popular base. The second major problem was the need for a new and successful Southern Front, based in Costa Rica, to divert Sandinista forces from the Honduras-based Northern Front. The third problem was the Contras' lack of access to their urban areas and the need for them to get into some of the urban areas. North asked Secord to take over Contra procurement and organize an airlift operation for supplying existing FDN forces in the new Southern Front. Secord asked GAD to organize the airlift. Quintero went to El Salvador and, with the assistance of his friend Felix Rodriguez, arranged for the airlift operation to be run out of Ilopango Air Base. That, said Secord, was the key. Without that we had nothing. Registered trademark Felix Rodriguez, alias Max Gomez, is an old CIA hand. He came to the United States from Cuba in 1954 to go to high school and moved here permanently in 1958, a year before the triumph of the revolution. In 1959, Rodriguez went to the Dominican Republic with the Anti-Communist Legion. He returned to the United States and in late I-960 began training for the Bay of Pigs operation. When the April 1961 invasion of Cuba failed, Rodriguez, who had infiltrated into Cuba in advance, sought refuge for over 5 months in the Venezuelan embassy in Havana. He then returned to the United States, trained at Fort Benning, Georgia, and joined the anti-Cuba operations being run by Theodore Shackley and Tom Kleins from Miami. In 1967, Rodriguez was sent to Bolivia to help track Che Guevara. After Che was captured, interrogated, and executed, Rodriguez took his watch. He still wears it. Rodriguez then went to train a special intelligence unit in Ecuador and police counterintelligence in Peru. Rodriguez served in Vietnam from 1970 to 1972 as a provincial reconnaissance unit trainer under the Saigon Area Command of Donald Gregg. There Rodriguez helped develop the concept of using low-level helicopter reconnaissance and small, mobile paramilitary teams for search and destroy missions against guerrilla units. According to Edwin Wilson, Rodriguez worked in the Phoenix program. He was the kind of guy who really impressed gung-ho people. They'd take 3 Vietnamese up in a helicopter, throw 2 overboard and the other guy talked. Registered trademark 272. Rodriguez went on to CIA operations in South America and the Caribbean before taking disability retirement in 1976. He reportedly served as an advisor to the Argentine military for 2 years in the early 1980s. This was during the period he was, as mentioned earlier, reportedly working with Tom Kleins to support the Contras. Rodriguez became a business partner of Gerard Lachinian, a Miami-based arms broker. In February 1986, Lachinian was convicted of conspiring to assassinate Honduran President Roberto Suazo and received a 30-year sentence. The 1984 conspiracy, which involved smuggling $10.3 million of cocaine into the United States to finance a hit squad and coup, also included General José Busso, the chief of the Honduran Armed Forces Joint Command, who was ousted along with General Alvarez in March 1984. In the fall of 1986, North, Claridge and General Paul Gorman urged the Justice Department to grant Busso leniency as a friend of the United States, i.e. of the Contras and the U.S. military. They wanted to ensure, as North put it in computer notes to Poindexter, that Busso didn't break his long-standing silence about the Nicaraguan resistance and other sensitive operations and start singing songs nobody wants to hear. Poindexter told North, "You may advise all concerned that the President will want to be as helpful as possible to settle this matter." Abrams also supported the leniency request at an early October meeting. Although Busso was not pardoned, he was allowed to serve a 5-year prison sentence at a minimum security prison at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida in March 1982. Rodriguez drew on his Vietnam experience and wrote a 5-page proposal for the creation of an elite mobile strike force, called the Tactical Task Force, TTF, that would be ideal for the pacification effort in El Salvador and Guatemala, reminiscent of the SMARF proposal discovered upon Ed Wilson's arrest. Rodriguez dubbed the search and destroy units pink teams and advocated using napalm and cluster bombs to give them more destructive power. Rodriguez's proposal included a map of Central America which indicated that Nicaragua would be a target of pink team operations, based in El Salvador and Honduras. Rodriguez met with his old friend Donald Gregg, National Security Advisor to George Bush, and Richard Stone, Special Envoy for Central America, in early March 1983. Gregg, a CIA officer from 1951 to 1979, served as head of the NSC Intelligence Directorate before moving to Bush's office in August 1982. On March 17, Gregg sent Rodriguez's pink team plan to then Deputy National Security Advisor McFarlane along with a secret 1-page memo on anti-guerrilla operations in Central America. Gregg indicated his support for Rodriguez's plan, as well as that of Stone and CIA official Rudy Enders. McFarlane forwarded the documents to Oliver North. On March 21, McFarlane sent National Security Advisor William Clark the Rodriguez proposal, Gregg's memo, and a description of Israeli paramilitary support for the Contras. McFarlane noted, "This is representative of the kind of things we can do with Israel if we work quietly behind the scenes. I set this in motion with my Israeli counterpart, David Kimchi, over a year ago. We could do a lot together if we would work at it." Clark approved and wrote great on McFarlane's cover memo. Rodriguez. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 273. Went on to advise the Salvadoran military along the lines of the Pink Team strategy as well as help manage the Contra supply operation. In January 1985, Rodriguez met twice with Vice President Bush. At the second meeting before Rodriguez left for Central America, he showed Bush a picture taken with Che Guevara. Rodriguez arrived in El Salvador on March 15. Before that he had Contra business to attend to. According to Central American intelligence sources, Rodriguez met with Guatemala's General Mejia to discuss a plan, first broached by Rodriguez during a previous visit, whereby Guatemala would provide cover for U.S. arms shipments to the Contras in exchange for increased U.S. aid. On March 5, North informed McFarlane that the Guatemalans would falsely certify that the Guatemalan army was the final destination for nearly $8 million worth of munitions to be delivered to the FDN, beginning on or about March 10. North told McFarlane that the end-user certificates, which he attached to the memo, are a direct consequence of the informal liaison we have established with Gen Mejia and your meeting with he and President deleted. North recommended an increase in U.S. aid to Guatemala as compensation for the extraordinary assistance they are providing to the Nicaragua freedom fighters. U.S. aid to Guatemala jumped from $18.6 million in 1984 to over $98 million in 1985 to $114.2 million in 1986. On February 14, 1985, General Gorman sent a confidential eyes-only cable to Ambassador to El Salvador Thomas Pickering and Colonel James Steele, the commander of the U.S. military group in El Salvador. "I have just met here with Felix Rodriguez. He is operating as a private citizen, but his acquaintanceship with the VP Vice President is real enough, going back to latter's days as DCI Director of Central Intelligence. Rodriguez's primary commitment to the region is in deleted where he wants to assist the FDN. I told him that the FDN deserved his priority. Gorman earlier told Pickering that Rodriguez has been put into play by Ollie North. Pickering forwarded that cable to Craig Johnstone at the State Department. Greg met with Rodriguez on February 19, supposedly only to discuss El Salvador. North recorded a February 19 conversation with General Gorman in his notebook, F.R. Rodriguez told his priority should be FDN. Told him in delicate stage of transition from CIA-run OP to Southern Command-run OP with LRP's long-range reconnaissance patrols and Prowl 2 classified operations in El Salvador. CIA operatives trained the small Salvadoran long-range reconnaissance patrols and accompanied them in their mission of tracking guerrillas in rebel-held territory and calling in air strikes. This was one way the administration secretly exceeded the public limit of 55 U.S. military advisors in El Salvador. Gorman, fearing a higher risk of exposure, did not want volunteers like Rodriguez involved in the Southern Command Run program. Nonetheless, with Ambassador Pickering's approval, Rodriguez did assist the search and destroy missions on September 10. North met with Gregg and Steele. In his notebook, North listed the following among the discussion topics: Calero/Bermudez visit to Lopango Air Base to establish logistical support/maintenance, as well as other possible locations for the resupply base. Gregg has denied knowledge of the Contra supply operation prior to summer 1986. Registered trademark on September 20, North wrote Rodriguez. 274. Asking him to arrange space at Ilopango for the Contra supply operation, Quintero followed up. Rodriguez became the logistical coordinator for the airlift at the base and liaison with base commander Juan Rafael Bustillo and other Salvadoran officers, as well as with Colonel Steele. Rodriguez recruited a friend from U.S. operations against Cuba, Luis Posada, alias Ramon Medina, to assist the airlift as support director at Ilopango. Posada handled finances, housing, and transportation and coordinated aircraft landing, refueling and takeoff. Eventually, Posada also became responsible for receiving, refueling and relaunching NHAO flights. The CIA trained Posada is a fugitive terrorist. On October 6, 1976, a bomb destroyed a Cubana Airlines DC-8 en route from Barbados to Havana, killing all 73 people aboard. Posada and 3 other Cuban exiles living in Venezuela, including CORU chief Orlando Bosch, were jailed. Posada went to Venezuela in 1967, where he worked for DIZIP, Venezuelan secret intelligence. In August 1985, Posada bribed a prison supervisor and escaped. Months later, reportedly disguised by plastic surgery as well as an alias, Posada was at Ilopango working for the airlift and protected by his old contacts in the CIA and the Salvadoran military. Congress granted additional money to the CIA in December 1985 to provide communications equipment to the Contras and allowed the State Department to solicit third countries for humanitarian assistance. On January 9, 1986, Reagan signed a new finding on Nicaragua which consolidated prior findings and authorized the CIA to provide intelligence advice, training, and communications equipment to the Contras. $13 million was allocated. In the copy of the finding published by the Iran-Contra committees, there is only one line not blacked out after the phrase "the CIA is directed to provide assistance and non-lethal material support to the armed resistance forces of the Nicaraguan Democratic Opposition." Registered trademark. The CIA also spent several $1 million in political funds from the CIA budget to support and influence Contra activity from September 1985 through 1986. The Congressional Intelligence Committees were reportedly notified. CIA funding went to Sandinista opponents inside Nicaragua, to support UNO and FDN operations, to Contra propaganda, and, in the words of one U.S. official, to create the aura that they are an actual political entity among our allies in Europe. Registered trademark. In summer 1986, the CIA used political funds to transport FDN and Quezon, Mosquito, representatives around Honduras in an effort to set factional differences and consolidate the Contras for an offensive against Nicaragua pending congressional approval of military aid. The CIA used Honduran Air Force helicopters with U.S. pilots for the flights. Registered trademark. Meanwhile, on January 15, 1986, North took new steps on the recommendation of Casey and Poindexter to ensure secure communications for the Enterprise-Contra operation. He distributed 15 classified KL-43 encryption devices provided by the National Security Agency to Secord, Gadd, Steele, Rodriguez, Quintero, Southern Air Transport President William Langton, Fernandez, and others. Costa Rica Station Chief Joe Fernandez met with the new CIA Latin America Division Chief while he was on an orientation trip to the region in April and told him North had provided a KL-43. Fernandez said he didn't have time to participate in the resupply opera. The Enterprise and other fronts. 215. Shin. The new chief told Fernandez he'd look into it back in Washington. Registered trademark. Fernandez ended up playing a pivotal role in the resupply, relaying when and where to make airdrops. He said they were able to obtain information about areas where the Contras were and that they had under temporary control. I would say temporary control means 48 hours and no more, because of the pressure of the Sandinista military operations. Registered trademark. About the material dropped, Fernandez said, this was all lethal. Benefactors only sent lethal stuff. Registered trademark. On January 6, 1986, North wrote in his notebook that General John Galvin, Gorman's successor as Southcom commander, was cognizant of the activities underway in both Costa Rica and at Ilopango Air Base in support of the DRF Democratic Resistance Force, FDN. North added, Gen. Galvin is enthusiastic about both endeavors. North, Poindexter, Galvin, and others met on January 6 to discuss, among other things, covert strategy/training/planning/support for the Contras. Galvin testified later that he knew of the resupply operation, but claimed to have believed it was financed and run by private individuals. Registered trademark. By April, the airlift was operating almost daily supply missions for the FDN's northern front. According to the Iran-Contra report, most missions delivered supplies from the main FDN base Aguacate, in Honduras to the FDN's forward operating positions. Other flights dropped lethal cargo to units operating inside Nicaragua. Many of these flights were helped informally by CIA field officers on the ground, who prepared flight plans for aerial resupply missions, briefed the air crews on Nicaraguan anti-aircraft installations, and provided minor shop supplies to the mechanics. On one occasion, the CIA operations officer at an FDN base flew Ian Crawford, a loadmaster for the resupply operation, in a CIA helicopter with lethal supplies on board over the border areas so Crawford could see where he and his crew were airdropping cargo 3 to 4 times daily. Registered trademark. Registered trademark. The operation still had problems, including poor maintenance and coordination between the FDN and the Southern Front. On April 20, North and Secord flew to Ilopango for a meeting with Steele, Rodriguez, Bustillo and Bermudez and other FDN military leaders. On May 1, Gadd was replaced by Dutton as operational manager. At that point, fly operation had approximately 19 pilots, loadmasters, kickers, and maintenance operators at Ilopango, with 1 MAL and 2 C-7 aircraft and 1 C-123 cargo plane. Pilots earned $3,000 per month, plus a $700 bonus for every flight inside Nicaragua. Registered trademark. Registered trademark. The crews lived in 3 safe houses in San Salvador. The Enterprise warehouse at the base was stocked with machine guns, grenades, C4 explosive, ammunition, uniforms and outlier military gear. As an Air America veteran once noted, every time there's a war the same damned people always show up. Registered trademark. That was certainly the case with the war on Nicaragua. Eugene Hasenfuss was an Air America kicker in Laos. William Cooper, the managing pilot, was a former Air America pilot who worked for Southern Air along with pilot Wallace Buzz Sawyer. Sawyer also flew for Seaspray. Cooper's deputy John McRaney was an Air America veteran, as were pilots Frank Hines, Jerry Stemwedel, and Jake Werrell. It was Secord's desire to try to slowly replace the American crews with foreigners, assuming Congress didn't give the CIA another green light. In Sequart's 276 view, the problem wasn't a legal one, but an appearance problem. If we were to have one or more of these people captured, as ultimately occurred, it becomes a real problem when it is American citizens. The enterprise contracted David Walker, the retired commander of the British 22nd Special Air Services Regiment, an elite commando unit, to provide 2 pilots and a loadmaster, but they didn't have the right experience. At least 2 South African pilots were employed, as indicated on airlift payroll records, but the Americans remained the mainstay of the operation. David Walker was also contracted to resolve the urban access problem by arranging military actions. As North explained, Walker was involved his organization, as I understand it, in support of the Nicaraguan resistance, with internal operations in Managua and elsewhere, in an effort to improve the perception that the Nicaraguan resistance could operate anywhere that it so desired. Another unnamed contract agent was apparently responsible for so-called policies of intimidation which have not been explained. On December 4, 1984, North wrote a top-secret memorandum to McFarlane, informing him that this weekend, at the request of I-Navy Seconds John Lehman, I met with Mr. David Walker, a former British SAS officer who now heads 2 companies, KMS and Saladin, which provide professional security services to foreign governments. Walker had been approached several months ago. In addition to the security services provided by KMS, this offshore, Jersey Islands, company also has professional military trainers available. Walker suggested that he would be interested in establishing an arrangement with the FDN for certain special operations expertise aimed particularly at destroying Hind helicopters. Walker quite accurately points out that the helicopters are more easily destroyed on the ground than in the air. In an April 11, 1985 memo to McFarlane on FDN military operations, North referred to 2 operations probably involving Walker. The first involved an expenditure of $50,000 for the operation conducted in Managua against the ammunition depot at the EPS Nicaraguan Army Military Headquarters. The second, listed under future operations, was a major special operations attack against Sandino Airport in Managua with the purpose of destroying the Mi-24 helicopters and the Sandinista Air Force maintenance capability. Walker never succeeded in destroying helicopters on the ground. Southern Front. In July 1985, Louis Tams prepared to take up his new post as ambassador to Costa Rica. Colonel North asked me to go down and open up the Southern Front, he said. Tams never questioned whether his instructions were legal under the Boland Amendment. There's a saying in the Foreign Service, when you take the king's shilling, you do the king's bidding. Everyone knew where King Ron stood on supporting the Contras. Tams shared his Southern Front mandate with CIA Station Chief Joe Fernan. The Enterprise and Other Fronts 111. Des, whose cover was First Secretary of the U.S. Embassy, Deputy Chief of Mission George Jones and Defense Attaché Colonel John Lent. On August 10, North met with Fernandez and Tams in Costa Rica and discussed the establishment of a secret air base. Tams informed Fernandez on August 12 that he had received permission from the Costa Rican government to build an airstrip to resupply the Southern Front. The next day, Fernandez cabled CIA headquarters with the news. Headquarters was pleased. Registered trademark Robert Owen arrived in Costa Rica on August 20 to pursue arrangements for the airstrip. He surveyed the proposed site along with Fernandez and a Costa Rican official and informed North of the plans. The area decided on is on the west coast, bordered by a national park on the north, the ocean to the west, the Pan-American Highway to the east, and mountains and hills to the south. The property is owned by an American living in New York. It is managed by a colonel in the Costa Rican Civil Guard who will be glad to turn it over to Deleted, who has been designated by Deleted to be an administrator for the project. The cover for the operation is a company, owned by a few crazy gringos, wanting to lease the land for agricultural experimentation and for running cattle. The colonel will provide a cook, the peones Sid to work the farm, and security. Once the new strip is completed, it will be designated a military zone and will be guarded by the colonel's people. The airstrip, known as Santa Elena or Point West, was built by the enterprise subsidiary, Udall Corporation, and completed in May 1986. On December 12, 1985, North and Poindexter, who had just replaced M.C. Farland as National Security Advisor, took a one-day trip to Central America. In recommending the trip to Poindexter, North said that one of its real purposes was to deliver to Central American officials the message that we, the United States, intend to pursue a victory and that a Central American country, probably Honduras, will not be forced to seek a political accommodation with the Sandinistas. Poindexter briefed Reagan on December 13, including informing the president of the efforts to secure the land necessary for the airstrip in Costa Rica. Poindexter's notes refer to this as the private airstrip. In March 1986, just before Oscar Arias was inaugurated president of Costa Rica, Reagan attended a photo session that wasn't listed on his daily schedule. The unusual guest was Costa Rican Minister of Public Security Benjamin Pisa. North and Fernandez accompanied him. Afterwards, Pisa met with SECORD to discuss the airstrip. By March 1986, the resupply to FDN forces operating from Honduras was well underway, but the Southern Front airlift was not. In a March 28 memo to North, Owen wrote that he, Steele, Rodriguez, Posada and Quintero had decided to stockpile lethal and non-lethal supplies at Ilopango and merge the airdrops to Southern Front forces. The Caribou, or better yet AC-123, can be loaded at Cincy, Cincinnati, code for Ilopango, take off for points south, deliver and refuel at Point West on the way back to Cincy. Until Point West was ready, the airlift could use the LU aircraft employed by NHAO. According to Max Gomez Rodriguez, the Salvos Salvadorans are being very helpful and were even willing to provide an A-37 to fly support for the L-100. 278. The Enterprise stepped up efforts to supply the Southern Front with a C-123 and second C-7 Caribou acquired by GAD in early April. North coordinated virtually every aspect of the first airdrop of Southern Front lethal supplies into Nicaragua. As explained in the Iran-Contra report, KL-43 messages among the planners show both the level of detail in which North was concerned and the coordination among various U.S. government agencies to ensure that the drop succeeded. The first message from North to SECORD read: "The unit to which we wanted to drop in the southern quadrant of Nicaragua is in desperate need of ordnance resupply, have therefore developed an alternative plan which CIA Task Force Chief for Central America Alan Fears has been briefed on and in which he concurs. The LU, which flies from MSY to an FDN base, presumably Aguacatl on Wednesday, should terminate its H/C/NHAO mission on arrival at the FDN base. At that point it should load the supplies, which theoretically the CIA station chief in Honduras is assembling today at the FDN base, and take them to Ilopango. These items should then be transloaded to the C-123, on any night between Wednesday, April 9, and Friday, April 11. These supplies should be dropped by the C-123 in the vicinity of drop zone inside Nicaragua. The A/C aircraft should penetrate Nicaragua across the Atlantic coast. If we are ever going to take the pressure off the northern front, we have got to get this drop in quickly. Please make sure that this is retransmitted via this channel to Fernandez, Ralph Quintero, SAT Southern Air Transport and Steel. Owen already briefed and prepared to go W/the LU out of MSY if this will help. Please advise soonest." SECORD and GAD leased the LU from Southern Air Transport and, on April 8, SECORD transmitted the following instructions to Quintero. CIA and Good North report black is presumably El Negro Chamorro troops in south in desperate fix. Therefore, the CIA station chief in Honduras is supposed to arrange for a load to come from the FDN base to Ilopango via Li-00 tomorrow afternoon. Notify Steel we intend to drop tomorrow night or more like Thursday night. Meanwhile contact Fernandez via this machine and get latest on D2 drop zone coordinates and the other data I gave you the format for. CIA wants the aircraft to enter the D2 area from the Atlantic. By April 9, arrangements were nearly complete. Fernandez sent a cable to CIA Task Force Chief Fears requesting flight path information, vectors based on the coordinates of the drop zone, and hostile risk evaluation to be passed to the crew. CIA headquarters provided the information, as it did on 3 other occasions that spring, according to the Iran-Contra report. Fernandez provided the drop zone location to Quintero and Steele told the Southern Air Transport crew how to avoid Sandinista radar. However, on April 10, the LU was unable to locate the Contra forces. It tried again the next day and was able to drop more than 20,000 pounds of lethal supplies to Contras inside Nicaragua. This was the first successful drop to the Southern forces. Before the plane left, Steele checked the loading of the cargo, including whether the assault rifles were properly padded. Fernandez reported to North, Peruno South Force, drop successfully completed in 15 minutes. Our plans during next 2 to 3 weeks include airdrop at sea for UNO/Quezon Indigenous Force. Maritime deliveries NHAO supplies to same, NHAO airdrop to UNO South, lethal drop to UNO South. The Enterprise and other fronts 279. My objective is creation of 2,500 man force which can strike northwest and link up with Quiche to form solid southern force. Likewise, envisage formidable opposition on Atlantic coast resupplied at or by sea. Realize this may be overly ambitious planning, but with your help, believe we can pull it off. In May, Fernandez met with Eden Pastora's field commanders in a San Jose safe house. He told them they would only get more U.S. aid if they transferred their allegiance to El Negro Chamorro. According to several Contra officials, Fernandez provided $5,000 cash rewards to the 6 Pastora commanders who defected *North. Asked Dutton to acquire another C-123, the first had been damaged in flight, and arranged, with TAM's assistance, for the C-7 Caribou to refuel at the San Jose International Airport after dropping supplies. On June 16, North told Fernandez that in order to facilitate future Southern Front airdrops, he had asked Ralph Quintero to proceed immediately to your location. I do not think we ought to contemplate these operations without him being on scene. Too many things go wrong that then directly involve you and me in what should be deniable for both of us. Hits, guns, and drugs. Senators Kerry, et.al. are traitors to our country. If I had the power, believe me, I'm not an assassin, I never participated in any assassination, my work here has been humanitarian, but if it were within my power, people like Senators Kennedy and Kenney would be lined up against a wall and shot tomorrow at sunrise. John Hull, CIA Contra liaison in Costa Rica. Everything I know from human intelligence deleted would suggest that anybody that was in the game of subversion down there was in one way or another involved with drugs. If you have an intention, whether you are on the right or on the left down there, to be involved in violent activities, the easy way to get into them, to fund them, to get the information, the people, the guns, the people who are willing to commit murder, you deal in drugs because that's just a convenient way to put yourself in touch with unscrupulous and violent people. General Paul Gorman, former chief of U.S. Southern Command, commenting on the Contra leadership's involvement in drug trafficking, July 1987. Eden Pastora was not only out as the star of the Southern Front, he was lucky to be alive. In the spring of 1984, the CIA gave Pastora's RD forces a 30-day ultimatum: unite with the FDN or get cut off. RD began to splinter. Chief political spokesman Alfonso Robello favored the merger while Pastora remained opposed. There are strong pressures by the CIA, said Pastora in a May 23 interview with Costa Rica's Radio Monumental, and they have blocked all help to us. For the last 2 months, we have not received a bullet or a pair of boots, we have not received anything. Pastora declared on Costa Rican TV that the CIA was pressuring RD to join the FDN, but the CIA will have to kill me first. / 281. 282. The majority of ARD's leaders broke with Pastora at the end of May and voted to unite with the FDN. Pastora called a news conference for May 30. Costa Rican authorities insisted it be held at an RD camp in Nicaraguan territory. La Penca. About 24 journalists made the trip from San Jose, a 4-hour drive followed by 2 hours in outboard-powered canoes, to the La Penca camp on the Nicaraguan side of the San Juan River. They did not all make it back alive. Reporters Martha Honey and Tony Avirgan described what happened. A supposed Danish freelance photographer known as Per Anker Hansen placed a metal camera box containing the bomb on the floor by a counter where Pastora, surrounded by journalists, was standing. Then he snapped a few pictures and, muttering loudly that his camera was malfunctioning, backed away from the crowd. At 7:20 p.m., the bomb exploded, killing Rosita, a Contra radio operator, instantly and ripping huge holes in the ceiling and floor. Most of the journalists and guerrillas in the room were wounded, some fatally. Pastora was rushed from the scene with shrapnel wounds, burns, and broken ribs in the only available speedboat. Linda Frazier, an American working for Costa Rica's English-language Tico Times, and Jorge Quiris Pedra of Costa Rica's Channel 6 TV died at La Penca from their wounds. Evlio Sequeira, also of Channel 6, died a week later. Tony Avirgan, an ABC cameraman, was one of 18 journalists injured. Martha Honey was not at La Penca. According to Avirgan and Honey, Avirgan's wife and colleague, shortly after the blast. La Nación reporter Edgar Fonseca contacted his newspaper with his 12-way radio, begging for speedboats and helicopters to evacuate the wounded. But neither Costa Rican officials nor the U.S. Embassy, whose citizens were among the dying and injured, seriously attempted to arrange helicopters. The U.S. Embassy's response to the bombing was, essentially, to do nothing. Tico Times publisher Richard Dyer was shocked at the embassy's uncharacteristic refusal of assistance, though within hours Costa Rican investigators were given a description of Hansen. The borders were not closed for 48 hours. Pastora immediately blamed the CIA for the bombing. U.S. and Costa Rican officials blamed the Nicaraguan government. Reporters generally followed Washington's leads away from the CIA. U.S. officials and Contra supporters such as Robert Lycan of the Georgetown University Center for Strategic and International Studies spread the story, carried in the U.S. and Costa Rican press, that the Basque separatist group, EDA, had carried out the bombing for the Sandinistas. Arturo Cruz Jr. added a vicious twist, telling reporters, the perpetrator of the bombing may have been a newswoman, Linda Frazier, who herself was blown up by the explosion. Avirgan was also named as a prime suspect. U.S. Ambassador Curtin Windsor Jr. commented, other diplomats, not myself of course, are saying that Tony has ties to EDA. Hits, guns, and drugs. 283. The EDA was set up as a scapegoat by the CIA at least a year earlier. Edgar Chamorro recalled that in mid-1983 a CIA agent working with the FDN in Honduras asked him to distribute a stack of posters showing a hand holding a gun superimposed over a map of Central America, with text claiming the EDA was planning terrorist activities in the region. Honey and Avirgan began assembling evidence that the La Penca bombing was carried out by a terrorist group made up of Cuban exiles, North Americans and FDN members including John Hull, Felipe Vidal, René Corvo, and Adolfo Calero, among others. Costa Rican intelligence officials and John Hull reportedly facilitated Hansen's movements in Costa Rica before the bombing. A source told Honey and Avirgan that the plotters planned to make leader Fernando El Negro Chamorro commander of the Southern Front. As discussed in the previous chapter, El Negro became military commander of the new Southern Front in 1985. Eden Pastora believes John Hull is a probable conspirator in the assassination attempt. He calls him the most untouchable man in Costa Rica. Two senior CIA officials have said that the CIA investigation of the bombing led to Miami and was then dropped. Honey and Avirgan identified Hansen as a Libyan terrorist named Amak Galil who was recruited in Chile. The plotters reportedly reasoned that if Hansen were identified, it would be assumed mistakenly that he was working for Gaddafi. Robert Owen was in Costa Rica meeting with Hull and CIA Station Chief Joe Fernandez when the bombing took place. He told the Iran-Contra committees, I was down there on a survey for Colonel North. The evening actually that it happened, I was in San Jose. As a matter of fact, Senator, if I can just say, I have been named in a lawsuit in this case by Honey and Avirgan, discussed later, which is absolutely scurrilous, and there is no truth to it. We Owen, Hull, and Fernandez discussed what was going on. And I was just shocked as everyone else when we learned, about 3:30 in the morning, when some of the Nicaraguans came to the apartment and talked with us, and told us what had happened. Owen was asked by a sympathetic Senator Orrin Hatch about his knowledge of the bombing incident. "One theory is the United States was behind it," Owen replied. "I don't give that any credence whatsoever. Eden Pastora received, from my understanding, over $3 million from Colonel Gaddafi. Before the bombing, he received a message Colonel Gaddafi wanted him to come and meet with him. Some people believe Colonel Gaddafi was sending him a message." Registered trademark. Owen's disinformation went unchallenged. Pieces of puzzles. In early May 1985, about a year after the attempted assassination of Pastora, Leslie Coburn of the CBS News program West 57th was in Tegucigalpa, where she encountered a U.S. military delegation whose apparent mission was to scout 284 locations for additional airfields and work on contingency planning for an invasion of Nicaragua. The invasion talk, she recounted, took parochial turns. The Air Force representatives sipped their beers and lobbied passionately for a strategy based on precision bombing strikes on various key targets around Managua. The Army men argued with equal force for a graduated invasion, to commence with a landing on the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua and the establishment of a base at Bluefields. The Navy was no less heated in pleading the wisdom of using the fleet to blockade the country while SEAL teams sabotaged coastal installations. Coburn met privately with a worried Army Special Forces officer who had been down in Costa Rica, ostensibly overseeing the military training of the Civil Guard, but he had also gone on missions inside Nicaragua. He said a group of Cuban exiles and U.S. mercenaries were training on American-owned land near Los Chiles, close to the Nicaraguan border. It was a flashpoint where a Nicaraguan incursion against the mercenary forces could trigger a confrontation between the U.S. military and the Nicaraguan army. Shortly before that conversation, Costa Rican authorities arrested a group of civilian military assistants, CMA, Brigade 2506-backed mercenaries on John Hull's land and charged them with violation of Costa Rican neutrality and possession of explosives. This was a rare exception to the Monge government's pattern of complicity with Contra activity. The 5 mercenaries arrested that April 25 were Stephen Carr and Robert Thompson of Florida, Claude Chaffard of France and John Davies and Peter Glibbery of Britain. Glibbery and Davies were soldiers of fortune in South Africa when they heard about jobs in Central America. Stephen Carr and Peter Glibbery came to feel abandoned in jail and betrayed, and then threatened, by Hull and Company. They began to talk to the few reporters who cared then to listen about John Hull, the CIA Contra liaison in Costa Rica, and Robert Owen, the messenger from Washington. Glibbery recalled meeting with Frank Camper, who ran the Recondu Mercenary Training School in Alabama, and of hearing about Camper's ties to the FBI, CIA, and Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. Through Camper, he and John Davies met CMA leader Tom Posey and Sam Hall, the mercenary who would later be arrested in Nicaragua while scouting a military base. Glibbery and Davies met John Hull and Felipe Vidal in Miami before heading to Costa Rica, where they received VIP treatment at the San Jose airport. Carr said he had traveled to Hull's ranch in March via a charter aircraft flying from Fort Lauderdale to Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador, where 6 tons of Contra weapons were unloaded in the presence of U.S. military personnel. He talked of collecting those weapons from safe houses in Miami, and seeing 3 kilos of cocaine in a house belonging to Francisco Paco Chanz, a Brigade 2506 supporter in the shrimp importing business. Carr said René Corvo was in charge of the operation. Glibbery talked about incursions into Nicaragua to a Contra camp about 15 kilometers east of the Los Chiles border crossing. And Carr described an attack on La Esperanza in Nicaragua, led by Corvo over Hull's objection. Hull told him not to do it because of an upcoming vote in Congress. He told him fly publicity would be bad should any Americans get killed and would blow the chances for hits, guns, and drugs. $285 million in new Contra funding. Shortly after Carr, Glibbery and the other mercenaries were arrested, Honey and Avirgan came in contact with Carlos Rojas Chinchilla, a Costa Rican with a strange and scary story. Carlos said a Contra named David had appealed to him for help in defecting from a dirty tricks unit based at John Hull's ranch. According to David, members of the group behind the La Penca bombing planned to place a bomb outside the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica, assassinate the new ambassador, Luis Tams, and blame it on the Sandinistas to provoke Costa Rican and U.S. retaliation. Honey and Avirgan warned the U.S. Embassy of what they had heard. On July 18, the Reagan administration issued a warning of its own to Nicaragua. It asserted that hard intelligence indicated Nicaragua was supporting planned terrorist attacks against U.S. personnel in Honduras. There would be serious consequences, U.S. Ambassador Harry Burgeld warned, if Nicaragua carried out such actions anywhere in Central America. The administration claimed that Nicaragua had provided support to the Salvadoran guerrillas who killed 4 U.S. Marines and 2 other U.S. citizens in San Salvador on June 19. According to senior officials, the United States had seriously considered attacking a base in Nicaragua where Salvadoran guerrillas were allegedly trained. With the July 18 warning, the administration had, in the words of a senior U.S. official, laid down the gauntlet. Another attack blamed on Nicaragua would warrant a limited U.S. military strike. It would be another situation like acquiring MiGs. David and Carlos were captured during a subsequent meeting and reportedly taken to John Hull's ranch. They managed to escape, but sources told Honey and Avirgan that David was recaptured and murdered. Honey and Avirgan continued their investigation in the face of death threats. The alleged subplot to assassinate Ambassador Tams has been tied to the Contra drug connection. By this account, Tams had earned the wrath of Colombian cocaine tycoons such as Pablo Escobar and the Ochoa brothers when he was ambassador to Colombia between 1983 and 1985. There was said to be a $1 million bounty on Tams' head. There is another, perhaps more plausible, explanation. The plotters may have planned to place the bomb outside the embassy, killing mainly passers-by, and accuse the Nicaraguan government of attempting to assassinate Tams, without ever intending that Tams be harmed. Subordinates may have thought there was a real intent to assassinate Tams. The Colombian drug lords may have been told that to encourage them to donate funds and other support. At this writing, a definitive account is not possible. Jesus Garcia, a Miami Cuban, was working as the booker at the Dade County Jail where drug traffickers and gun smugglers who contributed to the anti-Castro and Contra causes reportedly received special treatment when Tom Posey was arrested in January 1985 on the charge of carrying a concealed weapon at the Miami airport. After Posey was bailed out by Jose Cudin, CMA's Miami representative, and Jack Terrell, a CMA field commander, he and Garcia kept in contact. In February, Posey, René Corvo, Bruce Jones, a former CIA liaison to the Contras in Costa Rica, and others brought Garcia into the plan to hit the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica and 286. Allegedly assassinate Ambassador Tams. Although Garcia was alienated by the embassy plot, he helped René Corvo, Stephen Carr, and Robert Thompson with an arms shipment leaving Fort Lauderdale Airport on March 6. Within a few months, Garcia was apparently set up by a Posey associate and arrested on August 13 for selling a machine gun and silencer. He was assigned a Miami public defender by the name of John Matz, who unexpectedly found himself with a complex and controversial case. Garcia was convicted in December and federal prosecutor Jeffrey Feldman tried to deter Matz from pursuing the larger potential federal case arms and drug trafficking, criminal conspiracies in which Garcia was a bit player. The continued investigations by Matz and Honey and Avirgan compiled a growing list of sources, among them Alabaman Jack Terrell. Terrell, known as Colonel Flaco, the Thin One, knew about assassination plots. He worked with CMA for a short period, beginning in September 1984, and kept a diary of his activities. One entry described a December 1984 meeting in Adolfo Calero's Miami home, where a second assassination attempt against Pastora was plotted. John Hull, Robert Owen, Felipe Vidal, Enrique Bermudez, and Aristides Sanchez were said to be present. The termination of Zero Pastora discussed with Adolfo S/D, Aristides, John Hull, Donald Lacey and a man not identified but told he is with company CIA. Many people involved. Some look like Cubans, some Nicaraguans, some Argentinian. A.C. Adolfo Calero very upset with statements made by Pastora. Says he too Sandinista. Must die. Big problem. Asks me to put it together and not tell them how it will be done, just do it. We'll have complete cooperation of all Costa Rican officials. Have several safe houses in Cr. Costa Rica under control of John Hull and Bruce Jones. Seems Rob Owen in on most of this. AM told he is private consultant and liaison man for U.S. company. Must appear that Sandinistas did it. Discussion on capturing Zero and having men dress in captured uniforms. AM told this must be very visible hit and people must believe the Sandinistas did it. AM told to let Hull know when ready to move, A.C. open to anything. He desperate. Wants and needs Southern Front. According to Terrell, Vidal remarked, we put a bomb under him Pastora the first time, but it didn't work because of bad timing. Pumping smoke. Joseph Shooter Adams, a former U.S. Marine intelligence officer, was Calero's security chief and personal bodyguard from fall 1984 to spring 1986. Adams also told reporter Alan Nyam of a December 1984 meeting to plot Pastora's assassination and said that both Posey and Terrell were present. For 2 months, from January to March 1985, Adams was on special assignment, leading a team including 8 U.S. mercenaries and a man named Paul Douglas Johnson, who described himself as a DIA agent on an Operation Pegasus mission inside Nicaragua's Mezquitia. Adams said he first heard of Operation Hits, Guns, and Drugs 287. Pegasus, which was under Terrell's command, in December 1984 from Tom Posey in a series of meetings at Calero's house. Posey said Pegasus's goal was to be pumping smoke in Managua when the F-15s came over. Adams also said he helped maintain a list of Managua civilians, including a nun and priests, and political leaders such as Daniel Ortega, who would be marked for assassination when FDN forces entered Managua. Contra Commander Enrique Bermudez was involved in preparing the list in January 1985. If the FDN would occupy the city, we would go in and pull these people out and exterminate them, explained Adams. The average soldier in the FDN wouldn't know who these people were from anybody, whereas we would be able to profile them and know where they were working and living. Adams said he had access to the list because my specialty was close-in urban tactics. They wanted me to train an elite urban team for house clearing techniques. Adams claimed he learned about house clearing while training with the U.S. Delta Force in 1983. In Delta, we were trained for hostage situations. You simply go in and kill all the bad guys and get the good guys out. Registered trademark Terrell described Operation Pegasus as a plan to train an elite corps of 30 Americans and 210 Contra Special Forces to raid Managua, destroy electric utilities, blow up dams and assassinate Sandinista leaders, including Tomas Borga, Miguel Descoto, and Nora Astorga, who died of cancer in February 1988. We wanted to send a message to the Sandinistas that they could be struck at their heart at will and there would be personal consequences, said Terrell. According to Terrell, the Managua operation was timed for March 1985 to influence the upcoming vote on Contra aid. This fits the scenario of actions, including special operations against highly visible military targets in Nicaragua, outlined in North and Fortier's March 22 memo to McFarlane, discussed in the previous chapter. Terrell said the operation was cancelled when CMA activities at the Las Vegas Contra base camp in Honduras were disrupted after the visit of a reporter. By January 1985, Terrell had begun to distance himself from CMA and work directly with the Missouri forces whom he considered poorly treated by FDN leaders. On January 31, Owen wrote to North with concern about Terrell's increasingly independent activities. Flacco H/C is back in Miami. On Tuesday he met with Stedman Fagathsick to work out an arrangement. In essence, Flacco is to assume the responsibility of training the Indians at Rus. Supposedly the Council of Elders will agree to this. Flacco has been working on getting the support of some of the Cuban community, including the Cuban Legion and Joe Contine, SP, B/C, the Brigade, the Cuban Independent Movement, which is Monto's group, and Alpha 66. He hopes this support will be both financial and manpower. Flaco's long-term goal is to build up the Mosquito and train them to the point where they can start taking land. The area he wants them to concentrate on is where there is a port and where one of the operating gold mines is. The ultimate plan is to open the port and take the gold mine. Once the port is open, a boat would sail from Miami directly to the port with men and supplies, drop them off and take out the gold which is captured. Flaco is also setting himself up to be the one who handles all financial support to the Mosquitos. Thus everything going to them in terms of support from groups in the U.S. 288 goes through him. He and his buddy Tyadder then have an opportunity to make a little on the side. All this is being done under the guise of CMA. Flaco met with the Honduran consul in Miami today, and he is supposed to be going back to Honduras in the next day or so to ensure Flaco and his people can get in on Monday. Owen went on to discuss possible ways of getting Terrell out of the picture, including having him arrested. Would seem a good idea to deal with Flaco as soon as possible. Probably will not be scared off, as he believes he has done nothing to violate the Neutrality Act. If he is held, probably will still move forward after he is let out, unless he can be locked up for a good long time. Best bet might be to dry up his funds, have someone talk to him about national security and put the word out that he is not to be touched. But, if possible, it might be wise to do this in some way that doesn't ruin whatever PR potential CMA has for the good of the cause. Posey has been doing the best he can to either sit on Flaco or deal him out, but that is not possible because right now Flaco knows too much and it would do no one 20 any good if he went to the press. He has got to be finessed out. Terrell and Owen shared the view that many Contra leaders saw the war as a business. Terrell complained of Indian families going without while the families of FDN commanders came from their leased houses in Tegucigalpa to pick up canned goods donated by Miami Cubans like they were shopping at Safeway. Terrell's assessment of the Contra leadership was cutting, whatever you want to call this operation in Honduras, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. The closest thing that the Contra leadership have to a combat situation is when they put on their pinstripe uniforms and come to Washington to do combat for money. You've got estimates ranging between 5,000 and 30,000 tough Contra soldiers on this border, yet they hold not an inch of dirt. The only progress they've made is in purchasing condominiums. Bottom line, it's business. The plan to seize the mines and the port of Puerto Cabezas was not a Terrell rogue action, but a plan advocated by North. On April 11, 1985, North informed McFarlane of future operations, including a major ground operation against the mines complex in the vicinity of Suna, Bonanza, and La Rosita, Nicaragua. The purpose of the operation is to secure the principal lines of communication in and out of Puerto Cabezas. North repeatedly advocated plans to seize Puerto Cabezas, declare a provisional government and divide Nicaragua as a prelude to conquering it. He impressed Contra donor William O'Boyle in March 1986 by telling him of a secret plan to overthrow the Nicaraguan government that would involve a U.S. naval blockade and Contra's seizure of territory for a provisional government. North said that if Congress did not approve new Contra funding, the plan would proceed quickly as a last-ditch effort. With funding, it would proceed on a slower time schedule, giving the Contras more time to consolidate their position. On May 2, 1986, North informed Poindexter that the Contras were preparing to launch a major offensive to capture a principal coastal population center, Puerto Cabezas, and proclaim independence. If so, said North, the rest of the world. Hits, guns, and DMGS 289. We'll wait to see what we do. Recognize the new territory and UNO as the government or evacuate them as in a bay of pigs. Not surprisingly, North advocated that the United States back the Contras. According to Elliot Abrams, the plan was discussed in the Rig, but rejected. Abrams acknowledged he might have indicated to North that he supported the plan, but claimed he never took the idea seriously. It was totally implausible and not doable. In December 1987, Contra forces would try and fail to capture Suna, Bonanza, and La Rosita. Bluffs and suits. Terrell was dealt out in March 1985. He was picked up by Honduran authorities on March 15 and put on a plane for Miami. Since then, he has told his story to government and non-government investigators and been a critic of continued U.S. aid to the Contras. Whatever the limits to Terrell's credibility, he knew enough to concern Owen and North. North tried to muzzle Terrell in 1986 using the FBI and Enterprise security man Glenn Robinette, a retired CIA Technical Services employee working as a security consultant. Robinette posed as an attorney interested in collaborating with Terrell on a book, movie, and television project. In mid-1986, the FBI received information from a classified source that pro-Sandinista individuals might be contemplating the assassination of President Reagan. Terrell was set up as an FBI suspect in the alleged threat. At North's suggestion, Robinette became an FBI informer. Robinette briefed FBI Associate Director Oliver Buck Revelle, who discussed Terrell with the White House subgroup of the Terrorist Incident Working Group, OSG/TIWG. North prepared a memo for Poindexter to send Reagan titled Terrorist Threat, Terrell. North himself was interviewed by the FBI and said he had heard that Terrell tried to import guns from Miami into a Central American country. At the same time, North stated that neither he nor his staff are responsible for funding, arming, or administrating Contra programs and denied he was involved with any covert operations being run in the United States. The FBI reportedly dropped its investigation of Terrell after agents surveilled him and concluded he was not a threat. Meanwhile, the investigation by Martha Honey and Tony Avirgan was progressing, much to the dismay of Contra supporters. In October 1985, after Honey and Avirgan published the results of their initial investigation, John Hull sued them for libel in Costa Rica, denying that he worked with the CIA. In May 1986, a Costa Rican judge threw out Hull's complaint after 2 days of testimony that did more to substantiate the Honey and Avirgan case than discredit it. Hull appealed and lost again. On May 29, 1986, the Christie Institute, a Washington-based public interest law firm, filed a civil lawsuit, brought under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, RICO, Act, on behalf of Honey and Avirgan in U.S. District Court in 290. Miami. The suit, amended in December 1986, named 29 defendants as conspiring in a broad racketeering enterprise to assassinate Pastora and smuggle guns and drugs in illegal pursuit of the Contra War. The defendants are John Hull, Adolfo Calero, Robert Owen, Richard Secord, Albert Hakim, Thomas Kleins, Theodore Shackley, Rafael Quintero, John Singlaub, Tom Posey, Bruce Jones, René Corvo, Felipe Vidal, Francisco Chanz, Pablo Escobar, Jorge Ochoa, Moises Dagoberto Núñez, Ramon Cecilio Palacio, Ricardo Gris, William Gris, Roger Lee Paliz, Hector Cornelot, Jorge Gonzalez, Alvaro Cruz, Federico Sainz, Mario Delamico, James McCoy, Ronald Martin, and Amac Gallo. While the lawsuit is valuable, the Christie Institute's concept of a rogue secret team conspiracy driving U.S. foreign policy is mistaken. At the time the suit was filed, few Americans had heard of most of the defendants and few observers took the suit seriously. Richard Secord, however, had hired Glenn Robinette in late March 1986 to investigate Honey and Avirgan. He directed Robinette to find out any dirt. Robinette was paid $4,000 a month plus expenses from April to December 1986. He received additional payment in March 1987 and continued investigating into April. Thousands of dollars in expense money was used for bribes in Costa Rica. "I spread it out down there," said Robinette, "paying people for what I wanted to know." Happy face, although Robinette acknowledged discussing the Honey and Avirgan suit with Owen and Quintero as well as Secord, he has denied knowledge of the Contra supply operation under the NSC-run Project Democracy. In a July 26, 1986 memo to Poindexter, however, North referred to Robinette as a Project Democracy security officer. In April 1986, Secord asked Robinette to install a security system at North's residence. The installation, contracted out to former CIA colleagues in Vadish and another company called Autodor, was completed in July. Later, North and Robinette tried unsuccessfully to cover up the illegal gift with phony bills. With the Iran-Contra scandal, some of the Christie suit defendants became household names. Still, much information was being suppressed, notably in the area of drug smuggling. Drug propaganda. The only Nicaragua drug connection the administration wanted publicized, was the one it invented about Sandinista cocaine. Seeded with leaks from anonymous U.S. officials and intelligence sources, that story broke in the Washington Times on U/Y17, 1984, and was embellished in the major media. Drugs became a staple in the administration's anti-Sandinista propaganda diet, pushed yet again by President Reagan in his March 1986 nationally televised address to win $100 million for the Contras. I know every American parent concerned about the drug problem will be outraged to learn that top Nicaraguan government officials are deeply involved in drug trafficking. Reagan displayed a blurry photo. This picture, secretly taken at a military airfield outside Managua, shows Federico Vaughn, a top aide to one of the 9 commandantes who rule Nicaragua, loading hits, guns, and drugs 291. An aircraft with illegal narcotics bound for the United States. No, there seems to be no crime to which the Sandinistas will not stoop. This is an outlaw regime. The White House source for the Sandinista connection was a millionaire drug smuggler named Adler Berryman, Barry, SEAL. In March 1984, facing a lengthy jail term for a narcotics conviction, SEAL made a final effort to turn informer with an appeal to Vice President Bush's anti-drug task force. Prosecutors in Florida and Louisiana had turned him down. Through the Bush task force's intervention, SEAL went undercover for the D's operation against Jorge Ochoa and the Colombian cartel. SEAL told a Miami grand jury in July 1984 that he had learned Nicaragua was a transit point for drug shipments and the site of a proposed cocaine processing lab. He claimed to have flown 1,500 kilos of cocaine from Colombia to Managua, where Ochoa had instructed him to refuel on the way to the United States. According to SEAL, the plane was mistakenly hit shortly after takeoff by Nicaraguan anti-aircraft fire, so a Nicaraguan official stashed the coke for later pickup. The CIA put a hidden camera in the C-123 cargo plane SEAL used to transport the cocaine on June 24. The photos allegedly show Vaughn, Colombian drug smuggler Pablo Escobar, and men dressed in civilian clothes, said to be Sandinista soldiers, loading duffel bags packed with cocaine onto the C-123 at a military airstrip outside Managua. SEAL completed the sting mission when he landed the C-123 at Homestead Air Force Base in Florida. U.S. officials called Vaughn an aide to Interior Minister Tomás Borga and implicated Defense Minister Humberto Ortega by claiming SEAL landed at the military airfield at Los Braciles. The Nicaraguan government identified Vaughn as the deputy manager of a state-run export-import company during 1982 to 1983 who had left well before the SEAL operation. He was not an aide to Borga. Miami-based DEA agent Robert Jura said the DEA was disappointed when the story leaked, as it threatened the larger operation against the Colombian cartel. When the CIA asked if they could put a camera in the plane, it didn't seem like a big deal. But whoever ended up with the photo felt what they were doing with the Contras too is more important than our work. Maybe certain people weren't being forthright with us from the beginning. Jonathan Quitney reviewed the Nicaragua drug story in April 1987 for the Wall Street Journal. The DEA says the cocaine on Mr. SEAL's C-123 is the only drug shipment by way of Nicaragua that it knows of, and Mr. SEAL said he had brought it there to begin with. The Nicaragua military airfield that officials said Mr. SEAL flew from is in fact a civilian field used chiefly for crop dusting flights, the State Department now concedes. Richard Gregory, the chief assistant U.S. attorney in Miami, who supervised SEAL's work as an informer, says he could find no information beyond Mr. SEAL's word tying any Nicaraguan official to the drug shipment. As for Federico Vaughn, federal prosecutors and drug officials now say they aren't sure who he is. Thanks to his CIA-DEA work, SEAL got off on his prior drug charges with 6 months probation. but the probation stipulated that he spend nights unarmed in a Baton Rouge, Louisiana Salvation Army shelter. Seal was machine gun 292. Death as he parked his car there on February 19, 1986, allegedly to keep him from testifying against Jorge Ochoa. In May 1987, 3 Colombians were convicted of Seal's murder in a U.S. court. Associates of Seal have said he assisted the Contra supply program. One said he flew DC-6S from Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador to the Aguacate Contra base in Honduras. Others are vague as to whether Seal flew himself or simply assisted in connecting planes with pilots for the secret flights. There's less mystery about the C-123 Seal used in the Nicaragua sting. Southern Air Transport became the C-123's owner in March 1986. In October, it was shot down over Nicaragua while making a supply run for the Contras. Eugene Hasenfuss was the sole survivor. The Contra connection. Stories on the Contra drug connection were few and far between. A groundbreaking piece by Brian Barger and Robert Perry ran on December 17, 1985 over the Associated Press Spanish Wire, apparently by mistake. An editor there called up the latest draft of the story on computer and ran it without checking if it was cleared for publication. It was not. Barger and Perry were still struggling with their editors, who were engaged in the kind of self-censorship that goes on regularly in the American press. The Spanish version referred to Brigade 2506 and Jolin Hull in its discussion of Contra cocaine smuggling through Costa Rica, and carried a denial from Hull, who called the charges communist disinformation. The English-language version, which ran on December 20, dropped Hull from the story. Barger, as reported in the Columbia Journalism Review, recalled hearing about Contra drug smuggling the previous March. His sources, he says, were concerned that if the drug trafficking was discovered, the Reagan administration would be set back in its efforts to obtain more military funding for the rebels. Later, Bob Perry and I found that officials from several U.S. law enforcement agencies were looking into the charges, and there was a feeling that their reports were going into a vacuum. Eventually, they began talking with us. Unfortunately, the major media created a Contra drug vacuum almost as effective as the administration's. The New York Times did not pick up the December 1985 Associated Press story. The Washington Post, after some delay, buried it inside. Another story broke in March 1986, this time in the San Francisco Examiner. Seth Rosenfeld reported that a major Bay Area cocaine ring helped to finance the Contra rebels. Julio Zavala and Carlos Cabezas, convicted in connection with a 1983 cocaine seizure considered the biggest in West Coast history, testified to financing Contra groups with cocaine profits. Prosecutors actually returned $36,020 seized as drug money after 2 Contra leaders claimed it was given to Zavala to do political work in the United States. A letter signed by Francisco Aviles and Vicente Rapaxiali of the Conservative Party of Nicaraguans in Exile stated that Zavala is a member of the Conservative Party as assistant treasurer and is located in the United States. Hits, Guns, and Drugs 293. Of North America, promoting the reinstatement of democracy in Nicaragua, for which mission he received $45,000 in cash, on the last week of January 1983, in San Jose, Costa Rica. Another letter stated that Zavala was a longtime member of the UDN-FARN. Zavala told the San Francisco Examiner that Aviles handled funds for FARN leader Fernando El Negro Chamorro and that he delivered to Aviles a total of about $500,000, mostly from cocaine profits. Much of this was collected from other cocaine smugglers in Miami, New Orleans, and the Bay Area. He explained some were idealistic, but others only wanted to curry favor with Contra forces that had power in the region and might one day rule Nicaragua. Zavala also said that in fall 1982 he arranged a Bay Area deal for grenades and machine guns for El Negro's forces. As for Carlos Cabezas, an attorney, he said he worked with the UDN-FARN and Arde William Walker, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, acknowledged that 1 or 2 mid-level Contras may have succumbed to temptation and engaged in drug smuggling. He said, "Those people have essentially been told to knock it off by their commanders. The New York Times carried an Associated Press story on April 11 describing a federal investigation into gun running and drug trafficking by Contras and supporters. The investigation, run out of the U.S. Attorney's Office for Southern Florida, had undertaken FBI interviews with Jack Terrell, Stephen Carr, and others. It was stalled by a Justice Department White House cover-up, described in Chapter 14. On May 7, the New York Times V2 in a piece titled "Contras Cleared on Gun Running." As happens all too often, they acted as a platform for administration disinformation, in this case designed to help with passage of the $100 million in requested Contra aid. Referring to the Florida investigation into gun running and drug trafficking, a senior Justice Department official was quoted, "There just ain't any evidence. We ran down all the allegations and didn't find anything except a single individual who may have been involved with maybe a dozen guns." The next month, the San Francisco Examiner reported another Contra-drug connection, this one involving Norwin Menezes, reportedly the brother of Somoza's chief of police for Managua, described in a confidential 1984 DEA report as the apparent head of a criminal organization responsible for smuggling kilogram quantities of cocaine into the United States. Menezes, who met several times with Adolfo Calero and Enrique Bermudez in Honduras, hosted FDN fundraisers in California. He also employed FDN members in his drug business, among them Renato Pina Cabrera, the FDN's San Francisco spokesperson, convicted of cocaine possession in 1985. Registered trademark. In late August, after the $100 million had been approved by both chambers of Congress, the administration released a report. Allegations of drug trafficking and the Nicaraguan democratic resistance. It acknowledged some evidence of drug trafficking by Pastora Associates while covering up for the favored FDN UNO. There has been no evidence that organizations associated with the major resistance umbrella group UNO have participated in or benefited from drug trafficking. Happy Face, CBS West 57th ran 2 segments on Contra-drug connections in April and 294. July 1987, interviewing drug smugglers George Morales, Gary Betzner, and Mike Tolliver, and money launderer Ramon Millian Rodriguez, all convicted on charges unrelated to their Contra activities. Millian Rodriguez laundered $200 million a month through his Panama-based operation for a clientele including Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa. His mentor in the money laundering business was Manuel Artime, a Bay of Pigs political leader. Millian Rodriguez arranged $200,000 payments for each of the Cuban burglars jailed for their part in the plumbers unit caught in the 1972 Watergate break-in. One of those burglars, Eugenio Rolando Martinez, reportedly a close friend of Felix Rodriguez and Luis Posada, was pardoned by President Reagan in 1981. Millian Rodriguez said that in the mid-1970s he arranged for the covered delivery of $30 million to $40 million from the CIA to Somoza. Somoza's 1980 assassination in Paraguay may have been linked to drug smuggling. According to historian Thomas Walker, though the government of Paraguayan dictator Alfredo Stroessner subsequently captured or killed several Argentine terrorists who it claimed responsible for the killing, circumstantial evidence points to the involvement of high-ranking officers in Stroessner's own military who may have been upset at Somoza's alleged effort to elbow his way into the lucrative drug smuggling business previously dominated by these officers. Millian Rodriguez said he laundered $10 million from the Colombian cartel to the Contras from late 1982 through 1985. In secret, sworn testimony to the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations, Millian Rodriguez claimed that he had been solicited by his old friend Felix Rodriguez and that Adolfo Calero was one of the cash recipients. Felix would call me with instructions on where to send the money. Felix Rodriguez has acknowledged that Millian Rodriguez was an old friend, but denied asking for drug money. According to Millian Rodriguez, Felix Rodriguez called in late 1984 for help in laundering cash from about a dozen Miami companies to the Contras. For one of the companies, Ocean Hunter, he moved about $200,000 a month in cash through a designated courier. Ocean Hunter shipped frozen shrimp from Costa Rica to Florida and reportedly smuggled cocaine in the shrimp containers. It was at the house of ocean hunter partner Paco Chan's that Stephen Carr saw 3 kilos of cocaine, allegedly part of a larger 350-kilo shipment along with Contra weapons. Ocean Hunter is affiliated with a Costa Rican shrimp firm called Frigoríficos de Punta Arenas, which received a contract from NHAO. As Leslie Coburn summarized it, the NHAO account, established at the Consolidated Bank in Miami, had 3 signatories: Chan's himself, Luis Rodriguez, and a Costa Rican partner, Moises Dagoberto Núñez. Dago Núñez is a Cuban-American and friend of John Hull's. Between January and May of 1986, this trio received no less than $231,587 of U.S. taxpayers' money. Some of the money was in turn paid out to accounts in Israel and South Korea. At a time when the two countries were reportedly supplying arms to the Contras. Robert Owen was selected by NHAO to oversee the Frigoríficos contract, which was designated for non-lethal aid to the Quezon Atlantic Coast Forces. Owen reportedly picked up a fraudulent receipt for uniforms and boots from the Creaciones Fancy Hits, Guns, and Drugs 295 store in San Jose. Instead, $15,000 in NHAO/Frigoríficos money was spent on guns and ammunition. Owen, as mentioned in the previous chapter, reported to North on suspected drug smuggling by Southern Front leaders at least as early as April 1, 1985. After talking with Owen on August 9, 1985, North wrote in his notebook, DC-6, which is being used for Contra supply runs out of New Orleans, is probably being used for drug runs into U.S. On February 10, 1986, Owen wrote a memo to North that appears particularly ironic in light of his own apparently informed ties to Paco Chan's and other operatives in the Contra drug connection. No doubt you know the DC-4 Foley got was used at one time to run drugs, and part of the crew had criminal records. Nice group the boys CIA choose. The company is also one that Mario Calero has been involved with using in the past, only they had a quick name change. Incompetence reigns S/C. Foley refers to Patrick Foley, a former CIA operative working for Summit Aviation, the CIA-affiliated company involved in supplying planes to the Contras. George Morales is a powerboat racing champion and cocaine smuggler jailed in June 1986. According to Morales, in spring 1984, Contra CIA operative Octaviano Caesar offered to stall his indictment or get it dropped if he would donate $250,000 every 3 months to the Contras, train pilots and put his planes at the Contras' disposal. Prior to that, Morales had bought and leased Contra safe houses in Miami. Morales said he donated a total of $3 million in cash, $400,000 of it picked up with Caesar at a Bahamas bank in October 1984. Caesar switched his allegiance from Pastora to the FDN and, by August 1984, Morales pilots were reportedly ferrying guns to John Hull's ranch and bringing out drugs on the return trip. Hull was allegedly paid $300,000 per flight. A Morales pilot, Gary Betzner, claimed to have taken 2 small aircraft loads of weapons to John Hull's ranch in Costa Rica and returned to Florida with approximately 1,000 kilos of cocaine, 500 each trip. It was Betzner's understanding that it wasn't the private guns that went down that were that important, it was what was coming back. That could buy much larger and better and more sophisticated weapons, and it was unaccounted for cash. Happy face, according to at least 2 pilots Geraldo Duran and Tosh. The Enterprise's Santa Elena airstrip was also used for drug running. Pilot Michael Tolliver had many years of experience flying guns and drugs when he received a call in August 1985 from Barry Seal. Through Seal's contacts, Tolliver said he met a Mr. Hernandez, who introduced him to Rafael Quintero in December 1985 to discuss flight arrangements. Quintero told Tolliver to cut off contact with Seal in January 1986. In March 1986, Tolliver flew a DC-6 loaded with guns and ammunition from Butler Aviation at the Miami airport down to Aguacate Air Base in Honduras, where Contras unloaded the plane. Tolliver said he was paid $70,000 to $75,000 for flying the arms by Hernandez, who Tolliver believes to be Felix Rodriguez. After a 3-day layover, Tolliver said he flew the aircraft, reloaded with over 25,000 pounds of marijuana, as a non-scheduled military flight into Homestead Air Force Base near Miami. We landed about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. 296. Said Tolliver, and a little blue truck came out and met us. It had a little white sign on it that said "Follow me" with flashing lights. We followed it. I was a little taken aback, Tolliver recalled for West 57th. I figured it was a setup, or it was a DEA bust or a sting or something like that. It wasn't. Tolliver said he left the marijuana and took a taxi from the base West 57th, traced the DC-6 to a company called Vortex, which had received an NHAO contract in February 1986 for $96,961 to ship humanitarian supplies to the Contras. The contract was signed by Vortex Vice President Mike Palmer, who, in 1985, had been jailed in Colombia for drug smuggling. In June 1986, Palmer was charged with conspiracy and drug possession in Detroit. By then he was a Customs and DEA informant. In September 1987, he participated in a sting operation netting the biggest drug bust in Michigan's history, piloting a DC-6 from Colombia with $44 million worth of cocaine and marijuana seized by narcotics agents outside Detroit in April 1987. A Customs Service official told the Boston Globe that Tolliver's story had credibility. "We think he did land at Homestead." But the official described Tolliver as a freelancer, who bluffed his way through the system whereby CIA-arranged Contra flights were able to fly in and out of U.S. airports free of customs inspections. It was not explained how Tolliver bluffed his way into an Air Force base, leaving behind over 25,000 pounds of marijuana that apparently bluffed their way out. Customs said that 50 to 100 flights had gone through without inspection in the 2 years prior to April 1987. That is an interesting admission, given the various restrictions on CIA Contra assistance before fall 1986. The customs official tried to squeeze the flights through the loophole for CIA communications exchange. "We presumed the agency was shipping radio equipment and the like down there, and it was best not to have inspectors going through the cargo." By early fall 1986, the DEA office in Guatemala had uncovered convincing evidence that American Contra supply crews were involved in smuggling cocaine and marijuana. A crew member used North's name and warned he had White House protection when DEA agents searched his house in San Salvador. After the Contra supply operation collapsed in the wake of the Hasenfuss crash, the drug investigation was not actively pursued. In July 1987, Nicaraguan exile Leticia Thomas Altamirano was convicted in Milwaukee as a member of a cocaine trafficking conspiracy that allegedly supported the Contras. Her fugitive brother Detlef Thomas had earlier told an undercover federal narcotics agent that he was working for the Contras, providing them 75% of his cocaine profits. These are just some of the links, some more substantiated at present than others in the Contra drug connection investigations are proceeding at this writing in the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime, chaired by William Hughes, DNJ, and the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations, chaired by Senator John Kerry, DMA, which is looking into drug involvement BV the Honduran and Panamanian military as well as the Contras. We don't know the extent of the Honduran military's involvement in drugs, hits, guns, and DNJGS 297, said a State Department official. But our educated guess is that all of the senior officers have knowledge, many are involved, and they are all reaping the profits. The Iran-Contra committees chose to short-circuit the Contra connection. There is a potentially explosive Bush connection to the Contra drug network, beyond Felix Rodriguez, that will be reviewed in Chapter 15. Stranger than fiction. The Contra drug connection fits a historical pattern of collaboration between covert warriors and gangsters from the Southeast Asian Golden Triangle opium heroin trade, to anti-Castro operations involving mafia gangsters angered at the loss of their Cuban gambling and prostitution paradise, to the Miami cocaine trade with its Bay of Pigs veterans, to the laundering of drug money through the Nugan Hand Bank, with its old boy network of spooks and military men, to the heroin-subsidized Afghan resistance in his book on the Nugan Hand Bank, another scandal involving Secord, Kleins, and many others inside and outside the Contra network. Jonathan Quitney recounted a Vietnam War-era event that reveals just how sordid the interlocking drugs and war trade can get. Investigators from the Army's Criminal Investigation Division were investigating corruption in the sale of supplies to commissioned and non-commissioned officers' clubs. The corrupt U.S. and Vietnamese officers they caught tried to bargain away jail terms by describing the heroin traffic involving Vietnamese politicians and senior U.S. officers. The reports checked out. As one investigator told it, they filed reports to the Pentagon revealing that GI corpses being flown back to the United States were cut open, gutted, and filled with heroin. Witnesses were prepared to testify that the heroin-stuffed soldiers bore coded body numbers, allowing conspiring officers on the other end, at Norton Air Force Base in California, to remove the booty up to 50 pounds of heroin per dead GI. According to the former investigator, the Army acted on these reports not by coming down on the dope traffickers, but by disbanding the investigative team and sending them to combat duty. Other reports corroborated the use of GI corpses for heroin smuggling via military channels, as Robert Owen told the Iran-Contra committees. Regarding his role as an NSC courier and bagman, we used to joke that truth is always stranger than fiction. In this case, it is true. Happy face, 13. Contadora, Contractadora. The Central American area down to and including the Isthmus of Panama constitutes a legitimate sphere of influence for the United States. Our ministers accredited to the 5 little republics stretching from the Mexican border to Panama, have been advisors whose advice has been accepted virtually as law in the capitals where they respectively reside. We do control the destinies of Central America, and we do so for the simple reason that the national interest absolutely dictates such a course. Until now, Central America has always understood that governments which we recognize and support stay in power, while those which we do not recognize and support fall. Nicaragua has become a test case. Under Secretary of State Robert Olds, Confidential Memorandum on the Nicaragua Situation, 1927. 60 years after Sandino battled the U.S. Marines, Nicaragua is again a test case of U.S. control. It is also a test case for a new era of Latin American independence. In Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto's words, unless and until the United States embarks on a serious process of re-evaluation of what constitutes its vital interests, and unless in a new listing of its vital interests it excludes the controlling of the political, social, and economic destiny of each country in Latin America, we are going to continue with difficulties. About 2 decades ago, Chile's Foreign Minister Gabriel Valdés, a Christian Democrat, gave an unwelcome lesson in North-South inequities to President Richard Nixon. Valdés explained that for every dollar in U.S. aid, Latin America was exporting $3.80 in return. Valdés remembered National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger looking at me as if I were a strange animal. At a meeting the next day, Kissinger, 299. 300. Rebuked Valdés, "You come here speaking of Latin America, but this is not important. Nothing important can come from the South. History has never been produced in the South." U.S. officials still see Nicaragua as an appendix to North American history, Vice President Sergio Ramirez told me. The United States, he said, wants to isolate Nicaragua, to make us appear as a political project that has nothing to do with the interests of Latin American countries, as a very strange thing linked with Soviet interests. But the situation is very different from the one we had in the 60s, when, for the United States, it was very easy to get Latin American countries to isolate Cuba. Now we have a real opportunity to confront the United States with the Latin American position. Contadora embodies that opportunity. In January 1983, the foreign ministers of Mexico, Colombia, Panama, and Venezuela launched their quest for Central American peace from the Panamanian island of Contadora. It was an appropriate site because the Panama Canal Treaty had been a symbol of Latin American solidarity in the 70s. As Descoto explained, Panamanian leader Omar Torrijos, killed in a suspicious plane crash in 1981, made the struggle for sovereignty over the canal a Latin American cause, and all Latin American governments felt a certain pride because they had managed to get something as a result of this unity. President Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela called the treaty the most significant advance in political affairs in the Western Hemisphere in this century. The Canal Treaty holds a key to understanding the U.S. response to Contadora. The so-called de Concini condition to the treaty states that if the canal is closed, or its operations are interfered with, the United States and Panama shall each have the right to take such steps as each deems necessary. Including the use of military force in the Republic of Panama. The treaty thus preserved perpetual U.S. authority to intervene unilaterally in the Americas. U.S. control of Latin American destiny was challenged successfully at the June 1979 OAS meeting when members rejected the Carter administration proposal to intervene militarily in Nicaragua. Contadora would institutionalize that unprecedented constraint. 3 years after that historic OAS meeting, came a more profound shock to the inter-American system. In the spring of 1982, when Argentina attempted to assert its sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands, Falklands, the United States outraged Latin Americans by siding with Britain, an extra-hemispheric power, in the ensuing war. It taught Latin America a lesson on the limits of cooperation with the United States given Argentina's support of the Contras. Latin America was ready for new initiatives in regional cooperation outside the parameters of the traditional U.S.-dominated inter-American system. In the words of Guadalupe González, Director of the International Affairs Program of the Mexican Center for Economic Investigation and Training, CIDE, Contadora was the first historical pilot program of a new style of regional coordination. Contadora, Contractadora 301. An urgent appeal. At their January 1983 peace summit, the Contadora foreign ministers expressed their deep concern regarding foreign intervention, direct or indirect, in Central American conflicts and advised against classifying such conflicts in the context of an East-West confrontation. They made an urgent appeal to all Central American countries to reduce tensions and establish a framework for a permanent atmosphere of peaceful existence and mutual respect between nations through dialogue and negotiation. And they warned all nations to abstain from actions which could worsen the situation and create the danger of a general conflict which could extend throughout the region. Registered trademark Washington quickly rebuffed Contadora by carrying out the first Big Pine military maneuvers with Honduras, less than 10 miles from the Nicaraguan border. By May, President Reagan had publicly embraced the Contras as freedom fighters and, in a speech to Cuban exiles in Miami, he praised Teddy Roosevelt's Big Stick credo. Secretary of Defense Weinberger freshly staked the U.S. claim to the region, redrawing the map to assert that El Salvador is on the mainland of the United States and we do have responsibility for the defense of the continental United States, over and above all other priorities. Meeting in Cancun, Mexico the next month, the presidents of the Contadora countries expressed their deep concern for the rapid deterioration of the situation in Central America and stated, peace in Central America can become a reality only insofar as respect is shown for the basic principles of coexistence among nations, non-intervention, self-determination, sovereign equality of states, cooperation for economic and social development, peaceful settlement of disputes, and free and authentic expression of the popular will. Happy face, Contadora cooperation could be mutually beneficial. Panama sought support from other Latin American countries to protect the transfer of the canal under President Reagan, who had campaigned against the treaty. For Venezuela, an OPEC member, the practice of political bargaining was seen as an important means for protecting its petroleum, resolving border disputes with Colombia and Guyana, and keeping the United States at bay. Happy face, Mexico worried about the threat of regional war as well as closer U.S. military ties with Guatemala. As one analyst observed, the militarization of Central America has deeply exacerbated the Mexican regime's sense of threat to its own sovereignty. While few policymakers openly discuss the possibility of a U.S. intervention in Mexico itself, the thought of U.S. troops on the country's southern flank and close to the oil fields for whatever purpose is hardly comforting. As one high official of the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, explained, we already share one border with the United States. We do not want to share two. Daniel Ortega backed the Contadora initiative with a 6-point peace proposal during a July 19, 1983 speech commemorating the 4th anniversary of the Nicaraguan Revolution. 1. Sign immediately a non-aggression pact between Nicaragua and Honduras. 2. Cut off all arms supplies to El Salvador from any country. 3. Stop. 302. All military aid to forces opposed to any Central American government. 4. Guarantee respect for the right of self-determination of Central American countries and non-intervention in domestic affairs of each country. 5. Stop economic discrimination or hostility against any Central American country. 6. Prohibit foreign military bases in Central America and suspend all military maneuvers that involve foreign armies. When Nicaragua first entered the Contadora process, it desired a series of bilateral non-aggression pacts with the United States and other Central American countries, following up on Mexico's 1982 initiatives. Honduras, in contrast, adopted the Reagan administration position opposing bilateral negotiations and proposing that all regional issues be negotiated multilaterally and simultaneously, a negotiating process in which the United States could exercise an effective veto, albeit by proxy. To prevent the Contadora process from collapsing over procedural issues, Nicaragua made a major concession and accepted the multilateral negotiating framework. The United States, meanwhile, proceeded with plans to hold naval maneuvers just off Nicaragua's Caribbean coast as well as Big Pine 2 maneuvers with Honduras. "We've virtually slapped the Contadora group across the head," protested Senator Christopher Dodd. Ambassador Quainton refused to rule out a possible naval quarantine of Nicaragua. On September 9, 1983, the Contadora Group and 5 Central American countries Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Guatemala endorsed a document of objectives with 21 basic points for peace in Central America covering political, security and economic issues. 3 days later, Undersecretary of Defense Fred Ickel endorsed a military solution. "We do not seek a military defeat for our friends. We do not seek a military stalemate. We seek victory for the forces of democracy. We must prevent consolidation of a Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. If we cannot prevent that, we have to anticipate the partition of Central America. Such a development would then force us to man a new military front line of the East-West conflict, right here on our continent." Washington encouraged the military leaders of Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador to reactivate CONDECA, the Central American Defense Council. On October 25, the United States invaded Grenada, coating the Big Stick with a veneer of collective defense. A majority of OAS members voted to censure the United States. The Contadora process became more urgent. "Drop dead or we'll kill you." All versions of the Contadora Treaty have addressed stated U.S. security concerns with detailed provisions for withdrawal of foreign military advisors and elimination of foreign military bases, prohibition of aid to irregular forces or armed bands seeking to overthrow or destabilize other governments, restriction of military maneuvers, and limits on military personnel and armaments. Treaty compliance mechanisms have been strengthened systematically to include an international core. Contadora, Contractadora 303. Of inspectors and a verification and control commission. The treaty also commits the signers to undertake measures for national reconciliation, including genuine amnesties, and to establish or enhance democratic political systems with free elections, civil liberties, and respect for human rights. The Contadora system of collective security contrasts starkly with the U.S. concept of collective self-defense rejected by the World Court. Contadora would hold the United States accountable, not only to international law, but to an autonomous treaty system. Aiming to sabotage Contadora at the least political cost to the United States and the greatest cost to Nicaragua, the Reagan administration employed a 3-part strategy, paying public tribute to the Contadora process in order to co-opt Congress and paint Nicaragua as the intransigent party, pressuring Contadora countries to realign their policies with U.S. objectives, and pressuring Central American allies to oppose restrictions on U.S. actions and isolate Nicaragua, vetoing treaty drafts when Nicaragua approved and professing support when Nicaragua required changes. An April 1983 NSC summary paper secretly stated the U.S. position of co-opting cut-and-run negotiating strategies by demonstrating a reasonable but firm approach to negotiations and compromise on our terms. Compromise on our terms means capitulation by Nicaragua. Washington's position was, in Descoto's words, "Drop dead or we'll kill you." If Nicaragua would not negotiate surrender, then the United States would force concessions in the Contadora process while blocking a final treaty from being enacted. Said one State Department official, the U.S. would like to go on supporting Contadora as long as nothing happens. Registered trademark. The administration agreed in May 1984 to open talks with Nicaragua at the behest of Mexican President Miguel de la Madrid. In return, de la Madrid agreed to upgrade relations with El Salvador under newly elected President José Napoleón Duarte. The Nicaragua negotiations also served important domestic political purposes, mollifying Congress in the wake of the mining scandal, easing public fears of another Vietnam and undercutting the Democrats during the 1984 presidential campaign. Mexico was the focus of a behind-the-scenes dispute leading to the resignation of the CIA's senior national intelligence officer for Latin America, John Horton. Casey had insisted that Horton revise an intelligence report on Mexico to portray its economic and political problems as a threat to Mexican stability and an indirect danger to Central American and U.S. security. When Horton refused, contending that intelligence data did not support that alarmist conclusion, Casey had another analyst rewrite it. As Horton put it later, there was pressure from Casey on subjects that are politically sensitive to jigger intelligence estimates to conform with policy. According to administration officials, Casey wanted a tougher report to help persuade the White House to approve a program of covert and economic American pressures on Mexico to induce its support for United States policies in Central America. President Reagan reportedly rejected such a program at that time because Mexico appeared to be lessening its support for Nicaragua and the Salvadoran revolutionaries. Mexico was nonetheless subject to various forms of pressure to pull back from Contadora, stop supplying Nicaragua with oil and otherwise ally it. 304. Self with U.S. policy in Central America. As one administration official explained, it is not usually done in a direct manner. We deal more effectively with Mexico indirectly. In one concrete case, the U.S. Agriculture Department passed word to its counterpart in Mexico City that the State Department was blocking an agreement for exporting Mexican fruits and vegetables because of Nicaragua. Trumping Nicaragua. Fall 1984 should have been a turning point toward peace, capped by the Boland Amendment and the Contadora Treaty. Instead, the Reagan administration wrought more war and lawlessness. Nicaragua agreed to sign the Contadora Treaty on September 7, 1984. El Salvador, Costa Rica, and Honduras had all indicated their preliminary approval. Washington coached its proxies to backpedal from the treaty summit as if it were the edge of a cliff. It is important to note, wrote analysts Jim Morrill and William Goodfellow, that Secretary Shultz, while stating reservations about verification and timing procedures, had called the treaty an important step forward, one that presents many positive elements. Only after Nicaragua accepted it did it become unsatisfactory and one-sided. And only after Nicaragua agreed to sign was the treaty downplayed as a draft. Diplomats from the four Contadora countries insisted that everyone has treated it as a final document, including U.S. officials. Senior U.S. officials discussed denying Ortega a visa to visit Los Angeles, following that year's UN General Assembly meeting, partly to punish Mr. Ortega and the Sandinistas for accepting the Contadora peace proposal. A secret NSC background paper of October 30, 1984 proclaimed, "We have trumped the latest Nicaraguan/Mexican efforts to rush signature of an unsatisfactory Contadora agreement, following intensive U.S. consultations with El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica. This so-called Tegucigalpa bloc submitted a counter-draft on October 20 that reflects many of our concerns and shifts the focus within Contadora to a document broadly consistent with U.S. interests." Washington sought to isolate Nicaragua from the so-called Core Four, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, whose position was less reliable. As the NSC document noted, the uncertain support of Guatemala for the Core 4 is a continuing problem. We will continue to exert strong pressure on Guatemala to support the basic Core 4 position. The Tegucigalpa draft deleted the ban on foreign military exercises in the region as well as the requirement for removal of foreign bases within 6 months. Only the United States, among foreign countries, actually had bases and conducted military maneuvers in the region. The new draft also weighted the Verification Commission against Nicaragua by adding the 5 Central American countries, mostly U.S. dependencies. 4 impartial outside countries would be chosen by the Contadora Group. And it dropped the final protocol, open to signature by all countries. Contadora, Contractadora 305. Desiring to contribute to peace and cooperation in Central America by agreeing not to thwart the aims and purpose of the Act. The State Department objected to the protocol on the grounds that it admitted a political role in Central America for the Soviet Union and Cuba, who would presumably be expected to sign. More importantly, the United States did not want to sign such a protocol itself, in support of a treaty it wanted to avoid. Reflecting on the changes being sought in the treaty, a Mexican foreign policy analyst observed, Contadora is not strong enough to impose its will on the United States. In January 1985, the United States broke off negotiations with Nicaragua, claiming that Nicaragua was using them to undermine Contadora. By then, however, a U.S. official had acknowledged that the administration doesn't really want a settlement with the Sandinistas. In another official's words, no one knows whether the United States should invade Nicaragua, but people don't want to foreclose that option by signing some kind of agreement. Foreigners in our own backyard. The September 1985 version of the treaty, drawn up under concerted U.S. pressure, was unacceptable to Nicaragua without revision. Nicaragua accepted 100 of 117 provisions of the new draft. On 17 it called for a return to the 1984 treaty registered trademark. For example, the new draft replaced the prohibition of international military maneuvers with regulation of allowable maneuvers used by the United States to train for future military action against Nicaragua, supply the Contras, strengthen military infrastructure and preposition equipment and troops in the region. Prohibition of military maneuvers and foreign bases, the State Department acknowledged in objecting to the September 1984 treaty, would reduce our presence and our pressure on Nicaragua. A freeze or moratorium on arms acquisition was unacceptable to Nicaragua without a simultaneous prohibition of foreign military maneuvers. Nicaragua also demanded that the U.S. role be confronted directly by insisting that a Contadora treaty could not be signed unless the United States showed it was prepared to abide by it. Nicaragua wanted a halt to the U.S. aggression against Nicaragua in all its forms, including covert assistance delivered through private organizations and individuals to the mercenary forces as well as official aid, and the solemn commitment of the U.S. government to refrain from promoting or permitting similar acts in the future. Nicaragua contended, as long as the U.S. government does not assume, in a public, clear and responsible manner, an international commitment to not militarily invade Nicaragua, directly or indirectly, the Nicaraguan people have the right to guarantee a level of armaments and of military and paramilitary forces capable of putting them in a position to defend their sovereignty with dignity. Registered trademark. At the December OAS meeting in Cartagena, a Nicaraguan official summarized Nicaragua's position: "We are being asked to disarm without any promise that the 306 war against us will end. If we accepted the revised treaty, we would be committing suicide." Nicaraguans have a deeply etched historical example of disarming in the face of an armed enemy, the 1934 assassination of Sandino and the slaughter of his followers by the National Guard. Analysts Morrill and Goodfellow wrote, Nicaragua's earlier concessions have now limited its room for maneuver. Carried out in the face of an extremely hostile U.S. administration, they would clearly jeopardize Nicaragua's safety. If Nicaragua is now being called intransigent, it is paying the price for going the extra mile earlier in the negotiations. Happy face. Nicaragua's objections to asymmetry in the Contadora Treaty were the flip side of U.S. objections to symmetry between support of the FMLN and the Contras, between Nicaragua and its neighbors, and between the US and other foreign countries, principally Cuba and the Soviet Union. As Descoto told me, the United States considers it a terrible affront to be regarded as a foreigner in its own backyard. Latin Americans who emigrate to the United States, on the other hand, are characterized as illegal or legal aliens. A Contadora treaty that compromised on U.S. terms would prohibit extra-hemispheric involvement, prohibiting Cuba as a Soviet ally. It would be a Contadora corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, preserving perpetual U.S. authority to intervene militarily, perhaps under the guise of collective self-defense. Who negotiates with a cancer? En route to the December 1985 OAS meeting, Secretary Shultz told reporters, "Our commitment to the Contras is indefinite." At the meeting he cavalierly rejected the possibility of resuming bilateral talks with Nicaragua, claiming past talks had resulted in a Nicaraguan effort to undermine Contadora, "so we don't intend to go back to that." Lunching with the four Contadora ministers on December 2, Shultz reportedly said that Nicaragua was a cancer in Central America requiring a surgical solution. Moreover, he told them that Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev indicated to President Reagan during last month's summit in Geneva that the Soviet Union would not move to stop a U.S. attack against Nicaragua. As New York Times columnist Tom Wicker noted later, who negotiates with a cancer? Happy face, shocked by Shultz's remarks, the Contadora nations reunited behind a joint resolution for submittal to the UN General Assembly, calling for new talks between the United States and Nicaragua. The United States had earlier pressured Colombia, Venezuela, and Panama to temporarily withdraw their support for the resolution. There was growing evidence of fatigue among the Contadora countries. Mexico was pulling back from a leading role to concentrate on its domestic economic crisis and work with the United States in debt renegotiations. Colombia had also sought support from the Reagan administration in its negotiations with the International Monetary Fund on December 7. The Contadora mediation effort was Contadora, Contractadora 307. Suspended temporarily in response to a Nicaraguan request noting the upcoming transitions of government in Guatemala, Honduras, and Costa Rica. Voicing the conventional wisdom, a Western diplomat in Central America said, "Contadora is going into a coma, it's all but dead." Registered trademark Marco Vinicio Cerezo, the newly elected president of Guatemala, resuscitated Contadora when he toured Central America in December and committed Guatemala to a policy of active neutrality. Cerezo would not support the U.S. policy of isolating Nicaragua. On January 12, 1986, the Contadora Group and Support Group of Argentina, Peru, Brazil, and Uruguay rebounded with the Carabel Lita message. Together, the Contadora and Support Group countries represent about 90% of the population and economic resources of Latin America. Luis Herrera Lassa, director of the Mexican-based Latin American Center for Strategic Studies, described the Support Group, formed in July 1985, as a very significant development. The Uruguay-Argentina-Brazil rapprochement, starting with the democratization of all three, is something more than a momentary historical identification between these countries. This democratic nucleus of the Southern Cone could be a balancing factor in the hemisphere vis-a-vis the United States. At least on some levels Washington saw the support group's formation as a threat. In a September 1985 meeting of U.S. officials, Elliott Abrams stated, "It's necessary that we develop an active diplomacy in order to hinder the attempts at Latin American solidarity that could be directed against the U.S. and its allies, whether these efforts are initiated by the support group, Cuba, or Nicaragua." In his message to the Contadora ministers meeting in Carabel Lita in January 1986, host Venezuelan President Jaime Lucinchi rejected the view that Contadora had died. "Contadora has neither died nor can die, because it is more than an ideal for peace. It is a will, a conviction." According to the Central American Historical Institute, Contadora had come to a fork in the road, either abandon negotiations or take into account the Nicaraguan thesis, i.e., recognizing that the presence of the U.S. is an essential element in a real solution. The Carabel Lita message called for steps to establish an atmosphere of mutual trust that will restore the spirit of negotiation, including an end to external support to irregular forces operating in the region, suspension of international military maneuvers and freezing of arms purchases. It offered Contadoras assistance to foster negotiations between the governments of the United States and Nicaragua, asserting that respectful negotiation between them, with mutual and equitable concessions, is a condition for regional détente. The Carabel-Leda principles were reaffirmed at the Central American Presidents' Summit in Guatemala on January 15, on the occasion of Cerezo's inauguration, and again at the Contadorum Ministers' meeting in Punta del Este, Uruguay, in late February. U.S. officials gave rhetorical support for revival of the Contadora process, but insisted the United States would continue to support the Contras and refrain from talks with the Nicaraguan government, advocating instead that Nicaragua talk with the Contras. 308. On February 10, the 8 Contadora foreign ministers undertook an unprecedented joint mission to Washington. Meeting with Schultz, they urged the administration to halt aid to the Contras, back a negotiated settlement and resume direct talks with Nicaragua. Schultz repeated the U.S. position that a resumption of bilateral talks would undermine Contadora. President Reagan snubbed the Contadorum ministers, choosing instead to meet that week with Contra leaders. Shortly after, White House spokesman Larry Speakes was asked if the administration aim was to overthrow the Sandinistas. He replied, "Yes, to be absolutely frank." In his February 25 request to Congress for $100 million in new Contra funding, Reagan claimed, "Our persistent efforts to achieve a peaceful solution have failed to resolve the conflict because Nicaragua has continued to reject meaningful negotiations." Communist attempts to circumvent and subvert Contadora, apparent from the beginning of the negotiating process, have left a clear trail of lost opportunities for peaceful reconciliation. In most recent months, Nicaragua has repeatedly frustrated negotiations aimed at producing a final, comprehensive Contadora treaty. In March, the administration intensified pressure on Latin American nations to recognize the Contras as a legitimate political force and endorse the Reagan demand for democratization, beginning with direct negotiations between Nicaragua and the Contras. Mexico, caught up in negotiations with the United States for an economic aid package, was under the greatest pressure. In Colombia, Washington was urging the army and political right to pressure the government to take a more anti-Sandinista stance. President-elect Oscar Arias of Costa Rica had declared his opposition to Contra aid on February 20, asserting, "The U.S. has forgotten the lessons of Vietnam." A Western diplomat acknowledged that Reagan's newly appointed Special Envoy for Central America, Philip Habib, was rebuking Arias as well as Honduran President José Ascona for questioning the pro-Contra policy. "They have been told they have been embarrassing the president and that this could cost them. Happy face, borderline." White House Communications Director Patrick Buchanan led the $100 million charge on Capitol Hill, by cutting arms shipments to Nicaragua's freedom fighters, by tying the president's hands with the Boland Amendment. The National Democratic Party has now become, with Moscow, co-guarantor of the Brezhnev Doctrine in Central America. With the vote on Contra aid, the Democratic Party will reveal whether it stands with Ronald Reagan and the resistance or Daniel Ortega and the Communists. Reagan compared the Contras to Winston Churchill and likened the Contra aid package to Lend-Lease during World War II. On March 20, the House voted down the aid request. Although the McCarthyite rhetoric backfired in the short run. Contadora, Contractadora 309. Nicaragua was further demonized and the political stakes were raised for the next round. The House vote, as in 1985, was not the final word. As the New York Times reported the day after, leaders in both parties agreed that a majority of Congress supports military aid for the rebels in some form. Once again, a Nicaraguan action served as an excuse for the predicted House reversal. Ortega did not go to Moscow, but Nicaraguan troops attacked the Contras in their border base camps. Though it wasn't the first time the Nicaraguan army had denied the Contras safe sanctuary, it was the first time the administration had hyped one of the cross-border raids as an invasion of Honduras. Nicaragua timed the counter-offensive to the battlefield and seasonal calendar. March offers prime dry season conditions, not the Washington political calendar. The CIA Intelligence Directorate considered it a routine raid, prompting Casey to press for a politically biased reassessment. The invasion was news to the Honduran government, who knew the Nicaraguan targets were the Contras who Honduras publicly denied were in Honduran territory. Turning up the heat on Congress, on March 25, Reagan ordered $20 million in emergency military aid for Honduras, and U.S. helicopters ferried Honduran troops to the border area. By then the Nicaraguan counteroffensive was over. Congressional Democrats joined the White House melodrama. House Speaker Tip O'Neill, who had argued passionately against military aid to the Contras, accused Nicaragua of aggression against Honduras and denounced Ortega as a bumbling, incompetent Marxist-Leninite communist. House leaders again portrayed Nicaragua's action as a slap in the face and said it greatly enhanced the chances of congressional approval of new aid, as if aid would not otherwise have passed, while Washington pretended that Honduras was being invaded. President Ascona left for Easter vacation at the beach, and the Honduran military refrained from transforming the cross-border action into a war with Nicaragua. Within days, a senior Honduran official told reporters that the Reagan administration had pressured Honduras and manipulated the event to influence Congress and derail Honduran efforts to improve relations with Nicaragua. Obviously, the U.S. officials were interested that the incident have the connotations of an international confrontation, he said, but we had no interest in that. He acknowledged that the Contras' border presence had brought a de facto occupation of our territory. He said, "We couldn't bring our country to the brink of war because of a battle between the counter-revolutionaries and the Sandinistas." Happy face, the emergency U.S. military aid provided another channel to launder assistance to the Contras. On March 27, the Senate approved $100 million in military and non-lethal Contra support. In April, the United States bombed the Libyan capital of Tripoli on a mission to kill Muammar Gaddafi and his family. At least 17 persons died, including Gaddafi's 15-month-old adopted daughter, and over 100 were injured in the veiled assassination mission widely applauded in the United States as a blow against international terrorism. Reagan continued lobbying for aid to the Contras to prevent the Nicaraguan government from building a Libya on our doorstep. A U.S. ambassador in Central America told me, "It's irresistible that if you get the American people." 310. Hating Libya, not to hitch on Nicaragua. Peace is war. The Contadora countries did not buckle to U.S. pressure and recognize the Contras, but at the April ministers' meeting in Panama they backed away from the Carabel-Lita principle of simultaneity. Nicaragua was pressed to be more realistic and sign the September 1985 version of the treaty without insisting that the United States simultaneously halt its aggression against Nicaragua and renew bilateral negotiations. Negotiators argued that by signing the treaty, Nicaragua would make it more difficult for the United States to continue support for the Contras since Congress would likely reject the requested funding. A June 6 deadline was set for signing. The other Central American countries, including Guatemala, stated their readiness to sign. The support group presidents, however, did not abandon Carabel-Lita. President Alan Garcia of Peru had taken a particularly strong stand, declaring on March 6 that if the United States invaded Nicaragua, Peru would break diplomatic relations with Washington. "We would consider whatever act of aggression against a Latin American country an act of aggression against PEM." Garcia and Uruguayan President Julio Sanguinetti reaffirmed their support for Carabel-Lita, and specifically the principle of simultaneity, in an April 11 letter to President Ortega. "What is at stake," they wrote, "is the possibility for the Central American countries to consolidate their own peace, and for Latin America to freely determine its own destiny." Argentine President Raúl Alfonsín declared, "The U.S. should recognize that the democratic ethical philosophical foundation which it proclaims for its internal national life must be honored also in relations between the different nations of the hemisphere. After all, Latin America has been shortchanged in terms of democratic treatment." On April 12, President Ortega reasserted Nicaragua's willingness to sign the treaty in June, but only if the United States has ceased its aggression against Nicaragua by that date and if agreement has been reached on the pending issues of the modified act, all within the framework of the concept of simultaneity explicitly set forth in the Carabel-Lita message. Ortega also reiterated Nicaragua's desire to form border commissions with Honduras and Costa Rica. A Boston Globe editorial of April 14 expressed understanding of Nicaragua's reluctance to sign under the circumstances. Some might argue that the Sandinistas would have been politically wise to sign a Contadora peace treaty, even a hollow document to prove that they are not intransigent. From Managua's point of view, there was little sense in giving the administration a license to continue the war, and when Nicaraguan demobilization is delayed, as it will be if the war continues, yet another opportunity to accuse the Sandinistas of bad faith. Controversy erupted in the United States when Special Envoy Philip Habib Contadora, Contractadora 311, seemingly misread his assignment as negotiations rather than public relations. In an April 11 letter to Rep. Jim Slattery, DKS, which the State Department projected as an official statement of U.S. policy, Habib interpreted Contadora provisions as requiring a cessation of support to irregular forces and or insurrectional movements from the date of signature. Attention was focused on this point, but Habib went on to say, although the United States is not a party to the Contadora negotiations and I will not be legally bound his signature of a Contadora treaty, we will as a matter of policy support and abide by a comprehensive, verifiable and simultaneous implementation of the Contadora Document of Objectives of September 1983, as long as such an agreement is being fully respected by all the parties. We would not feel politically bound to respect an agreement that Nicaragua was violating. Italics added. Democrats portrayed the letter as a welcome shift in administration thinking. Right-wingers so read. The administration quickly corrected a one-word mistake. Instead of from the date of signature, it should have read from the date of implementation. Nicaragua would have to disarm under the gun and meet U.S. demands for contra-democracy before the treaty was considered implemented. The position remained, commit suicide or we'll kill you. As the Contadora process neared the June deadline, the Department of Defense released a report, Prospects for Containment of Nicaragua's Communist Government. A May 20 New York Times headline summarized the report, Pentagon predicts big war if Latins sign peace accord. The Pentagon report assumed that if a treaty were signed, Nicaragua would violate it. The United States and its allies, meanwhile, would comply diligently for 2 to 3 years, closing down U.S. military bases and on-site advisory and gaining efforts, ceasing U.S. military assistance to El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, reducing U.S. military exercises with Honduras, cutting off aid to the Contras, and disbanding Contra forces in Honduras and Costa Rica. Then, to contain communist expansionism, the United States could be forced to commit 100,000 troops and several carrier groups, and spend over $9 billion a year. The often absurd report clearly expressed the well-entrenched administration view, summarized by Sergio Ramirez. Any solution to the Central American problem must start with the disappearance of the Sandinista government. The State Department immediately challenged the brazen Pentagon report, leading some to believe there was a serious dispute over the content of administration policy rather than its form. In August 1985, however, Elliott Abrams had remarked, foreshadowing the Pentagon report, "It is preposterous to think we can sign a deal with the Sandinistas to meet our foreign policy concerns and expect it to be kept." Happy face. Around the time of the Habib furor, an unnamed high-ranking State Department official, perhaps Abrams, said that the Reagan administration was hoping for the overthrow of the Sandinistas and he saw little benefit to be gained from talking about a negotiated accord. In April 1986, I asked a U.S. ambassador in Central America why there could not be a tripartite agreement involving the United States, Nicaragua, and Contadora that accommodated the security concerns of all parties. He said there had been some 312 possibility for this in 1984, at Manzanillo. Nicaragua would have agreed, provided internal structures were not addressed. But, said the ambassador, the U.S. was never interested in that sort of deal. Later, he observed, its geography, as Henry Kissinger said during his commission, the U.S. could not accept even a Yugoslavia in Central America. Democratization. As a first-hand witness, said Gerardo Trejos Salas, Costa Rica's Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs from 1985 until May 1986, I can affirm that Washington tried by all means available to block THI signing of the Contadora Peace Act. Happy face, Washington attempted to further Nicaragua's regional isolation by prompting U.S. allies to challenge Nicaragua's political legitimacy and demand democratization. In stark contrast to the positive nature of the Central American Presidents' Summit during Cerezo's inauguration, President-elect Oscar Arias discouraged Ortega from attending his May 8 inauguration, claiming that Costa Rica could not guarantee Ortega's safety. The isolation strategy backfired. As described by the Central American Historical Institute, the San Jose meeting became Arias' first foreign policy failure. Arias brought to the meeting a prepared document reflecting Reagan administration positions, titled For Democracy in Central America, a document which also found its way to the press. Nicaragua, according to this proposal, would have to democratize within the next 2 years, by holding new elections, dissolving its legislative assembly, dialoguing with the Contras and introducing changes in the constitution that it is at this moment in the process of drafting. The idea was that Arias' document would be signed by all the presidents, but the plan was short-circuited by the Contadora and support group presidents present in the meeting. Instead, Argentina, Uruguay, Peru, Colombia, and Panama, Mexico and Venezuela did not attend, signed a document which exhorted an extra-regional country with interests in the area to give signals in favor of peace. President Arias did not hold back from publicly expressing his disgust at this clear allusion to the United States. With its new constitution, said Nicaraguan Ambassador Carlos Tunnerman, Nicaragua will comply with the whole process of internal democratization of which Contadora speaks, institutionalizing guarantees for political pluralism and human rights. We don't believe Contadora to be incompatible with the continuation of the revolutionary process, he told me. It is the United States that has problems because Contadora allows the survival of the revolution and rejects the option of force represented by the Reagan Doctrine. As the June deadline neared, U.S. officials worried that Nicaragua would sign the treaty. Nicaragua went to the May Contadora meeting in Panama with what it termed a position of utmost flexibility. It urged adoption of the concept of a reasonable balance of forces, i.e. the magnitude of military force of a defensive nature each state needs to defend its national territory against an external attack. Contadora, Contractadora 313. Honduras again played the role of U.S. proxy by countering with a proposal for equal weapons restrictions on the Central American nations, notwithstanding their particular defense requirements. The Central American presidents, including Ortega, met in Esquipulas, Guatemala in late May. President Cerezo described the summit's purpose as not to back the U.S. or Nicaragua, but to back Central America. Latin Americans, he said, must become the protagonists of our own history. The presidents offered their support of Contadora and agreed to establish a Central American Parliament to strengthen Central American dialogue, joint development, democracy, and pluralism as basic factors for peace in the area and for Central American integration. Happy face, the Esquipulas summit deflated tensions as the June 6 deadline came and went. On May 27, with the aim of breaking the deadlock over arms control, Nicaragua announced a proposed list of military matters and materiel that it is willing to reduce, limit, regulate or undo without in the framework of the current Contadora negotiations to achieve peace. The list included all type of military aircraft and helicopters, military airports, tanks, heavy mortars, foreign military advisors, etc. Meeting in Panama in early June, Contadora ministers agreed to a compromise treaty draft for further discussion. On June 20, Nicaragua announced it would accept the revised treaty. Abrams rejected it as inadequate and Reagan dismissed Nicaragua's actions as propagandistic. 2 days before Nicaragua's announcement, the New York Times reported that administration officials intuited uniformly spoke in the past tense when discussing the idea of negotiation. Swing shift, Congress contravenes World Court. The House of Representatives swung behind the administration on June 25. The vote was 221 to 209, with 51 Democrats voting for the aid and only 11 Republicans voting against it. Among the 11 members who had opposed Contra aid in March and voted for it in June were 6 Democrats, including Aimed Services Committee Chairman Leigh Aspin, DWI. Or Aspin, the motive was largely ideological, explained William Leo Grande. Privately he had favored Contra aid for over a year, but he hesitated to break ranks for fear of further complicating Lee's already difficult relations with the party leadership and the Liberals, relations strained by his championing the MX missile. The aid package provided $70 million in military aid and $30 million in so-called non-military aid for the Contras, plus $300 million in economic assistance to El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Costa Rica. The CIA was expected to provide another $400 million to the Contras from its secret contingency funds. Rep. Gary Studds responded to the aid passage with a ringing indictment, "I fear that this body has made a mistake of truly monumental and historic proportions, a mistake which will come back to haunt us and our successors for many years to come. I think it may well be the historic equivalent of the Gulf of Tonkin." 314. Resolution, and I fear there may be blood on the hands of this body. Such aid would support a policy that is illegal, brutal, ineffective, historically ignorant, domestically and internationally unpopular, and it will deepen direct U.S. involvement in a war in which we cannot with honor participate and which we cannot win. 2 days after the House vote, the World Court issued its expected verdict citing the United States for violating international law. Specifically, the court rejected the U.S. justification of collective self-defense and decided that the United States, by training, arming, equipping, financing and supplying the Contra forces or otherwise encouraging, supporting, and aiding military and paramilitary activities in and against Nicaragua, has acted, against the Republic of Nicaragua, in breach of its obligation under customary international law not to intervene in the affairs of another state. The court also specifically condemned the overflights of Nicaraguan territory, attacks on port facilities, mining of the harbors, production of the Psychological Warfare Manual and the trade embargo. The World Court ruled not only that the United States is under a duty immediately to cease and to refrain from all such acts, but that it is under an obligation to make reparation to the Republic of Nicaragua for all injury carried to Nicaragua by the breaches of obligations under customary international law. On August 2, President Ortega announced new peace initiatives in an address to the Chicago-based Operation Push founded by Reverend Jesse Jackson. Ortega called on the United States to comply with the World Court verdict and negotiate a peace and friendship treaty with Nicaragua, proposed joint border patrols with Honduras and Costa Rica, called for signing the Contadora Treaty on September 15, the anniversary of Central American independence, and invited President Reagan to visit Nicaragua, with the opportunity to meet all sectors of Nicaraguan society and deliver a televised address to the Nicaraguan people. Not surprisingly, the Reagan administration was not interested in pursuing bilateral negotiations or a Contadora agreement. Elliot Abrams asserted, "No one knows how long it will take either to get the Sandinistas to modify their behavior or for the people of Nicaragua to essentially throw them out. It could be sooner than a lot of people think." On August 14, the Senate voted 53 to 47 to approve a Contra aid package identical to that passed in the House. Among the 11 Democrats voting in favor of aid, were Senators Lloyd Bentsen of Texas, Sam Nunn of Georgia and Bill Bradley of New Jersey. That same day, fundraiser Spitz Channel met in Washington with representatives of Mexico's conservative opposition, the National Action Party. According to notes taken by Jane McLaughlin, then an employee of Chanel's National Endowment for the Preservation of Liberty, Channel told the Mexicans that President Reagan would help their cause at election time if they would support the Contra program. A Channel spokesperson later said they had only discussed a possible advertising campaign to pressure the Mexican government into supporting U.S. Central America policy. Contadora, Contractadora 315. Intensive care. The congressional swing shift drove more nails into Contadora's coffin. But the Latin Americans kept Contadora alive in the hope of a dramatic breakthrough. In the words of Argentine Foreign Minister Dante Caputo, "Every time they try to bury us, we resurrect ourselves." The Contadora and support group ministers met in New York on October 1 and issued a statement titled "Peace is still possible in Central America. Our demand as Latin Americans is for room to act." room to offer each other a peaceful, fair, and lasting solution. There was no room for peace in Washington. The Reagan administration moved quickly with its congressional mandate for war. U.S. officials reportedly prepared to press Central American allies to freeze or break relations with Nicaragua in November. Honduras and Costa Rica conditioned their future Contadora participation on Nicaragua dropping its suit against them in the World Court. Following the favorable World Court ruling in its case against the United States, Nicaragua had filed suit on July 28 against Honduras and Costa Rica for harboring Contra base camps. Nicaragua's Deputy Foreign Minister Victor Hugo Tinoco observed that Nicaragua too could impose conditions on its participation in Contadora, such as the removal of Contra camps in Honduras and Costa Rica, but that would lead us nowhere. Contadora diplomats grimly assessed the situation in an internal strategy paper citing intensification of the war along the Nicaraguan-Honduran border, the threat of direct U.S. military involvement and the impasse in talks among the Central American countries. They observed, the false impression that this stagnation is caused by Nicaragua rather than by these other nations has been allowed to prevail. UN Secretary-General Javier Pérez de Cuellar and OAS Secretary-General João Clemente Benasores joined together to revive Contadora. On November 18, they offered the services of their organizations in monitoring border incidents and supervising the disbanding or relocating of irregular forces, the reduction of armed forces, the dismantling of military bases and the expulsion of foreign military advisors. Later that month, the administration escalated the regional arms race with its offer to upgrade Honduran air power with more advanced F-5E fighter bombers. Tensions rose with a cross-border clash between Nicaragua and Honduras in early December, as Nicaragua attempted to keep the Contras bottled up in their base camps in the Las Vegas salient jutting into Nicaragua. U.S. helicopters again ferried Honduran troops to the border area, utilizing the airstrip at Jamastran, violating congressional legislation that prohibited U.S. troops from being within 20 miles of the Nicaraguan border. General John Galvin, head of the Southern Command, traveled to Honduras to supervise the operation. Under heavy pressure from Washington, Honduran jet fighters crossed the border and conducted airstrikes against a Nicaraguan outpost in Mora and an airstrip in Huayvalay, killing 7 Nicaraguan soldiers and wounding 12 soldiers and 4 civilians, including 316 children/registered trademark. Nicaragua blamed the United States for the air attacks to avoid escalating hostilities with Honduras. The Contadora and support group ministers met in Rio de Janeiro in mid-December and expressed deep concern for recent developments. In a reference to the World Court judgment, they pointed to exacerbation of interventionist policies and actions by countries from outside the Central American area, which are clearly in violation of international law. They called for the creation of conditions that would allow the implementation of actions proposed by the Carabel-Lita Message and the Contadora Act. They also announced a new initiative for peace, an urgent visit to Central America by the Contadora and support group ministers and the UN and OAS Secretaries General. Alarmed by these peace initiatives, the U.S. ambassador to the OAS, Richard McCormack, questioned the OAS Secretary General's authorization for the trip, and UN Ambassador Vernon Walters criticized Pérez de Cuellar. The initiative went forward in spite of U.S. pressure. Before the regional tour got underway, however, Elliott Abrams and Philip Habib met in Miami on January 7, 1987 with Costa Rican Foreign Minister Rodrigo Madrigal, launching a more brazen effort to undercut Contadora with an alternative Costa Rican peace plan. The January Contadora mission was unsuccessful in reviving negotiations. Costa Rica, Honduras, and El Salvador all singled out Nicaragua as the problem. At a news conference following a frosty meeting with Contadora mediators, President Ascona declared, "While there are no free elections in Nicaragua, meetings and agreements serve no useful purpose." He added, "We don't want a war with Nicaragua, nor do we want civil wars. But we want it to remain clear that we will not permit any aggressions against our territory, nor are we going to assign economic resources to watching our border to prevent the Contras from passing through our territory." Ascona was not interested in Nicaragua's offer to drop the world court cases if Honduras and Costa Rica agreed to bilateral talks and the establishment of demilitarized zones monitored by international peacekeeping forces. Central American and Contadora representatives met with delegates from the European Economic Community, EEC, on February 9 and 10. 3 European representatives expressed their government's concern about a recent visit to Europe by Ambassador Habib, during which they said he strongly suggested the possibility of an American attack on Nicaragua and asked for reduced European support for the Nicaraguan government. Avoiding regional war. The importance of Contadora, said Sergio Ramirez, should be measured in what it has avoided rather than in what it has accomplished. Registered trademark Mexican analyst Luis Herrera Lasso observed, in the sense of a neutral peace, Contadora will never succeed, because a neutral peace will never be achieved in Central America. The U.S. presence, the external variable, will be determinant. We can say Contadora is de Contadora, Contractadora 317. Line to fail. But that doesn't mean Contadora isn't justified. Registered trademark even gravely ill, Contadora has served as Latin America's alternative to U.S. intervention, an antidote to Nicaraguan isolation, a mutual forum for communication and a support for Hondurans and Costa Ricans resisting the proxy roles assigned their countries by the United States. On numerous occasions, Nicaragua, Honduras, and Costa Rica have pulled back from the brink of war to which the United States was steering them. At the risk of an oversimplified analogy, Honduras and Costa Rica are not resigned to going the way of Laos and Cambodia in a regional war. A Western diplomat, generally code for a U.S. diplomat, in Tegucigalpa observed, Honduras has always been a means to an end. Registered trademark many Hondurans and Costa Ricans chafe at their U.S. assigned roles of platform and pretext for U.S. intervention. Honduras' most recent wartime enemy was not Nicaragua, but El Salvador, with whom Washington expects Honduras to have a cozy alliance. Under U.S. pressure, noted Tom Ferrer, former president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, power within the military tilted toward General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez and his colleagues, who composed the faction that was most belligerent, most authoritarian, most closely tied to extremist business leaders. This faction also had connections with the Reverend Sun Myung Moon, and most eager to convert the country into an American subsidiary. When General Alvarez was sacked in March 1984 by fellow military officers, it was not only because he was too greedy and autocratic, but because he was too eager to please Washington in forging an alliance with El Salvador. Alvarez was rewarded with $50,000 as a Pentagon consultant in 1986 and an undisclosed sum by the Rand Corporation in 1985 for a paper on U.S. policy in Central America. Registered trademark the Honduran Association of Coffee Producers, representing some 33,000 Hondurans, has called for expulsion of the Contras. The Contras have occupied a 450 square kilometer area in the eastern province of El Paraíso, Paradise. Dubbed Nueva Nicaragua, New Nicaragua, Old Nicaragua would be more appropriate. The area is complete with a Ciudad Reagan, Reagan City. The Contra occupation has brought killings, disappearances, rapes, robberies, and the dislocation of some 20,000 Hondurans. Hondurans have also protested prostitution and child abuse by U.S. troops stationed at Palmarola Air Base. Honduran Vice President Jamie Rosenthal said bluntly, "Public opinion is against the Contras. The government will not be able to resist that for long." About Contra leaders, he said, "They are living a very good life tough USA. Calero lives better than I do." Registered trademark there is pressure against the Contra presence, acknowledged a U.S. ambassador in Central America, even among businesspeople who hate the Sandinistas. They're tired of having the Contras inhabiting part of the country. Their reputation is shady drug dealing, etc. If the Contras fail, they'll all fall on Honduras. Registered trademark threats against Honduran Contra critics have multiplied. The president of the conservative opposition National Party, Nicolas Cruz Torres, and the head of the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights in Honduras, CODE, Dr. Ramon Custodio, have both received death threats for opposing the Contra presence. 318. Custodio's home and office were bombed. On August 4, 1986, terrorists blew up the car of Contra critic Rodrigo Wong Arevalo, news director of Radio America, who escaped death only because he was running behind schedule. Hondurans have increasingly described their homeland as an occupied country occupied by the United States and the Contras. Edmund Bogren, a congressman from Ascona's own Liberal Party, said, "The truth is, we are a satellite state, a client state of the United States. Our government can have no policy of its own toward Nicaragua because of its total dependence." He expressed shame that Honduras had to do Washington's dirty work in helping stall Contadora-registered trademark. Costa Ricans complain of the Hondurization of their country. Social stability is being undermined by U.S. pressures to convert from a welfare state to a warfare state and by the right-wing forces feeding on U.S. intervention. In December 1985, members of Costa Rica Libre, headed by World Anti-Communist League chapter leader Bernal Urbina Pinto, stoned and tear-gassed participants in the International March for Peace in Central America, which included members of parliament from Denmark and Norway. The year before, Bruce Jones, then a CIA Contra liaison and later an associate of Sing Laub's U.S. Council for World Freedom, told a reporter, "We're compiling a list of all the communists in northern Costa Rica, in case we ever have to do an Operation Phoenix here." Even anti-Sandinista Costa Ricans have become convinced the Contras can't succeed. They are skeptical of the prospects for a U.S. invasion and fearful of the consequences for their own country. "If you could guarantee to me," said one Costa Rican official, "that the U.S. 82nd Airborne would land in Managua, liquidate the Sandinista commandantes and form a coalition government that would stand up, then a lot of people would be for it. But, that couldn't happen. They wouldn't be able to liquidate the Sandinistas. In the long term, they might democratize Nicaragua, but de-democratize Costa Rica." As Tom Rarer observed, the capitalist and military elites of Central America are divided between those who lost their hearts to Miami and those with a passion for an autonomous, national existence. And the latter know they are at a historic crossroads. U.S. intervention can guarantee the status quo for another generation. All that will be lost is national dignity. For some soldiers and politicians in Central America that price now seems too high. Perhaps the real contribution of the Contadora states has been to underline the price and to reinforce the belief that it need not be paid. Happy face, history made in the South. Contadora is supported by the OAS, the UN General Assembly, the European Economic Community, the Non-Aligned Movement, the Socialist International and the International Christian Democratic Movement. A U.S. ambassador in Central America acknowledged there's widespread dislike of the American position. "But," he said, "this is a strong, self-confident administration that welcomes support, but Contadora, Contractadora 319. Doesn't worry if it's not there. This administration has showed its willingness to go for unilateralism over and over again. Together with the enormous dependence of Latin American countries on the U.S. banks, with the debt crisis, the dislike couldn't affect U.S. policy. There are no real costs, maybe in historical terms there's a real cost, but not within the Reagan administration worldview. The consequences of U.S. compliance via Contadora would be far-reaching, threatening the very structure of neocolonialism. With removal of U.S. military support for the Contras and Salvadoran regime, the Contras would surely be defeated and the Salvadoran revolutionaries would achieve recognition as a legitimate political force under a peace settlement or prevail militarily. Washington's fears go beyond the immediate impact of a Contadora treaty. Contadora is not an isolated effort, explained Venezuelan President Lucinchi in his January 1986 address at Carabel Lita. Those who see or judge it as something out of touch with the new reality in Latin America are mistaken. Ours is a reality marked by a renewed willingness to deal with a number of adversities jointly, as one. He specifically mentioned the Consensus of Cartagena initiated by Latin debtor countries in 1984. Contadora must be seen within the context of growing Latin American unity, reflected in the December 1986 agreement by the 8 Latin American Contadora sponsors to establish a permanent forum to discuss such regional issues as Central America, foreign debt, and independent development. Happy face, a Brazilian diplomat observed, "We're aiming at something like the Group of Seven." The annual Western Summit. The achievement of a Contadora treaty would sanction Nicaragua's right to reshape its economy and could galvanize collective action around the debt crisis, the economic big stick. That could, in turn, rekindle the Third World movement for a new international economic order. Deep down, observed Ambassador Tunnerman, Contadora signifies the end of the Monroe Doctrine. Solutions to Latin American problems will no longer be based on what is compatible with U.S. interests, but rather on that which is compatible with Latin America's criteria. This doesn't mean Contadora is incompatible with legitimate U.S. interests, but if the United States wishes to maintain supremacy in the region, said Tunnerman, then, yes, Contadora implies a limitation to that illegitimate presence. Contadora also challenges the Cold War order by rejecting the superpowers' right to police their respective spheres of influence. In exercising its right of might, the United States draws upon a vastly superior global bases network. A Contadora treaty would give a boost to demilitarization efforts around the world, notably anti-bases campaigns in Panama, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and England, and establish a precedent for autonomous systems of regional collective security. In short, Contadora can be seen as a building block for known alignment and a new international economic order, twin pillars of history made in the South. Under the cover-ups, legality was viewed as an obstacle that had to be gotten around. That was the spirit of the program. Reagan administration official who helped supervise the war on Nicaragua. By the time Congress voted $100 million more for Contra war in the summer of 1986, the public rationales of arms interdiction, freedom fighting and pressuring Nicaragua to negotiate had all been shredded. The $100 million was a de facto pardon for administration deceit, Contra atrocities, terrorist manuals, the mining of harbors, sabotage of the Contadora Treaty, and widespread lawlessness condemned by the World Court. Congress voted knowing that most Americans were opposed to the policy of overthrowing the Nicaraguan government and that only U.S. combat troops could install the Contras in power. With Congress back on board, the administration made plans to phase out the enterprise's involvement in Nicaragua. NSC aide Oliver North, National Security Advisor John Poindexter, CIA Director William Casey and Enterprise Manager Richard Secord discussed selling the enterprise's Nicaragua-related assets to the CIA, as a means of financing interim Contra support operations and enhancing the enterprise's self-financing capacity for covered activity elsewhere. North sent Poindexter a secret computer message, known as a prof note, on July 24, 1986. "We are rapidly approaching the point where the Project Democracy Protem assets in CENTAM need to be turned over to CIA for use in the new program. The total value of the assets, 6 aircraft, warehouses, supplies, maintenance facilities, ships, boats, leased houses, vehicles, ordnance, munitions, communications equipment, and a 65 20-foot runway on property owned by a Protem proprietary, is over $4.5 m. 321. 322. CIA Deputy Director for Operations Claire George opposed using assets that would link the CIA to the private resupply operation. The issue was still not resolved when the enterprise lost one of its assets, the Santa Elena airstrip. Removing fingerprints. After becoming president of Costa Rica in May 1986, Oscar Arias took action on a campaign promise to uphold his country's military neutrality. The Contra's Santa Elena airstrip was no longer welcome. The U.S. Embassy assured Arias it would be shut down. It was not. On September 5, CIA Station Chief Joe Fernandez informed North that the Costa Rican government was planning a press conference to announce the discovery and closure of the airstrip. North jotted in his notebook, 0005 call from Fernandez Security Minister plans to make public UDAL roll W/base West Santa Elena and allege violation of Costa Rican law by UDAL, Bacon, North, Secord, ETAL. North held a conference call with Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams and Ambassador Louis Tams, and recorded in his notes, "Tell Arias, never set foot in WH. White House. Never get 5 cents of $80 million promised by Aid Director McPherson." North informed Poindexter that he called Arias with the threats and that, as a precaution, Project Democracy aircraft and personnel were removed from the site. "Thanks, Ollie," Poindexter replied in a prof message. "You did the right thing, but let's try to keep it quiet." Abrams and Tams later testified that Tams was the one to call Arias. Abrams said he instructed Tams to tell Arias that disclosure of the airstrip would jeopardize Arias' upcoming meeting with Reagan. He reported this to Secretary of State Schultz and also told Ambassador Habib to follow up on a visit to Costa Rica. North later claimed he had not really called Arias, but only said that to cover Abrams. Whatever actually happened, the Costa Rican government cancelled the news conference. Although Arias has denied receiving threats, other Costa Rican officials say a long delay in releasing $40 million of American economic aid in 1986 may have been an attempt to pressure Costa Rica. After a 3-week lapse, the press conference occurred on September 26. Costa Rica's Interior Minister told reporters the government had shut down an airstrip that had been used for supplying the Contras, smuggling drugs, or both. Udall Corporation was named, as was Robert Olmsted, an alias for William Haskell, who purchased the land, but Secord and North went unmentioned. North assured Poindexter that all appropriate damage control measures had been undertaken to keep U.S. government fingerprints off this. Udall Resources, Inc., S.A., is a proprietary of Project Democracy. It will cease to exist by noon today. There are no USG fingerprints on any of the operation and Olmsted is not the name of the agent. Olmsted does not exist. We have removed all Udall resources, to another account in Panama, where Udall maintained an answering service and cover office. The office is now gone as are all files and paperwork. 323. Administration Press Guidance, prepared by North, Abrams, and CIA Central America Task Force Chief Fears among others, and approved by Poindexter, lied. No U.S. government funds were allocated or used in connection with this site, nor were any U.S. government personnel involved in its construction. Any further inquiries should be referred to the government of Costa Rica. In response to the expected question, was the airstrip intended for use by the Contras? The press guidance suggested the answer: the government of Costa Rica has made clear its position that it will not permit the use of its territory for military action against neighboring states. The U.S. government respects that position. North, meanwhile, suggested to Poindexter that steps be taken to punish Costa Rica for the disclosure. Exposure of the airstrip was just the kind of event Albert Hakim had planned for. It did not blow the cover off the enterprise. Throughout September, the airlift based at Ilogango in El Salvador picked up momentum. On September 9, airlift manager Robert Dutton flew with a C-123 crew into southern Nicaragua in an attempt to drop military supplies. They were unable to locate the Contras, and Dutton proposed to North that future missions use 2 aircraft to increase delivery potential and protect against increased Nicaraguan anti-aircraft fire. North approved the use of 2 aircraft, but cautioned Dutton not to fly personally inside Nicaragua again. The operation couldn't risk the fallout from Colonel Dutton being shot down over Nicaragua. By late September, the airlift was successful enough for pilot Bill Cooper to write Dutton, "Ho hum, just another day at the office." Now it was Dutton who warned Cooper to be careful. Registered trademark. Smoking plane. On October 2, Secretary Schultz had occasion to quote Winston Churchill, "In time of war, the truth is so precious, it must be attended by a bodyguard of lies." Schultz was responding to the outcry following exposure of an administration disinformation campaign against Libya which had hoodwinked the American press. The novelty was not in the disinformation campaign, but in the unusually vigorous press reaction. Schultz may as well have been speaking about Nicaragua. A few days later, the bodyguard of lies attending that war came under fire. On the morning of October 5, A C-123 cargo plane took off from Ilopango Air Base loaded with about 10,000 pounds of ammunition, rifles, grenade launchers, and other materiel for the Northern Front Contras inside Nicaragua. The crew included an FDN radio operator and 3 Americans, all veterans of the secret air war in Southeast Asia, pilot Bill Cooper, co-pilot Wallace Buzz Sawyer and cargo kicker Eugene Hasenfuss. Contra supply planes regularly overflew Nicaragua with impunity. Nicaragua's air defenses were inadequate, it had no jet fighters to send up in pursuit. The C-123 flew a southern route to avoid Nicaraguan anti-aircraft guns, heading south over the Pacific, then northeast from the Costa Rican border. At 12:30 p.m. 324. The C-123 was detected by a Nicaraguan post near San Carlos along the San Juan River. 5 minutes later the Light Hunter Battalion 3rd Company had the plane in its sights. 19-year-old Jose Fernando Corrales raised his shoulder-mounted ground-to-air missile launcher and fired. The plane spewed smoke and veered toward Earth as the soldiers cheered. Corrales would later have the honor of throwing out the opening ball for Nicaragua's baseball championships. Eugene Hasenfuss was the sole survivor, having bailed out with a parachute borrowed from his brother. Parachutes weren't standard issue for the airlift crews. About 20 hours later, Hasenfuss surrendered to Nicaraguan troops who tracked him to an abandoned hut in the jungle. He was the first American POW in the war on Nicaragua. Fernandez, meanwhile, had sent Southern Front forces to look for the missing CI-23. Felix Rodriguez called Vice President Bush's deputy national security advisor, Colonel Sam Watson, to inform him the plane had disappeared. North's associate, Colonel Robert Earle, reported to Poindexter on October 6, one of the Democracy Inc. aircraft apparently went down on a resupply mission to FDN forces in the north. It is currently unknown where or why the aircraft went down, but country deleted assets are discreetly organizing a SAR search and rescue effort over international waters and friendly territory portions of the route. 3 Americans and 1 Nicaraguan national aboard. I will keep you advised of details as I get them. Happy face, Hasenfuss spoke briefly at a news conference in Managua on the evening of October 7. My name is Gene Hasenfuss. I come from Marinette, Wisconsin. Yes, and I was captured yesterday in southern Nicaragua. Thank you. Hasenfuss' good fortune in surviving was bad luck for the Reagan administration. In late July, U.S. military group commander James Steele had met with members of the resupply crew in El Salvador to address logistical and security problems. He warned them to leave your billfold at home when you go out to avoid the risk of identification. The downed C-123 crew carried identification. The Nicaraguan government displayed ID cards and other documents taken from the wreckage, indicating that Cooper and Sawyer were attached to the U.S. military group in El Salvador and that Cooper was an employee of Southern Air Transport. There were business cards for the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office and Robert Owen. The Nicaraguans said the C-123 was one of 5 aircraft operating from El Salvador. On ABC's Nightline, Ted Koppel argued with Alejandro Bendaja, the Secretary General of the Nicaraguan Foreign Ministry. Bendaja insisted that the U.S. government was behind the operation. The administration's line, voiced by the president and top officials, was this was a private flight with no U.S. government connections. There's no question, Koppel told Bendaja, that the Reagan administration is not crazy about you folks and would like to see the Sandinista government collapse. There is also no question that it wants to see aid for the Contras. But if private citizens want to donate money, and if some private Americans want to get aboard some Korean vintage airliner or cargo plane and try and drop supplies over your 325 country, that's not quite the same thing as a new Vietnam, is it? It's not happening behind the back of the U.S. government, Bandana responded, and, in fact, your own press has reported amply how many of these operations were, in fact, directly run from the White House, from the office of a Mr. North, I believe. Like other news media, Nightline followed administration leads and pointed to John Singlaub as the master of the private supply operation. Coincidentally, the day the C-123 was shot down before it was known in the United States. CBS 60 Minutes aired a story on Singlaub. During the 15 months that the Congress refused to give President Reagan the $100 million he asked for to aid Nicaragua's Contra rebels, Mike Wallace declared, retired General John Singlaub defied the will of Congress by taking over for the CIA as virtual director of that war. Singlaub was quoted, "I made a point of getting word to the White House and to the agency CIL. They saw what we were doing, and from time to time I would get a good job. Jack, appreciate what you're doing." Singlaub, who was in the Philippines at the time organizing death squads under the guise of hunting treasure, wasn't prepared to take the heat for the Hasenfuss flight with its potentially serious legal ramifications. Hasenfuss appeared again at a news conference on October 9, this time with a lot more to say. He explained that William Cooper had recruited him 5 months earlier. They had worked together in Air America flying CIA supplies in Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam from 1965 to 1973. Before that Hasenfuss served 5 years in the Marine Corps. Hasenfuss told reporters about 2 Cuban naturalized Americans named Max Gomez, Felix Rodriguez, and Ramon Medina, Luis Posada, who did most of the coordination for the flights and oversaw all of our housing, transportation, also refueling, and some flight plans. He assumed they worked for the CIA. Hasenfuss described working out of the El Salvador Air Force Base at Ilopango and flying into Honduras to an air base called Aguacate where we would load up small arms and ammunition and fly into Nicaragua. Hasenfuss was a witness to the events long denied by the U.S. government. The DEA, meanwhile, identified the C-123 as the aircraft used in the Berry Seal drug sting operation. The Nicaraguan government released flight logs and a code book taken from the wreckage. The U.S. government code was Playboy and those of El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica were New Look, Hammerhold and Timex. Felix Rodriguez was Condor. The U.S. Palmarola Air Base in Honduras was Fruit Stand, guns and explosives were apples and pears. Buzz Sawyer's logbooks recorded flights to Aguacate and Macoran airfields in Honduras and Costa Rica's International Airport in San Jose. They revealed still unexplained May and June 1985 flights to Robbins Air Force Base in Georgia and U.S. air bases in Puerto Rico, Panama, and Cuba, and a February 6, 1986 flight to McClellan Air Force Base in Sacramento, California. Sawyer also made frequent flights in Angola during 1985 while employed by Southern Air Transport. Though Southern Air has had a contract with diamond mine operators in Angola, it is suspected of channeling U.S. aid to the anti-government UNITA forces. 326. RR was briefed. Nicaragua announced that Hasenfuss would go on trial. North sent an October 12 prof message to Robert McFarlane, who maintained secure communications with North and Poindexter after leaving the National Security Advisor post, that clearly implicates Reagan in the contract agate cover-up. We urgently need to find a high-powered lawyer and benefactor who can raise a legal defense for Hasenfuss in Managua. If we can find such persons we can not only hold Jean and Sally Hasenfuss together, i.e., on our side, not pawns of the Sandinista propaganda machine, but can make significant headway of our own in counterattacking in the media. Obviously, there is the added benefit of being able to do something substantive in the legal system to defend this young man. Hasenfuss, 45, was 2 years older than North. By Tuesday, a Swiss lawyer, retained by Corporate Air Services, a front corporation employing Contra supply crew members, should be in Managua. We should not rely on this person to represent the whole case since he is supported by covered means. We would be far better off if we had an overt mechanism here in the States which represented USG/Hasenfuss interests, and who would not have to respond to questions regarding the origins of Corporate Air Services, Inc. KC, or its other ongoing activities. The KC lawyer is being instructed to cooperate fully. This U.S. attorney, whoever he/she may be, have also located approximate $100,000 from a donor who does not care if this contribution becomes known, although the donor has done things in the past to keep KC in operation, a fact which need not become known. Can you help? If need be, I can meet W/U/others tomorrow or Tuesday. Believe this to be a matter of great urgency to hold things together. Unfortunately, RR was briefed that this plan was being contemplated before be left for Iceland summit, and am concerned that along about Wednesday, when people begin to think of things other than meetings in cold places, he will remember this and nothing will have been done. Any thoughts WD be much appreciated. Elliot Abrams willing to sit in any time after Yom Kippur fast is finished tomorrow night. Pi's advice. Italics added. The Congressional Iran-Contra report dioed this note, which was published in a footnote to the Tower Board report, and concluded there is no evidence the president knew of U.S. involvement in the Hasenfuss flight. Contra spokesman Bosco Matamoros said the Contras took full responsibility for the flight. There was no United States government connection, he claimed. But even government officials acknowledged this was, as with Singlaub, just an effort to deflect attention from the White House. Matamoros was following orders originating at a rigged meeting attended by Abrams and Fears. As reported to Poindexter by NSC aide Vincent Canestraro, UNO to be asked to assume responsibility for flights and to assist families of Americans involved. Meanwhile, the administration staged a photo opportunity over the caskets of Sawyer and Cooper. After telling the Nicaraguans bearing the caskets to the U.S. Embassy in Managua that they could not enter the compound, the administration accused Nicaragua of ghoulish behavior when the caskets were left at the embassy gate. In Vietnam, the corpses of combatants were used to transport heroin to the United States. In Nicaragua, they were used as props in the public diplomacy campaign. 327. 60 Minutes correspondent Mike Wallace interviewed Hasenfuss in Managua on October 19. What would you like to say to the American people? What would you like to say to President Reagan? What would you like to say to Bill Casey, the head of the CIA? Referring to Casey, Hasenfuss replied, I'd like to have him sitting where I'm at and see what he'd say. Happy face. U.S. officials lied to Congress and the people in an effort to maintain deniability in the face of growing evidence of U.S. government involvement primed by Hasenfuss revelations. Reporters, meanwhile, used Salvadoran telephone records to trace frequent calls from airlift safe houses to Richard Secord and Oliver North. Hasenfuss was convicted on November 15 on charges of terrorism and other crimes. He received the maximum sentence of 30 years. A month later, on December 17, he was pardoned and freed by the Nicaraguan government. This is a Christmas and New Year message to the American people, said President Ortega. It is a very concrete message of peace. By then the administration was caught up in the widening Iran-Contra scandal. Yet, the Contra $100 million continued to flow. Gullible's troubles. By the summer of 1985, long before the Hasenfuss revelations, reporters such as Robert Perry of the Associated Press, now with Newsweek, and Alfonso Charty of the Miami Herald were zeroing in on Oliver North and the White House's continuing role in running the Contra war. For North and Company, freedom of la prensa in Nicaragua was one thing, freedom of the U.S. press was another. North singled out Charty in a June 3, 1985 memo to Poindexter. For several weeks now there have been rumors of stories being prepared which allege an NSC connection to private funding and other support to the Nicaraguan resistance. The rumors originally surfaced with a reporter. Alfonso Charty 5ZC, at my request deleted, went to Charty, and told Charty that if he, Charty, printed any derogatory comments about the FDN or its funding sources that Charty would never again be allowed to visit FDN bases or travel with their units. Reacting to the press reports and concerned about possible violation of the Boland Amendment, House Western Affairs Subcommittee Chairman Michael Barnes, House Intelligence Committee Chairman Lee Hamilton and, later, Senators David Durenberger and Patrick Leahy, Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, wrote McFarlane seeking information about NSC contact with the Contras. McFarlane issued his now famous categorical response that at no time did I or any member of THI National Security Council staff violate the letter or spirit of congressional restrictions. In answering specific questions put to him by the elected officials, McFarlane covered up THI NSC role, including his own part in arranging the Saudi contribution, as Noyth later testified about McFarlane's response. 328. SES, they were erroneous, misleading, evasive, and wrong. Barnes made a series of attempts to review relevant NSC documents, prompting McFarlane and North to prepare particularly revealing documents for alteration. But the Barnes effort fizzled in the face of purposefully bothersome NSC conditions. Barnes later said that if he had asked the Foreign Relations or Intelligence Committees for subpoenas, he would not have had sufficient support to get them. North was a very respected guy back then, Barnes said. There was just not a mood at that time to support an aggressive investigation. Registered trademark the following summer, amid new press accounts of the White House Contra program. Rev. Ron Coleman, DTX, introduced a resolution of inquiry on June 4, 1986, directing the President to provide documents and information about NSC support for the Contras, including the provision of funds and supplies through private individuals and foreign governments, contacts with the Contras related to military activities, and contacts with persons such as John Singlaub, Robert Owen, and John Hull. Coleman explained that disturbing new reports that our own government officials may have deliberately violated the law that prohibited any open or hidden U.S. assistance for military operations inside Nicaragua suggest that there may have been an intentional disregard for our own democratic process. The resolution was referred to the House Committees on Intelligence, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services. Poindexter wrote Chairman Lee Hamilton, Dante Fascell, and Leigh Aspin that information provided in fall 1985 by McFarlane had already made it clear that the actions of the National Security Council staff were in compliance with both the spirit and letter of the law regarding support of the Nicaraguan resistance. Poindexter later told the Iran-Contra committees that he felt that the Boland Amendment did not apply to the NSC staff, and I felt that indeed we were complying with the letter and spirit of the Boland Amendment. Now, it doesn't say that we are not helping the Contras. We were. North met with House Intelligence Committee members on August 6 at their request. He misled them in his opening presentation and lied in response to specific questions. NSC staffer Bob Pearson attended the meeting and prepared a summary for Poindexter. Session was success. Hamilton will entertain motion soonest to report unfavorably on resolution of inquiry and made clear believes Intelligence Committee can turn aside future offers of similar resolutions. North's remarks were thorough and convincing. Hamilton underlined his appreciation to Admiral Poindexter and to unclear for full cooperation offered by NSC. In response to specific questions, Ollie covered following points: contact with FDN and UNO aimed to foster viable, democratic political strategy for Nicaraguan opposition, gave no military advice, knew of no specific military operations. Singlaub gave no advice, has had no contact in 20 months, Owen never worked from OLN North Office, OLN had casual contact, never provided Owen guidance. Poindexter forwarded Pearson's note to North with the message, "Well done." It was well done indeed. Hamilton told Coleman on August 12 that the Intelligence 329 Committee would not move forward with the resolution of inquiry. Based on our discussions and review of the evidence provided, it is my belief that the published press allegations cannot be proven. Ed Meese could hardly have conducted a less inspired inquiry. It took a smoking plane to shake Congress from its oversight stupor. Damage control. The Hasenfuss shootdown triggered new inquiries by Congress and investigations of Southern air transport by the FBI and Customs Service. On October 5, Fernandez sent a KL-43 message to Dutton telling him that the situation requires we do necessary damage control. While Reagan and his top officials denied U.S. government involvement in the Contra support operation, North and Poindexter worked behind the scenes to derail or at least delay investigations into the activities of Southern air transport. North and Poindexter later said they wanted to prevent disclosure of Southern Air's involvement in U.S. arms shipments to Iran and protect the hostage negotiations. But covering up the NSC Southern Air Contra operation was a chief concern, as FBI agents began interviewing Southern Air employees. North called FBI Executive Assistant Director Oliver Buck Revell on October 8. North assured Revell that Southern Air was not involved in illegal activities and that he had no knowledge of the plane that crashed. North said Southern Air was still flying arms shipments to Iran, which Revell already knew about as a member of the operations subgroup, and expressed his concern about the inquiry. Nonetheless, Revell obtained authority from Deputy Assistant Attorney General Mark Richard to begin an official investigation of Southern Air on October 10. The day before, North had called William Rosenblatt, the Customs Service Assistant Commissioner for Enforcement, and told him he was concerned about the broad subpoena Customs had served on Southern Air. North said the Southern Air people were good guys who had committed no crimes, and denied that the C-123 contained arms when it left the United States, the same C-123 North had denied knowledge of to Revell. Rosenblatt narrowed the focus of the investigation to the aircraft itself and to the question of whether arms or ammunition were being exported without a license. Poindexter called Attorney General Meese and asked him to delay both the Customs and FBI investigations. Meese called Treasury Secretary James Baker about the Customs investigation, under Baker's jurisdiction, and told Associate Attorney General Stephen Trott, now a federal appeals court judge, to ask FBI Director William Webster to delay the Southern Air investigation for 10 days. Trott called Webster on October 30, telling him that without a delay the investigation could compromise sensitive hostage negotiations. Hostage David Jacobson was released on November 2, just before the 1986 midterm elections. North and Secord traveled to Beirut to coordinate his release. 330. The next day, the Lebanese magazine exposed the U.S. Iran project which most U.S. media had neglected for so long. Still, Meese waited more than 10 days before giving Trott the go-ahead for the FBI investigation. The FBI investigation did not resume until November 26, the day after the Iran-Contra diversion announcement, discussed in the next chapter. Those post-Hasenfuss maneuvers fit a pattern of interference with criminal investigations that threatened to expose the Contra support operation. In August 1986, North had contacted Customs Service Commissioner William von Ropp to complain that customs agents in Georgia were giving the Mall Aircraft Corporation a hard time. Months before, Customs had held up a helicopter allegedly to be used only to evacuate Contra wounded from the war zones. It was purchased by Singlaub's U.S. Council for World Freedom with donations from Ellen Garwood. Singlaub called von Ropp and suggested he discuss the matter with North. When von Ropp called North, North told him the people involved with the helicopter were good guys. Customs ended up issuing a license and releasing the helicopter known as the Lady Ellen. In the Mall matter, Customs was following up on a July 1986 CBS News report that showed a Mall aircraft on the airstrip at Aguacate and a registration form signed by Secord for a Mall dated July 26, 1984, 1 month after funds for CIA aid to the Contras had run out. A Mall executive told CBS that Secord had bought over a period of a couple years, probably 3 or 4 malls. CBS reporter David Martin added, 2 days after that interview Mall Air received a phone call from someone they won't say who warning them they could be forced out of business if they did not retract everything they had told CBS News. Martin continued, these documents show that another of the planes Mall says Secord bought was sold to a Panamanian corporation and exported to Honduras in September 1985. This battle plan, written by some of the Contra commanders, calls for using short takeoff and landing planes in an assault on the Nicaraguan capital of Managua to capture, eliminate, or neutralize the Sandinista leaders. Martin reported that one of the checks used to pay for the malls was drawn on the account of the Geneva-based CSF Investment Limited, and sources close to the Contras claim the money for the planes originally came from Saudi Arabia. Martin also reported, a well-informed source said North has used Secord on several secret projects since Secord retired in 1983. Happy face, this was some of the evidence reported in the press when House Intelligence Committee Chairman Lee Hamilton rejected the Coleman Resolution of Inquiry. The Customs Service began investigating allegations that Mall Air had shipped 4 planes to Central America to support the Contras, a possible violation of U.S. export control laws. North told Commissioner von Ropp that Mall Air shipped Piper Cubs down south and that Mall was a close friend of the president. Von Rapp told North he would look into the investigation and assigned the matter to William Rosenblatt. When Rosenblatt contacted North, he was told that the Mall people were good guys and that the 4 Super Piper Cubs were used to supply the Contras with medical and humanitarian supplies. 331. Rosenblatt agreed to postpone issuing subpoenas in exchange for North's promise to produce documentation on the aircraft. After 6 weeks of stalling, North produced some documents on November 17. They were insufficient and Rosenblatt resumed the investigation, apparently informing North Rosenblatt was involved in another incident with North, this one related to drug smuggling. Sometime in 1986, Joseph Kelso, who was on probation after being convicted for illegally exporting arms to Iraq, approached customs under an alias and offered to work as an informer. Kelso and another informer traveled to Costa Rica to gather information on a counterfeiting and drug ring. In August, 2 customs agents went to Costa Rica to debrief them and were told that DEA agents in Costa Rica had been paid to conceal their knowledge of narcotics supplies and laboratories. The customs agents revealed what they had heard to DEA agents in Costa Rica. That night, Kelso and the other informer were arrested by local police accompanied by a DEA agent. After interrogation, they were driven to John Hull's ranch by Costa Rican security personnel, where Hull questioned Kelso. When Hull tried to have Kelso arrested by Costa Rican intelligence officers, Kelso escaped. Hull informed North and Owen of the incident. After returning to the United States, Kelso faced charges of parole violation and negotiated through his lawyer with U.S. authorities. To demonstrate that Kelso was working not only with customs, but intelligence agencies, his lawyer provided an assistant U.S. attorney with tape recordings Kelso made while working undercover. According to a report by Representatives Peter Rodino, Dante Ezel, Jack Brooks, and Louis Stokes, included with the Iran-Contra report, these tapes were provided only under the express condition they not be sent to Washington, D.C. where, Kelso feared, they could get into the wrong hands. Ambassador Tarnbs, meanwhile, sent a complaint to Customs, which reached Rosenblatt, about sending informers to Costa Rica without notifying the embassy. Rosenblatt insisted on getting the tapes from the local customs agent, notwithstanding the restriction against sending them to Washington. In or about September, Rosenblatt called North to find out if Kelso was working for U.S. intelligence. North suggested that Rosenblatt allow Robert Owen to listen to the tapes to verify the claims. According to the Iran-Contra report, Rosenblatt agreed on the assumption that Owen was part of the NSC staff, or otherwise assisting North. Owen himself, however, told Rosenblatt he worked for a private organization. In October, Rosenblatt gave Owen his only copy of the tapes. Representatives Rodino, Ezel, Brooks, and Stokes observed, not surprisingly, Owen never returned the tape recordings. Instead, he made 2 trips to Costa Rica to meet with the DEA agents. When asked about the incident during his deposition, Owen refused to answer questions, claiming a questionable attorney work product privilege. Owen claimed that all of his activities during the Kelso incident were attempts to investigate allegations made against him in the Avirgan Honey lawsuit. 332. Miami stall. More is known about an NSC Justice Department cover-up involving the investigation conducted by Assistant U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Feldman in the Miami office headed by U.S. Attorney Leon Kellner. In January 1985, the same month that CMA leader Tom Posey was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon at the Miami airport, a right-wing film producer named Larry Spivey placed a call from a Miami motel to FBI Special Agent Michael Boone in Los Angeles. Spivey had just met with Jack Terrell, Tom Posey, and others who were planning an assault into southern Nicaragua. According to Rodino, et.al., Spivey met previously with North, and North also called Boone to warn him that Adolfo Calero believed that Terrell was dangerous and his invasion plot was untenable. Boone asked the FBI in Miami to interview Spivey and Posey. FBI agent George Kizinski interviewed Posey and Spivey at the FBI office in Miami. During the interview of Posey, Kizinski called North from the FBI office. Spivey told Kizinski that North was relieved that the FBI was now involved and in control of Posey, who had agreed to cooperate with the FBI. Kaczynski's report of the interview was sent to North, with the approval of FBI headquarters. Therefore, the FBI knew as early as January 1985 of North's connection to their investigation of the CMA and Posey. 2 weeks later, Posey complained to Spivey that the FBI was not giving him any guidance regarding what to do. Spivey called the Alabama FBI agent assigned to Posey and also called FBI Executive Assistant Director Oliver Buck Revelle. Spivey told them that they should not view Posey as a target. He said that North had earlier told him that during a meeting with Attorney General Smith and Robert McFarlane, President Reagan told them that Posey and men like him should never be prosecuted and called Posey a national treasure. This statement was included in the FBI report that was filed. Spivey also testified that, in early 1985, North admitted he could go to jail for violating the Boland Amendment, so he was going to lay low until Ed Meese was confirmed as Attorney General. Time did not permit the Iran-Contra committees to investigate Spivey's claim. As discussed in Chapter 12, North was using the EBI in an attempt to sideline Terrell without hurting Posey's CMA. On July 21, 1985, the Miami Herald ran an article by Martha Honey and Tony Avirgan with Stephen Carr's allegations of a Contra arms shipment from Fort Lauderdale. It caught the attention of the Southern Florida FBI. Carr's allegations were corroborated in January 1986 by Jesus Garcia, who offered, as discussed earlier, to provide information to federal authorities following his arrest in December 1985. The FBI gathered documentary evidence such as flight plans and records and interviewed additional sources who pointed to the involvement of North, Owen, and Hull. On March 14, 1986, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Feldman and an FBI agent met with Executive Assistant U.S. Attorney Anna Barnett. U.S. Attorney Leon Kellner informed them that he had received a call from a Justice Department official WANT 333. ing information about the investigation. That same day, Feldman and 2 FBI agents asked to meet with Garcia's lawyer John Matz and Matt's investigator Ralph Maestri. "I thought, this is great. They're finally going to take this thing seriously," Matz told the Village Voice. "We brought all our notes on Tom Posey, John Hull, and Rob Owen." Instead, Feldman warned them to end their investigation and accused them of obstructing justice and tampering with witnesses. The House of Representatives opened debate on Contra 8 on March 17. That same day, a Justice Department official called Kellner's office and requested a delay in the Garcia sentencing hearing, scheduled for March 19, at which Garcia planned to tell the court what he knew about the Contra Arms network and its White House connection. Feldman filed a motion for a 30-day continuance on March 18. Garcia wasn't sentenced until 6 months later on September 15, at which time he did mention North and Owen. On March 20, FBI agent Kevin Currier responded to an urgent message from headquarters to provide an immediate summary of the Florida investigation by sending a 38-page memorandum. Revelle needed the update for Deputy Attorney General D. Lowell Jensen, now a federal judge. Jensen discussed the case with Meese, and Poindexter was briefed. Jensen forwarded a copy of Revelle's memo to Associate Attorney General Stephen Trott, who, in turn, forwarded it to Deputy Assistant Attorney General Mark Richard, with the message, "Please get on top of this. Jensen is giving a heads up to the NSC. He would like us to watch over it. Call Kellner, find out what is up, and advise him that decisions should be run by you." According to Jensen, Revelle's memorandum, which remains classified, indicated that the CIA and State Department were also being briefed. Jensen, Trott, and Richard all contend that the sensitive nature of the investigation, its international overtones, and the possible danger to Ambassador Tams' the alleged assassination plot made an NSC briefing advisable. That heads up to the NSC was no exception. North was regularly sent FBI files on the Contra Support Network, in effect, letting him monitor the investigation of his own activities. He wasn't cut out of the loop until October 31, when FBI Director William Webster received a memo weeks before Meese announced the Iran-Contra diversion warning that North himself might be prosecuted for his Central America activities. Webster told the Senate Intelligence Committee in April 1987 that, although he had initialed the memo, he did not remember it. North also received confidential information from Republican aides on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee regarding the investigation led by Senator John Kerry. On March 31, 1986, Feldman and FBI agents Currier and Kaczynski traveled to Costa Rica to investigate the allegations of gun running and the Tams assassination plot. North recorded their visit in his notes the same day. Feldman briefed Ambassador Tams at the embassy, showing him a chart illustrating the alleged conspiracy with North's name above Hull and Owen. According to Feldman, Tams turned white. The only thing he said when I pulled out the chart was, "Get Fernandez in here." Fernandez spoke warmly of North as the person who introduced me to the President of the United States last week. During the next 2 days, Feldman and the FBI agents interviewed Stephen. 334. Carr and other imprisoned mercenaries. Hull cancelled his interview, declining to meet without counsel on the advice of Kirk Catula, the U.S. Consul General in San Jose. Fernandez, State Department Security Officer James Nagel and others at the embassy had tried to discourage Feldman from seeing Hull and said the investigation should be discontinued. In his deposition to the Iran-Contra committees, Feldman said, "I was told that the National Security Council had been in touch with Mr. Hull. That Ronald Reagan knows who John Hull is. That certain agencies have their operational requirement and it's not fair for other agencies to interfere." Owen wrote to North, alias William, about the investigation on April 7, 1986. Feldman had with him a special agent from Panama and 2 from Miami. They are Kevin Currier and George Kaczynski, who is with the Anti-Terrorist Task Force. In the past he has followed and been assigned to watch Felipe Vidal. According to Fernandez, Feldman looks to be wanting to build a career on this case. He even showed Fernandez and the ambassador a diagram with your name at the top, mine underneath and John's Hull underneath mine, then a line connecting the various resistance groups in Costa Rica. Feldman stated they were looking at the big picture and not only looking at a possible violation of the Neutrality Act, but at possible unauthorized use of government funds. If and when I am contacted by the FBI, I will not answer any questions without an attorney present. Even then, I will not answer any questions. It is the only way I can see to stem the tide. Owen added, "Perhaps, it is time I retire from this line of work and focus on another part of the world and against another group of godless communists." Owen's fears proved premature. Feldman met with Kellner, Barnett, and others on April 4 to discuss the results of the Costa Rica trip. Feldman explained that while the assassination plot had not been substantiated to date, the charges of gun running and Neutrality Act violations warranted a grand jury. According to Assistant U.S. Attorney David Lewant, Kellner spoke by phone with a high Justice Department official in Washington, and reported that Washington wanted him to go very slow on the case, since it could affect the upcoming vote on Contra aid in Congress. Kellner, Barnett, and Feldman have denied Lewant's account. Happy face, Kellner asked Feldman to draft a memorandum on the investigation explaining his approach to possible prosecution. On May 7, the New York Times ran a story, mentioned earlier, quoting a senior Justice Department official that Kellner's office had found no evidence to support allegations of gun running and drug trafficking. On May 14, Feldman produced a detailed redraft of his memorandum which concluded it was time to issue grand jury subpoenas for documents and witnesses. A few days later, Kellner returned it with the notation, "I concur, we have sufficient evidence to institute a grand jury investigation into the activities described herein." Feldman's memo contained detailed information about the Contra supply network, including arms shipments and mercenary recruitment by Posey, CMA, and René Corvo, and evidence of U.S. government involvement. Feldman stated, "Fernandez told me that prior to March 1984 the U.S. military used Hull's Costa Rica ranch to deliver equipment to the Contras." Fernandez also said that since March 335, 1984, Hull has assisted the Contras by providing them with food, medical supplies, and other non-lethal necessities. Feldman noted, it is unclear whether John Hull has had an official role in U.S.-sponsored Contra operations since March 1984. Fernandez denied that Hull had been an operative for the CIA or any other agency since that time. Hull, however, has allegedly made remarks that suggest otherwise. Kellner held further staff discussions on May 20 and reversed the decision to convene a grand jury as premature. Feldman rewrote the memorandum, stating that a grand jury would be in order after he completed further background work on the case. But a special counsel in Kellner's office rewrote it to conclude that a grand jury investigation would represent a fishing expedition with little prospect that it would bear fruit. The memorandum was then submitted to the Justice Department on June 3. It retained Feldman's original May 14 date, although it included a reference to the May 30 filing of the Christie Institute suit. On July 31, the FBI agents completed additional investigation and Courier gave Feldman a prosecution memorandum which was forwarded to Kellner on or about August 14. Kellner continued the stall. On October 6, the day after the Hasenfuss shootdown, Chief Assistant U.S. Attorney Richard Gregory told Kellner he felt the case was ready to go to the grand jury. After further delay, Kellner gave the go-ahead to Feldman in early November, 6 months after Feldman had first suggested the need for a grand jury. A few weeks later, an important witness was dead. In May, Stephen Carr had jumped bail and returned to the United States with the surreptitious aid of the U.S. Embassy. Though concerned about threats from Hull's group to keep his mouth shut, he still talked to the press and investigators. On December 13, Carr collapsed in a driveway in Van Nuys, California, and was pronounced dead at 4 a.m. He was 27 years old. The Los Angeles coroner's office concluded that Carr died of an accidental cocaine overdose, but uncertainty remains. Another autopsy, commissioned by Carr's family, determined that marks behind Carr's left elbow were not scratches, but needle marks from an injection. No one ever explained, wrote Leslie Cockbum, why Carr should have been injecting himself behind his left elbow. He was not a habitual needle user. Happy face. In April 1987, after the Carr case was closed, public defender John Matz received a call from mercenary Peter Glibbery, who was still imprisoned in Costa Rica. Glibbery told Matz that Hull had just threatened him, saying he would wind up dead like Stephen Carr if he refused to sign an affidavit discrediting Senator Kerry, Matz, and Honey and Avirgan, and recanting his earlier statements. The CIA killed Carr, Hull reportedly said. Hull acknowledged visiting Glibbery with an affidavit on March 29, but denied threatening him registered trademark if Glibbery's account is correct. Hull's reference to the CIA killing Carr may have been bluster. Or, perhaps Hull knew Carr was murdered, though not necessarily through the CIA. The Congressional Iran-Contra report reviewed interference in 7 investigations, discussed here or in earlier chapters, and concluded incredibly that only NSC staff members were at fault. We do not mean to impugn the integrity of the law enforcement officials involved. Suggestions that national security could be compromised, coming from NSC aides, inevitably were given weight by law enforcement. 336. Meant officials and led them on occasion to provide information to the NSC staff and to delay investigations. Happy face, Reps. Rodino, Fassel, Brooks, and Stokes diverged from the myopic majority. Law enforcement agencies in these cases are not entirely without responsibility. Media and investigative leads about North's involvement were never pursued until after the Hasenfuss crash, when members of the House Judiciary Committee requested that these allegations be investigated and that an independent counsel be appointed. Furthermore, officials from the FBI, Customs, and the Department of Justice went out of their way to provide North with information regarding criminal investigations. North used this information to conceal and divert attention away from his unlawful operations. Our nation has painfully learned from past experience that a democracy cannot exist when those responsible for enforcing the law can be manipulated for political purposes. Reagan's contradictions. The president was fully aware of the extent of the relationship between NSC members and members of the Democratic Resistance Group, and he has been aware of it all along. Presidential spokesman Larry Speaks, August 1985, quoted in Joel Brinkley, New York Times, February 15, 1987. The President told the Tower Board on January 26, 1987, that he did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras. Tower Board Report, February 26, 1987. Now the Contras situation, there's no question about my being informed. I've known what's going on there, as a matter of fact, for quite a long time now, a matter of years. And to suggest that I am just finding out or that things are being exposed that I didn't know about, no. Yes, I was kept briefed on that. As a matter of fact, I was very definitely involved in the decisions about support to the freedom fighters, my idea to begin with. President Reagan, meeting with editors. May 15, 1987. The President told the truth about everything to everybody he talked to. Presidential spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, November 19, 1987. He just pleaded guilty to not telling Congress everything it wanted to know. I've done that myself. President Reagan, commenting on former National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane's plea bargain with independent counsel Lawrence Walsh on charges of withholding information from Congress, March 1988. I still think Ollie North is a hero. And, on the other hand, in any talk about what I do on pardons for North and Poindexter, I think with the case now before the courts, that's just something I can't discuss now. But I just have to believe that they are going to be found innocent because I don't think they are guilty of any lawbreaking. President Reagan, March 25, 1988, regarding the March L6 indictment of North, Poindexter, Secord, and Hakeem on charges including conspiracy to defraud the government, false statements, falsification, destruction and removal of documents and obstruction of justice. Carl Spitz Channel. And Richard Miller pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud the government in 1987. 15. Well, when the President does it, that means that it is not illegal. Richard Nixon, television interview, May 19, 1977. When the Commander-in-Chief of a nation finds it necessary to order employees of the government or agencies of the government to do things that would technically break the law, he has to be able to declare it legal for them to do that. Ronald Reagan, agreeing with Nixon. Your work will make a great movie one day. 2. President Reagan to Oliver North, November 25, 1986. The bombshell dropped in a Reagan-Mies press conference on November 25, 1986. Funds from the now widely exposed U.S. arms sales to Iran were diverted to the Contras. North was fingered as the culprit and fired. Poindexter, his allegedly unwitting accomplice, was allowed to resign. The midterm election had given Democrats control of the Senate and put the administration on the political defensive. Behind the now torn Teflon curtain, Wizard Reagan's White House was trading guns for hostages. The freedom fighters' yellow brick road was paved with slush funds. The policy of selling arms to Iran may have originated in 1980 with a Reagan campaign effort to deny Carter the opportunity to benefit from release of the American hostages before the presidential election. According to former Iranian President Bani Sadr and others, Reagan advisors such as Richard Allen and Robert McFarlane negotiated an October deal to trade weapons to Iran after Reagan took office in exchange for Iranian stalling in the hostage negotiations with Carter. The hostages were not released until the day Reagan was inaugurated. The ultimate. 339. 340. Photo opportunity. Israel began sending weapons to Iran in the first half of 1981. While these events are beyond the scope of this book, they should not be beyond the scope of the Iran-Contra investigations. Cleansing. The televised diversion confession illustrated the principle that the best defense is a good offense. The White House wanted to preempt the Watergate-style charges of cover-up that would have ensued if investigators and reporters successfully followed the money in the seemingly separate Iran and Contra scandals to their intersection at North and Secord. In the days preceding the diversion announcement, investigators at the International Center for Development Policy suspected a diversion of funds and were urging reporters to pursue the story. Weeks earlier on October 7, CIA Director William Casey heard from a former law client, Roy Furmark, that Saudi billionaire Adnan Khashoggi and 2 Canadian investors were complaining of not being repaid monies advanced in the Iran arms sales, and were threatening to expose the deal. Furmark also said that Iranian businessman Manukur Ghorbanifar, the initial channel to Iran, was upset at being cut out, and, by most accounts, told Casey that Ghorbanifar suspected funds had been diverted to the Contras. North later tried to pin the idea for the diversion on Ghorbanifar, with an apparently phony story about a bathroom conversation in late January 1986. It was only one of many North flights of fancy at the Iran-Contra hearings. The first diversion was authorized in late November 1985 when Israel was still the arms conduit. On December 6, North told Israeli Ministry of Defense officials that he intended to divert profits from future arms sales to Nicaragua operations. He recommended to Poindexter that the United States take over the actual arms sales using Secord as a conduit, an arrangement adopted in Reagan's January 17, 1986 finding on Iran. By the time of the diversion announcement on November 25, much of the paper trail had been shredded, burned, or altered. "I started shredding documents in earnest," North testified, after a discussion with Director Casey in early October when he told me that Mr. Furmark had come to him and talked to him about the use of Iran arms sales money to support the resistance. That was preceded shortly by the crash or shoot-down of the aircraft Mr. Hasenfuss was on. And Director Casey and I had a lengthy discussion about the fact that this whole thing was coming unraveled and that things ought to be cleaned up, and I started cleaning things up. The cleanup accelerated when Attorney General Meese began his conveniently sloppy inquiry on November 21. In North's office, Meese's men quickly found a smoking memo that had somehow escaped the shredders and bum bags. In the so-called diversion memo, North described a planned arms sale to Iran and stated, "The residual funds from this transaction are allocated as follows. $341.2 million will be used to purchase replacement tows for the original 508 sold by Israel to Iran for the release of Benjamin Weir. This is the only way that we have found to meet our commitment to replenish these stocks. $12 million will be used to purchase critically needed supplies for the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance Forces. This materiel is essential to cover shortages in resistance inventories resulting from their current offensives and Sandinista counterattacks, and to bridge the period between now and when congressionally approved lethal assistance, beyond the $25 million in defensive arms, can be delivered." The memo recommended to Poindexter that the President approve the structure depicted above under current situation and the terms of reference at Tab A, dated April 4, 1986. The recovered memo's spaces for a presidential approve or disapprove were blank. Fall guys. Whether accidental or contrived, the discovery and revelation of the diversion memo allowed the administration to shape the Iran-Contragate agenda around a decoy question: what did the president know of the diversion and when did he know it? If the Iran-Contra report is correct, the diversion itself was not that significant financially. At least $3.8 million of the total $6.1 million in arms sales profits were used by the enterprise for Contra assistance, registered trademark that is far less than the tribute solicited from third countries, donated by patrons of the American right, or diverted through humanitarian assistance, military exercises, aid to Honduras and CIA Pentagon programs such as Operation Elephant Herd. And it is less than alleged revenues from drug contraband, the subject that dared not speak its name at the hearings. 2 Baltimore anti-war activists who tried to unfurl a banner at the hearings ask about cocaine were promptly thrown out and arrested. The only citizen voices not considered a disruption in the hearing room were those represented by the stack of telegrams displayed by Oliver and Betsy North. Some of those supposedly all-sympathetic telegrams were actually protesting North's behavior. Instead of exposing the orchestrated telegram campaign designed to intimidate Congress, the media played up Olimania. Newsweek's Coic for July 20, 1987 featured Oliver and Betsy North under the headline, "The Fall Guy Becomes a Folk Hero, Ollie Takes the Hill." Never mind that Newsweek's own poll presented later in the story indicated that more people disagreed than agreed with the statement, "He is a patriot and hero." The lead raved about North as a new national folk hero who somehow embodied Jimmy Stewart, Gary Cooper, and John Wayne in one bemedaled uniform. He touched off a tidal wave of telegrams, flowers, and letters. The networks gave North's testimony star treatment. Watergate veteran Carl Bernstein commented that the decision by the networks not to offer gavel-to-gavel coverage of the hearings, said, in effect, that the issues weren't important or dramatic enough to justify keeping people away from. 342. Their soaps. When the networks got back on the air, they sent us a pack of theater critics, not reporters, who assured us that Ollie was playing boffo. North was crowned a winner. Democracy was the loser. To avoid the issue of impeachment, Congress conditioned it on the implausible discovery of a diversion smoking gun covered with Ronald Reagan's fingerprints. The larger violations of law and constitutional responsibility to see that the laws are faithfully executed, which were outlined in Rep. Henry Gonzalez's, DTX, lonely resolution calling for Reagan's impeachment, were ignored or underrated. In the words of Sam Dash, chief counsel to the Watergate Committee, there is no reason why the House Judiciary Committee could not define what President Reagan did as an impeachable offense. Congress still trembled before the false idol of Reagan's popularity and accepted the symbolic sacrifice of North and Poindexter. When Poindexter testified that Reagan did not know of the diversion, it was, for most politicians and commentators, time to put the Iran-Contra affair behind us. Ronald Reagan would not go the way of Richard Nixon. This time, the Fall Guy Plan worked. The Fall Guy Plan, as described by North, was a scenario developed with Casey as early as spring 1984 for someone to take the political rap for the president if the Contra support program was exposed. On the volatile Iran-Contra diversion, Poindexter would have to take the fall with North if their top boss, Reagan, was to be protected. The Fall Guy Plan worked even though North said he rebelled when he learned on November 25 that he might be a criminal as well as political scapegoat, and it worked although Poindexter winked that the buck stopped with Reagan, even as he claimed it stopped with himself. Poindexter testified that Reagan would have approved of the diversion as an implementation of his policies, but he chose to insulate him from the decision and provide some future deniability for the president if it ever leaked out. When questioned about a White House statement contradicting his testimony and stating that Reagan would not have authorized the diversion, Poindexter replied, "I understand that the president said that, and I would have expected him to say that. That is the whole idea of deniability." While most Iran-Contra committee members understood that Reagan was responsible, whether he explicitly authorized the diversion or not, Congress did not hold him accountable. Deniability worked because Congress let it work, for the diversion and larger crimes. Senate Committee Chairman Daniel Inouye, D.Hi., was relieved. He had hoped from the start we never come across a smoking gun linking Reagan to the diversion because these are dangerous times to be going through that type of exercise impeachment. He said the congressional report would avoid critical assessment of Reagan's role because whenever our president is weakened and our country divided, our adversary takes advantage. The Reagan administration sacrificed democracy in the name of dangerous times. Congress did the same. 343. Beating around the bush. While Poindexter protected the president's deniability, Bush's national security advisor, Donald Gregg, covered up for the vice president. Bush was spared political discomfort during the Iran-Contra hearings when his aides testified out of public sight. He was treated again with kid gloves in the Iran-Contra report. The news media, meanwhile, gave more urgent attention to former Senator Gary Hart's extramarital relations than Bush's extralegal relations with the Contras. At this writing, Donna Rice is a household name, Donald Gregg is not. George Bush's potential smoking gun was Felix Rodriguez. As discussed in Chapter 11, Rodriguez met twice with Bush in January 1985 before traveling to Central America. Though Gregg denies that he or the vice president knew of Rodriguez's work with the Contras, the evidence suggests otherwise. Rodriguez met in February with General Paul Gorman of the Southern Command, who reported Rodriguez's work with the Contras to both Colonel James Steele and the U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador, Thomas Pickering. Gorman highlighted Rodriguez's acquaintanceship with the vice president dating back to Bush's days as CIA director. Rodriguez also met that month with Gregg, a longtime friend. On September 10, North met with Gregg and Steele and, according to North's notes, discussed establishing Contra airlift operations at Ilopango Air Base. 10 days later, North asked Rodriguez to make the arrangements. In November, Bush sent a handwritten note to North, "As I head off to Maine for Thanksgiving, I just want to wish you a happy one with the hope you get some well-deserved rest. Your dedication and tireless work with the hostage thing and with Central America really gives me cause for great pride in you." And thanks in his deposition to the Iran-Contra committees, Gregg claimed to believe that Bush was thanking North for help with Bush's Central America trip, 2 years earlier, in 1983. On January 9, 1986, North wrote in his notebook, "Felix talking too much about VP connection." Gregg arranged for Bush and Rodriguez to meet again on May 1, 1986. The scheduling memo for the May 1 meeting states, to brief the vice president on the status of the war in El Salvador and resupply of the Contras. Phyllis Byrne, the secretary who typed the memo, testified that Colonel Sam Watson, Gregg's deputy, gave her that information. Watson, who met with Rodriguez on April 30 and again in June, testified that he did not provide that description. It seems obvious that Byrne would not have made up the business of the meeting or accidentally slipped in resupply of the Contras, a subject supposedly unknown to Bush and his staff at that time. The phrase resupply of the Contras was retained in Gregg's briefing memorandum for Bush. Gregg denied knowing of Rodriguez's Contra connection, although he met with him periodically and was in frequent phone contact. And Watson denies it, although he spent 3 days in Central America, January 19 to 21, 1986, largely in the company of Rodriguez and Col. James Steele. During the trip, ostensibly to Dis. 344. CUS counterinsurgency operations in El Salvador, Watson made 2 visits to Contra camps in Honduras/registered trademark. According to Rodriguez, at the May 1 meeting he was planning to tell Bush that he was leaving Central America, without telling him the reason, which he later explained as discussed with the Secord Group and its Ed Wilson connections. Before Rodriguez's announcement, North and Ambassador to El Salvador Edwin Corr came in and told Bush what a good job Rodriguez was doing. Rodriguez testified he was then embarrassed to tell Bush he was leaving, and ended up staying on. Rodriguez said, "At no point in any of this conversation did I ever mention doing anything that was remotely connected to Nicaragua and the Contras." Former Senator Nicholas Brady, who was also present at least for part of the meeting, testified that the resupply operation was not discussed. If true, Brady's presence may explain why the meeting did not cover the topic listed on the scheduling memo, if indeed it did not. Rodriguez had a heated dispute with Rafael Quintero in August over whether the Enterprise or the FDN, as Rodriguez believed, owned the supply planes. He decided to take his complaints to Donald Gregg. Gregg claims that's when he first learned Rodriguez was working with the Contras. According to Gregg's notes of their August 8 meeting, Rodriguez made the following points: using Ed Wilson Group for supplies, Mr. Green equals Rafael Quintero. A swap of weapons for $1 was arranged to get aid for Contras. Kleins and General Secord tied in. Hand grenades bought for $3 sold for $9 to Calero. Dick Gad purchases things got first Caribou big profit. Kleins is getting $1 from name deleted or whatever, buying things at great profit. He hired pilots for Kadhafi with Wilson. Bob Dutton brought in as MGR for project after a flap. Gregg convened a meeting on August 12 to discuss Rodriguez's allegations with Watson, Steele, Corr, Fears, North's NSC associate Robert Earl, formerly with Bush's Task Force on Terrorism, NSC Director of Latin American Affairs Raymond Burghardt, and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State William Walker. Gregg reportedly emphasized that he considered Kleins unreliable, but had faith in Rodriguez. It was reported in December 1986 that Gregg couldn't remember whether he informed Bush of the meeting, but Gregg testified to the Iran-Contra committees that he did not pass on information about or from the meeting to Bush, because it was a very murky business. We had never discussed the Contras. We had no responsibility for it. We had no expertise in it. I wasn't at all certain what this amounted to. I had the names of 4 or 5 Americans on an obscure air base in Central America who apparently were ripping off donated funds and making unseemly profits. I felt I had passed along that material to the organizations who could do something about it, and I frankly did not think it was vice presidential level. On its face, the explanation is absurd. Bush was a member of the National Security Council, for which the Contras were a primary concern. Bush's involvement is evident in the pre-Boland II paper trail on the Contras. A November 1983 memo from North and Constantine Menges, Burghart's predecessor, to McFarlane states that the President and Vice President have been asked to concur on these increases in the number of weapons supplied to the Contras in each previous case. Happy face, McFarlane, as noted earlier, personally told Bush of the Saudi money to finance the 345 Contras. On April 15, 1985, Bush and McFarlane gave a White House briefing on Central America to donors attending the Nicaraguan Refugee Fund dinner that Reagan keynoted. Gregg, a longtime CIA officer, headed the NSC Intelligence Directorate in charge of covert operations, including the Contras, until mid-1982. Bush seems a logical person to talk with if Gregg were really concerned about Klein's involvement, since Bush was director of the CIA when the Wilson scandal surfaced. Watson's notes on the meeting state, Felix Tom Klein's, Secord ripping off Contras fraud, a crime to profit. Conspicuously absent from Gregg's list of people representing organizations who could do something about it were officials of the Justice Department. Gregg said he had no idea then that the resupply missions were illegal. The only illegality or the only unpleasant smell about what Felix had was that there were corrupt, inept guys who were ripping off whatever operation it was they were involved in. Happy face, about Gregg's note that a swap of weapons for $1 was arranged to get aid for Contras, Klein's, and General Secord tied in, which sounds like the Iran-Contra diversion. Rodriguez professed ignorance and Gregg claimed it referred to the use of proceeds which were coming from the public donations, etc. It remains unexplained in the Iran-Contra report. So does a reference to North talking with the VP about Rodriguez in an August KL-43 message from Richard Secord to Robert Earl. According to reporter Alan Nairn, citing former intelligence agents who collaborated with the Vice President's office. Bush's principal involvement with the Contras dates to a series of 1983 conversations between Bush and Casey concerning congressional plans to restrict Contra operations and the prospects for alternative Contra aid channels. The conversations at times included President Reagan and Edwin Meese. Happy face, Gregg wrote a secret September 18, 1984 memo to Bush, titled Funding for the Contras, reporting, in response to your question, Dewey Claridge supplied the following information. The memo discussed political and military aspects of the Contra War as well as private fundraising registered trademark. In 1983, Gregg provided a letter of recommendation to Gustavo Villoldo, a former CIA agent and Bay of Pigs veteran, to work as a Contra combat advisor in Honduras. As described by Mosquito leader Stedman Fagoth, who worked closely with Villoldo, his strategy featured small group battle tactics, economic and commercial sabotage, and a program of political kidnappings, aimed at the wives and children of Sandinista officials. Villoldo worked in Honduras until late 1984, by then his relations with FDN leaders and CIA officials had deteriorated. Nairn wrote that Villoldo was part of an old boy network of former CIA agents known to Gregg from his own career at the agency. According to intelligence sources who dealt with Bush's office, Gregg provided these men with contacts and introductions, gave them directions on how to tap into sources of clandestine funds, and encouraged them to recommit Contra advisors in the United States and Latin America. Deniability was said to be a prime consideration, and none is known to have had written contractual relationships with Bush's office or the White House. 346. Staff. Richard Brennicke, an Oregon-based arms dealer and former CIA agent, said his notes reflect conversations with Gregg about Contra supply during 1985 and 1986. Brennicky said he checked the credentials of potential buyers with Gregg and that Gregg and his staff provided guidance on buyers, suppliers, and logistics. Gregg's Old Boy network reportedly said yes to drug smuggling. FEHX Rodriguez's alleged involvement in funneling millions of dollars of cocaine money to the Contras was discussed in Chapter 12. Other allegations implicate Gregg and Bush. As Robert Perry reported in Newsweek, Brennicky claims that he was recruited by the Israeli Mossad station chief in Guatemala, Pasek Ben-Or, to participate in the Contra supply network run by former Mossad officer Michael Harari, an advisor to Panamanian General Manuel Noriega. According to Brennicky, Gregg was the Washington contact for the supply operation, which was financed by the Medellin cocaine cartel. The cartel provided planes to fly arms to the Contras, the same planes flew drugs to the United States. Noriega, who is under indictment for unrelated drug charges in the United States, allegedly took a cut of the profits for drug traffic through Panama. Brennicky claims that he was aboard a plane flying drugs to Amarillo, Texas in mid-1985. When he tried to discuss the drug connection with Gregg, he was told, "You do what you were assigned to do. Don't question the decision of your betters." Gregg denies ever speaking with Brennicky. Staff members of the Kerry Narcotics Subcommittee say they have corroborated part of Brennicky's account with another ex-Mossad agent and with former Panamanian consul Jose Blandon. Blandon testified to Kerry's committee that Noriega, who was on the CIA payroll at $200,000 a year, the same salary as the President of the United States, told him that he knew things that could affect the elections of the United States. In late August 1986, Barbara Studley, the Miami arms dealer who worked with John Sing Laub in supplying the Contras, wrote a memo to North warning that the disclosure of covered black money flowing into Honduras could damage Vice President Bush. Studley wrote the memo after meeting with David Duncan, a Miami arms dealer knowledgeable about South African support and other schemes to supply the Contras, see Chapter 10. One of the potentially damaging Honduras Contra connections is the so-called arms supermarket run by Mario Delamico, a friend of Felix Rodriguez, Ronald Martin, and James McCoy, the former U.S. military attaché to the Somoza regime and friend of Adolfo Calero. According to Brennicky, the arms supermarket was stocked by a network run by Mossad's Honduras station chief, David Marcus Katz, which was different from the network run by Harari in Panama. North's notebooks contain frequent references to the arms supermarket, which North knew to be financed by drug money. A July 12, 1985 entry reads, Delichanel plans to seize all, when supermarket comes to a bad end. $14 million to finance came from drugs. North's entry for September 10, 1985, mentioned earlier, refers to a meeting with Colonel Steele and Don Gregg and states, approached by Mario Delamico. Claims to be close to Deletadal. Claims to be close to the FDN. In June 1986. 347. North noted a need to pay off supermarket partners Martin and McCoy. Another Bush-Contra connection is his son, Jeb. In February 1985, John Ellis Jeb Bush, then the Dade County Republican chairman and now Florida's Secretary of Commerce, gave his father a letter from Dr. Mario Castellan, a Guatemalan politician seeking support for an international medical brigade to treat Contra combatants in the field. In a March 3 letter responding to Castellan, the vice president suggested that he meet with North. This was at a time when the U.S. government was prohibited from supplying the Contras directly or indirectly with any aid, lethal or non-lethal. Jeb Bush has been a key White House emissary to the Miami Nicaraguan community and a champion of the Contra cause. He has appeared at numerous Contra fundraising events. According to NARN, U.S. Customs agents from Miami reportedly told independent counsel Lawrence Walsh that Jeb Bush may have been linked to Contra arms shipments. Jeb Bush has acknowledged helping to raise funds for humanitarian aid, but strongly denies any involvement in arms shipments. Sure, there's a pretty good chance that arms were shipped, he told NARN, but does that break any law? I'm not sure it's illegal. The Neutrality Act is a completely untested notion, established in the 1800s. As for George Bush, he agrees with Reagan that Oliver North is a hero. He told 60 Minutes correspondent Diane Sawyer, "Don't put me down as feeling anything is definitely wrong with what Okie North has done in support of the Contras, cause I'm for support for the Contras. And I keep repeating that. I want to get that into every single question so it won't end up on the cutting room floor. I support strongly the Contras. I really feel viscerally on this." Happy face, watchdogs with blinders. In a study of the 1975 Church Committee inquiry on the CIA, led by the late Senator Frank Church of Idaho, former committee investigator Locke Johnson observed, the most conspicuous figure in the tapestry woven by the committee reports was a blind and toothless congressional watchdog. During the May 1976 debate over new intelligence oversight legislation, Senator Lowell Weaker, RCT, lamented, "We have had weak sight, we have had blind sight, we have had hindsight, we have had short sight, but we have not had oversight." Years later, little has changed, and not all of the changes are positive. As Rep. Norman Mineta, DCA, a charter member of the House Intelligence Committee, quipped in 1983, "We are like mushrooms. They though CIA keep us in the dark and feed us a lot of manure." When the Klieg lights turned on, the memories of government officials and their intermediaries often turned off. A mass epidemic of amnesia seemed to sweep Washington in the summer of 1975, wrote Johnson. Witnesses with vaunted reputations for clear minds mysteriously could no longer remember essential details of operations in which they had been intimately involved. 348. So it went in 1987. Poindexter and Meese held the convenient amnesia records, but witness after witness said, "I don't recall, I can't recollect," on matters large and small. A joke made the rounds during the Reagan-appointed Tower Board, composed of former Senators John Tower and Ed Muskie and former National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. What did the president forget and when did he forget it? There was another problem. What did Congress want to know and when did it want to know it? As columnist Mary McGrory remarked during the Church Committee hearings, if the CIA preferred cloaks and daggers, Congress had a penchant for earmuffs and blinders. The Iran-Contra hearings made the Church Committee hearings look like the Inquisition. Regarding Nicaragua, the Iran-Contra hearings actually did more damage than good, they served as a national soapbox for Contra disinformation. As Adolfo Calero put it, "We came out of the hearings smelling like a flower." It often appeared that the chief crime of the diversion was that the enterprisers pocketed hefty profits while the poor Contras went without. The hearings often degenerated into a one-sided Contra-aid debate. A two-sided debate would have been stacked in favor of the Contras. 17 out of 26 committee members voted for the $100 million, Senators San Nunn, DGA, David Boren, DOK, Howell Heflin, DL, William Cohen, Army, Warren Rudman, RNH, Orrin Hatch, RUT, James McClure, RID, and Paul Tribble, RVA, and Representatives Dante Fascell, DFL, Leigh Aspin, DWT, Ed Jenkins, DGA, Dick Cheney, RWY, William Broomfield, Army, Henry Hyde, RIL, Bill McCollum, RFL, Michael DeWine, RO, and James Courier, R. New Jersey. Opposed were Senators Daniel Inouye, D. High, George Mitchell, D. Me, and Paul Sarbanes, DMD, and Representatives Lee Hamilton, DN, Thomas Foley, DWA, Peter Rodino, D. New Jersey, Jack Brooks, DTX, Edward Boland, DMA, and Louis Stokes, DO. Informed and vocal Contra critics, such as Senators John Kerry, DMA, and Christopher Dodd, DCT, and Representatives Pat Schroeder, DCO, Ronald Dellums, DCA, Gary Studds, DMA, George Miller, DCA, Leigh Aucoin, DOR, and Barbara Boxer, DCA, weren't there to counter the diatribes of Hatch and Hyde. To make matters worse, the Contra supporters won not by advantage, but by default. Contra opponents complied unilaterally with a prior committee agreement to focus on process, not policy. They shared in the pretense that the objective of the Contra program was the noble cause of democracy in Nicaragua. They preached platitudes such as the ends don't justify the means, belied by their own records, for example, in supporting the bombing of Libyan civilians to combat terrorism. Contra supporters argued passionately that the ends sometimes justified the means, and they used an unchallenged, distorted version of reality to insist that national security was at stake. Even with Contra critics such as Kerry on the committees, slander of the Nicaraguan government would probably have gone unchallenged. As Boston Globe editorial writer Randolph Ryan noted, the general rule that governs all American politicians and all American journalists who aspire to be taken seriously is that you never, ever, give the Sandinista government a fair shake, at least not in public. 349. Senator Kerry, who John Hull, quoted in Chapter 12, would like to see shot for treason, has prefaced his comments about Contra aid with the serious politician's disclaimer, "I agree with the President about the Sandinista problems, and yes, they have been increasingly repressive within that regime. I don't think there's anybody in the U.S. Congress who is saying anything positive about the Sandinistas. But that's not the issue." As Ryan put it, what the world sees when it looks at Washington is a quavering Congress which is allowing President Reagan to shift the terms of debate steadily to the right, steadily toward war, although the facts do not justify it. The combination of one-sided debate and all-media mania had an instant impact on public opinion. During the hearings, someone asked me what had changed in Nicaragua. Had the Nicaraguan government taken a sharp turn for the worse? She assumed it had, having heard only bad things about Nicaragua and praise aplenty for the Contras. She wasn't alone. Public opinion polls registered a significant increase in the percentage of Americans favoring Contra aid. Though the polls reverted to large majorities opposing Contra assistance, there were important lingering effects. The pro-Contra grassroots base was rejuvenated. The big lies repeated during the hearings have resonated loudly in subsequent pro-Contra campaigns. And senators and congressmen, they were all men, showed that even upon their loftiest perch they could be cowed by an anti-communist stampede. The $100 million flowed throughout the hearings and more was to follow. In May 1987, the House rejected Rep. Barbara Boxer's amendment requiring the President to certify that no roads, airports, or other facilities improved as part of U.S. military maneuvers in Honduras would be used to support the Contras. In June, it passed Rep. Robert Walker's, ARPA, ambiguous amendment that found that travel by United States citizens to Central America for the purpose of performing services or providing other assistance for the government of Nicaragua or for communist or communist-supported guerrilla groups causes serious damage to the national security and foreign policy of the United States and called for the State Department to restrict travel by American citizens if the purpose is to perform services or provide other assistance to the military operations of the government of Nicaragua. Conservatives hoped the language would apply to volunteers working on development projects in Nicaragua's war zones or Witness for Peace and Veterans for Peace activists living in and visiting areas of likely attack. With the public phase of hearings behind it, Congress authorized in September the first $3.5 million in new installments on Contra aid. That same month, the Contra support organization CMA held its national convention. Bumper stickers read, "Give aid to the Contras, give aids to the Sandinistas." CMA leader Tom Posey told a reporter, "A lot of people in Congress, were it up to me, would be in prison by sundown today. John Hull would shoot them at sunrise." Adolfo Calero's brother Mario, the Contra supplier who has lived in the United States since age 10, derided the hearings as Congressgate. He cited a flaw in the otherwise optimum American political system. "There is a very good word in Spanish, you don't have it in English, and it's libertinage. It means excessive liberty." 350. Assaulting civil liberties. A trail of abuse was excavated during the 1975 Church, Senate, and Pike, House, investigations. As summarized by Church Committee investigator Locke Johnson, the CIA program to open mail foreign or to selected American citizens produced a secret computer bank of 1.5 million names, the FBI intelligence unit developed files on well over 1 million Americans, and carried out 500,000 investigations of subversives from I-960 to 1974 without a single court conviction. The NSA computers were fed every single cable sent overseas by Americans from 1974 until 1975. Army intelligence units conducted investigations against 100,000 American citizens during the Vietnam War. The tactics sometimes used were alien to the principles embraced by the Bill of Rights and the body of statutes that have evolved to protect civil liberties. They were, in fact, more reminiscent of the means resorted to by Hitler's SS and Beria's secret police under the Stalin regime, drug experiments conducted by the CIA on unsuspecting subjects, assassination plots attempted against foreign leaders in peacetime, murder and other violence incited among blacks by anonymous FBI letters, the families and friendships of dissidents disrupted by concealed bureau harassment, burglaries carried out in the homes and offices of suspected subversives, elections manipulated in democratic countries, tax information misused for political purposes, academic and religious groups infiltrated. Happy face. Many such activities occurred in the 1980s. None received serious attention at the Iran-Contra hearings. The alleged U.S. role in the 1984 bombing of Pastora's press conference was treated as if it were baseless slander. There was no inquiry into assassination programs against Sandinista officials and community leaders. There was no investigation of government and right-wing surveillance, infiltration, and harassment of groups and individuals opposed to U.S. policy in Central America. In November 1980, W. Mark Felt, former acting associate director of the FBI, and Edward Miller, chief of the FBI Intelligence Division, were convicted of authorizing break-ins into the homes of citizens without a warrant or probable cause. A few months later, on April 15, 1981, President Reagan granted them an unconditional pardon. Felt commented, "This is going to be the biggest shot in the arm of the intelligence community for a long time." In his book on political spying, Frank Donner observed, "The White House, it is clear, viewed the two FBI men as heroes who were entitled not merely to forgiveness but to commendation. According to President Reagan, they acted on high principle to bring an end to terrorism that was threatening our nation. The terrorism that was threatening our nation, which for Reagan justified massive violation of civil liberties, was not an invasion but the weather underground." In December 1981, Reagan signed Executive Order 12333. It threw open the floodgates on domestic spying that had been tightened somewhat after exposure of the FBI COINTELPRO operations against the American Indian Movement, the Black Liberation Movement, the anti-war movement and others. As summarized by the New York-based Center for Constitutional Rights, CCR, under the labels of foreign intelligence, counterintelligence and terrorism, the FBI and the CIA are permitted to surveil Americans, even if they are not suspected of breaking the law or acting. 351. On behalf of a foreign power. Warrantless searches are permitted on probable cause to believe that the target of the investigation, if not the target of the search, is an agent of a foreign power. The meaning of agent of a foreign power is not even defined. The order also allows for the infiltration of lawful political organizations not only for the purpose of gathering intelligence, but also for the purpose of control. Reagan administration action recalled the Nixon-era Houston Plan that recommended giving the FBI, CIA, and National Security Agency, NSA, wide authority to monitor Americans' international cables, telegrams and mail, intensify electronic surveillance of domestic dissidents, break into offices and homes, and expand surveillance of college students. Former Nixon aide Tom Houston, author of the plan, later came to see the approach as dangerous. Houston testified in 1975, "The risk was that you would get people who would be susceptible to political considerations as opposed to national security considerations, or would construe political considerations to be national security considerations to move from the kid with a bomb to the kid with a picket sign, and from the kid with a picket sign to the kid with the bumper sticker of the opposing candidate. And you just keep going down the line." The Reagan administration kept going down the line. On November 6, 1984, Election Day in the United States, an Ohio political science professor was returning from a trip to observe the Nicaraguan election. U.S. Customs agents seized and photocopied Nicaraguan campaign materials, along with a copy of the CIA's Contra Manual. The photocopies were disseminated to a Customs Intelligence Division, and the following information was entered under the professor's name in the Customs Computer, Intelligence, subject in possession of materials pertaining to elections in Nicaragua alleged. That's only one of many such Orwellian welcomes greeting American travelers returning from Nicaragua. Others have had their personal address books, diaries, and notebooks seized and copied. Break-ins are another sign of the resurgent thought police. As of January 1988, the Movement Support Network of the Center for Constitutional Rights had recorded over 90 burglaries and break-ins with apparent Central America-related political motives since 1983, when it first began tracking them. As described by the Center for Constitutional Rights in congressional testimony, the burglaries fit a pattern. The targets are similar in that they are individuals or organizations engaged in dissent from administration Central American policies. Many of the groups or individuals targeted are the subjects of FBI investigations, or are at least referenced and indexed in FBI files. Most significant is the fact that the burglaries appear not to be motivated by any pecuniary interest. Only in a few instances is anything of monetary value taken, although valuables, including cash, have been readily available. The intruders appear to know their victims' schedules. They also appear to know the general or precise location of the documents. In all cases, files are rifled, in most cases papers, most often membership or donor lists, or other important files, such as those containing the names of persons Central American refugees being given sanctuary, are strewn about the premises or left lying atop desks and filing cabinets. In a few instances, important documents have been stolen. 352. For example, on November 30, 1986, days after the diversion announcement, a break-in occurred at the Washington offices of the International Center for Development Policy. Files were ransacked and one stolen document concerned a Southern Air Transport Contra Arms flight. On July 12, 1986, intruders ransacked the apartment of a Michigan woman active in the Central America Solidarity Committee. They rifled her files and threw papers and books on the floor. However, her TV, stereo, and rent money were ignored. 2 weeks earlier, the woman's name appeared in a Detroit newspaper, in a story about the arrest of 12 persons, including Herschel Q. for an act of civil disobedience. From November 1984 through June 1986, the offices sharing space in the basement of the Old Cambridge Baptist Church in Cambridge, Massachusetts, were broken into 8 times. The targets included the New England Central American Network, NECAN, Central American Solidarity Association, Central American Information Office, Educators in Support of Andes, the Salvadoran Teachers Union, and New Institute of Central America, NICA. The church itself had become a sanctuary for Central American refugees the week before the first break-in. On May 15, 1987, the NICA office experienced another break-in. Intruders poured muriatic acid on some computer disks. NECAN was broken into again on May 3, 1988. Among the other organizations and sanctuary churches that have experienced break-ins are the Central American Historical Institute, located on the campus of Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., Madre, a New York-based National Friendship Association with women in Central America and the Caribbean, Calvary United Methodist Church in Washington, D.C., Veterans Fast for Life, World Peacemakers, and Washington Pledge of Resistance, all housed in the Church of the Savior in Washington, D.C., North American Congress on Latin America, publishers of the NACLA Report on the Americas, 3 offices at the Wheaton United Church in Evanston, Illinois, United Church of Santa Fe, New Mexico, St. William's Catholic Church, Louisville, Kentucky, University Baptist Church, Seattle, Washington, Michigan Interfaith Committee on Central American Rights. There are different theories regarding the break-ins which are not mutually exclusive. they may be carried out by FBI agents with headquarters authorization or by members of right-wing groups at the behest of local FBI agents. Or they may be the work of right-wing organizations working independently or in concert with government agencies. Following the long and sordid tradition of government-non-government collaboration to counter the varied menaces of radicalism, the FBI has relied on a network of so-called private intelligence informants to provide information on critics of Central America policy, including background data on activists and donors and reports on organizational activities. A central figure in this right-wing thought police auxiliary is former Western Goals subversive tracker John Rees. Rees and his wife Louise Rees have infiltrated left organizations, using pseudonyms, and worked as informers for the Washington, D.C. police and the FBI. They publish the Information Digest, a newsletter focused primarily on left and liberal groups and individuals that is circulated to the FBI and other federal security and intelligence agencies, local. 353. Police units, right-wing organizations, corporate security offices, private detective agencies and selected media such as Reader's Digest. The Rees Digest 2i/so receives information from local police and police informants. Among the other ideologically biased sources of FBI intelligence are the John Birch Society, Young America's Foundation, founded by older, former members of Young Americans for Freedom, the Council for Inter-American Security, Unification Church members, working, for example, through their college-based affiliate, CARP, and right-wing Central Americans inside the United States. An ex-FBI operative, Frank Varelli, has testified to infiltrating the Dallas chapter of CISP's, Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, and compiling a terrorist photo album, with reports on such subversives as former ambassador to El Salvador Robert White, Rep. Michael Barnes and Senators Christopher Dodd and Claiborne Pell, now chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. The terrorist photo album reportedly includes photos and reports on 690 individuals opposed to the administration's Central America policies. According to Varelli, the FBI provided him with John Rees material to prepare entries in the terrorist album. Varelli, born Franklin Agustin Martinez Varela, posed as a Salvadoran refugee named Gilberto Mendoza whose family had been killed by death squads. In reality, Varelli's father was the ex-commander of the Salvadoran National Police. Varelli infiltrated Dallas CISPs from 1981 to 1984. He said the FBI wanted to break CISPs and conducted break-ins at the homes of CISPs members over a 6-month period, taking or photographing documents. He said an agent he worked with used to go regularly to the Southern Methodist University campus to pay the Munas. The Munas would start fights whenever CISPs held demonstrations. Varelli provided the FBI with reports on CISP's activities and prepared false literature to be distributed under CISP's name. He said he did not follow suggestions that he plant guns on CISP's members to make the peaceful organization appear to match the FBI's subversive image. Nor did he carry out an FBI plan to seduce a nun who was a CISP's activist and blackmail her with hoped-for secret bedroom photos. Varelli testified in hearings before the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Civil and Constitutional Liberties, chaired by Rep. Don Edwards, DCA, in February 1987. So did the Center for Constitutional Rights and other concerned organizations. Unfortunately, Congress and the media paid scant attention. Dan Noyes and Angus McKenzie of the San Francisco-based Center for Investigative Reporting were on the FBI story before then, and Crone Television aired a report in February 1987. Project Censored awarded Noyes, McKenzie, and Crone producer Jonathan D. N. the top honors in their list of the 10 most underreported stories of 1986. Not until a year later, when CCR obtained and released a portion of the relevant FBI files, heavily censored, under the Freedom of Information Act, did the sweeping FBI surveillance receive wide exposure, however fleeting. The FBI began investigating CISPs in 1981 for alleged violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Among the material the FBI submitted to the Justice Department in its request to investigate CISPs was an article by John Rees in the Review of the News, a John Birch Society publication, FBI Assistant Director Revelle cited it. 354. Later to defend the investigation. When no evidence of illegality was found, the FBI renewed the nationwide investigation in 1983 under the wide counterterrorism authority described above. In the nationwide probe, coordinated from Dallas and later from Washington, the FBI used wiretaps, undercover agents, informers and photographic surveillance not only of CISPs but of hundreds of organizations whose work brought them in touch with CISPs or its members. The FBI treated other organizations as potential front groups of CISPs. Among the groups included in the FBI CISPs files were Amnesty International, the American Federation of Teachers, the American Civil Liberties Union, clergy and laity concerned, first-run features film distributors, Friends Peace Committee, Mary Noel Sisters, Mobilization for Survival, National Association of Women Religious, New Jewish Agenda, North American Congress on Latin America, Oxfam America, Peace Links, Progressive Student Network, SANE, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, United Auto Workers, U.S. Catholic Conference, Washington Office on Latin America and Witness for Peace. As CCR Freedom of Information Act Coordinator Anne-Marie Betrago explained, failure to turn up evidence of illegality increased the pressure to expand the hunt for fronts and intensify the search for covert activities supposedly covered by peaceful, legal activity. The Intelligence section of the Heritage Foundation report. Mandate for Leadership, much embraced by the Reagan administration, states that internal security files cannot be restricted to actual or imminent threats. Clergymen, students, businessmen, entertainers, labor officials, journalists, and government workers may engage in subversive activities without being fully aware of the extent, purpose or control of their activities. An adequate internal security program must proceed on the understanding that many conventional and legalistic distinctions are serious impediments when imported into intelligence and internal security work. The report suggests, one solution would be to contract with one or several of the many private corporations that have specialized in providing and analyzing such information, that can collect and disseminate relevant information without legal complications and that can respond to a crisis without transgression of administrative jurisdictions. Happy face, this is a mandate for destroying the already battered heritage of civil liberties. The CISP's investigation, which was carried out under former FBI Director William Webster, now Director of Central Intelligence, and Executive Assistant Director Oliver Revelle, led to no indictments or arrests and found that CISPs was not engaged in international terrorism, a result not at all surprising to those familiar with the work of CISPs or other organizations opposed to U.S. policy in Central America. This investigation has an odor of harassment about it, said Rep. Don Edwards, whose committee oversees the FBI. The FBI is supposed to catch criminals, not political activists. The late FBI Director Edgar Hoover investigated long-haired young people and Dr. Martin Luther King. This looks like sort of a repeat. Registered trademark heavily censored documents being released by the FBI at this writing show that the CISP's investigation was one of at least 5 probes concerning Central. 355. America Policy Dissidents. 18 FBI field offices hold files under the caption Nicaraguan Proposed Demonstrations in the U.S. and 15 offices hold files under the caption Nicaraguan Terrorist. One document headed Nicaraguan Terrorist Matters, International Terrorism Nicaragua, a teletype from the Chicago FBI office to FBI headquarters, deals with a 1986 demonstration by the Chicago Pledge of Resistance. The Pledge of Resistance is explicitly committed to nonviolent protest. As David Leamer of the Center for Constitutional JHGHTS put it, the FBI's surveillance of opponents of all of Reagan's Central America policies is pervasive. Homegrown terror. Opponents of contemporary U.S. policy toward Central America have not only been surveilled, harassed, and burglarized, they have been arrested, fined, imprisoned, and assaulted for using nonviolent civil disobedience to rouse the nation's conscience. On September 1, 1987, Vietnam veteran Brian Wilson was struck by a military munitions train during a demonstration outside the Concord Naval Weapons Station, a shipping point for weapons for Central America. A few days later, Tom Posey remarked, "I was rather delighted. Wilson had put his body on the line before, first in war and then for peace." He and 3 other veterans, Duncan Murphy, George Mizo, and Charles Lightkey, a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor, conducted a 47-day fast on the Capitol steps in the fall of 1986 to galvanize public action to stop the war in Nicaragua. At the end of November 1986, Chicago FBI Special Agent John C. Ryan was ordered to conduct a terrorism probe of veterans fast for life after vandalism at military recruiting offices. Ryan protested against applying the terrorism label to investigation of a nonviolent organization and refused to proceed on that basis. In August 1987, Ryan, who had received commendations for investigating organized crime, was fired after 21 years with the FBI. Wilson and the other participants in the Nuremberg actions outside the Concord Naval Base had informed the police and military of their planned protest, and expected to be removed and arrested as they had been before. This time the train came barreling through and Wilson was struck as he tried to jump clear. Wilson lost both his legs, but not his spirit. "I feel like standing on those tracks was like what we have often said the Germans didn't do," he explained. "Why weren't the Germans stopping the death trains going through Germany? The life of a Nicaraguan or an El Salvadoran or an Angolan is worth no less than my life, and we kill them every day with our policies. Therefore, the question I like to pose is, how do we begin to stand in the way of that train? Those trying to reroute U.S. policy in Central America are facing a rising number of death threats and personal attacks. It is reminiscent of the FBI-protected San Diego-based secret army organization terrorism against anti-war activists during 1967 to 1972 and of the CIA-nurtured terrorism of the Central American death squads on July 7, 1987, a 24-year-old Salvadoran refugee support worker named 356. Yanira Correa was abducted outside the Los Angeles CISP's office. She was tortured and raped by 3 men. They interrogated her about the activities of co-workers, burnt her with cigarettes and carved the initials M into her hands, which stand for Escuadrón de la Muerte, Death Squad. They raped her with a wooden stick. One man said they should kill her. Another said, "No, this way we are going to let them know that we are here." Before releasing Correa, they cut her tongue and wrapped her underwear around her mouth, and they threatened to harm her 3-year-old son if she didn't give up her work. A few days before her abduction, Correa had received a letter with a stolen photo of her son. It contained petals of dried flowers with the note, "Flowers in the desert die, a Salvadoran death squad warning." In El Salvador, Correa's father received a letter warning that he would be punished if she persisted in her political activities. In November, when Correa was in the New York office of Madre while on a speaking tour, a paper was slipped under the door. It was the torn half of a poster announcing Correa's appearance. There was a handwritten threat, "Do you know where your son is?" A crude drawing showed the torso of a decapitated child with a head lying nearby. On July 17, armed men abducted Ana Maria Lopez, a 31-year-old Guatemalan woman also working with refugees in Los Angeles. They warned her to stop criticizing the Salvadoran government before releasing her 25 miles east of the city. In July alone, 24 people reported death threats to the Los Angeles police. Father Luis Olivares Church received an anonymous letter signed with the chillingly familiar initials M at this writing. The most extensive treatment given these death squad activities in the mainstream media was the February 4, 1988 episode of the television series Simon and Simon. Unfortunately, many viewers had no idea it was based upon a true story. A later episode of Cagney and Lacey also addressed the death squads. The Center for Constitutional Rights compiled 43 incidents of Central America-related death squad activity and right-wing threats, e.g. from the Cuban exile terrorist group Omega 7, in 19 U.S. cities between January 1984 and October 1987, not including many acts of vandalism and threats left behind during break-ins. Among the groups active on Nicaragua who have received threats are Pledge of Resistance in Washington and the Development Assistance Group, Technica, in Berkeley. A freelance journalist in Missouri, active on Central America issues, received a death threat over the phone on May 1, 1987. The caller said, "We will make too many Benjamin Linders and you will be next." Benjamin Linder is not a household name in the United States, but he should be. Linder was an American engineer working in Nicaragua where, on April 28, 1987, he was ambushed and killed by Contras along with 2 Nicaraguan colleagues. They were surveying a stream for possible use in bringing hydroelectric power to the village of San Jose de Bocaí in northern Nicaragua. Linder had previously directed installation of a small hydroelectric plant bringing the first electricity and light to El Qua. Dr. David Linder, a pathologist, analyzed his son's autopsy. Ben Linder was injured in the arm and legs and then executed. They blew his brains out at 357 point-blank range as he lay wounded, his father said. Pablo Rosales, one of the Nicaraguans killed with Linder, was stabbed to death. At Linder's funeral in Nicaragua, President Ortega paid him tribute. He didn't arrive on a flight loaded down with arms, or with millions of dollars. He arrived on a flight full of dreams. Ortega invoked Hemingway in his eulogy for Ben Linder and those killed before him. So, for whom do the bells toll here in Nicaragua? For Pierre Grosjean, 33 years old, French doctor assassinated in Rancho Grande. Ambrosio Magoran, 34-year-old Spanish nurse, assassinated in San Jose de Bocaí. For Albrecht Flaum, 32 years old, West German doctor, assassinated in Zompopera. For Maurice Demier, 29 years old, Swiss agronomist assassinated in Somodolo. For Paul Dessers, 39 years old, civil engineer from Belgium, assassinated in Guipodal. For Joel Fire, 28 years old, radio technician from France, assassinated in Zompopera. For Bernhard Erich Koberstein, 30-year-old West German civil engineer, assassinated in Zompopera. For Yvonne Claude Leraz, 32 years old, Swiss construction engineer, assassinated in Zompopera. For Benjamin Linder, 27 years old, North American engineer, assassinated in La Camaleona, Nicaragua. For more than 10 Cuban teachers, technicians, and volunteers, assassinated during these last few years. For the 40,000 victims that the U.S. aggression has claimed from the Nicaraguan population in these 6 years of war. Ortega ended with an appeal for a negotiated peace. Contra spokesman Frank Arana announced in May 1986 that any foreigner who voluntarily aids in development and reconstruction projects is considered an enemy. In April 1987, FBI agents in 5 cities visited employers of 12 volunteers working with Technica. The FBI agents had the employers call the volunteers into their offices and then the agents criticized them for helping the communists and warned them not to return to Nicaragua. About 1,500 Americans are working in Nicaragua: teachers, engineers, computer technicians, agronomists, nurses, midwives and so on, forming an unprecedented grassroots Peace Corps. It can happen here. On Monday afternoon, July 13, Iran-Contra Committee member Jack Brooks was questioning Oliver North when he hit a sensitive nerve. Rep. Brooks asked, "Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster?" North's lawyer, Brendan Sullivan, objected. Chairman Inouye told Brooks, "I believe the question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area. So may I request that you not touch upon that, sir?" "I was particularly concerned," Brooks responded, "because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution, and I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the 358 area in which he had worked." Inouye insisted that any discussion on the matter be reserved for executive session. The following day, Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman David Boren addressed the issue. "Colonel North, during the discussion earlier and under questioning from Congressman Brooks, the question of the so-called martial law plan had come up. We had some discussion about this in the executive session, and the White House counsel's office has indicated it would be appropriate to ask questions, as long as I refer to matter that's been printed in the media and is in the public domain. Boren asked North about a June 5, 1987 article in the Miami Herald. Let me just quote one paragraph. It says, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, for example, helped draw up a controversial plan to suspend the Constitution in the event of national crisis such as nuclear war, violent and widespread internal dissent, or national opposition to a U.S. military invasion abroad. And I would ask you, did you participate in or advocate any such plan to suspend the Constitution? Absolutely not. To your knowledge, has the government of the United States adopted any such plan, or does it have in place in being any such plan? No, sir. None. Boren mentioned that the Intelligence Committee would be briefed on the matter. End of discussion. But North was lying and Boren should have known it. From 1982 to 1984, as Alfonso Chardy reported in the Miami Herald, North was the NSC liaison to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, then headed by Louis Giuffrida. As described by a government official, FEMA developed a secret contingency plan that was written as part of an executive order or legislative package that Reagan would sign and hold within the NSC until a severe crisis arose. The plan called for suspension of the Constitution, appointment of military commanders to run state and local governments, and declaration of martial law during a national crisis of the kind cited by Boren, including domestic opposition to a U.S. military invasion abroad. The Herald obtained a June 30, 1982 memo, written by John Brinkerhoff, Giuffrida's deputy for national preparedness programs, that outlined the martial law portions of the plan. The scenario resembled somewhat a paper Giuffrida had written in 1970 at the Army War College in Carlisle, PA, in which he advocated martial law in case of a national uprising by black militants. The paper also advocated the roundup and transfer to assembly centers or relocation camps of at least 21 million American Negroes. Attorney General William French Smith was reportedly alarmed by the FEMA plans and wrote National Security Advisor McFarlane on August 2, 1984 with his objections. I believe that the role assigned to FEMA in the revised executive order exceeds its proper function as a coordinating agency for emergency preparedness. The Herald did not know whether the executive order was signed and, if so, whether it contained the martial law plan developed by FEMA. There are other reports of an April 1984 National Security Decision Directive No. 52 authorizing FEMA to undertake a secret nationwide readiness exercise code. 359. Named Rex 84. Rex 84 was reportedly designed to test the readiness of FEMA to supervise Department of Defense and National Guard personnel, as well as new state defense force units, in the event the President declared a state of domestic national emergency concurrent with the launching of a direct invasion in Central America, code-named Operation Night Train. In the event of such a national emergency, some 400,000 undocumented Central American aliens would reportedly be held in detention camps throughout the United States. Rep. Henry Gonzalez claimed that FBI dossiers on American citizens considered security threats were forwarded to FEMA. The list was known as ADEX, Administrative Index. According to the Austin American-Statesman, internal administration documents reveal a power struggle over an index with 12,000 names between then FBI Director Webster, who wanted the FBI to retain control, and Meese and McFarlane, who demanded that FEMA be given the list. The ADEX list follows in a long line of military intelligence and FBI surveillance and custodial detention lists known as Security Index, Communist Index, Reserve Index, Agitator Index, and so on. Despite Congress's 1971 repeal of the emergency detention provisions of the Internal Security Act of 1950, the FBI continued compiling the lists. The ADEX list contains data on individuals considered subversives or members of subversive organizations, as well as potential financial contributors, teachers, lawyers, writers, and intellectuals who the FBI thought would influence others. Mass detention happened here during World War II, and it could happen again. FEMA, established in 1979, has responsibility for planning for continuity of government during a period of national crisis, everything from earthquakes and other natural disasters to nuclear war. Whenever you start talking about martial law, you get a lot of dark smoke at the Pentagon and FEMA, said Joseph Gould of the Center for Defense Information. The planning is all done in the name of providing for continuity of government in a crisis. FEMA official Bill McAda has acknowledged that procedures for providing continuity of government during an emergency would be authorized in executive orders veiled in secrecy for national security reasons. And FEMA Director Julius Beckton, a former Army general, has observed, there is no congressional oversight on executive orders. When Reagan was governor of California, a state with a historically extensive private-public political surveillance and harassment network, Giuffrida played a key role with Edwin Meese, then Reagan's executive secretary, in developing a martial law plan embodied in Operation Cable Splicer, related to national Nixon-era plans called Operation Garden Plot and Lantern Spike. Then Colonel Giuffrida was head of Reagan's California Specialized Training Institute, CSTI, a National Guard school. Operation Cable Splicer, I, II and III, involved a series of martial war games during 1968 to 1972 involving state and local police, the National Guard and elements of the U.S. Sixth Army. The targets of the exercises were activists on college campuses and in the black community. Governor Reagan ordered mass arrests and advocated violent repression to put down student protest he portrayed as communist-inspired insurrection. Speak. 360. Ing to California growers, Reagan said that student militants want to prove this system of ours, faced with a crisis, will not work. If there's going to be a bloodbath, let's get it over with. Meese expressed similar sentiment during the 1980 campaign when staffers brought up the name of James Rector, a student killed in 1969 when Reagan ordered highway patrolmen and National Guard troops to clear out demonstrators in Berkeley's People's Park. Said Meese, James Rector deserved to die. In a training manual titled Legal Aspects of Managing Civil Disorders, Giuffrida wrote, there are severe statutory limitations and procedural requirements imposed by the government code which are not present in a martial rule situation. As stated above, martial rule is limited only by the principle of necessary force. A decade later, a 1981 Defense Department directive issued by then Deputy Secretary of Defense Frank Carlucci stated, in those areas in which martial law have been proclaimed, military resources may be used for local law enforcement. Normally a state of martial law will be proclaimed by the President. However, in the absence of such action by the President, a senior military commander may impose martial law in an area of his command where there has been a complete breakdown in the exercise of government functions by local civilian authorities. Constitutional protections have been lost before in the name of national security. In the words of Harvard Law professor Derek Bell, when the factual situation is perceived to be dangerous, either by the general public or by people in power, then you could have here the kind of thing we've seen happen in the Third World. It happened with Lincoln's shocking suspension of habeas corpus by executive order, it happened with martial law after Pearl Harbor, it happened with the interning of Japanese Americans in World War XI. The fact is, if you look at the things this government has been doing in Central America, the mining of harbors, the illegal arms shipments to the Contras, there is good cause to worry about the possibility of martial law here. Registered trademark. An important safeguard against martial law in the future is to guard against manifestations of police state behavior in the present. The surveillance and harassment of opponents of U.S. policy in Central America is an intolerable abuse of civil liberties today and a potential stepping stone toward greater repression tomorrow. The myopic majority. Unfortunately, the Iran-Contra hearings covered up the record of abuse discussed above. The congressional inquirers insulated the CIA, FBI, Pentagon, Justice, and other departments from serious investigation and accountability. They put a handful of men under a microscope and wore blinders to avoid looking at the institutions they served. They treated the enterprise as an aberration rather than the latest mutation of covert warfare. And, in the end, their recommendations were, to borrow Senator Rudman's term for the Republican Minority Report, pathetic. The committees opted to fine-tune the instruments of covert action while Ref. 361. Firming its legitimacy. One of their specific recommendations for the NSC, that presidents adopt as a matter of policy the principle that the National Security Advisor should not be an active military officer, was quickly ignored with the appointment of Lt. General Colin Powell. His deputy is none other than John Negroponte, the former ambassador to Honduras and chief proconsul of the Contra War. CIA Director William Webster, who headed the FBI when it undertook a massive spying campaign against critics of Central America policy, was embraced as Casey's clean successor. "If you can't trust an agency like ours," says Webster, "you're in trouble, because we are going to do a lot of things that we can't tell you about." In 1975, James Angleton, the late former chief of CIA counterintelligence, said the task of the counterintelligence officer was to construct a wilderness of mirrors in which the opponent would be forever lost and confused. Registered trademark not accommodating enough. Congress was treated as an opponent, and a decade later it is even more timid. Congress exhibits an occasional desire to tame that artificial wilderness and a strong tendency to preserve it as a supposed barrier against perceived enemies abroad. Meanwhile, the domestic dangers to democracy flourish. The Iran-Contra Committee's recommendations follow from their assumptions and conclusions. Covert operations are a necessary component of our nation's foreign policy, states the Iran-Contra report. The records of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees testify to that. As Chairman Hamilton said at the conclusion of North's testimony, "During my 6 years on the Intelligence Committee, over 90% of the covert actions that were recommended to us by the President were supported and approved. And only the large-scale paramilitary operations, which really could not be kept secret, were challenged." Registered trademark covert operations, the Iran-Contra report concludes, are compatible with democratic government if they are conducted in an accountable manner and in accordance with law. Laws mandate reporting and prior notice to Congress. Covert action findings are not a license to violate the statutes of the United States. They are, as Congress knows, a license to violate international law to which the United States is legally bound. The Iran-Contra report defines covert action as an attempt by a government to influence political behavior and events in other countries in ways that are concealed. If exposed, covert actions are expected to provide the U.S. government with a cushion of plausible denial. As defined in President Truman's 1948 National Security Council Directive, NSC 10-halves, covert actions are propaganda, economic warfare, preventive direct action, including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states, including assistance to underground resistance movements, guerrillas, and refugee liberation groups, and support of indigenous anti-communist elements. The Iran-Contra report perpetuates the myth that such covert actions as subversion against hostile states do not constitute war. Paramilitary covert actions are in the twilight area between war, which only Congress can declare, and diplomacy. 362. Which the President must manage. This type of activity is especially troublesome as a constitutional separation of powers issue. Covert action is apparently not troublesome as a violation of national sovereignty and international law. International law gives no state the right to influence political behavior and events in other countries in ways that are concealed. Quite the contrary, as the World Court reaffirmed. For example, the United Nations Charter, to which the United States is a signatory, states that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The only exception to the principle of non-intervention is the right of self-defense, which is limited to acts of self-defense against an armed attack. The United States has no legal right, much less a moral one, to take military, paramilitary, or any other covert action to influence political behavior and events it doesn't like. Indeed, it is obligated not to do so. At the close of North's testimony before the Iran-Contra hearings, Senator Inouye, a highly decorated World War II veteran, began to speak of North's obligation to disobey unlawful orders under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. This principle was considered so important that the government of the United States proposed that it be internationally applied, in the Nuremberg trials. And so, in the Nuremberg trials, we said that the fact that the defendant at that point, North's lawyer interrupted, objecting vehemently to the Nuremberg reference. Inouye never completed the passage upon resuming his remarks. In closing, Inouye gave the hearing's sole explanation of opposition to contre-aid. His reasoning is instructive. Throughout the past 10 days, many of my colleagues on this panel, in opening their questions to the Colonel, prefaced their remarks by saying, "Colonel, I'm certain you know that I voted for aid to the Contras. Ladies and gentlemen and Colonel North, I voted against aid to the Contras. I did so not as a communist. I did so not as an agent of the KGB. I did so upon information that I gathered as a member of the Bipartisan Commission on Central America, as chairman of the Foreign Operations Committee, as a senior member of the Defense Subcommittee, A&D. As chairman and member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. I voted against aid to the Contras. It wasn't easy to vote against your commander-in-chief. It's not easy to stand before my colleagues and find yourself in disagreement, but that is the nature of democracy. I did so because I was firmly convinced that to follow the path or the course that was laid down by the Reagan proposal would certainly and inevitably lead to a point where young men and women of the United States would have to be sent into the conflict. I know that the path of diplomacy is frustrating, at times angering. But I would think that we should give it a chance, if it means that, with some patience, we could save even one life. So that is why I wish my colleagues to know that I voted against aid to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters." Registered trademark *Q would not know from Inouye's defensive remarks that a majority of Americans opposed aid to the Contras or that the Contras were not freedom fighters. There were no words for the Nicaraguan dead. The mainstream media provided precious little commentary on the link B. 363. Between Nuremberg and Nicaragua, which went far beyond Colonel North. As senior Atlantic editor Jack Beatty wrote, the Iran-Contra affair is not, however, the most serious abuse of power for which the president has yet to answer. That distinction belongs to the spree of political killings that Reagan has unleashed on the Nicaraguan people. In 1946, at the Tokyo tribunals, we hanged a former Japanese foreign minister because, to quote from the charge against him, he was derelict in his duty in not insisting before the cabinet that immediate action must be taken to put an end to atrocities and was content to rely on assurances which he knew were not being implemented. In other words, in regards to the atrocities being committed by Japanese troops in Manchuria, he was in the same relation as Mr. Reagan and Elliott Abrams and company have been in regard to the atrocities committed by the Contras in Nicaragua. Every year the administration has given its assurances that the atrocities would stop, and every year they have continued. I remember one atrocity from 1985, a squad of Contras raped a teenaged bride repeatedly, over several hours, and forced her husband to watch. And I remember what a State Department man, commenting on such incidents, said at the time. "The Contras," he said, "have a thing with young girls. In the warped value system that rules Congress, it is the diversion of a few $1 million from Iran to the Contras and lying to Congress that are the real crimes, not the war crimes committed against Nicaragua. The foreign policy problem we face is not one of oversight. It is one of vision. Nicaragua does not pose a military threat to the United States. It is a few hours' exercise for the armed forces of the United States to remove the tanks and the Heinz helicopters and all the rest of the stuff." General Paul Gorman, National Defense University, November 14, 1986. The next chapter of history has yet to be written. We must write it ourselves. 2. President Oscar Arias, September 1987. Events did not stand still in Central America while scandal unfolded in Washington. As 1986 turned to 1987, the outlook for Central America was war and more war. The question was whether war would take the form of deepening Lebanonization, with the Contras indefinitely in search of a country, or Vietnamization, with the direct U.S. invasion. Someday, said President Ascona, someone is going to make a map of Central America in which Honduras will appear as nothing more than the country where the Contras were. Regarding Nicaragua, President Reagan's 1987 State of the Union message was American Samoa uncompromising and distorted as ever. Our commitment to a Western Hemisphere safe from aggression began with the Monroe Doctrine in 1823. Some in this Congress may choose to depart from this historic commitment, but I will not. Nicaraguan freedom fighters have never asked us to wage their battle, but I will fight any effort to shut off their lifeblood and consign them to death, defeat, or a life without freedom. There must be no Soviet beachhead in Central America. Nicaragua had become the litmus test of Reagan's rollback doctrine. In Nicaragua, we are talking about a place extremely far from the Soviet Union and 365. 366. Extremely close to our borders, and with a Western culture, explained Elliott Abrams. If you can't make it here, you're not going to make it. Inside and outside government, most analysts thought the Contras could not make it, at least not during Reagan's tenure. Perennial optimist Elliott Abrams predicted a political military victory for the Contras in 2 to 4 years. General John Galvin of the Southern Command claimed that with sustained support, there is no doubt that the Contras can win. He predicted, though, that victory could take more than 7 years. Galvin's predecessor, General Paul Gorman, was more disparaging. He called the Contras a cross-border raiding force. Gorman told a National Defense University audience of his very deep doubts about the present course of action in Nicaragua. I do not believe that the Central Intelligence Agency is capable of mounting a successful insurgency, or supporting it for that matter. And I do not see in the Nicaraguan rebels a likely alternative to the present Sandinista regime. The rebels have never looked so isolated, nor more dependent on Washington for their survival, the New York Times reported in late 1986. We've done this thing badly, a U.S. official in Honduras remarked, and a lot of people who have helped us are going to get hurt. Would Washington abandon the failing Contra War, as Truman did in 1952 with the Bui*Ma-based Chinese nationalists, or Nixon did in 1973 with the Hmong in Laos? Or would the war escalate under the dual slogan, "No Second Cuba, no Second Bay of Pigs"? Signs of escalation. Obviously, if the Contras don't do the job for him, a U.S. ambassador in Central America told me, Reagan's gonna ask himself if I'm going to leave office with these guys still in power. Registered trademark. Looking toward 1987, there appeared to be a strong possibility of rapid escalation before the 1988 presidential election campaign. The Contras could not do the job and, as Poindexter put it, the president does not want to leave this problem to his successor. He wants to get rid of the Sandinistas now. Options for escalation included the U.S.-backed installation of Contra forces in Puerto Cabezas and / or Bluefields on the Atlantic coast, naval blockade, air strikes, and full-scale invasion. Domestic opposition had sometimes sidetracked Washington's war on Nicaragua, but it had not derailed it. Congress acted less concerned about ongoing public opposition than a future charge of losing Nicaragua. Given the right pretexts, e.g. portraying a Nicaraguan counteroffensive against border area Contra base camps as an invasion threatening Honduras, staging a Sandinista terrorist attack in Costa Rica or elsewhere, Nicaraguan acquisition of MiGs, congressional support for U.S. action might be strong and opposition weak. Congressional opposition would be even weaker if public opinion followed historical precedent and rallied round the flag, albeit temporarily, with the introduction of U.S. troops. 367. Many military analysts believed that the United States could consolidate control over Nicaragua, install the Contra heir to the National Guard and begin withdrawing U.S. troops in 3 to 6 months. Compared with Vietnam, U.S. casualties would be relatively low and, instead of a protest-fueling draft, the Pentagon would rely on reserve forces. According to a December 1986 report by Jay Levin of the Los Angeles Weekly, relying on a high-ranking Green Beret officer and other sources, preparations were so far along that, Prior to the Iran-Contra scandal, a U.S. invasion of Nicaragua would likely have occurred by April 1987. I went down there and said, anybody who thinks there is going to be an invasion is crazy, the Green Beret officer recalled. I thought that until the exercises in June 1986. When I saw what the 75th Rangers, which were the lead forces into Grenada, were doing, it began to dawn on me that perhaps I ought to take a closer look at this operation, take a look at Central Command and check the order of battle and various unit trainings and officer positionings. And I became convinced we're going in. Except maybe at the very top, the Green Beret officer said, there is no longer a Vietnam syndrome reluctance by the Pentagon to fight another war without solid congressional and public support. Among the officer corps in Central America, the officer said, it was taken for granted that the United States would invade Nicaragua. In the regular army, it's seen as a rebound from Vietnam. The officers who are now in charge of planning lost in Vietnam, it's a chance for them to cap off their careers with a victory. I don't think we give a shit about the Central Americans. Other active duty and reserve officers agreed that the general belief in the military was that an invasion would occur. When asked how he thought the United States might justify an invasion, the Green Beret officer said, the excuse is not the problem. Look how flimsy an excuse they had to start Vietnam, a torpedo on the horizon. If they want to do it, they're going to do it. With anything. Contras dressed in Sandinista uniforms could attack U.S. reserve units, for example. I don't think it's going to be particularly well crafted or disguised. In the weeks before the Iran-Contra scandal broke, there were unusual troop movements, including the sudden transfer to Honduras of 1,000 troops of the Army 1st Infantry Division, mechanized, and 1st Aviation Battalion units from Fort Riley, Kansas, and over 200 troops in the 1st Air Cavalry's 19th Aviation Support Unit from Fort Hood, Texas, along with 21 A-1 heavy-duty airlift helicopters and 3 UH-1 medevac helicopters. At the beginning of November, the 82nd Airborne, the Army's chief invasion unit, completed a massive exercise code-named Market Square, based at Fort Bragg, to train 14,000 paratroopers for Central American combat. The 82nd Airborne was supported by logistical elements from the 18th Airborne, Air Force transport and attack planes, Navy jet fighters, Marine Corps attack planes, and simulated gunfire from the battleship New Jersey. Their mission was to defend the nation of San Lorenzo, Honduras, from aggression by Macapa, Nicaragua, and La Palmera, Cuba. The 82nd Airborne made a parachute assault against Macapa, and Air Force FL-6S bombed the ground. 368. Forces of Macapa and La Palmera. In the exercise, Macapa shifted to guerrilla warfare, and airborne infantry units practiced raiding guerrilla positions during April and May 1987. The United States carried out a month-long exercise code-named Solid Shield 87, involving 50,000 U.S. troops. Like the earlier Market Square maneuvers, Solid Shield was designed to simulate operations against Nicaragua and Cuba. It tested the ability of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard to mobilize and coordinate operations. It included a simulated evacuation of the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo on the assumption, ill-founded in precedent or stated policy, that Cuba would retaliate for an attack on Nicaragua. The purpose of the exercise, said U.S. officers, was to wave a big stick at Nicaragua. It was also a shield for the spring Contra offensive, designed to inhibit Nicaragua from destroying the Contras in their border sanctuaries. Among the other maneuvers that year was Lempira 87, in which the 237th Airborne demonstrated it could be deployed from California to Central America within 48 hours. There was talk of Honduras becoming another South Korea, with a permanent U.S. military presence. Our presence in Honduras is temporary, and yet it's indefinite, Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Armitage told Congress, justifying another $65 million in construction funds to upgrade U.S. military facilities over the next 5 years. An invasion scenario. Believing that public airing of the costs in lives and dollars could help deter invasion, the Center for Defense Information, CDI, published a plausible invasion plan based on unclassified information and structured to meet worst-case conditions and ensure early victory. It was prepared by retired Army Lt. Col. John Buchanan. According to the CDI scenario, an invasion of Nicaragua would likely involve 50,000 U.S. troops supported by another 100,000 to 150,000 military and civilian personnel outside of Nicaragua. Invasion forces would begin assembling to move into assault positions 35 days before D-Day under the guise of maneuvers. 3 days before invasion, carrier-based electronic warfare aircraft would begin jamming Nicaraguan communications and airstrikes would destroy Nicaragua's small air force, radar sites, and most anti-aircraft guns. In the next 2 days, U.S. aircraft flying from Honduras would destroy most tanks and other mechanized forces and take out resistance at the Punta Huet Air Base. A powerful new radio station would begin broadcasting from a U.S. Navy ship calling on Nicaraguans to support the friendly forces coming to restore the revolution. On D-Day, U.S. Army Delta Force squads would carry out assassinations and kidnappings of Nicaraguan leaders. Army Ranger battalions would spearhead an assault on Punta Huet where Army airborne troops would land and begin a drive toward Managua. An Army Air Assault Brigade would invade Nicaragua from a dozen points across the Honduran border and an Army Mechanized Infantry Brigade and Light Infantry Division would strike from Honduras to destroy Nicaragua's forces. 369. Along the Pan American Highway, U.S. Marines would seize seaports and coastal airports and, over the next 5 days, would seize the Rama River port and move on Managua from the southeast. Marine, light infantry, and mechanized forces would seize the port of Corinto and assault the main cities on the Pacific side such as Leon and Esteli. Air and water transport would be blocked and with oil supplies in U.S. hands ground transportation would grind to a halt. U.S. forces would lay siege to Managua, blocking food supplies and controlling the city's water supply. According to the GDI scenario, the capital would fall without the need for extensive urban warfare. 2 weeks after D-Day, U.S. troops would occupy all cities and Nicaraguan forces would have shifted to guerrilla warfare and sabotage. Over the next 2 weeks, U.S. troops would search out and destroy guerrilla forces and the first elements of the U.S. assault forces would begin withdrawing. All forms of communication would be controlled by the U.S. military commander. Just as they did in Grenada, the GDI report observed, U.S. Army Civil Affairs and Psychological Operations, SYOP, specialists will play a big role in the invasion. The United States would conduct a massive propaganda campaign on radio and television and in the press. Walls throughout Nicaragua will be plastered with propaganda posters, leaflets will be dropped from helicopters on small villages, and specially equipped jeeps will broadcast anti-Sandinista messages. Pro-U.S. graffiti, seemingly put there by friendly Nicaraguans, will be everywhere. During the next 3 months, Washington would install a new government, shift the primary burden of military operations to the Contras and continue withdrawing U.S. forces according to counterinsurgency requirements. Over the next 2 years, the United States would construct a new Nicaraguan army and reduce U.S. military forces to approximately 14,000 for a minimum training and anti-guerrilla presence. 4.5 years after D-Day, U.S. forces would be reduced to perhaps 8,000. GDI estimates U.S. casualties at 410 killed in action and 2,650 wounded in the first 2 weeks of fighting, plus about 50 non-bat fatalities. Nicaraguan military casualties are estimated at 5,350 dead and 10,550 wounded. Total U.S. casualties would number about 1,100 dead and 6,000 wounded at the end of 4.5 years. The Nicaraguan army, militia, and guerrillas would suffer 9,000 dead and 17,000 wounded. A composite of Pentagon simulations suggests that the United States would use 50,000 to 70,000 troops for 2 to 4 weeks of heavy fighting, resulting in 5,000 to 10,000 casualties including 2,000 to 4,000 American dead and wounded. Happy face, civilian casualties would likely be very high, perhaps 5 times as high as military casualties, according to GDI. Using that formula, there would be 45,000 civilian dead, making an invasion at least as bloody as the overthrow of Somoza. According to the GDI scenario, the Nicaraguan army and militia would be unable to mount an effective resistance after 2 weeks of heavy combat followed by small-scale attacks and low-level sabotage. Due to its peculiar geographical position, with oceans on two sides and U.S. allies on the other two, Nicaragua will be relatively easy for American forces to police. Some weapons will get to the Sandinistas but not enough to permit an intense level of guerrilla warfare. The GDI scenario 370 assumes that the initial assault will be executed with great speed, heavy firepower, and overwhelming numbers so as to destroy as many Nicaraguan units as possible before they can retreat to redoubts. And the assault will promptly be followed by aggressive action to dislodge those who do escape before they can regroup and rearm. Compared with Vietnam, U.S. forces would have an improved counterinsurgency capability because of technological advances, such as sophisticated electronic sensors providing for greater detection over wider areas. The GDI scenario also assumes that Nicaraguan opposition would diminish dramatically in the final 2 years. Contra ranks would be purged of somacistas to make the pro-U.S. government more legitimate. The United States would effectively rebuild the Nicaraguan economy and buy Nicaraguans' support with plentiful consumer goods, education, medical care, public works, and widespread prosperity, at a cost of approximately $6 billion over 4 to 5 years in addition to the $6 billion to $7 billion cost of prosecuting the war. While the CDI scenario is instructive as a guide to potential U.S. plans, key assumptions range from rosy to incredible, assumptions Pentagon planners may share. Throughout the Contra War, Washington has favored the most right-wing elements represented by Adolfo Calero and Enrique Bermudez at the expense of so-called moderates such as Arturo Cruz. The somacistas would wield power in liberated Nicaragua, with or without a Duarte-type figurehead. Prosperity did not follow the U.S. invasion of Grenada. Instead, social programs were dismantled in a country whose population is less than 1/30 that of Nicaragua. The economic system Washington seeks to restore in Nicaragua is one fueled by cheap labor, emphasizing production for export at the expense of domestic consumption. For ideological as well as practical reasons, U.S. aid will not subsidize living standards to foster widespread prosperity in a system that reproduces mass impoverishment. The United States is already paying El Salvador's annual operating budget, with no end to the war there in sight. So-called civic action programs have proved more conducive to elite corruption than mass co-optation. Contra leaders have already demonstrated their skill at diverting U.S. aid to personal coffers. And what about Honduras? Would this loyal proxy, poorer than Nicaragua, be left to fall further behind, or would some of the supposed U.S. beneficence flow to Honduras? On the military front, other analysts credit the Nicaraguans with being able to impose far heavier casualties in the initial fighting and wage effective rural and urban guerrilla warfare, denying the United States victory as in El Salvador and ultimately leading to a U.S. withdrawal in the face of widespread public protest. Nicaragua has an armed and war-hardened population unlike in Grenada, with tens of thousands of experienced troops, reservists, militia, guerrilla fighters, and Sandinista supporters experienced in urban insurrection. Moreover, during the Nicaraguan Revolution about 30% of the guerrilla forces were women. In a new guerrilla war that figure might even be higher, since thousands of women have undergone militia training and women have much to lose under a right-wing government. The CDI's quick occupation scenario also discounts the possibility of intensification of the guerrilla wars in El Salvador and Guatemala and anti-U.S. action in 371. Honduras and Panama, requiring an increased and more dispersed commitment of U.S. forces. There could also be Spanish Civil War-type military brigades coming to Nicaragua's defense from Latin America and Europe, and even a Lincoln Brigade from the United States. In the event of regionalized war, guerrillas could find northern sanctuary in Mexico and southern sanctuary in Colombia. In the words of Mexican novelist and former diplomat Carlos Puentes, throughout Latin America, an invasion of Nicaragua could be the detonator the explosive continent is awaiting. Yet another gringo invasion would be an intolerable humiliation, a moral and political trigger to ignite issues of inflation, unemployment, debt, fragile democracies, and disillusioned middle classes. Latin America is waiting for a reason to blow up. It has many negative reasons for doing so. Reagan could give it a positive reason: self-defense against the United States on a scale, and with consequences, that no one in Washington seems capable of imagining. An invasion of Nicaragua would also trigger mass protest in the United States like nothing this country has seen since the Civil Rights and Vietnam War-era peace movements. About 2,000 people were arrested in pledge of resistance protests following the imposition of the U.S. embargo on Nicaragua in May 1985. Colleges and universities have experienced rising protest against U.S. intervention in Central America and CIA recruiting on campus. An estimated 100,000 people demonstrated in Washington in the April 1987 National Mobilization for Peace and Justice in Central America and Southern Africa. In a related action, more than 500 people were arrested while attempting to block the gates at CIA headquarters. Tens of thousands of Americans demonstrated across the country in response to the March 1988 deployment of U.S. troops to Honduras, providing only a glimmer of the protest that would meet a direct invasion of Nicaragua. Would the Reagan administration or its successor resort to the authoritarian plans discussed earlier, including mass detention? How much democracy would be sacrificed at home in the false name of democracy in Nicaragua? New Contra fronts. As the Iran-Contra scandal deepened in 1987, the political feasibility of rapid escalation lessened. Still, the war intensified. Washington escalated the war on Nicaragua's military and economic infrastructure. It provided the Contras with portable red-eye ground-to-air missiles to neutralize Nicaragua's counterinsurgency helicopters. In addition to information on defense facilities such as radar, anti-aircraft weapons, and helicopters, the CIA provided the Contras with detailed descriptions of dams, bridges, port facilities, electrical substations, oil facilities, telephone relay stations and other targets. Because many of these facilities were built by the Army Corps of Engineers during the U.S. military occupation of the 1920s and under the Somoza regime, the CIA was able to give the Contras copies of blueprints as well as maps and other data. Registered trademark 372. As the Boston Globe editorialized, those in Congress who have trouble deciding where they stand on the Contra war might consider the message being sent to all developing countries: if you let U.S. officials into your country to help with development projects and then someday change your government in ways of which they disapprove, they may return and blow them up. The editorial continued: if ever a case was being constructed, bridge after dynamited bridge, for eventual U.S. war reparations payments, it is being made this season in Nicaragua. The sabotage missions are the specialty of Contra commandos, who may include mercenaries and CIA unilaterally controlled Latin assets, UCLAs, parachuted into Nicaragua from aircraft reportedly piloted by Americans, Nicaraguans, Belgians, and expatriates of white-ruled Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, working under contract for the CIA. Because congressional legislation prohibited U.S. military and intelligence personnel from operating inside Nicaragua, the CIA hired a private contractor, perhaps a CIA proprietary or someone like Colonel Robert Dutton or British specialist David Walker, to handle the airdrops. Congressional oversight committees were informed the infrastructure assault was part of a new spring offensive. It was designed to test the equipment and training provided under the $100 million and impress Congress into voting more dollars for the supposedly improved Contra forces. General John Galvin, head of the Southern Command, assured Congress that the Contras had a better chance of winning than they did just a few months earlier. The reason for his optimism? Lots of victories. They're going after soft targets. They're not trying to duke it out with the Sandinistas directly. Soft targets are generally civilian targets. Continued Contra-terrorism was evident in a headline in the Washington Post, which has supported Contra aid editorially: the Contras have learned to hit where it hurts. Village health clinics increasingly have become victims of the rebels' struggle. The article described an attack the Contras called it one of the month's most important operations, in which a Baptist church-sponsored health clinic, the pride of the community, was burned down in April. Washington replaced UNO with a new Contra front, the Nicaraguan Resistance. Its directors included Adolfo Calero, Alfonso Robelo, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Jr., Aristides Sanchez, Alfredo Cesar, representing the Costa Rica-based Southern Opposition Bloc, and Maria Azucena Ferri, a Christian Democrat, formerly vice president of the Social Christian Party. Robelo has since resigned. The CIA allowed selected reporters to accompany Contra forces inside Nicaragua as part of their new public diplomacy campaign. One in-depth account was not what the CIA intended. After nearly a month with Contra forces in Jinotega, northern Zelaya, and Matagalpa provinces, Newsweek reporter Rod Norland and photographer Bill Gentile produced a piece titled "The New Contras?" Back in battle, but losing the war for the people's hearts and minds. The 150-man task force accompanied by Norland and Gentile was led by Attila, who boasted of victory in 1987. Along the way they ran into Toho. His prognosis was more reserved. "TF, we can do our best this year, we can win the war in Washington for more aid. If aid is renewed, we can win by next year." They met. 373. A Contra with the Namdegger, Ronald Reagan. He chose it after hearing Reagan declare himself a Contra, too. An unhappy 14-year-old Contra gave himself the name Lonesome. He had been abducted along with 20 other campesinos picking coffee in Matagalpa 3 months earlier. Norland said the Contra's technology and intelligence data was impressive: a portable datotech computer to decode radio messages, U.S. aerial reconnaissance maps showing Nicaraguan military positions in such detail that the location of every latrine was noted. They received supplies by helicopter, disguised illegally with a Red Cross. Norland was not impressed with the Contra's performance. "We were more like rabble on the loose than a guerrilla army in enemy country." Contra discipline quickly eroded. The quest for food outweighed any hunger for combat. Every campesino hut became a target. Peasants were often cleaned out before Norland's unit arrived. The Contras made a show of paying for food, but that didn't help peasants when the nearest road was many miles away. As the Contras grew hungrier, fewer bothered with the nicety of payment, especially after they lost wads of their food money gambling. "Why not make me a gift of this chicken?" one would ask. No one ever refused. Frightened peasants become instant, if temporary, collaborators when scores of heavily armed, hungry men drop in for breakfast, wrote Norland. There is no overt coercion, the physical appearance of the Contras is usually sufficient. Many of the men have skulls and crossbones tattooed on their arms or painted on their shirts, or boast names like Exterminator and Dragon. Norland described another form of collaboration. Campesinos were made to scout for the Contras and, worse, to walk on their point, the first man in the column, to make sure we weren't falling into a trap. They bragged that these men were their collaborators, but when we talked to them privately it was clear they felt more like human mind detectors. One of those forced to walk point was a 60-year-old peasant limping from arthritis in his knee. The Contra's so-called human rights delegate dubbed him a volunteer in the service of liberty and democracy. After leaving the Contra task force, Norland and Gentile followed Sandinista soldiers in a successful counter-offensive in the Bocai region. The 2 firefights we experienced in all our time with the Contras were both defensive maneuvers. By contrast, the Sandinista unit we accompanied, the Simon Bolivar Battalion, found Contras and fought after only 2 days, Norland recounted. The conduct of the Sandinistas made a striking contrast with the Contras. Their discipline held firm after many months in the Isabela Mountains, even though the Simon Bolivar Battalion was made up mostly of draftees on 2-year tours of duty. Many told us they hadn't seen a paved road or had a cold drink in 15 months of steady action. We never saw the Sandinistas impress campesinos as guides or make them walk in front of the troops, wrote Norland. Peasants we talked to from both sides all agreed that only Contras do that. Norland concluded, in the battle for hearts and minds, the Contras are still the losers. On July 17, the New York Times reported from Washington that the Contras had claimed their biggest victory in the 6-year war against the Sandinista government. 374. Meant. They supposedly overran the Nicaraguan military garrison and airfield at San Jose de Bocai, 25 miles south of the border with Honduras 2 days later, Stephen Kinzer reported from San Jose to Boca that United States-backed Nicaraguan guerrillas killed 9 Sandinista soldiers, 3 children, and a pregnant woman but failed to capture their target here Thursday. 18 civilians were wounded and most of the 50 homes in a nearby grain cooperative were destroyed. There was no evidence, Kinzer reported, of damage to either the dirt airstrip or the small collection of shacks that serves as local headquarters for the Nicaraguan army. Elvira Orozco was among those whose home was burned to the ground. She was especially distraught at the loss of the cow she said provided milk for her 7 children. "We came down here from the mountains to escape the Contras," she said as she examined charred food sacks to see if they could be made into clothing. "We can't go back because they'll kill us." In a rare juxtaposition, the Kinzer article was followed by a short piece titled "President Says Support for Contras is on Rise." "Some tell me that the people in this country just don't care about the freedom fighters," said Reagan in his weekly radio address. "But I don't think that's true. The more people know about the Sandinista communists, the more they support the freedom fighters. That's why the closer you get to Nicaragua, the stronger the support grows. The closer you get, Peace Summit." Just as the White House was repairing Iran-Contra quake damage in Washington, an aftershock rolled through Central America. What began early in 1987 as a U.S. Costa Rican initiative to supplant Contadora and isolate Nicaragua became a Central American peace plan that isolated the Reagan administration. Working on the assumption that the Contra cause was doomed in Central America, if not in Washington, Costa Rican President Oscar Arias pressed his neighbors to write their own ending to the region's conflicts. Washington's original plan was simple enough. The presidents of Costa Rica, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala would meet in San Jose on February 14 to 15 and sign an accord focused on Nicaraguan negotiations with the Contras and the restoration of democracy, code for the establishment of a pro-U.S. government. Nicaragua would have 15 days to take it or leave it. Then, in the words of Salvadoran Foreign Minister Acevedo, the other governments would recommend political and diplomatic sanctions against Nicaragua for rejecting the peace plan, not complying with the Contadora document and showing it is a regime with which one cannot exist. As it turned out, it was El Salvador and Honduras, and the Reagan administration, who would not accept the modified Arias plan which demanded concessions of all sides, including the United States, in all the regional conflicts. At the San Jose summit, the Central American presidents issued a joint declaration, "A Time for Peace." There was no consensus, however, over the Arias proposal that stipulated 375 amnesty and ceasefires in all countries with armed struggles, a cut-off of outside aid to insurgent forces, political dialogue with peaceful internal opposition forces and free elections according to existing notarial timetables, a provision recognizing the legitimacy of current governments including Nicaragua. After initial anger at being excluded from the meeting, Nicaragua agreed to participate in a follow-up summit in Guatemala. The Contadora and support group countries gave the Arias plan their blessing as a complement to the Contadora effort. The Reagan administration sought to hammer the pentagonal peg of Contra war into the round peace proposal in a repetition of its Contadora sabotage. Special Envoy Philip Habib toured the region, excluding Nicaragua, and urged Arias to drop the notion of simultaneity and, instead, require Nicaragua to make political concessions before a ceasefire and suspension of aid to the Contras. The meeting went badly, a Costa Rican official said. "We could face a terrible moment when we find Costa Rica and Guatemala in greater agreement with Nicaragua than with Honduras and El Salvador," a U.S. official commented. Responding to U.S. pressure, President Duarte urged postponement of the summit then scheduled for June 25. The full court press came on June 17. Arias went to meet Reagan at the White House and found him flanked by Vice President Bush, National Security Advisor Frank Carlucci, Chief of Staff Howard Baker, Deputy Secretary of State John Whitehead, Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams and Special Envoy Philip Habib. "It was very scary stuff," recalled Arias advisor John Beale. "The Oval Office was filled with all the big boys, and Oscar appeared like Spartacus going before the Roman generals. Registered trademark. A White House statement quoted Reagan as telling Arias, "The greatest concern is the need for the Sandinistas to act on genuine democratization before pressure on the regime is removed in any way." Happy face, Arias reiterated his position, "I don't think the Contras are the answer. I think the Contras are the main excuse by the Sandinistas to abolish individual liberties. I propose to get rid of the Contras so they have no excuses. It is true they cannot become a pluralistic society if there is a war." Degree appearing before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on July 9, Habib was asked what the administration would do if the Central Americans approved the Arias proposal without the pro-Contra changes wanted by the United States. "It can't happen," Habib responded. But it was happening. Having failed to sabotage the peace plan with de facto killer amendments, the administration tried to preempt it with the so-called Reagan-Wright plan presented with House Speaker Jim Wright on August 5. It rejected simultaneity and called for a ceasefire to precede the suspension of military aid to the Contras. Humanitarian aid could continue beyond a ceasefire. As interpreted by the White House in an addendum, the plan mandated a gradual reduction of Contra aid as the resistance forces are integrated into Nicaraguan society and required Nicaragua to hold new elections well in advance of the currently scheduled 1990 national elections. 376. If the White House had thought the plan was acceptable to Nicaragua, said one administration official, they would have changed it. Happy face, like earlier ploys, the Reagan-Wright plan had a negotiations deadline timed for war, not peace, September 30, the end of fiscal 1987 Contra funding. Assuming the plan failed, the administration would then ask Congress for a major increase in Contra support. The Contras weren't informed of the peace ploy until just before it was announced. Though relieved to find out the Reagan administration wasn't seriously proposing to abandon them, they were angry at not being consulted. As one Contra source put it, "They treated us worse than puppets." On August 7, the Central Americans sidestepped the Reagan ploy and signed a historic peace accord based on the Arias proposal and rooted in the sovereign spirit of Contadora. As Arias explained later, "We had a chance to choose between rationality and madness." The Central American Peace Accord requires simultaneous steps to halt outside assistance to insurgent forces, except for repatriation or relocation aid, prohibit the use of one's territory for aggression against other states and implement ceasefires, amnesty, dialogue with all unarmed political groups of internal opposition and with those who have availed themselves of the amnesty, and democratization, meaning not only concrete steps such as lifting state of emergency restrictions, but an authentic democratic, pluralist and participatory process that includes the promotion of social justice, respect for human rights, state sovereignty, the territorial integrity of states and the right of all nations to freely determine, without outside interference of any kind, its economic, political, and social model. A verification commission was composed of the foreign ministers of Central America, the Contadora and support groups, and the Secretaries General of the United Nations and Organization of American States. The Central American presidents agreed to meet in 5 months to evaluate the progress of the accord they signed in Esquipulas, Guatemala. See Appendix B. Peace panic. House Speaker Jim Wright made a quick escape from the trap the administration was springing and embraced the Central American Peace Plan, much to the relief of congressional Contra aid opponents. Reagan officials went into a peace panic before settling on a new gimmick. Contra aid was an insurance policy to see that Nicaragua carried out all the provisions of the peace plan as defined and imagined by the administration. Contra aid would be an insurance policy of sorts, the kind of insurance policy someone takes out before they torch their property or murder their spouse. More Contra aid would ensure the demise of the peace plan, the administration would reap the benefits. The administration floated a Contra aid figure of $270 million to last the 18 months through the end of Reagan's term. Philip Habib resigned as SPE. 377. Chale envoy on August 14, when it became clear that the administration would not pursue negotiations with Nicaragua. He was replaced by a relatively unknown official named Morris Busby, who told the House Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs that he would talk with all the Central American governments but Nicaragua. Reagan called the peace plan fatally flawed and said there should be no uncertainty of our unseaving commitment to the Contras. In the United States, the plan was widely interpreted to conform to the interventionist agenda. The plan described the cessation of aid to irregular forces as an indispensable element for achieving a stable and lasting peace. In the United States, however, the requirement to cut off U.S. aid to the Contras and close Contra base camps in Honduras was ignored or treated as something optional. Nicaragua, meanwhile, was seen through special bifocals. Whatever it did to comply with the plan appeared small and fuzzy. Whatever was left incomplete, pending the required simultaneous halt to Contra assistance, overshadowed everything else. In the dissenting words of a Boston Globe editorial, the Reagan plan is premised on an Alice in Wonderland fiction. The U.S. attack on Nicaragua does not exist, yet, for peace to arrive, the Contra pressure must continue. As Managua moves to comply with the Arias plan, the White House steadily escalates its demands. This creates, in the words of Sen. Christopher Dodd, a self-fulfilling process of non-compliance. On August 25, Nicaragua became the first country to establish the National Reconciliation Commission stipulated by the peace plan. To head the commission, the government appointed a staunch critic, Cardinal Obando y Bravo. The other three members are Vice President Sergio Ramirez, Popular Social Christian Party leader Mauricio Diaz and Dr. Gustavo Parayan, a physician who heads the Evangelical, Protestant, Committee for Development Aid, CPAD. Washington immediately accused Nicaragua of stacking the commission in its favor, playing down the significance of Cardinal Obando's appointment and erroneously portraying Diaz and Parayan as unlikely to deviate from the Sandinista line. In contrast, El Salvador's commission was headed by Alvaro Magana, a conservative banker endorsed by the military as president of El Salvador in 1982. Other members include Salvadoran Vice President Rodolfo Castillo, Marco René Ravello, the conservative Bishop of Santa Ana, and Alfredo Cristiani, head of the ultra-right Arena Party. They're all sympathizers of the right and the military, a Latin American ambassador observed. With this panel, Duarte has closed the political spaces for dialogue. The Reagan administration made no such complaints. In September, Nicaragua rescinded a law permitting the government to confiscate the property of absentee landlords residing outside the country for 6 consecutive months. It began pardoning Contra prisoners and agreed to the reopening of La Prensa without censorship. "We are not encouraged," said State Department spokeswoman Phyllis Oakley, "by what appear to be cosmetic gestures of compliance." Nicaragua moved forward on amnesty by setting up peace commissions throughout the war zones under the auspices of the Regional and National Reconciliation Commissions and with the cooperation of the Red Cross and the Church. It 378 has had an Atlantic Coast amnesty in effect since 1983 and a general amnesty since 1985, as described in earlier chapters. According to the Interior Ministry, from December 1983 through July 1987, 3,494 Contras laid down their arms under the amnesty provisions predating the Central American Peace Accord. An additional 6,120 refugees, primarily Mosquito and Sumu Indians, were repatriated in that period. After the signing of the accord, the number of amnestied Contras and refugees returning each month doubled from about 329 per month for the first 7 months of 1987 to 656 per month from August to November 1987. Among the over 600 Contras receiving amnesty following the signing were Southern Front Commander Fernando El Negro Chamorro, who has rejoined the Conservative Party, Dennis Loaizaga, second in command of the Jorge Salazar Command, former ARDE Director Carlos Kernel, and former FDN intelligence officer Lester Ponce. Former FDN spokesman Edgar Chamorro also accepted amnesty. The peace and reconciliation process has progressed most on the Atlantic coast, where autonomy is now law. In April 1987, over 200 elected delegates from communities on the Atlantic coast, meeting in Puerto Cabezas, debated and approved the autonomy statute, On September 2, it was ratified by the Nicaraguan National Assembly. The Autonomy Statute guarantees the election of regional councils to govern coastal affairs and specifies political, economic, social, and cultural rights, including the right to traditional forms of communal land ownership. Washington continued to obstruct the Atlantic Coast peace and autonomy process. In June, the administration attempted to fashion a more viable Indian front. For the last 5 years, said top Indian leaders and diplomats in Honduras, the CIA has relied on bribes, threats and the exile of selected Indian officials to prevent the Indians from choosing their own leaders, because it feared losing control of the mosquitoes and also feared they might choose not to fight. Yadama, the new group, supposedly under more Indian and less CIA direction, quickly splintered. At a meeting following the signing of the Central American Peace Accord, a U.S. official based in Tegucigalpa, Richard Chidester, offered to pay 14 mosquito leaders $3,000 a month to join the Nicaraguan Resistance Front. 4 reportedly accepted the payments, which came from the CIA's General Account for Political Projects. Asterisk. Modesto Watson, one of the 10 who rejected the offer, said he proposed an Indian assembly to decide if Yadama should join. He said Chidester responded that there was no time for this bullshit because we need to take you all to Washington to talk with Congress and have your photos taken with Reagan in order to win new Contra aid. Despite U.S. efforts to disrupt it, the peace and autonomy process moved forward. In October, Yadama lost a major portion of its troops when Mosquito commander Uriel Vanegas led his 400-strong force in a peace accord with the government. Vanegas is bitter about those Indian leaders who have sold the Indian cause for a few dollars, a few guns. They talk mosquito but they don't think like mosquitoes. They live in the cities. They go from Tegucigalpa to the United States. From San Jose to the United States. Asterisk. On November 3, as Brooklyn Rivera, a Yadama leader, was moving toward peace talks with the Nicaraguan government, 7 of his field commanders quit. 379. And joined the Nicaraguan resistance after being encouraged to do so by Charles Harrington, a U.S. Embassy political officer in Costa Rica. The commanders were apparently promised $3,000. Martha Honey and Tony Avirgan reported that according to several Indian sources, a plot was hatched in November to kidnap, in San Jose, the 3-year-old daughter of John Paul Lederach, a U.S. missionary with the Mennonite Central Committee who has been one of the 2 main Moravian church mediators shuttling between Sandinista and Yadama officials. The plot, which involved a Cuban-American CIA contract operative and several contrasts linked with the Nicaraguan resistance, was aimed at getting Lederach out of the process. But Lederach was tipped off about the plot and his child and pregnant wife quickly moved out of Costa Rica. He decided to continue to act, along with Andy Shaw Green, the superintendent of the Moravian Church in Nicaragua, as the main intermediary in the peace talks. In early December, rebel sources say, they uncovered a second plot, this one to assassinate Lederach, Lutheran pastor Ulrich Epperlein and Moravian pastor Higgins Miller, all of whom were working with Atlantic Coast exiles in Costa Rica. These sources say the assassin was to be paid $50,000 for the 3 murders. A source familiar with both plots says the aim was to get LTHE mediators out of the process. In late January 1988, Brooklyn Rivera led a 9-member Indian delegation to Nicaragua to conduct peace talks, the first since Washington scuttled negotiations in 1985. Contradictions. On September 21, 1987, President Reagan addressed the United Nations General Assembly and declared, to the Sandinista delegation here today I say, your people know the true nature of your regime. Understand this, we will not, and the world community will not, accept phony democratization designed to mask the perpetuation of dictatorship. Asterisk. The next day, in an address to the U.S. Congress, President Arias appealed to the United States to restore faith in dialogue and give peace a chance. And in his address to the United Nations on September 23, Arias called on any powers intervening in the region to suspend military aid. He declared, we want to take the fate of our region into our own hands. Reagan made clear that the United States would not let go. He told the OAS on October 7, "I make a solemn vow, as long as there is breath in this body, I will speak and work, strive and struggle for the cause of the Nicaraguan freedom fighters." Reagan reiterated the insurance policy pretext, renewed assistance to the Contras, which the administration planned to seek in Congress, will continue until the Sandinistas, negotiating with the freedom fighters, conclude an agreement for a ceasefire and full democracy is established in Nicaragua. Once a ceasefire is fully in effect, only that support necessary to maintain the freedom fighters as a viable 380 force will be delivered. Then we and they will be watching to see how genuinely democratic reforms in Nicaragua are. The best indicator will be when the freedom fighters are allowed to contest power politically without retribution, rather than through force of arms. As that happens, our support levels to the resistance forces will decrease proportionately. And the assistance money will then be redirected to strengthening the democratic process underway in Nicaragua. The next day, President Ortega addressed the United Nations. As he was criticizing the United States for violating the Central American Peace Accord and continuing its efforts to overthrow the Nicaraguan government, the six-member U.S. delegation, led by Ambassador Vernon Walters, walked out. "Some people find their ears hurt when the truth is spoken," Ortega commented. "They have committed aggression against us and they have killed our people, but now they are upset when the truth is told to them." He called on the United States to agree to an unconditional bilateral dialogue with a view to signing agreements providing security for both states and making possible the normalization of relations. "I hope the President of the United States will not act as his delegation acted today," said Ortega. When President Reagan addressed the Assembly, the delegation of Nicaragua listened to him. "We are not afraid of words, we are not afraid of political and ideological debate. A year ago I myself sat in this hall and listened to President Reagan. President Reagan should not hasten to say no. Before consulting those who give him hot-headed ideas, such as military options, including outright invasion, let him remember that Rambo exists only in the movies." Ambassador Walters dismissed Ortega's speech as typical revolutionary babble and declared, "I find it intolerable to see the platform of the UR used to hurl invective against my country and our president." The United States, meanwhile, continued using Honduras as a platform from which to hurl the Contras against Nicaragua. According to the Nicaraguan Defense Ministry's monthly summary, September 5 to October 5, the armed forces engaged in 481 confrontations with the Contras, 150 more than the previous period. The report cited 55 Contra actions against the civilian population, including 11 attacks on cooperatives, communities, or resettlements, 10 ambushes of civilian vehicles and 16 sabotage actions against electric or telephone lines, leaving a total of 22 civilians dead, 40 wounded and 34 kidnapped. During the same period, U.S. aircraft flew at least 14 surveillance flights over Nicaraguan territory and more than 58 flights, most originating in Honduras, dropped supplies to the Contras, including in the 4 zones where the Nicaraguan government had declared a unilateral ceasefire in the hope of advancing the amnesty process and a general ceasefire. Nicaragua continued its open-door policy for U.S. citizens and officials, even those most supportive of the Contras. Jeane Kirkpatrick, whose name was adopted by the Contras for one of their military task forces, gave a pro-Contra speech in Managua on October 11 to hundreds of Nicaraguans invited by the U.S. Embassy. The United States has no such open-door policy for Nicaraguans. Noting that the United States refused a visa to Nicaraguan Interior Minister Tomas Borga, a 381 Democratic senatorial aide remarked, "Which country is supposed to be the democracy? Happy face, U.S. assistance to the Contras violated the peace accord every day." Administration officials acknowledged they were only paying the accord lip service so Congress would shell out more aid, sharing in the pretense that the peace plan and Contra aid were compatible. The U.S. media, which had already stuffed most of the Iran-Contra scandal down the memory hole, followed the lead of the self-fulfilling prophets of failure in the White House. The dominant theme in mainstream commentary was, can Nicaragua be trusted? Though the Reagan administration had recently showed it could not be trusted to tell the truth to Congress, much less adhere to the Boland Amendment, few asked whether the administration could be trusted to comply with the Central American Accord. Trust, though, is not the coin of the diplomatic realm, as Reagan finally realized in negotiations with the Soviet Union. In diplomacy, observed former ambassador to El Salvador Robert White, only amateurs rely on trust when dealing with adversaries. Yet lack of trust does not justify refusal to negotiate. Our goal should be to achieve agreements that work to the advantage of each party and that hold signatories accountable for violations. Why has such an approach not worked with Nicaragua? Because it has never been tried. The Reagan Doctrine asserts the right to overthrow the Sandinista government or, at a minimum, to dictate its overall restructuring. Diplomacy can find no common ground when the aim of one side is to eliminate the other side. That condition is called war. Happy face. In October, President Arias was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in the hope that the seeds of peace would bear fruit. November 5 was the original 90-day deadline for simultaneous compliance with the accord. It became instead a checkpoint since the United States was in complete non-compliance. In the words of a report by the Center for International Policy, the continued contra-aid flow from the United States not only violated the text of the plan, but defeated its central purpose, to encourage fighters to make the transition to peaceful political competition. Despite the rhetoric about the peace plan ending any chance for congressional approval of more contra-aid, November 5 was also the date the House approved $3.2 million more in contra funding through mid-December. Nicaragua announced on November 5 that it would agree to negotiate a ceasefire with Contra leaders through an intermediary, dropping its long-standing demand that ceasefire talks should be part of negotiations with the United States, the top adversary. Nicaragua also announced that it would shortly release over 980 political prisoners and reiterated that it would release all those jailed for violating security laws during the Contra War and lift the state of emergency when other countries complied with the provisions requiring an end to support for the Contras. The 15-member Verification Commission accepted Nicaragua's adherence to the principle of simultaneity. Later that month, Nicaragua freed 985 prisoners, most of them Contras and Contra collaborators. The Reagan administration dismissed the release as insignificant, insisting there were up to 10,000 political prisoners in Nicaraguan jails. As 382. America's Watch reported, the State Department's figures are so high that they would include the entire prison population of Nicaragua within the category of political prisoners. America's Watch determined that as of May 1986, before the prison releases beginning in the fall, there was a total of 8,000 prisoners in the penitentiary system, of whom 3,700 including 2,200 former National Guardsmen and 1,500 people accused of security-related crimes could be considered political prisoners in the broad Latin American sense of the term, which encompasses captured combatants. In addition, there were about 3,700 common crime offenders and about 600 members of the army or police serving sentences, a reflection of Nicaragua's commitment to hold uniformed personnel accountable to law. El Salvador used the peace plan amnesty provision not only to release the few hundred political prisoners still alive in Salvadoran jails, but as an excuse to legalize the de facto immunity from prosecution enjoyed by military and paramilitary killers and torturers, including those responsible for wholesale massacres of civilians. As for Guatemala, it also drafted an amnesty law, but, as even the New York Times pointed out, it will have little practical effect since the Guatemalan army killed virtually every suspected rebel it captured in the last 8 years. Not to mention tens of thousands of alleged civilian rebel sympathizers. As in El Salvador, the Guatemalan military has enjoyed immunity from prosecution. On November 13, Nicaragua presented a detailed ceasefire plan to serve as its opening proposal in negotiations to be mediated by Cardinal Obando. The plan called for the Contras to assemble in ceasefire zones where the Nicaraguan army would suspend operations and, at the end of 1 month, to surrender their weapons, accept amnesty, and participate freely in the national dialogue and political process. The Contras announced a counter-proposal on December 1 that claimed Contra control over more than half Nicaragua's national territory. It proposed the right to keep arms after a ceasefire took effect, pending full democratization, including such measures as the abolition of collective farms. In reality, the Contras controlled no territory, whether in the sense of a liberated zone, such as the FMLN controlled in El Salvador, or a zone where the Nicaraguan army could not operate. The Nicaraguan proposal reflected the peace plan's provision for ceasefire, amnesty, and a dialogue with all unarmed internal political opposition groups and with those who have availed themselves of the amnesty. The Contra plan reflected the Reagan administration's effort to transform the ceasefire talks into a Nicaraguan surrender, or sabotage them. Not surprisingly, the first round of talks taking place in the Dominican Republic on December 3 broke up in failure. On December 12, the Democratic-controlled Senate voted about $6 million in ostensibly non-military aid to take the Contras through February 1988. The aid is clearly not acceptable, declared House Speaker Jim Wright. It was time for the administration to play its ace, Nicaraguan defector Roger Miranda. 383. Mirandized. The Miranda affair gave a convenient name to a rule long employed by the administration in its dealings with Congress: you have the right to vote for Contra aid. If NPT, everything we say the Nicaraguans do can and will be used against you. Congress generally pleaded guilty and bargained for a lower Contra aid sentence, which the Nicaraguans had to serve. Miranda's carefully timed charges served, as did Ortega's Moscow trip in 1985, to cover a congressional retreat that was already underway. The Central Americans had led the Democrats safely through the Reagan ambush to the higher ground of peace. The Democrats began retreating even before the administration regrouped, and kept running after it became clear the administration was firing blanks. Major Roger Miranda was a top aide to Nicaraguan Defense Minister Humberto Ortega. When he left Nicaragua on October 25, he was, reported Alfonso Chardy, apparently a CIA mole. According to administration sources, Miranda was not a walk-in defector, but was already known to the CIA because he had sporadically passed information to the United States as far back as a year ago. According to the Nicaraguan government, Miranda fled because Defense Ministry auditors were closing in on his financial irregularities. The Miranda affair was handled by Congress and the major media as if the Iran-Contra scandal had never happened, though Miranda was shepherded around Washington by confirmed liar Elliot Abrams and Psy-War specialist Robert Kagan of the Office of Public Diplomacy. Following the usual disinformation pattern, Miranda's charges were trumpeted in headline stories and then rebutted piecemeal on the less attention-grabbing inside pages. The revelations began on December 13 with a Washington Post story by William Brannigan, misrepresenting a speech given by Defense Minister Humberto Ortega in anticipation of disclosures from Miranda's then-secret debut with journalists. Brannigan's lead was misleading. The Sandinista government is engaged in a massive, long-term military buildup aimed at putting up to 600,000 Nicaraguans under arms by 1995 and equipping the Sandinista armed forces with advanced Soviet-made MiG fighter planes, missiles, and artillery. Defense Minister Humberto Ortega confirmed today. The first and lasting impression was that Nicaragua was building a standing army of up to 600,000 and engaging in an offensive, pro-Soviet military buildup violating the spirit, if not the letter, of the Central American Peace Accord. Miranda's contention that Nicaragua's reserves and civilian militias would grow to 500,000 while the regular army shrinks from 80,000 to 70,000 was buried in the 17th paragraph of Brannigan's article. The ominous-sounding missiles in Brannigan's lead don't refer to nuclear missiles or conventional offensive missiles, but defensive anti-aircraft missiles. The MiGs remained on the wish list. Brannigan cited a Nicaraguan government document stolen by Miranda, titled Preliminary Guidelines for 1991-95. It assumed that Contra forces would be defeated during 1988-90, so the longer-term objective is to consolidate the armed 384 forces to avert the possibility of a direct invasion by American troops and assure their defeat, should the invasion occur. As Defense Minister Ortega put it in his speech, the Nicaraguans wanted to let the gringos know that this is not Grenada. Going unreported was Humberto Ortega's affirmation of Contadora and Nicaragua's willingness to negotiate limits on weapons. Stephen Kinzer's front-page December 14 article in the New York Times led with the claim that the Soviet Union is preparing to send large quantities of new weapons to Nicaragua, despite provisions of the new regional peace accord that called for limiting the size of national armies in Central America. As the New York Times acknowledged days later in its corrections box, there is no explicit statement in the accord calling for nations to limit their armies. The Times did not explain that the accord calls for negotiations in this area under the Contadora process, nor that Nicaragua had previously accepted limits on weapons and personnel when it agreed to sign the Contadora Treaty in 1984, a treaty scuttled by the United States. Midway through Kinzer's article, off the front page, readers were told Miranda's explanation for an arms buildup lasting into 1995. Soviet aid to Nicaragua was based upon 5-year plans. At the beginning of this year, Mr. Miranda said, the Nicaraguan conflict had become so intense that the Sandinistas consumed their entire 1985 to 1990 allotment of Soviet bloc weapons and ammunition. In 3 years, they used up everything that was supposed to last for 5 years. It was this crisis, Mr. Miranda said, that led to the recent approval of new secret agreements committing the Soviet bloc to continue arming the Sandinistas until 1995. James Lemoyne's front-page December 6 article reported President Ortega's explanation that Nicaragua would maintain a Swiss-like reserve system because it was not defended by any military pact and could not rely on trust in U.S. intentions, along with his statement that we are willing to discuss limits on weapons and men in the armed forces if the United States stops its aggression against Nicaragua. Yet the article was titled Nicaragua to Keep Big Military Force, its leader declares. Newsday's Im Mulvaney got right to the point about the military proposal. The document calls for the arming of massive numbers of relatively unsupervised civilians, the same people the Reagan administration has repeatedly claimed would rise up against the Marxist regime if only they had rifles. It was a point that generally escaped the mainstream press. Richard Halloran's December 20 New York Times article deflating the Nicaraguan document that supposedly provided the basis for Miranda's charges was relegated to page 20. A Nicaraguan military plan made public by the Defense Department here portrays a haphazardly organized and equipped Sandinista armed force that is short of not only weapons and ammunition but also basics like food, clothing, and medicine. It indicated, wrote Halloran, that the Russians have been erratic and unreliable suppliers. According to Halloran, the plan, translated by the U.S. government as primary guidelines for functionally improving, strengthening, and equipping the Sandinista People's Army for the period 1988 to 1990 and preliminary guidelines for the 5-year period 1991-1995, contradicts the administration assessment of the Sandinista. 385. Government as bent on offensive military operations intended to expand Nicaraguan power over neighbors. The weapons mentioned in the plan are mainly defensive and the reserve units, a major portion of the expanded forces, would be armed almost solely with rifles. The plan calls for gradually converting the armed forces, after the expected defeat of the Contras by 1990, into a more conventional force intended to deter or defeat an invader. The military supplies requested of the Soviet Union would replace losses in operations against the Contras and provide the necessary quantity of munitions units in the event of a possible invasion and prior blockade of Nicaragua. Since Washington has repeatedly considered the option of blockading Nicaragua, with or without a direct U.S. invasion, it is only logical that Nicaragua would plan its defensive needs accordingly. The same day as Halloran's buried peace, the New York Times ran a front-page story headlined "Arias criticizes Nicaraguan plan for more troops." The article could also have been titled "Arias criticizes U.S. plan to aid Contras." Arias is quoted saying, "External aid to all rebel forces must be discontinued. Irregular forces are an obstacle in the road to democracy. They cannot be regarded as vultures of war, remaining intact, while they wait for peace efforts to fail." Those blunt words appear near the end of the article. Jump on page 20. Miranda's credibility was doubted even within the administration. As Newsweek put it, one intelligence source said the results of an early polygraph exam were not entirely convincing, and there were gaps in his knowledge of the inside workings of the Sandinista front. The increasingly transparent disinformation campaign still served its purpose. The big lie of Nicaragua as a conniving Soviet military proxy was reinforced yet again in the headlines. And Jim Wright pinned the democratic retreat on the Nicaraguans. The Sandinistas have had a history of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. On December 20, Congress agreed with the White House on a 1988 catch-all appropriations measure that included $8.1 million in funding for the Contras and quiet provisions worth up to $8.8 million more. Reagan had threatened to veto the budget resolution if Contra aid was absent. The supposedly non-military package included $3.6 million for Contra food, clothing, shelter, and medical supplies and $4.5 million for transportation. The transportation money could be used for mixed deliveries of previously purchased arms and ammunition. There was more. The Defense Department would provide the CIA with sophisticated electronic equipment free of charge for Contra supply planes to jam Nicaraguan radar and combat anti-aircraft missiles, an estimated value of $3 to $6 million. Pentagon insurance of about $2.8 million would cover Contra supply planes against loss or damage. The day before the congressional deal, it was reported that television stations in El Salvador and Honduras had aired a CIA-produced videotape of Miranda embracing the Contra cause. Degree later, it was revealed that Miranda was rewarded about $800,000 for his timely defection, twice the usual CIA rate for high-ranking defectors. When Miranda first briefed selected reporters, Ortega wasn't in Moscow. But Gorbachev was in Washington. According to the Soviets, Gorbachev had suggested 386. A reciprocal agreement whereby the Soviets would curtail arms shipments to Nicaragua and the United States cut off aid to the Contras in the context of the regional peace plan. Reagan neither pursued that idea nor discussed Miranda's charges of a peace plan busting military buildup. As the New York Times reported 3 days before Congress approved new Contra aid, when asked why Reagan had not confronted Gorbachev with the alleged Nicaraguan buildup, a State Department official replied, "You don't understand. Miranda was for the press and Congress, not for Gorbachev." Airborne diplomacy. The year 1988 opened with fresh reports that President Reagan had told his top advisors he wanted the Sandinistas out by the time he left office. The Contras were directed to step up military attacks, e.g. a late December 1987 assault on the Atlantic coast mining towns of Bonanza, Suna, and Rosita killed 6 civilians and wounded 75, while seeking political legitimacy through ceasefire charades. Washington increased the pressure on the fragile Central American presidents. January 15 was the date of the Central American Presidents' Summit to follow up the peace accord. Elliott Abrams and National Security Advisor Colin Powell were dispatched to the region to threaten dependent Central American governments that U.S. aid would be jeopardized if they dared judge Nicaragua fairly and hold the United States accountable to the accord. The effect of U.S. blackmail was evident when, over Ortega's objections, the other presidents decided to abolish the International Verification and Follow-up Commission. Charged with monitoring compliance with the accord, the Verification Commission angered Washington by finding too much fault with El Salvador and Honduras and too little fault with Nicaragua. The Verification Commission noted that in spite of the wartime suffering, Nicaragua has made concrete steps toward democratization. It explicitly faulted the United States. In spite of the exhortation of the Central American presidents, the government of the United States of America maintains its policy and practice of providing assistance, military in particular, to the irregular forces operating against the government of Nicaragua. The definitive cessation of this assistance continues to be an indispensable requirement for the success of the peace efforts and of this procedure as a whole. Washington reacted to the judgment of the Verification Commission as it had to the World Court, accusing it of bias. Given that the Commission was composed of Central and South American governments representing over 90% of the people of Latin America, as well as the OAS and UN Secretaries General, the accusation of favoritism toward Nicaragua was an implicit indictment of U.S. policy. Nicaragua prevented a collapse of the peace process by making 2 dramatic unilateral concessions, lifting the state of emergency and agreeing to direct ceasefire talks with the Contras. Honduras, meanwhile, continued to host the Contra base camps and the resupply operation on Swan Island. On January 15, during the Central 387 American Summit, the Northern Regional Director for the Committee to Defend Human Rights in Honduras, CODE, was machine-gunned to death along with a teachers' union official. The two were witnesses in CODE's unprecedented suit against Honduras for carrying out disappearances before the Inter-American Court on Human Rights of the OAS. A third witness, a member of the Honduran secret police, had been assassinated 10 days earlier. The administration asked Congress for over $36 million in Contra assistance, including $32.65 million in so-called non-lethal aid which, by Washington's elastic definition, included jeeps and helicopters. $3.6 million in military aid was to be held in escrow until the end of March, at which time it would be released if the president certified that Nicaragua was to blame for failed ceasefire negotiations. It was insurance that the Contras would avoid a truce. There was more to the package, up to $7 million in air defense equipment for Contra supply planes and $20 million in indemnity funds to replace lost Contra aircraft. The real total then was about $60 million to cover 4 months, March 1 through June 30, equivalent to the administration's initial aid proposal of $270 million for 18 months. On February 3, the House of Representatives narrowly voted down the aid request, 219 to 211. The next day, the Senate approved it, 51 to 48, in a vote that was symbolic because under the rules governing this particular legislation, the aid was killed if voted down in the House. The House Democratic leadership had won swing votes against the package among so-called moderate Democrats by promising to develop a non-military aid package. History began repeating itself. On March 3, the House unexpectedly defeated the Democrats' moderately lethal aid. Posing as aid in compliance with the peace accord, it would have sustained the Contras as a fighting force and provided incentive for them to avoid a truce. The package provided nearly $31 million in aid, including $14.56 million in food, shelter, medical aid, and clothing for the Contras over 4 months, to be delivered by the Department of Defense, a supposed advance over the CIA, $1.44 million in aid to the Mosquitoes, and $14.56 million for child victims of the war to be distributed by the Red Cross, half of it within Nicaragua. The booby trap was that at the end of 4 months there would be an expedited vote on military aid if failure in the ceasefire talks was pinned on Nicaragua. This compromise in state-sponsored terrorism was narrowly defeated because most Republicans held out for explicit military aid and a handful of principled Democrats, such as Reps. Ron Dellums, Barbara Boxer, and Pat Schroeder, refused to endorse the lesser evil approach embraced by many of their liberal colleagues. As in 1985, the congressional cutoff was not expected to last. As in 1986, a Nicaraguan invasion of Honduras, an operation to drive the Contras out of Nicaragua's Bocay region in Jinotega province, was the ready cover for an expected congressional cave-in to some form of Contra aid. This time the administration upped the ante by deploying 3,500 U.S. troops, 82nd Airborne and 7th Infantry, to Honduras. Airborne diplomacy was designed to swing votes in Congress, short-circuit Nicaragua's counter-offensive against the Contras, keep Honduras in line behind Washington and in violation L.F. the Central American Peace Plan, divert military sup. 388. Plies to the Contras, and compete in the headlines with the March L6 Independent Council indictments of Fall Guys North, Poindexter, Secord, and Hakeem. The deployment prompted immediate protest as tens of thousands of Americans demonstrated in towns and cities across the country. Then events took a dramatic turn. Ceasefire? Close to midnight on March 23, the Nicaraguan government and the Contras signed a ceasefire accord. The agreement, hammered out in 3 days of talks in Zapoa, a small town near the Costa Rican border, stipulated a 60-day truce, phased amnesty, and press and electoral freedom. It was witnessed and would be verified by Cardinal Obando and OAS Secretary General João Clemente Benasores. The first round of negotiations for a permanent ceasefire began in Managua on April 6. The Contra proposals were designed to transform the ceasefire into a Trojan horse for the counter-revolution. The Zapoa Accord was the unexpected product of uncertainty in Washington, Contra discouragement, mounting casualties on both sides, Nicaraguan economic crisis, Sandinista military momentum and regional peace initiatives. U.S. officials had urged the Contras to hold out for new military aid and invoke the invasion as an excuse to cancel the SAPOA talks. But Contra leaders were angry over the Republicans' refusal to support the lesser evil Democratic alternative in February and distrusted the administration's ability to deliver the aid that fueled the war. "We did not like the Democrats' package," said one Contra leader. "But if we had to pick between that and zero, we take the package. The Republicans put their own partisan interests over ours." That was a bitter lesson. With a military solution appearing more hopeless, many Contras feared they would have even less to bring to the negotiating table if they waited for an administration green light which might never come. Administration officials were taken aback at the Contras' unusual self-initiative. Rhetoric about pressuring the Sandinistas to negotiate came back to haunt. "Our cover story has become reality," said a top U.S. official with bitterness. "We talked about wanting peace. Well, here it is." Registered trademark. There was no guarantee the ceasefire would lead to a lasting military peace, rather than serve as an intermission before renewed fighting. As Contra leader Alfredo Cesar put it, "Our troops get a 2-month rest with supplies while we test the Sandinistas' willingness to comply." Supplies flowed again, thanks to the 82nd Airborne Express and the U.S. Congress, which passed bipartisan aid bills on March 30 and 31. The Senate followed the House in approving a $48 million-plus package including $17.7 million over 6 months for Contra food, clothing, shelter, and medical supplies, $2.19 million for Yatama and $1.5 million in communications equipment, $2.5 million to cover administrative expenses for aid which was to arrange delivery to the Contras through a neutral third party, unspecified transportation costs, $10 million for the SAPOA Verification Commission headed by Cardinal Obando and OAS Secretary General 389 Benasores, and $17.7 million for a children's survival fund to be administered through neutral private voluntary organizations, at least half in Nicaragua. Nicaragua received the 1982 World Health Organization Award for the greatest achievement in health by a third world nation. The $17.7 million was small reparation for the war wrought on Nicaragua's children since then. And it carried the taxing and politically loaded stipulation that the aid could not be delivered through the national health care system or any government-sponsored programs. Republicans agreed to the package when House Speaker Jim Wright promised prompt action on a White House request for military aid if the ceasefire talks broke down. While less of a booby trap than an expedited procedure, the promise relieved some of the pressure on the Contras to forge a negotiated settlement. The administration could take some comfort from the fact that the Democratic floor leader for the aid bill, Liberal Rep. David Bonnier of Michigan, referred to the Contras as the Democratic resistance. The Contra War survived sustained public opposition, battlefield failure, world court condemnation and explosive scandals. It survived the Iran-Contra morass. The administration wants to ensure that it survives any ceasefire. At this writing, the administration is pursuing two basic strategies: sabotaging peace negotiations and mining the political battleground inside Nicaragua. The United States has delivered aid to the Contras in Honduras in violation of the ceasefire and the Central American Peace Accord, which allow only humanitarian aid to be delivered through neutral parties to ceasefire zones or for resettlement. In addition, the right-wing auxiliaries of Singlaub, Moon, Channel, and Company remain in the Contra aid business. The administration is working to secure continuing Contra aid from Congress. Contra fighters and supporters are divided over the prospect of a true accord with the Nicaraguan government. There is jockeying for power among those who envision returning to Nicaragua under a peace settlement and among those who want the war to continue. Under heavy administration pressure, the Conti ***s broke up negotiations in early June and momentum shifted again toward the forces of war. But what if the White House was forced into a failback position of claiming that Contra pressure worked and sanctioning a negotiated settlement? Under a peace facade, Washington could carry out a retooled destabilization campaign involving terrorism, sabotage, and diverse forms of economic, psychological and political warfare in which the Contra-infused internal opposition becomes the main counter-revolutionary vehicle. The objective could be to provoke a Nicaraguan government crackdown that could be used to justify rejuvenation of the Contra War, further economic and diplomatic sanctions and/or a direct U.S. invasion. Or the aim could be Sandinista electoral defeat in the national elections scheduled for 1990. 390. Come back to Jamaica. Unlike in Chile, Washington cannot count on a military coup in Nicaragua because the Sandinistas control the army. The Contras and their political allies are trying to change this under the guise of depoliticizing the armed forces. But the Sandinistas know that without control over the army, the United States could invade Nicaragua from outside and inside. There is another important difference between Nicaragua and Chile: the Nicaraguan population is armed. Washington may try instead for an electoral coup. The model for an electoral coup strategy is the Nixon-Ford-Carter destabilization of the Social Democratic Manley government in Jamaica. They're a combination of economic boycott, decapitalization, austerity, in which the International Monetary Fund played a critical role, media manipulation, sabotage, murder, bombings, and other violence rolled back the Manley government's social programs, eroded its credibility and popular support, and resulted in its 1980 electoral loss to the U.S.-backed party of Edward Seaga. In his book, Jamaica, Struggle in the Periphery, Michael Manley reflected on the events leading up to electoral defeat. The economic crisis and the IMF program created the conditions in which the credibility of the government began to erode. The opposition accelerated the process by collaborating in the tactics of destabilization. In the end, the communist bogey wearing Cuban robes became the focus of a hysteria. The impact of world economic crisis placed unprecedented strain on Jamaican management of the economy, management already strained by the demands of new government programs. Not for one instant did the JLP Sega's party and the Gleaner, Jamaica's largest daily, ever relax in the charge that our economic difficulties were solely and exclusively the fault of our bad management. The level of crime and violence seemed to suggest that we were unable to manage security either. Jamaicans were psychologically exhausted by violence by the time the election came, writes Manley. It was as if the collective, psychological landscape had been laid waste. People were tired, scared, distrustful and uncertain. Manley cites a section from the Field Manual of the Department of the U.S.J. Army, Psychological Operations, as reading like a description of Jamaica between January 1976 and October 1980. Psychological activities S/C are those carried out in peacetime or in places other than war theaters, planned and carried out to influence the feelings, attitudes, behavior of foreign groups in a manner favorable to the achievement of the policies of the United States. The climate for psychological warfare can only be developed successfully if the daily life of the nation is kept in a state of commotion. Strategy I. Create discouragement, demoralization, apathy. 2. Discredit the ideology of the popular movement. 3. Promote disorganized and confused behavior. 391. 4. Encourage divisive and anti-social actions to undermine the political structure of the country. v. Promote and support movements of resistance against the authorities. The local exponents of these techniques, writes Manley, had been good students. It is not altogether surprising that we were no longer a credible choice for so many people. Manley outlined similarities in the destabilization of Jamaica and Chile, citing this description of Chile on the eve of the 1973 military coup. Consequently, what developed was a rampant crisis, insidious, intangible and invisible, responsibility for which could never be laid at the proper door. The enemy advanced in disguise. From without it took the form of processions of housewives, and from within it wore the mask of natural catastrophe of inflation, poverty, the transport strike, locked petrol pumps, and rationing. Anonymous and faceless, parliamentary obstruction, by preventing tax reform and refusing to finance the social sector of the economy, forced more and more currency to be issued, omnipresent but fleeting, generalized and consequently depersonalized. There was stockpiling by shops, hoarding by customers, smuggling of goods out of the country, and a black market among the well-to-do, ramifying and secret, strike funds were supplied to the owners' associations by the CIA. Nowhere were there any identifiable enemies or targets. Registered trademark. Mining the internal front. Rampant crisis may be the future Washington has in store for Nicaragua under Republicans or Democrats claiming support of democracy. Rampant crisis nurtured by open and covered financing of opposition institutions and politicians, using the so-called National Endowment for Democracy and secret CIA political funds, and by constant disinformation through La Prensa, following the examples of El Mercurio in Chile and the Daily Gleaner and J. Dimdiuk, and other pro-U.S. media. Rampant crisis to keep the economy screaming. Rampant crisis to deny the Nicaraguan government the benefits of peace and allow the U.S.-backed opposition to say, see, it wasn't the war, it's Sandinista mismanagement that's responsible for the mess. Rampant crisis in the form of continued decapitalization, CIA-orchestrated strikes, sabotage of energy, food, healthcare, transport, communication, and military facilities by Pentagon and CIA operatives such as those known as unilaterally controlled Latin assets, increased robbery and other crimes fueled by high unemployment, assassinations and terrorist violence. In fostering rampant crisis, Washington would exploit the release and repatriation of thousands of former National Guardsmen and Contras trained in the skills of the CIA manuals. On top of this, there may be continued cross-border raids by Contra factions relying on support from right-wing donors, if not from the U.S. government. 392 Washington's War on Nicaragua. Destabilization sealed by electoral defeat would be far more difficult to orchestrate in Nicaragua, where more people recognize the tactics of counter-revolution. The Manley government and its supporters were not defending a revolution. Indeed, Manley, seen as more moderate now, may be re-elected in Jamaica without a repeat destabilization. In Nicaragua the opposition is more divided and the Sandinistas more united. Under a peace accord, Contra chiefs already competing among themselves would return to Nicaragua expecting to be crowned leaders of a unified internal opposition. They will find an array of parties and leaders with vested interests and varying politics and personal loyalties. Even the Contra's ideological allies may not be willing to abdicate. The CIA has not been able to create a unified internal front to date. It will have difficulty creating unity in the future, much less majority support. Nicaraguans have learned from the experiences of Chile and Jamaica, as they have learned from Cuba, Vietnam, and Grenada. In surviving a new wave of destabilization, however, Nicaraguans will be forced to sacrifice more lives, more resources, more progress. It's a price they should not have to pay. 17. Openings. Central America is fantasy isthmus, a region of the American mind, peopled by our own political demons, where too often expediency rules, and rhetoric substitutes for reality. Frank McNeil, retired Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence, Washington Post, March 1, 1987. We hope that the United States will come to see that the world is not over because they will have to begin to treat Latin American nations with the respect that all sovereign nations are entitled to have. Miguel Descoto, Author's Interview. May 9, 1986. In July 1987, the Santa Elena airfield once used for the Contras became part of Costa Rica's Guanacaste National Park. Hundreds of school children planted trees in the dirt of the airstrip. It was a gesture of peace in a region withered by war. Nicaraguans have been held hostage, tortured and murdered for the ultimate ransom, the surrender of their national sovereignty. Between the start of the Contra War and June 1987, over 43,000 Nicaraguans were killed, wounded, or kidnapped. There were nearly 22,500 dead on both sides of the war. Civilian casualties totaled 10,473 including 3,218 dead, 1,579 wounded and 5,676 kidnapped. Among the dead were at least 331 children under age 15. By March 1988, the death toll was above 25,500 and still rising. The war's toll may be clearer to Americans in comparative terms. If the Nicaraguan population, 3.4 million, were the size of the United States, 242 million, the total killed would be over 1.8 million more than the populations of Houston, Philadelphia, or Nebraska. Nicaraguan deaths are proportionately higher than total U.S. deaths, on and off the battlefield, in the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War and the Vietnam War. Civilian deaths in 393. 394. Equivalent terms would be over 229,000, as of June 1987, more than twice the U.S. death toll in Korea and Vietnam. What about the 331 known children killed as of June 1987? The U.S. equivalent would be 23,559. Imagine more than 1 out of 3 names on the Vietnam War Memorial representing children. That's the reality behind words like pressure and freedom fighting and low-intensity conflict, all euphemisms for war fought in a smaller nation's territory to recast its government in a U.S. approved mold. All such euphemisms should be exposed and rejected. Self-righteous intervention. The United States has long maintained the right to define Latin American destiny, to make and unmake governments according to prevailing U.S. interests. President Reagan told his aides in 1987 that when I leave office the Sandinistas will be gone. The only way that could happen is with a direct U.S. invasion, and then the Sandinistas would be gone from office, but not Nicaragua. Invasion will remain a real prospect even after Reagan leaves office, however remote it appears at any particular moment, because invasion is considered by virtually all U.S. policy and opinion makers to be a legitimate tool of defense against supposed threats to U.S. security. Liberals and conservatives alike claim for the United States the unilateral, self-ordained right to intervene. During the Iran-Contra hearings, Rev. Lee Hamilton co-authored a revealing op-ed, A Strategy for Handling Nicaragua, with Viren Vaki, former Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs in the Carter administration. They wrote, "If our interests require the overthrow of the Sandinistas, then we should overthrow them, if they do not, then we need a better policy to advance our interests." In our view, they opined, only United States military force can remove the Sandinistas from power. But there is no convincing evidence that the threat they pose to American interests is so serious as to warrant the costs and consequences of such intervention. Rather, the Sandinista threat can be contained by a negotiated settlement enforced by United States power, including diplomatic and economic pressure. This is a more sustainable approach than a strategy that relies on the Contras. As I wrote earlier, the fundamental policy problem we face is not flawed oversight, but faulty vision. For my views on so-called low-intensity conflict, a euphemism for counterinsurgency, counter-revolution, and state terrorism, whose increasingly common usage contributes to Pentagon disinformation and furthers the goal of lulling the American people into accepting undeclared war as a state of peace. See Born Again War, The Low-Intensity Mystique, NACLA Report on the Americas, March-April 1987. Also see William Leo Grande's article in the January-February issue. Openings 395. Self-determination. We must have the wisdom to see that self-righteous intervention is not a shield, but a threat to democracy at home and a threat to self-determination abroad. The only safeguard for national security for all countries, large and small, is mutual security under the rule of international law, with strengthened mechanisms for peaceful conflict resolution and negotiated settlements to armed conflicts. That is the promise of the Central American Peace Plan and Contadora, mutual security and self-determination. In the words of economist Xavier Gurraschaga, historically, the Central American and Caribbean region has always been considered America's backyard. Any threat to the status quo has always triggered an immediate response. U.S. military intervention in the region has been more frequent than in any other part of the world. The underlying assumption of U.S. policy towards the region appears to be that its own geopolitical interests are incompatible with the emergence of genuinely independent nation-states. Today, as the nationalist struggle acquires wider economic and social dimensions, Any process of transformation must necessarily call this informal empire into question, implying a decisive break with a neo-colonial mode of domination first challenged in the 19th century by the rise of Central American liberalism and later, in the interwar period, by nationalist leaders such as Augusto Sandino and Farabundo Martí. It is precisely because of the incompatibility between Caribbean Basin aspirations for genuine independence and the U.S. perception of its own security interests that the Reagan administration must depict the Central American conflict as an extension of the Cold War. The real question is what scope for defining new foreign policy alternatives exists in the United States itself. Liberal critics may disagree with the Reagan administration over tactics and rhetoric but appear unwilling to challenge the underlying geopolitical concept of informal empire. Few politicians in the U.S. appear willing to support the view that the goal of regional political stability will best be served in the long term by recognizing the sovereignty of the region, a sovereignty which must include the region's right to determine its own foreign policy. Gorostiaga notes that regional instability is not the result of U.S. weakness. If anything, it is the extension of U.S. power in the region which gives rise to instability. The national security doctrine is, today, a recipe for national insecurity, and it is increasingly clear that the majority of the region's population is unwilling to accept politically authoritarian and economically exploitative regimes in the name of perceived North American geopolitical interests. In this sense, economic and social change in the Caribbean Basin must entail a revolution in the geopolitics of the area. In November 1987, the presidents of the Contadora and support group countries, Mexico, Colombia, Panama, Venezuela, Brazil, Uruguay, Peru, and Argentina, met in Acapulco, Mexico for their second annual political and economic summit. The Group of Eight identified their principal challenges as maintaining peace, 396. And security in the region, consolidating democracy and respect for human rights, recovering our society's capacity to generate sustained, autonomous development, solving the foreign debt problem, establishing a fair, open international trade system free from protectionism, encouraging the process of integration among our countries and with the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean, ensuring more effective participation by our countries in the international economy, promoting the autonomous and rapid development of science and technology, strengthening the capacity for negotiation of the 8 governments and of the region as a whole, and reaffirming the region's cultural identity and promoting exchanges of educational experiences. The presidents noted that peace in our region is closely linked to respect for the principles of self-determination of peoples, non-intervention in the internal affairs of states, peaceful settlement of controversies, a ban on the threat or actual use of force, equality of states before the law and international cooperation for development. In a shock to Washington, an Uruguayan proposal that Cuba be reintegrated into regional organizations, such as the OAS and Inter-American Development Bank, was endorsed by the summit. There is a consensus among the presidents, said conservative President José Samí of Brazil, that we ought to struggle for the total integration of Cuba into the inter-American system. With Cuba, as with Nicaragua, the Latin Americans realize that opening doors, not closing them, is the way to invite mutually beneficial relations in the region. Latin America is saying, in essence, that it cannot become a peaceful and prosperous neighborhood and remain Uncle Sam's backyard. Building bridges. We can have a decent, lawful, and viable alternative policy toward Nicaragua and Central America generally that rejects self-righteous intervention and respects self-determination. It can be summarized as follows. 1. Stop all military, economic, political, and psychological warfare efforts to manipulate, destabilize or overthrow the Nicaraguan government. 2. Comply with the World Court judgment, including the provision for reparations, and lift all economic sanctions against Nicaragua, including the trade embargo and the blockade of loans to Nicaragua from international financial institutions. 3. Reopen bilateral talks between the United States and Nicaragua, sign a non-aggression pact and normalize relations. 4. Comply with Central American peace agreements and support the Contadora process, including the objective of removing Central America as an arena of East-West conflict. 5. Halt military maneuvers in the region, cease efforts to militarize Costa Rica, cut off all war-related aid to Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and support. Openings 397. Negotiated solutions to the wars in El Salvador and Guatemala. Grant extended voluntary departure status to Central American refugees. 6. Tie U.S. aid to compliance with internationally recognized standards of human, political, labor and economic rights, as recognized in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and respect for indigenous culture. Restore the meaning of humanitarian aid, directing such aid to THIRD programs run by reputable nonpartisan private and international organizations. 7. Target development assistance to programs that increase self-sufficiency in food and other basic needs, encourage economic diversity and environmental protection, raise the living standards of the majority through agrarian reform and expanded health care, literacy, education, housing, public works, employment, etc., and demonstrate grassroots participation and empowerment. Support a rejuvenated Central American Common Market enhancing regional cooperation and self-reliance. 8. Encourage people-to-people contact between the United States and Central America through cultural and educational interchanges, sister city arrangements and other programs designed to exchange skills and promote mutual understanding. End the political censorship manifest in U.S. visa denials and eliminate U.S. government restrictions on travel by American citizens. 9. End surveillance and harassment of individuals and groups trying to change U.S. policy toward Central America, fully respect civil liberties, and encourage political pluralism in the United States. 10. Outlaw covert action as a tool of U.S. policy which is incompatible with democracy at home or abroad, eliminate the government's ability to wage undeclared war, and strengthen U.S. compliance with and support for international law. Around the world, millions of people are struggling to improve their lives and control their own destinies. We should not see that as a threat, but as a common bond. Surely American farmers facing foreclosure can understand the Central American struggle for agrarian reform. Surely American workers can identify with Central Americans who want to be able to organize for better wages and working conditions without threat of imprisonment or death. 1 out of 5 American children now lives in poverty. Surely we can understand the desire of Central Americans to see that their children survive and prosper. Self-determination is a two-way street. The same propaganda system that keeps us from seeing the realities of Central America keeps us from seeing the realities of our own inequities, and our own need for democratization. In 1984, Dora Maria Tellez, the medical student turned guerrilla leader who became Nicaragua's Minister of Health, was asked how she compared the revolutionary struggle with running the government. "It's an absolute difference," she replied. "If they gave you the task of demolishing this house, you would knock down the walls and then the windows, etc. But if later they tell you now build the house, you must first become a stonemason, then learn the proportions of cement to stone, and so on. You must take out the old foundation, put down the new found." 398. And when you've put up columns, walls, and a roof, you still have to fix up the interior of the house, put in furniture. It's the same difference. She was then asked to describe the impact of U.S. intervention. "First, we knocked down the house. We ripped out the foundation and began to set a new foundation, to install the pilings and erect the walls. While we're erecting one wall, Reagan comes along and knocks down the one we put up on the other side. So, we leave this one to go rebuild the fallen wall. Meanwhile, he knocks down a different one. What would we do if they weren't doing this to us? We would get the walls up and even put the roof on. We cannot know what the new house of Nicaragua would look like today if the United States had not tried to destroy it. When the United States stops laying siege to Nicaragua, it may take years for Nicaraguans to take down the physical and emotional barricades no longer necessary for survival, reverse the war-hardened political polarization, reconstruct the economy, raise living standards and renew progress in social programs. Americans won't all have the same opinion of the new Nicaragua. We don't all agree now. When we view the new House of Nicaragua, however, we should do so as neighbors, not landlords. Appendix A. The CIA's Blueprint for Nicaragua. Philippa G., October 1979. Destabilization Revisited. During the months ahead, the CIA will have to prepare contingency plans for clandestine intervention for consideration by the National Security Council. If the revolutionary leadership in Nicaragua embarks on radical programs deemed inconsistent with perceived U.S. interests, the options are likely to include elements of the destabilization programs already applied in the 1970s in Chile, Angola, Portugal, and Jamaica. The immediate political goal would be to split the Sandinista leadership, create an emotive international cause, and isolate leading radicals, falsely painting them as allied with Cuban and Soviet interests while against traditional Western, liberal values. Money and propaganda support for moderates and others responsive to American wishes would serve to enhance the local and international stature of leaders opposed to radical policies. Propaganda through local and international media, falsified documents, and other provocations, and exploitation of historical differences within the Sandinista movement can contribute to splitting the political leadership. The goal would be to weaken the revolution by fomenting new disagreements or a return to the divisions of the past. With a sharp line drawn between radicals, communists, etc., and moderates, efforts can be made to align international groups and other countries against the one and in favor of the other. Strikes in key unions promoted through CIA-backed local and international unions can impede reconstruction and create a climate of tension. Tensions and disagreements can also be fostered between the Nicaraguan government and those that supported the revolution against Somoza. As the cause is established, mainly through propaganda promoting simplistic, black and white impressions, efforts can be made to foment popular disillusion with the revolution and radical policies. One obvious lever is restriction of relief and reconstruction aid, but conservative elements in the Catholic Church have been effective political weapons in other 400 countries. Here also, association of radicals with Cuba and the Soviet Union through media operations can contribute. Possible key issues in the cause would be an international clamoring for free elections and opposition political organizing. Return to barracks is another, as is betrayal of the revolution through the substitution of one dictatorship for another. The neighborhood defense committees would be denounced as a political apparatus. In any election campaign, the CIA could make huge sums available to its favored candidates and parties. A climate of tension, fear, and uncertainty can also contribute to capital flight, worsened economic conditions, and an exodus of professionals and others of a frightened middle class. Operations can be undertaken to induce defectors and create refugees who can then be exploited through international media operations. Acts of violence such as bombings and assassinations would also contribute to the desired psychological climate. Perhaps the military forces of El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, probably the CIA's closest allies in the region, could be strengthened in order to provoke border incidents and additional tension. Eventually, if the scenario continued, the CIA could seek to provoke moderates in the political and military leadership to oust radicals from positions of power. If this were unrealistic, impossible, or failed, U.S. diplomatic efforts could seek joint intervention through reviving the Inter-American Peace Force proposal rejected by the Organization of American States on the eve of the Sandinista victory in July. A team effort. The CIA would not be the only U.S. government agency involved in intervention in Nicaragua, and participation by non-governmental organizations would be needed. U.S. representatives on international and commercial lending institutions, as well as the Export-Import Bank, would have instructions to impede credits. U.S. diplomats and military officers, in addition to the CIA, would try to influence leaders of other countries. U.S. businessmen engaged in Nicaragua would delay investments and other job-producing operations. And American media organizations would be important participants in propaganda campaigns. From a distance, one cannot know whether the CIA could find or create the moderate opposition that will serve the U.S. government's interests. But the CIA surely knows that in its pursuit of American policy goals, it has many potential allies in Nicaragua besides supporters of the old regime. As traditional, non-Somoza interests are affected by revolutionary programs, the CIA may discover a fertile field in which to plant the seeds of counter-revolution. Source: excerpted from former CIA agent Philippa G., The CIA's Blueprint for Nicaragua, Covert Action Information Bulletin, October 1979. Appendix B. Central America Peace Accord. National Reconciliation Dialogue. To urgently carry out, in those cases where deep divisions have resulted within society, steps for national reconciliation which would allow for popular participation with full guarantees in authentic political processes of a democratic nature based on justice, freedom, and democracy. For this purpose, the corresponding governments will initiate a dialogue with all unarmed internal political opposition groups and with those who have availed themselves of the amnesty. Amnesty. In each Central American country, except those where the International Commission of Verification and Follow-up determined that such a measure is not necessary, an amnesty decree will be issued containing all the provisions for the guarantee of the inviolability of life, as well as freedom in all its forms, property and the security of the persons to whom these decrees apply. Simultaneous with the issuing of the amnesty decree by the government, the irregular forces of the respective country will place in freedom all persons in their power. National Reconciliation Commission. In order to verify the compliance with the commitments concerning amnesty, ceasefire, democratization, and free elections, a National Reconciliation Commission will be established whose duties will be to verify the actual carrying out in practice of the national reconciliation process, as well as the full exercise of all civil and political rights of Central American citizens guaranteed in this document. The National Reconciliation Commission will be comprised of a delegate and an alternate delegate from the executive branch, a bishop delegate and an alternate bishop delegate recommended by the Episcopal Conference, and chosen by the government from a list of 3 candidates. The same procedure will be used to select a delegate and alternate delegate from the legally registered political opposition parties. 402. In addition, each Central American government will choose an outstanding citizen, outside of public office and not pertaining to the party in power, and his respective alternate, to be part of this commission. Exhortation for the cessation of hostilities. The government of those states currently fighting irregular or insurgent groups commit themselves to undertake all the necessary steps for achieving an effective ceasefire within the constitutional framework. Democratization. The governments commit themselves to promote an authentic democratic, pluralist and participatory process that includes the promotion of social justice, respect for human rights, state sovereignty, the territorial integrity of states and the right of all nations to freely determine, without outside interference of any kind, its economic, political, and social model, and to carry out in a verifiable manner those measures leading to the establishment, or in their instances, the improvement of representative and pluralist democratic systems which would provide guarantees for the organization of political parties, effective popular participation in the decision-making process, and to ensure free access to different currents of opinion, to honest electoral processes and newspapers based on the full exercise of citizens' rights. Complete political pluralism should be manifest. In this regard, political groupings shall have broad access to communications media, full exercise of the right of association and the right to manifest publicly the exercise of their right to free speech, be it oral, written or televised, as well as freedom of movement by members of political parties in order to proselytize. Likewise, those governments which have in effect a state of exception, siege, or emergency law, shall terminate that state and re-establish the full exercise of all constitutional guarantees. Free elections. Once the conditions inherent to every democracy are established, free, pluralist and honest elections shall be held as a joint expression of the Central American states to seek reconciliation and lasting peace for its peoples. Elections will be held for a Central American Parliament, whose founding was proposed in the Escapula's Declaration of May 25, 1986. These elections will take place simultaneously in all the countries throughout Central America in the first half of 1988, on a date mutually agreed to by the presidents of the Central American states. After the elections for the Central American Parliament have been held, equally free and democratic elections shall be held with international observers and the same guarantees in each country, to name popular representatives to municipalities, congresses, and legislative assemblies and the presidencies of the republics. These elections will be held according to the proposed calendars and within the period established in the current political constitutions. Central America Peace Accord 403. Cessation of assistance to irregular forces or insurrectionist movements. The governments of the 5 Central American states shall request the governments of the region, and the extra-regional governments which openly or covertly provide military, logistical, financial, propagandistic aid in the form of manpower, armaments, munitions, and equipment to irregular forces or insurrectionist movements to cease this aid, as an indispensable element for achieving a stable and lasting peace in the region. The above does not include assistance for repatriation, or in lieu thereof, the reassigning of assistance necessary for those persons having belonged to these groups or forces to become reintegrated into normal life. Likewise, the irregular forces or insurgent groups who operate in Central America will be asked to abstain, in yearnings for a true Latin American spirit, from receiving such assistance. The non-use of territory to invade other states. The 5 countries reaffirm their commitment to prevent the use of their own territory and neither render or permit military or logistical support to persons, organizations, or groups attempting to destabilize the governments of the Central American countries. Negotiations on matters relating to security, verification, control, and limitation of armaments. The governments of the Central American states, with the participation of the Contadora Group and exercise of its role as mediator, will continue negotiations on the points still pending in the Contadora Treaty proposal for peace and cooperation in Central America concerning security, verification, and control. In addition, these negotiations will entail measures for the disarmament of the irregular forces who are willing to accept the amnesty decrees. Refugees and displaced persons. The governments commit themselves to give urgent attention to the groups of refugees and displaced persons brought about through the regional crisis, through protection and assistance, particularly in areas of education, health, work, and security, and whenever voluntary and individually expressed, to facilitate in the repatriation, resettlement, and relocation of these persons. They also commit themselves to request assistance for Central American refugees and displaced persons from the international community. Cooperation, democracy, and freedom for peace and development. In the climate of freedom guaranteed by democracy, the Central American countries will adopt agreements permitting for the intensification of development in order to achieve more egalitarian and poverty-free societies. Consolidation of democracy presupposes the creation of a system of economic and social justice and well-being. To achieve these objectives, the governments will jointly seek special economic support from the international community. 404. International Verification and Follow-up. International Verification and Follow-up Commission. An International Verification and Follow-up Commission will be established comprised of the Secretary-Generals of the Organization of American States and the United Nations or their representatives, as well as the foreign ministers of Central America, of the Contadora Group and the Support Group. Calendar for the implementation of agreements. Within a period of 15 days from the signing of this document, the foreign ministers of Central America will meet as the Executive Committee to regulate, promote, and make feasible compliance with the agreements contained herein. 90 days from the signing of this document, the commitments pertaining to amnesty, ceasefire, democratization, cessation of assistance to irregular forces or insurrectionist movements, and the non-use of territory to invade other states, will enter into force simultaneously and publicly as defined herein. 120 days from the signing of this document, the International Commission for Verification and Follow-up will analyze the progress made in the compliance with the agreements provided for herein. After 150 days, the 5 Central American presidents will meet and receive a report from the International Commission of Verification and Follow-up, and they will make the pertinent decisions. Final provisions. The points included in this document form part of a harmonious and indivisible whole. The signing of the document incurs an obligation, accepted in good faith, to simultaneously comply with the agreement in the established periods.